What is up, everybody? Welcome to the PGL CSGO Major. This is the B stream. I'm here with James Bartle from DDK, and it's been a while. It's been
It
a
has
hot minute.
indeed. It has indeed. I think a lot of people will be happy to see you on the screens today. We've got a lot of action coming up. A lot of action. 8 games in total, and it will be 4 for us today, starting with Spirit versus FaZe Clan, which is an interesting matchup. Once we look at the numbers, especially on how they're doing in terms of each map and so on, it looks a little kind of 50-50 for a best of one, I feel like.
Yeah, this major is super interesting in terms of the amount of flux for. I mean, it feels like there's very few teams at this major where anything feels kind of like a sure thing. I feel
Yeah.
like this is going to be really interesting in these best of ones to get a feel as to how the teams are playing. Obviously, they're actually playing from their practice rooms right now as well, so they're playing in relative comfort. That full major LAN feeling isn't quite fully there just yet, but it will be a great place to get the temperature of some of these players. What kind of form are they coming into the tournament with? Now everybody's set up for the major.
Yeah, it's man, it's been a long time, 2 years since the last major, and this is technically the biggest major we've ever had. It's got the most money we've ever had, so I think generally speaking, it's all eyes on Na'Vi to win this one. But again, it does feel very, very uncertain. The self-proclaimed king of pick'ems having a lot of trouble trying to figure out who to pick for
Who is
this
that
initial
self-proclaimed
time.
king of pick'ems, James?
We've got
Is it
so
you?
huh?
Is it you, the self-proclaimed
Oh yeah,
king of
absolutely.
pick'ems?
Yeah, I'm the
Okay,
beast
just
man.
wanted
I
to
got.
clarify.
I'm one of the very few people who got diamond in Berlin. But I honestly think it's even more difficult, especially in the early stages now. TYLOO have been playing Asian CS for so long. Like we know they can take it. They can always take an Inferno, TYLOO. They can always take an Inferno, but it's so hard to figure out. They've got limited time once they make it into Stockholm to do scrims and so on. I think the same for Renegades as well. They've been playing a lot of Oceanic Counter-Strike, so it's really hard to say. It's really hard to have like an expectation of them at this event. So it's really difficult to get these pick'ems through. We can see the schedule here for both streams. So on the secondary stream, Spirit versus FaZe will be starting very shortly. Then Pain Virtus.pro, Movistar Riders, Renegades, and Mouse Sports versus the Sharks. Love to see some Sharks, obviously. And on the main stream, we can see Astralis Copenhagen Flames with the ECS logo, of course. ENCE versus GODSENT. That's a really interesting matchup. Big versus Entropiq, and Heroic versus TYLOO. And
Yeah, lots
again,
of great matches to look forward to. Is there a particular matchup that you think's going to be or could be the best out of this? You said you kind of highlighted ENCE and GODSENT.
yeah.
Perhaps it's kind of maybe the closest to a 50-50 toss-up.
Yeah, I think considering it's best of ones and based on form, I feel like the winner of ENCE GODSENT has a good chance of getting a 3-0. So I wanted to, I was looking towards that match for a potential 3-0 pick, but the problem for me is that it's a coin flip between those two squads on which one wins, which makes it kind of scary. So initially I'd picked GODSENT, but I started to move towards ENCE. But I think it's entirely winnable by both of those teams. So maybe I should have gone for an Astralis, for example, but I did go with ENCE in the end, full committed. Um, so yeah, I mean, looking at, there's some questions for Mouse Sports and that. What do you think of Mouse Sports logo? I gotta ask.
I don't know. It's like a weird mixture of like the Sentinels logo and like the Dead Mouse like I feel like it's some weird combination of those things. I'm not a huge fan of it, I have to admit, but I feel like I mean that's the expectation now when a team with a very old brand does a rebrand. Plus, Mousesports is like a team I think that has maybe the least emphasis on their branding of all the big teams. They have
Yeah,
like the least kind of investment in their like social following and stuff like that. They don't they have never invested as much compared to like equivalent level teams, at
yeah,
least in Counter Strike. So it is quite weird to see this.
yeah. I feel like the old logo was more wearable on a like a, let's say they did something with like a champion, for example. I can't. I would wear the old logo more than I'd wear that one, and I do feel like it's about doing stuff with the brand rather than changing the brand. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, it's a big red object over there. But
We'll see if it grows on us.
yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Pain Gaming as well. I think I predicted them against Virtus.pro. To some degree, it's a protest pick because I'm really pissed that they removed Sanji. Um,
Yes, I know. I couldn't believe it. Sanji, I mean, I feel like people started to kind of figure it out. I think we were very early adopters of just like we saw firsthand the L's that Sanji was taking for the team and
Yeah.
making it look good. So to see, I feel like this is the moral defeat right now. Seeing Sanji leave the team is certainly
Yeah, he was a tool.
sad.
He was a tool for the team. You know, he like always had the SMGs, the MP9 and Mac 10 and so on.
Yes.
And maybe after a while you have to. I mean, you know, the change is reasonable in that every like format you have as a team is going to have a shelf life, right? So they use him as a tool, use him to great effect. You'll see him like flying out of boiler with a Mac 10, with a pop flash up mid and so on. But once you've seen all those drills and you expect them, then you need to. It's time for you to like change your setup. And I mean, one way to do that is to bring in somebody like Flit, who's obviously a really good player. So I can understand it, but I'm still, you know, like I was a big fan of Sanji.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out in this major because obviously uh, Avangar, you know, they made the finals of the last major like 2 years ago. So weird to think, but we're ready for the picks and bans here going into our first matchup. Team Spirit, obviously Spirit. I mean, surprise victory at the international. I'm wondering, you know, what we're going to see from Spirit here in Counter Strike. FaZe definitely a star-studded lineup. I think you know we're looking to the expectation on a team with so much tenured players is certainly it's a lot of expectation.
Spirit
But
don't play Vertigo, and then they vetoed Mirage and Inferno. Their stats are terrible on Inferno, 25%. But interestingly, Overpass, which remains, is statistically FaZe's best map with a sample size of 5 maps. They have won 4 of those 5 maps. They're 80% on Overpass. So this, you know, on paper seems to be the best map that FaZe could get out of this.
yeah, and you've got you know Spirit, I believe, you know 20th on the world ranking for the HLTV ranking, and then 11 for FaZe. And this is one of those matchups where I feel like Spirit are a team that are going to be, I mean, it's the first major for these players, and they're going to be hype right from the get-go, out of the gate. And if you look at FaZe and their lineup, they got all these, again, like super tenured players, lots of major experience, lots of confidence. That kind of a team tends to kind of start out a little bit slower, and they kind of peak through the competition. It's a team that has those kind of players versus Spirit, who, again, I feel like they're going to be so hungry and showing their best immediately.
Yeah.
And so I feel like that could be somewhat of an equalizing factor here in that I would expect them to get going more quickly. But we'll see. But this is a great opportunity, I feel like, for Spirit to start off really strong in this Swiss system.
Yeah, looking at the map statistics, FaZe just straight up vetoed. They just counterpicked them, essentially. Their first 2 vetoes were Spirit's best maps. Spirit 75% on Dust 2 and 56% on 67% on Nuke. So they just removed their their best maps, and they got their best map. So all eyes on FaZe. I did pick them to progress, and I didn't put Spirit in my pick'ems at all. But people were on Twitter telling me to you know, don't sleep on Spirit. So there is some expectation from them, from some of these players, some of these viewers rather. But we'll see. But again, the fact that Spirit, you know, Spirit will be aware that this is FaZe's best map, so they must have a plan with this. And while, you know, they're like on Overpass, they are 50% with 8 maps played, but that means they're no strangers to it, Spirit. So I'm sure they know they're going up against FaZe, and they may have an expectation on Overpass. He's really feeling himself there. So, you know, they allowed this to be picked for a reason, so we can't just assume that FaZe are going to win, because statistically it's their best map. Spirit have got to have something up their sleeve. And in a best of one, you know, if you can, I mean, I like to say break the economy at the right place, but the economy is not as savage as it used to be many moons ago now, but at this point. But they've got to come into this with a game plan, Spirit, for sure.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Again, I think it's that case where for a team like Team Spirit, I mean, there's so much. I mean, I'm expecting that they will have taken this extremely seriously in terms of their prep for every single map, and that they're going to, this is a tournament in which they will be able to show a new peak to their skill, effectively. You know,
Yeah.
when we're talking about statistics and we're going over those things, they're great indications, but one of the great and, I mean, beautiful things about a tournament like this is that it's the kind of tournament that will help a team to defy the expectation on the statistics. Is where they can show an elevation to their play because the moment's so important. So I'm hoping to see that lifts them.
I just realized this is Dust 2.
Yeah, we're on the B side.
Yeah,
it's
because
pretty nice.
I just like this told me what I was looking at this little bit here, because
Yeah.
first I was like, oh, it's like some cyberpunk thing, but it's a bit, it's like it's not like full Nikki HD, but it's definitely
Yeah, that's what
in
I
that
thought too.
direction. So I realize it now. So now I'm trying to figure out what the main stage background is.
Yeah, I
love
was
the
trying to figure
depth
that
to
too.
it, though. Love the depth to it.
I mean, behind you is where, you know, I think in terms of like an iconic play that I'm thinking of.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna,
yeah.
Sure, let's
What,
do it
like
on
an
three. Let's do it on
an
three.
AWP coming over
Yes.
here?
Oh, I was gonna say let's do a countdown and then both say what the play was. But yeah, Simple throwing the
Yeah.
AWP over the wall to kind of just. I mean, he's like just so in the matrix at that point.
I just want to see what's here. Oh, it's like a barbecue thing.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It's like a what? It's not a smoker, is it? You could put some. Moses would know what to do with this. So would Yanko, but me, no idea, mate.
Get the grill. Get the grill on. Yeah.
And this is like a what? A generator near you on that side.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird assortment of
Shutters,
things.
yeah,
Some
I
of the things
like it.
don't make sense. I feel like.
I wonder if
maybe.
there are other backgrounds that we're gonna see. I have no idea actually.
so.
We didn't see this until today, but I like the surprise, so it's pretty
Yes. Yes.
good. Okay, so first day, little teething. We're gonna head to a break. When we're back, we will be into the action. We'll see you soon. Welcome back. While we were on a break, I decided to start taking some layers off, and who knows where I would have finished. But we seem to be ready to start the game now, which is fantastic news. Just a little twiddling needing to be done by Valve to get everything good to go. And hey, ho, we're good to go.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I'm really excited to get this game started just because, I mean, Overpass is one of those maps that's just, it's great. There's a lot of diversity in terms of the approaches. I think if teams prepare tactically, you can see some really cool stuff. And I'm looking forward to also see, because for me, this is going to be about the team play and cohesion of spirit versus the kind of the firepower and also like the mid-round calls of Karrigan, which is something that for me is, I mean, Karrigan's a very special character. He's somebody that wants to build a legacy as the in-game leader that's transformed the most lineups possible. And so obviously a really strong run here would be a way for Karrigan to support his legacy. But we're off finally, James.
Yes, we are. FaZe Clan will be starting on the T side. I love the little the EU and the RU like you have on the little the car plates. That is that's pretty cool. Well then, let's see what Spirit have to offer. They've got, well, it was 5-man on road, and now it's 4. Mostly with Kevlar, Chopper with a defuse kit, and that's about it. Well then, Rain and co, they're getting closer to this bomb site. We've got Twist, who's making his way up the long range, trying to get those one-shots with a P250 up close. Now bomb's being planted. Mir looking for something, but he's just stuck in a smoke run. Doesn't really know what's going on at the moment. Chopper will try to do what he can, but surely there's a flank on long actually, so Magis will be able to stop Twist from helping out. 2 versus 3, however. Spirit on the back foot since that first kill now, trying to touch the bomb, trying to invite them. Nice headshot from Dexter. He knows Twist is lurking somewhere. Doesn't see him long just yet, though. There he is in the red, and maybe soon to be dead is Twist, but still they can't defuse that bomb just yet. Dexter doesn't have the kit either. Not sure where it is. He's just collected it, but Twist is entertaining him, forcing to the point of no return. Brokey still alive with 2. His first major, of course, and I think it's too late for Dexter to take this round now. FaZe Clan take the pistol.
Yeah, lots of opportunities there, it looked like, for Spirit to win that one. It looked like we had FaZe Clan doing a really good job. Twist in particular in holding himself in a spot where he's just constantly pressuring and creating threat, but is not really trying to take a committed gun battle, just waste the time. And it was pretty successful. I think Chopper will be pretty unhappy with how that went, but hey, you know, it's just the first round. We'll see what FaZe can do off at the back of this. Of course, it's always ideal, especially if you have a strong caller, to get the dub on the pistol for the T side, so you can really start conditioning your opponents and just starting off on the right footing. And this is such an economically, let's say, I mean, you want to invest pretty heavily to have a proper like CT defense on this map. Like you want to have everything at your disposal to really take control of the map early on. So kind of sucks to be in Team Spirit's position right from the get-go.
Yeah, I love this map. It's my favorite map to play at the moment. I think there's so much fun you can have on the CT side, the dynamic on the upper area, where the Ts have to identify if you've made an aggressive play or not. There's so many different places you can take your first stand from, and even a smoke can really slow things down. But it's always nice to have a smoke on the A-bomb site as well, because if the Ts are approaching from a toilet, say, and you drop a smoke between default and the wall towards long, that gives you way more space to play with. Now that is a Glock, Brokey. Now that is a Glock. I have not seen a Glock fade with those stickers on before, so props.
I was thinking about selling all my skins recently. I was like, how much do I actually have in my inventory?
Man, you'll be shocked. You come and go, and you'll find that things have gone up dramatically. Like the price of things is really crazy.
I need to sell it all and put it into Bitcoin, James. This is not investment advice.
Yeah, this is unlicensed observations. Yeah, I had a lot, I had a large collection of things, so I sold a lot of stuff. I tried to minimalize. So I had like 13 knives at one point. So I got rid of almost all of them. I went down to 2. Now I've got 4, but they're all bangers. So I got the lowest float M9 ultraviolet. in the game. 0.06005. Very nice.
We're getting a CT force buy, actually.
Ooh, we've got a hero rifle.
They decided to spend all the monies. Yeah. It'll be interesting. We'll have to see if they will be able to deal with FaZe's sort of anti-eco setup here, and we'll get that immediate take in sewers. So that problem weapon on Mir, the M4A1, is in position here on sewers. So some good early map control and some damage onto Rain. He's carrying all the nades, so should Rain have gone down there, that would have been quite problematic. But FaZe, they know what's up now. They've obviously, they know the M4 is out on the field. So what is the protocol against this? Yeah,
to the advantage of Spirit, this will slow down the advance from FaZe Clan. However, Some Die Young will die fast. And that's the opening that FaZe Clan were looking for. That's really going to limit things. There's no lurker towards the B bomb site, though, towards short B for FaZe Clan at present, which is allowing a stack for Team Spirit. But FaZe Clan are, of course, aware of this as well. And maybe they'll try to play against this information, assuming that because no one's gone towards B, there'll only be one person here at best. So they can use their numbers to overwhelm. Karrigan has to be careful, though. He is alone with the rest of the team moving through short B. But Lofmeister, he's got a smoke grenade lined up for the balcony of the B bomb site, and in they go.
Yeah, they've really nailed this one. Great call from Karrigan. Magix is the only problem here. If Magix can get some value from the 5-7, in fact, his teammates are there quite quickly, so the trade will happen around this short position. Magix absolutely nailing it with that 5-7. 2 players now remaining for FaZe. It's going to be a tough one. They have to get that bomb planted, and there is no time to do it. They're going to cross into Dexter. That Deagle will do the damage necessary, and Twist is in an impossible position. 2 places to lurk. He's getting toyed with, teased from these positions. Twist has to force the issue, and there's just barely enough time to get that plant in. And Dexter will have to try to find an angle here. Twist not sure exactly where he's gone. There's a real opportunity here for Spirit.
I'm amazed that Twist has been able to get it this far. He took the AK out of the hands of one of the 2 remaining players and has got a strong position now. Dexter maybe realizing that he's probably gone towards short B now, but with this timing, he could even be towards long. And Twist is playing the bomb. That footstep for the crouch peek has been heard, and he'll go for an engagement, but he doesn't really need to go any further. I think he wants to stop the AK from being collected as well, and he'll do exactly that. So that got very difficult for FaZe Clan, but Twist is able to keep them on a 2-0 with an early clutch.
Yeah, that was crazy. And you can see that even though FaZe actually played it so well, they of course understood what was happening after they got tagged, by that M4 through from that sewers position. They understood the kind of protocols to kind of take the advantage by forcing Spirit to have a bad rotation effectively. And even still, Spirit still came very close to winning that round. So, props to them. But unfortunately, here is the result. Very little to work with. They're stacking into this B site, though. So we'll see if FaZe are going to decide to just force the issue, or if they're going to tease out some information, try to find some picks before finally deciding where to hit.
Sort of very early smoke on the balcony from Twist. So if there was any utility or any play for Spirit to make, maybe to try and encourage them to do that. And we can see that there's no more grenades remaining for this CT side. So, yeah, this time it's early presence towards the B bomb site. Let's not forget, previously there was nothing towards B until later on, and they'll be holding passively as far as A is concerned, FaZe Clan. So with a minute on the clock, we'll see what their ultimate decision is, but there is a big focus on B.
Yeah, Rain has the Mag-10. His job is to go for it, but look at this! Taking the initiative, Team Spirit want to go. They don't want to just wait and see what's going to happen. Brokey trying to defend around the sewers position. The spray down is going to be fully effective with Karrigan trading it out at the end. So that's going to work out. 3-0 now for FaZe, and now we'll start to see what Team Spirit really have in terms of a game plan. We'll see Dexter immediately collecting the AWP, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the sort of setups from Team Spirit. Are they a team that on the CT side is going to be very aggressive with those Molotovs, trying to deny entry towards the A side of the map completely, or are they going to go for a more passive approach here?
Some Die Young deploying the incendiary for T-Ramp. Now, the problem this causes for the T side is it means that the CTs can be in that party area. You may need to throw a flash from T-Ramp to allow your teammate to swing just in case. Sometimes you see 2 incendiaries thrown in that direction as well, one towards the entrance to the playground position to make things even worse, but it'll just be the one to thwart So we see the initial smoke grenade to take away these AWP angles. Where Dexter's standing now, you can sometimes see a molly thrown from the fountain area to take these angles away. But a pop flash will be enough. A swing and a miss from Dexter, and Karrigan successful so far. Someday unable to get that trade frag as FaZe Clan continue to move forward now with a man advantage.
But this flank timing from Mira is fantastic. It's going to find the back of Rain, and there's very little to work with at this point. Brokey goes down as well, so Bathroom's control is done. Olofmeister lurking from, well, Connector. It's going to be a difficult ask. That C4 is just in no man's land at this point. So Olofmeister really having it all to do. At least there's some time on the clock, but he'll try to eliminate position by position and see if he gets given something. Chopper spots him. So the element surprise is gone, and that's a wrap. Good hold from Team Spirit, doing all of the right things and just winning the gun battles.
Yeah, that was a very difficult round for him to win. They got a huge frag on the bomb carrier there, just deploying some grenades as his team were ahead of him. And then the rest, I think, found themselves in a sandwich. So things went from bad to worse very quickly. Very limited time to communicate and make a superior decision there. So Team Spirit get their first round on the board early, and Dexter's on the AWP once again. It was a good start from Karrigan, and again, I think maybe the lack of grenade by Divider there was to bait the AWP there so they can get the kill with a pop flash. And that was successful, but the round was not. And that will leave FaZe Clan with 2 rifles and 3 pistols. Maybe because they lost so many plays on the eco, they're lacking weapons in this round.
Yeah, and we saw that Playgrounds molly come through, like you said, from the CT side. I think that was a good indication from Karrigan. Oh, this is different. They're probably throwing that because they want to get a timing on a push. So he waited for that one, picks it up. Good response. I like this coming from Team Spirit. They're not sitting on the sites. They're down a player. Even though they know they have better weaponry, they're pushing sewers. So they're getting information. And I think they've got information at a good timing here, James, because as we can see, FaZe are still yet to really trigger a push into that A side.
Little awkward for Dexter there, running into the pole, but no harm done. 1 minute on the clock as FaZe Clan takes some real estate away from Team Spirit. Pop flashes there, but Dexter may be a little bit cold at the moment. He's got 4 kills already, but he has whiffed a few AWP shots. Rain close now with the Deagle, but Twist is here with the AK-47, as is Karrigan, and things escalate very quickly indeed. Default plant as Twist holds down the back. You can see Magisk looking to emerge. Doesn't have much to work with though, but in a 2 versus 4 with 2 rifles, perhaps it's time to try and save.
Yeah, AK-47s as well. And Karrigan collecting the AWP is a nice upgrade for FaZe. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what we get from Team Spirit in the next round. You know, again, they have these AKs they're carrying through. You know, they're a team that so far is looking for opportunities to get active on the map, not playing like super passively, but so far that's what they've showed us. That's how they are approaching this game against FaZe. And I would expect to see, you know, of course, as is standard on Overpass, that Molotov and T-Ramp pretty consistently. That's a note, you know, why a team's doing that. You know, as the CT side, you know, if you don't get that, if that doesn't get challenged, then the Ts have to assume that you as the CTs have a lot of forward positioning. So that actually wastes a lot of the time for the T side. And so that's a benefit for the CTs. But if the Ts decide to smoke it, now they're losing a smoke. And the smoke is more valuable than the incendiary for the CTs because you need the smoke to execute onto sites and you need it to take away position as well. So forcing out that smoke grenade is often a win, which is why you so commonly see that incendiary thrown by the CT side. And of course, not all teams go to that, but that is, of course, what we saw Spirit set a standard for so far. So we'd expect to see that continue. But how does this round change, James? It's not the best situation. We're seeing a scout here.
Yeah.
In play.
Well, you know, on paper it doesn't look good, but that improved movement speed with the scout and those flick headshots can be quite nice. Olofmeister looking for his first kill in this game, and maybe it'll come in this round. Looked like they were going for a fast boost there, but didn't quite work out for them, however. Mir will take control of short B, and this is a nice way to make up for some shortcomings elsewhere. Also, the blown off door is to the advantage of the CTs later on, because if you have possession of connector, then it makes it really hard for the Ts to go through con and look towards short, because that door's open, they can be shot in the back at any time, so that is awkward for them, and there's even more control for Team Spirit now. Aggressive grenade through, but Karrigan's not going to respect them. He expects the CTs to think that he will consider that smoke to be a brick wall. This is still a dirty angle though for Karrigan. I think the gun's been spotted as well, so Mir will yield a kill from that position, looking for a second one, and suddenly it's a 5 versus 2.
Mir just go. It's so brave of him to go for that follow-up. Beautiful work. Nice right angle position, like you said. Great spot. FaZe in a very desperate situation now. 2 players against 5. They have time, but not a lot of options here. Going for that swing silently through onto that B site. And I love how Spirit are playing this, just so passive, waiting for FaZe to make the move. Twist can get that entry frag, but the response is there from Magix.
Broky's got a decision to make now. 25 seconds. Do you want this AWP to get into the hands of the opponent? Do you opt for a save? Or what is this play here? He has done some damage. 16 seconds now. It seems he may focus on the kills or try and clutch the round. I don't know if the scout has been identified just yet. There's a smoke on the site there, but with 9 seconds on the clock, can he really do this? Going for the fake, in fact, to try and do some more damage, but that will be denied. And the AWP's been collected by Chopper, so that is some nice money saved for Team Spirit. And they may get a chance to make a nice half out of this after all, as the money's getting a bit ropier for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, it's this move here from them, you know, recognizing that they're not looking great on the weapons. There's an AWP on FaZe, so they take Suez control straight away. And I'm loving this decision-making from Team Spirit, because it's more likely they'll win the round if they get early action. So that's what they try to play for. We're going to see, once again, just control around this B site and Suez with that incendiary to slow things down, forces out that smoke grenade, which makes the peaks worse for the Ts, should there be a push here from the CTs, as well as just, again, removing the set piece potential by dropping the amount of smokes available.
And it's important for Team Spirit to change their configuration from round to round as well. Of course, last round they made that aggressive play towards short B when they were lacking in a few things, and FaZe Clan come with a counter here. Some flashes over the top as they creep around the smoke, but no one's here this time. You can see Olaf Meister with the dry peaks now, looking for something, but he'll know angles are being held. Just need to identify where. But Karrigan's got a very forward position on the A bomb site as well, and he may actually get a little angle on Dexter here. Oh, surely Dexter's about to get deleted. No one's covering this whatsoever. Oh, you've seen him now with the Tech 9, and he's going to go for a bigger play.
It's so difficult, James. What does he do? He's got so much information to call to his team to just wait for him at this point to see what he can get. He's going for everything right now. He could have got the kill on the AWP, he could have picked it up, but no, he's going for the round win to set up his team with this flank. He's made it all the way through right now. There's the first kill around Pillar. That should create distraction. His teammates now can force the push into the site, play off of Karrigan. What a brilliant maneuver from the in-game leader, and now it is just disarray here for Team Spirit.
Oh, the spatial awareness from Karrigan is absolutely fantastic. He knows how to be aggressive in the best ways to get situations like that. And with basically nothing, FaZe Clan utterly delete Team Spirit. Just when you thought it was safe for them to build some rounds, they get slapped by Karrigan's flank. And oh man, he goes for the biggest prize. The biggest prize there.
Yeah. It's amazing because it's just so cool to see the fact that, I mean, again, I feel like Team Spirit are doing so many things right there. That was like a freak timing that Karrigan found, like a tiny little hole in the defense there. And maybe, you know, if Karrigan has watched any of the demos, I'm not sure how heavily the prep would have been for Spirit. But, you know, you can sometimes see patterns where when, you know, you're in a position where you're expecting the other team to have an anti-eco protocol and they're playing retake on that A site, well, maybe there are some holes that are, you know, you might routinely spot in the demos. I don't know if that's the case here, but regardless, what a huge opportunity and what a great close of that by Karrigan. And Spirit, I don't expect them to be out of this one, James. When they get some money back in their hands, I feel like they've been playing really well on the CT side. I feel like their openings and decision-making have been great so far.
Yep. That was an unfortunate one for them. Early flashbangs to ward away any aggressive plays. Oh, Rain could be in some trouble here, but he's able to back off just in time, and Chopper doesn't go beyond the point of no return. He wants him to be closer for those one shots with the 5-7. Oh, he's got a deagle actually, but excuse me. But anyway, he wants to engage at the situation that's best for him. We've seen pistols from both squads now be quite effective, as is used for some Die Young as well. FaZe Clan will be careful.
We saw a similar setup here from Spirit in their previous round that was like this, whereby eventually, you know, FaZe just kind of bled the clock, and then eventually around, I think it was like 30, 40 seconds, we had Spirit just push Suez all together to just get the damage in and to take some initiative.
Are we going to see a late boost? Indeed we are. They waited for the play from FaZe to boost afterwards rather than get caught by the flashbang. And it's the USP to drop Karrigan. Now there's a problem with weapon collection. Speaking of which, Dexter collects a rifle up top. So we've got problems towards A and B. And not much information from FaZe Clan. I think they've seen 3 of the 5 players. Magisk heading forward now. He's going to hear these footsteps though. He is close with that 5-7 as well, but it won't work out for him. He has some information though. You can see the rotation, and FaZe Clan have got to commit now. 25 seconds on the clock in this 4 versus 3. 1 rifle on Team Spirit though. Chopper hiding behind the barrels, waiting to play against a plant. Mir on 3 HP. Chopper, he can't make that fatal connection. That was the chance. It's come and gone. Dexter, though, still 99 HP with the rifle. No Kevlar, of course, but he can still do damage.
Yeah, an opportunity here for Dexter. Has to connect the shots, though. Gets the first one, but unfortunately, that's all he can manage to muster. And indeed, the Deagle betraying Chopper there. That felt like that was the play right there. So it's heartbreaking to see him unable to connect that. And the Deagle, it is a shadow of his former self, James.
You have to land the headshot. 3 shots to the body now. It really isn't what it used to be, because, you know, before you could basically crouch spam 2 shots and you're in a pretty good position, but it's a whole new world now. You have to land that headshot. And again, this is a best of 1. Like, a situation like that can have such a big impact. You cannot afford to mess that up.
Well, they've at least done a lot of economic damage. They've set themselves up for a switch of momentum. They're going to be walking down to connect to the Team Spirit side here, and they may find a good timing as we have the default operating with this Suez control for FaZe. And there it is. That timing indeed is working out quite nicely. Olaf able to trade that one initially, but it is a win for Team Spirit. 4 versus 3 now, and FaZe have to reconsider their options. But fortunately, once again, Karrigan might be finding some good positioning towards that A side.
Not sure if Olaf got a kill in a previous round. If not, then he is on the scoreboard now, finally. But the man of his experience won't be too concerned with situations like this, the amount of CS he's played. And I'm very glad to have him back. But he's gone for this round. Karrigan again looking to make a play. Now, there's no rotation. Have a look at the radar. No one's really rotating based on information, especially when it's Karrigan. He's often out there on his own trying to be a playmaker, so there'll still be 2 for 2 here at Spirit on A and B.
That's a fresh smoke as well there on Monster, so that's going to bleed the clock a little bit more. I don't think it'll be too problematic. You can see there's still 30 seconds for this bomb to go down. And a pretty good setup here. Mir to take contact on Monster. And then Magisk can turn around playing anti-flash at the same time. So great setup here. 2 to a site. Here comes that slow push from FaZe, and good timing. Magic's able to take down Twist. Brokey, nice shot there. 10 seconds for this plant. It's getting really desperate now, and they know it. Team Spirit just bleeding the clock, making it impossible. And indeed, Spirit, they pick up the round. It's a second AWP in hand, and the money is just awful for FaZe.
Yeah, it really is. And Subdayoung's got a pretty good spawn. He's got a pretty reasonable spawn, so you could see a fast play into connector or towards the party area as well. But 2 AWPs, maybe this is the change they're looking for. We'll see. Dexter will take the AWP down towards B bomb site. Let's see where Subdayoung goes with his aggressive spawn. He will start with the Molotov towards T ramp, and it will be holding angles from that party position. There's the smoke to head towards the party area, the playground area rather. Well, that's an aggressive shot on short B.
I love this. There's a few reasons why that's like so smart how this has played out for Spirit. We'll go into that in a moment, because we have FaZe assessing their options. They've lost that player towards the Suez position. Spirit falling back after getting that 5 versus 4. They don't have to do anything else now. They can play it passively. Of course, there's quite a lot of util here for that set piece. Presumably that will end up on the B site. That's FaZe's best option here. And Spirit, that actually could catch them, because with 2 AWPs, a retake could be problematic. The nades for FaZe should get them close, and closing that distance is going to be key.
Full commit now, I believe, from FaZe Clan. Don't think this will be a double pump. Pushing in from short B. They've got the numbers to trade this kill. Down goes Mir. Bomb needs to be collected, though. He's got to get that kill, Brokey. Now they're really lacking some angles. Do they commit to the bomb plant here? Because there could be a peek from short B as well as other places. Twist focusing on a CT position. Nice burst into Dexter, but the trade from Sumdayung is here. Olofmeister now in a 1 versus 2. And this is where he needs to run hot. He's been real cold in the recent rounds, although he has got 4 kills to his name now. No, Sumdayung is upstairs somewhere trying to find an angle. That bomb is planted open, so he can defend it from here. Trying to isolate the fights as best he can. Sumdayung in the water, Chopper by the pillar. Who's going to peek first, though? Do they go for the same time? They have no idea where he is. Down goes Sumdayung. Now it's Chopper with 22 HP. Only 1 bullet required for Olofmeister. A smoke is up. He has a kit as well. He has to commit to this defuse, and he gets it, but he won't get the defuse. The round goes the way of FaZe Clan. Olofmeister does all he needs to, and FaZe make it to 7.
Oh, and just, it's such a, again, it's such a heartbreaking scenario again for Spirit. FaZe did just, again, perfectly there. They closed the distance. That was terrible for Spirit because, again, they have those 2 AWPs. It's so hard to really retake into battle there. And it looked like Spirit just didn't sort of have their, they were not cognizant, if it feels like, of that kind of main win condition for FaZe. And FaZe kind of just got to, you know, reset the clock after going down to 4 players, throw the set piece in there, and it looked, they made it look really easy. And now this could be the breaking point for Team Spirit. They had FaZe on the ropes economically. Unless Spirit can do something remarkable in this round, where it's unlikely, given that they'll be on pistols on a half buy, it's looking like FaZe could start to run away with this finally. But actually, we're gonna get a hero AWP. Love it, Dexter. This could be. And I'm rubbing my hands right now.
What's his spawn looking like? I need to see his spawn. Where's he going? He's been playing towards the B bomb site. Oh, that's not a good spawn, man.
Is it a Suez push?
Not for the direction he's facing. That's not a good spawn. And I mean, he could, of course, he could just go towards a party position, but it's not like, you know, there's much better spawns out there. So let's see what Dexter has to offer us here, as he is the, you know, it's all about Dexter in this round. Basically, it's the entire story for Team Spirit. He needs to be able to take shots and fall back. This is one way to do it, but I can hear the smoke grenade landing at his feet. And again, there can be a Molly or a flash towards Divider. He's fallen victim to that already, so I'm sure he'll be trying to avoid it. There are no flashes here for Team Spirit. Nothing but dry peaks. They're parched.
Yeah. And the likelihood of winning the round goes down dramatically now because Dexter couldn't find any early picks. And they're going to realize that they're walking into the AWP, but Dexter has to connect. It's the first one. Carrigan goes down. There's no utility left. There's a single smoke on Olofmeister, and they have to call off this A-site hit. They don't have an ability to flash away the AWP. They have to change their plan, and they either reset and hold, or they rotate to the B site. Spirit have a lot of map control that they could possibly work with, and they're pushing Monster. They're trying to eliminate the possibilities here, James.
That is beautiful. They, you know, Dexter was almost on the way down towards the B bomb site, but they have the information now, I believe. Yeah, creeping forward our Team Spirit, and surely Mir's going to have to rotate back towards the A bomb site. But FaZe Clan are close enough that they can hear this rotation, but what can they do? They've got to go forward anyway. Dexter's still here. One smoke is up. There's a smoke on long, and that'll give angles for Sumdayung. We spoke about those earlier, but it's long that was smoked. Either way, it's working out for them. 4 versus 2 now. FaZe have to clutch once more. They've got 20 seconds to do it. 2v2. The AWP's been dropped, but Magix is creeping. He's hiding. He's waiting for that bomb plant. They can consider doing it towards the truck as well. Brokey, he pulled his knife out. He has no idea he's going to bomb as well. What's going on? Surely not the USPs. Brokey, no!
Unreal. That's so crazy. It seems like maybe there was a communication issue there. You know, we get the jump across. Maybe, I mean, it's hard to say. They needed to have a safe place to plant the bomb, and they knew that they couldn't plant towards bathroom side safely, and they weren't sure exactly where the player was. Towards, like, was it towards spawn or bank? You know, it was, I think it was hard for them to know. So just a desperate position. And Dexter in the right place at the right time. No util to actually deal with him. Unbelievable.
I feel like he was trying to avoid an AWP, but they killed the AWP. So maybe the comms weren't there.
Yeah.
That Dexter was down, or they didn't know if someone else had picked it up or something. But the knife out. He can't shoot his gun!
That's a cleanup here against the eco round, and Spirit looking to just capitalize fully. They do lose 1 player, so some damage done economically, but I mean, by all counts, it really felt like FaZe were about to take over the match. And this is a lifeline out of nowhere. But I think it's fair to say, I think every single eco round from Spirit has looked dangerous so far. And finally, they actually managed to pick it up.
It's Brokey's first major.
That's crazy to think, isn't it? I mean, it's just crazy.
Perhaps it's nerves. Well, better get those out of your system quickly.
Oof, that's a tough one. That's a really tough. That could really knock their confidence, you know, moving forward here. They've lost their economy completely. This should be a 6-7 for Spirit. I say, you know, should operating word is should.
Oh man, FaZe Clan are broke as pokers. They got no money in this bitch.
Yeah. I mean, this looks like it should be the most, you know, easy to call foregone conclusion. You know, FaZe on the Glocks.
Yeah, nothing's happening in this round. And that's not even Caster Curse, man. Nothing's happening in this round.
Yeah.
It's just not happening.
It's cool. I like how Spirit are playing. They're being really active on the map. It's fairly unpredictable. FaZe as well. You know, they set a default pacing at the beginning of the map where their pacing was really slow, like a really slow default, and that's really good because what it does is it discourages the defensive team, like the CT side, from being aggressive. Because if you go aggressive and the other team's just waiting for you, of course they're going to be more ready to deal with the aggressions. So if you set that precedent, it's supposed to discourage that. But Spirit were not really discouraged from playing aggressively at all. They're really playing their game right now, James, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, this has been difficult for both sides, I think it's reasonable to say. So, you know, both teams have won unlikely rounds, but I feel like, I don't know, there's maybe more focus on the opportunities that FaZe have lost towards the end here to have double figures maybe. That would have been such a good position for them, but we'll see how it ends. We've got there's the double mollies I was talking about, so Twist is going to have some more problems if he wants to press on now. You can see that's going to force him away, which means they have zero information towards the party area. And have a look at how forward Spirit are. How about that for an angle from Sumdai Young?
Yeah, this is really cool. I mean, if you're FaZe, you do feel concerned. You know, you have to fight for sewers control. I mean, I'm going to hold that thought right now. You have Olaf like looking for that early pick. He finds it onto Magix just before the smoke goes down. And there's the defense against Chopper. Chopper staying alive in connector here, trying to convert, forced to fight. And FaZe are going to come out on top here. 2 versus 4 for Spirit to try to recover this B site. And it's a good start from Mir, but there shouldn't be anything stopping FaZe from getting this plant.
Oh, we really ate all of that flashbang. But how far does Karrigan go now? The footsteps have been heard by Mir. He knows one's close. He knows one's short, one's planting. He knows Karrigan is in the water, so he's trying to take that fight as best he can. The awareness here is great from Mir. Again, just repositioning, taking cover, trying to isolate the fights, avoiding the flashbang from his teammate there. Sumdai Young now, he's got some utility to play with. The smoke goes up to give him more of a channel to play with. You can see he's trying to remove the double peaks. Brokey's there, but the trade is instant from Rain, and FaZe Clan will get their 8th round on the board.
What a crazy game so far. It does feel to me, like I feel like Spirit, but I feel like both teams are playing great like CS right now, but it feels like Spirit have been a little less lucky in some of those spots where there's more variance so far. But again, we have a super close game here. That round really puts the economies in question. We have, I mean, if it weren't for the, you know, it being the last round, this would be a 2-for situation. But Spirit, lots of money left in the bank. Again, that incendiary on T-Ramp forces out that smoke. Once again, the smoke forced out on sewers as well. And they have to spend 2 smokes just to gain control. So at least Rain's able to get the opening pick here towards sewers. My God, Magix is just going to go back in.
That was interesting because Mir was backing off, and then Magix, maybe he was trying to play against Mir's footsteps there as Mir was running away. Either way, didn't work out for them, but there is a re-peak. Sumdai Young's going to get dropped, and it looks like we're going to have 9 rounds for FaZe Clan as Dexter and Mir have got so much to do. Almost 500 HP are FaZe Clan. They have the B bomb site surrounded. I'm sure we'll see Twist rotating the bomb in that direction soon as well, but maybe it won't be required as Dexter now finds himself by the pillar. That was a close one, for sure. And now, as he is on the B bomb site, Olaf Meister heading towards long, actually. But there'll be a double peak there for 9 rounds for FaZe Clan at half-time, so they still have a good lead moving into the second half.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, you know, if we cast our minds back to the pistol on the first half, and also, by the way, no halftime breaks at this major.
Yeah, right.
Is,
no throwing to break. It's a brave new world.
It's weird because we're going back to how it used to be, and it's weird because whenever you change something, it feels odd, right? And it feels odd to go back to what is more normal. It should be in theory more normal, which is just continuing the match.
Yeah.
So Shout outs to PGL for, you know, I love that we get just no pause here. It's nice. But again, FaZe won the first pistol. Question is, you know, whether Spirit can do the same.
Good to see that as we've reached the half-time point, everybody is on the server now. Everyone's on the scoreboard. There's a good average of kills. Brokey has 14 for FaZe, and I forget who had 14 for Team Spirit, but we'll soon find out, I'm sure. So indeed, this is going to be an important round for them, because if they lose this pistol, then FaZe could start 12-6, and that wouldn't be great. Twist has many targets coming his way. He has one and information. 2 plays in connector will allow for a faster rotation towards A, should that be required. Let's see if Spirit are going for the round the world play. Brokey hiding behind Divider, allowing them to move forward. Dexter checking his 6 though. Brokey very good. There's his 15th, 16th. Looking for even more. Brokey with a triple kill around the A bomb site, and FaZe have made it to 10.
So Spirit managed to find a way to do this. They've really taken the hardest path possible, losing both pistols. You know, rounds like that Carrigan lurk, that timing that Carrigan found all the way up the A site for that backstab on a situation where they had, like, I think 1 or 2 weapons and it was otherwise kind of a save. You know, Spirit really, again, I mean, they went for a force buy last time too, so, and they make it look, they make these force buys look pretty good. And on the T side, you'd imagine they should fare better with these force buys.
Oh, that's an angle. Olofmeister, the experience. Did you know, Dan, that the Olofmeister Molotov diffuse spray,
yes.
Spray, is it called spray? Graffiti,
Graffiti,
sorry.
yeah.
It's the first one. That was the first.
Yeah, it was the first, yeah.
It was the beginning. It was the opening of the door.
Yeah, it's crazy, the history that adorns the walls on some of these maps. It's definitely a special
Some
aspect
people
of the
have
majors.
tattoos of these graffitis as well, you know.
Yeah, simple.
Yeah.
And cold as well, I believe. He's got the jumping double.
Well, speaking of doubles, there's a boost on long spotted by Brokey. He will opt to re-smoke the toilets, but again, there are a few different configurations for the defensive smokes from the CT side. And Olofmeister will press on to look for some information, and he may find an angle on Sum Young if he keeps his gun out, although Sum Young's pressing forward at just the right time, so Olofmeister may think things are clear here, although there's more information coming his way now. He can raise the alarm, looking for 2 rather than 1. The burst and the spray, the bomb's collected, and so is Sum Young's face and chest, as it leaves Dexter now with the scout trying to do what he can, but the USP will finish off the job. And Olofmeister finds himself now on 14 kills with an ace in this round. And let's not forget, he had 0 kills for about 6 rounds. Now he finds himself with a 5k in round 17.
Yeah, making things look really nice here for himself. Cheeky little position. And it does seem like everything is going the way of FaZe right now. That was the, I guess, most deflating round we've seen for Team Spirit so far. Getting that T-ramp incendiary, again, that will slow things down. And especially in rounds like this where you don't have any counter utility from Team Spirit's perspective, it really feels like you have no options. Like, there's no good option. So we'll see them waiting, at least forcing FaZe to spend some more utility. And if there's any impatience here for FaZe, Spirit want to be in a position to punish that. Oh, it's so hopeless, isn't it? It's like, I don't know what it's like, James. I was going to try to use a metaphor, but I couldn't think of a good one.
It's just dry, man. It's dry. It's like when the skin is cracked between your toes. You just gotta eat. You just gotta eat it, man. Not literally, but I mean, like, what you get. There's not much you can do about it. You just gotta hold the L. That painful, annoying L. Alrighty then. Well, maybe we're gonna see some more pistol success, because FaZe Clan will start to run out of utility to use on this bomb site. I was looking at the radar because Rain has an incendiary, and I wasn't sure if he was rotating down to maybe, I mean, from the balcony, he could throw it towards short B, for example, as the push is coming in, so it becomes more urgent. He's got to get that molly out as soon as he can, because the numbers are going to start to try and abuse this position. Maybe on the bomb site itself, there is the incendiary, but it's perhaps too little too late as the trades continue. They have angles, though, and a bomb can't be planted just yet. Dropped now, and Magix, sorry, has 10 HP, and now he's got none. I said Magisk twice.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny because it's kind of how you want to say Magic's name or Morgus, but whatever. He's not on the server. I'm not going to think about it.
Motor memory.
But that was at least some good damage. It didn't really look like they were going to get much out of that round, but given the fact that the previous round was so successful because of Olafmeister's ace, it doesn't hurt quite as badly. But it still, you know, gives Spirit an opportunity to get back into this one. Full AKs, we'll see what they can do with this. We get that T-ramp incendiary once more. There's a smoke. Oh, I guess they're going to wait it out.
Brokey did the slower one, I believe, where you go in that flower bed in the corner and start from there, which is the one that I do because I haven't learned the faster one. But yeah, getting that faster one in there really helps. But you can still run through it if you've got a good spawn and take little damage. Well then, we do have that 12-6 scoreline after all. Rain with the MP9. Love being MP9. Very strong weapon. We
just had FaZe peeking into sewers, James. They don't see a single thing. I think they've got a read of the situation, but with that kill, that might change the operation here for Team Spirit. They were looking towards like cleaning space towards bathrooms, but with that connector pick, they know they split FaZe into a two-a-site setup. And they're looking to go back to B here, and knowing that there's an AWP on the server, this makes a lot of sense.
Twist has no grenades. Olafmeister has a smoke though, and that smoke is deployed there. On the that's the best place to put it, of course. At the other end of the tunnel, and the T's could burst through with a flashbang, but that makes it a lot more difficult. Now I've got Karrigan trying to be proactive again. Brokey, it's his time to start warming up on the AWP. Taking some quick shots, not working out for him. Karrigan could have done so much, but it's not going to work out for him either. And Twist is left with too much to do, really. He gets 2 kills, but Dexter and Mid will survive and trade. And that is the first round in the second half for Team Spirit.
Okay. It's hard to count them out. They're so resilient. I really love what they're doing, and again, a really great mid-round call after they got that pick and connector. The AWP was one of the problems, and they just simplified it. Took the AWP out of the picture. FaZe looking to get aggressive around Fountain here, trying to find an early pick with the limited weaponry that they have. They might just get it, actually. Oh, yeah, able to pop Twist's head. Uh-oh, this is not looking good here. Team Spirit in some trouble.
Well, Olafmeister doesn't know that the bomb is just around the corner, but some die young. Becomes an ironic nickname.
Yeah, he didn't. I don't think they saw the bomb, actually, James.
Yeah. Olafmeister, I mean, he's got to wonder why they're coming towards him when there's only 2 players. You have to think about that and realize, okay, the bomb's got to be somewhere, and I think Karrigan's looking for it now. But will he discover it in time? Yep, he's just jumped up and spotted it. So he knows what could be now. Doesn't know how close the T's are. They have no idea where he is, as we can see. I don't know if there's a gun for him to recover here.
Oh, man. And it's such a close range position. The C4, or the bomb, is in such a difficult position because of all these close range spots. That could really be nice here for the 5-7. They're going to challenge into Karrigan. Can he hit the shots? There's the first one, resets off of it, and it's going to be Magic's to take it down, unfortunately, for Karrigan.
Look what that's done to the team money, though. Magic's might have to, well, he's going to drop the AWP there. Could have dropped 2 AKs. So we'll see what the buy looks like, but there's a lot of guys who have got about $3,000 on Team Spirit, so we're going to see some weaknesses. Some Young on the Mac 10. I mean, you could utilize him to go for a play towards short B or something with a flashbang. Galil, not the worst thing in the world, so it could be worse for them, but that was a lot of damage done by FaZe Clan. And I feel like if Olafmeister had seen the bomb when he had the AK-47, then maybe this round looks a little bit different. Looking like a fast play into the B bomb site, though. Karrigan is doing some nice damage. Everybody's blind, and somehow he's still alive. Twist to the rescue. Karrigan has no time to reload the USB, and Twist will certainly help. This is a complete catastrophe for Team Spirit. They've got no money in the hole, and Degs has got nothing to do now. 1:30, 1 versus 5. I don't think so.
Yeah, just has to hold on to the AWP, and this probably looks like an insane choice, like just rushing into the B site, and you know, the hindsight analysis may be like, oh, this is not a great move, but I actually think it makes a lot of sense. Of course, you know, FaZe are just very ready for that very fast B pop through monster, but I think Team Spirit, it would be one of the most unexpected moves they could have made. They have the AWP, they have like a very strong buy. You know, so far we've seen, you know, slower pace, and I don't think you'd ever really expect a push there this early on. You might instead expect just control play towards A and towards sewers, but certainly not the monster tunnel. So once again, I think it sucks for Team Spirit just making some of the wrong guesses here, but certainly good for FaZe. Looking to move up to 13 rounds.
Yeah, and I don't know that FaZe will do much hunting, because if you look at their money, they don't really have, well, obviously they're going to get some round bonus, but that's not much of a cushion based on having basically nothing in their pockets right now. So it's important for them that they just stabilize. If something goes wrong, they've got some money, so there's no need for them to hunt. They've got an AWP already. They're laughing right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy because, you know, Spirit, they're in a position where you do want to take some gambles. You always have to take, you're taking risks, you know, all the time when you're playing anything competitive. You're always having to do, you know, risk assessment, and Team Spirit obviously are quite a bit behind. So you're looking for good risks to take, and had they actually been successful there, maybe they're expecting FaZe to have a play around their AWP and to have a lighter defense around Monster at that timing. And, you know, FaZe's economy would be completely trashed, and Spirit would be in a really sick position. But obviously it doesn't work out for Team Spirit. But they have the AWP, and they've showed us quite a lot of ingenuity around these kind of hero weapon rounds, I gotta say.
Another rough buy for Team Spirit as things become more urgent. FaZe Clan 3 rounds away from victory. There's the fast monster smoke. Do you know who made that smoke originally, Dan? You know,
yes,
it was me.
Course,
it's a bottle smoke.
I think it's Get Right, actually.
No, that's not true.
I remember because we were talking about it so much back in the day. Why isn't there a better smoke for this? Everyone's throwing the shallow smoke instead of the deep smoke.
Right? I evolved the meta on Overpass. Me. You're welcome.
We have a sewers control from FaZe, and they know that what they're up against. They know the AWP was saved, so it's going to be a just, you know, full buy around the AWP, which they can definitely predict. And they got this control, and they're not otherwise taking any chances. I love this setup in sewers. It just tells you everything as a CT side. You don't really have to worry about too much. You understand the T side is working on control towards A. And then in the mid rounds, they're going to come clear connector, just like this, because they have to keep you honest. They need to know what information you have on the defense. FaZe know everything right now, James. They've got the crystal ball.
I was just thinking, in terms of like the souvenir packages people can claim, I feel like we're going to see like it's just going to be all Na'Vi packages. People trying to get the a simple AWP from somewhere. Speaking of AWPs though, Dexter will give Spirit a fighting chance now. That's another rifle collected as well. Oh, that's a nice flick from Brokey. He's got help from rifles on either side as well. Pops some, Young spots the bomb as well. Spots and swats. Dexter and Mir have got 10 seconds and so much to do. I don't think it's really happening. Mir's at the point of no return. He'll try and do some damage. Twist has been, he's been fragging today, man. I mean, everybody's on the board, but he's been fragging in the clutch positions. Again, there was that one early on the A bomb site on the T side. The multi-frags have been coming out from Twist as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because that round as well was very predictable for FaZe because they had that early sewers control. And knowing sort of what the buy was like for Spirit, they could assume that Spirit didn't really have much util. So if there's not much util, Spirit they kind of have to go A. Especially having lost sewers control, they don't have the util to retake it. So yeah, FaZe just knew what was coming. And that might be the case here as well. They've got super deep info. Nice HEs. There's a chance, fighting chance.
Yeah, now it's time to swarm. But we've got some flashbangs coming through from Brokey. Twist only good for one, but Carrigan is here. I say but, he didn't last very long. And now we've got one rifle at least in the hands of Mir, and suddenly it's Brokey in a 1 versus 3. Bombs down, he's got 9 HP, and I think it might be time to back off. He won't be able to, though. Sometimes it goes down like that. Team Spirit, they keep FaZe Clan off of match point and maybe they got a chance.
What is it with Spirit and just finding value in these hopeless rounds? That round looked so hopeless. It's crazy. They had 3 HEs. They convert off of the HEs. Here they go. Oh my god. It took all 3 as well. That's insane. And they've destroyed the economy. They keep setting themselves up, but they just can't quite get over the mark in terms of really taking momentum. And FaZe looking to cause some problems here with the pistols, trying to sandwich into the Suez position. A 3-man setup in connector.
Well, that's a nice way to start. Very important to have a player on a T side holding down the door. So if you have your team going into the short B position, they can't be pinched by the CTs pushing through that door, which is why you'll sometimes see the CTs blow the door off, because then they can do it from the stairs and they're not even exposed to players at the back of the connector position. Team Spirit now, only 4 rounds behind FaZe Clan, and that pressure will start to rise. Nobody likes to be stuck on 14 rounds. We've seen many disasters when a team's been in the lead on that 14. You really got to get off that as fast as possible. And maybe this is the round for FaZe Clan. We'll see what Team Spirit choose to do.
Yeah. Just dropping some nades there.
That is a lineup, by the way. In the corner, you back your ass up into the corner. Just aim in the little corner there by the right of the sandbags, and it goes straight into the tunnel.
That's that piece into the B side here. There you go. Very ready off FaZe. They had 3 players here for this defense. Chopper trying to convert. Oh, that's a big follow-up on the twist. Very weak Carrigan still around the pillar on site, but it's just down to Dexter now, and FaZe will finish it off. And there you go, the ace for Carrigan. He's going to somehow hold that down. I mean, he had a lot of support there, but it's always good to see the fearless in-game leader Carrigan fragging out.
Yeah, especially, I mean, he was low health and really overperformed there, but with Twist going down early as well, that is a huge round for Carrigan, really picking up the slack, taking the reins and driving the horse through the crowd of Team Spirit. Now, they'll have 5 rifles, in fact, the AWP collected by Dexter, spending almost $8,000 in this round. Last chance saloon for Team Spirit in this opening round on a secondary stream here, live from Bucharest. We start in Bucharest, we finish in Stockholm. Dexter very fast into a short B pick. They're calling them unawares now. Carrigan almost down as well. There he goes. Mir will die for the cause, but that's a pretty good result for Team Spirit.
Yeah, the bomb is actually down it towards T-spawn right now, so Spirit are in an interesting spot. 4 versus 3, you don't want to give up the control, the map control that they've just gained on the B site, but they have to go and get the bomb. And this gets really awkward for FaZe too, who have 2 AWPs here. And with this reset, Spirit, it's kind of scary because normally you have the option as a T-side here to like reset, you can just spread across the map, but because there's 2 AWPs for FaZe, you don't want to really do that. So they'll just march into this B site, and FaZe, do they even go for this, James? Their economy just sucks. They don't really have the util for this, they don't have the positioning for this. Looks like they're going to have to hold on to these guns.
They literally can't afford it, Dan. This is payday loan territory, and nobody wants to be in that situation, so they may have to just chill for now, because you know that could be the comeback. If you get wiped here, your economy's in the bin. Some Dayang just chilling in the ammonia of the B bomb site.
You know what's weird is that we've had Team Spirit in this position multiple times now, where they've won a surprise round, or whatever it is, they've really put FaZe's economy into the bin. They have this round to try to like steal that momentum, to solidify, to force the eco, and then either they succeed there and they get the eco and then they lose against that eco, or they rush B really fast and then die. So this time, this is the 3rd time they rush B, and it actually worked this time. So we'll see what the plan is now. Do Spirit go back to slower defaults? Do they just change it up completely? I don't know if they would want to do that, James, because we've got 2 AWPs. It's actually more favorable to hit those B set pieces because of the lack of retakeability that those AWPs offer.
Big round. Every round is a big round at this point. Oh, Chopper almost got a haircut there. Almost. This could be a fast one from Team Spirit, looking to open dry, get an entry, maybe capitalize on that afterwards. Bomb hiding outside Monster as they're looking in all the usual spots. They know one's in the water now as Chopper moves on forward, but Olofmeister comes in to save the day. Carrigan now, got to be careful because they could come in from Monster at any time, but that is a bomb carrier. He's got to go in last. Dexter starting to move away now, looking for a flank, so this may be a more drawn-out round than we were expecting.
Yeah, they may have to just reset, cut noise, and then go back to be here. I think as far as they're concerned, having to now try to gain space back towards A is very risky. We can see the fight continues around these B positions. FaZe will have to, at some point, just start checking for info around bathrooms to just confirm what's happening here. But again, Team Spirit, they've got no control. FaZe don't know that. And they're going to re-exec into this B site. Twist is ready and waiting with the AWP. Nothing to stop him. The flashes don't go deep enough to force him off the angle. The support from Carrigan is there. Great shot from Twist. He finds another, and there's one more to finish it all off. 16-11, finishing it in style. Twist locks it in with the AWP. And I don't know who you even call the MVP for this one, James, but I feel like we had standout positions for every player on FaZe.
I would have to call Twist the MVP because, again, he had that early clutch when Team Spirit almost stole a round away, but he was so important for the multi-frags in so many different rounds that I think he was really important for the team, and what a way to finish things off there. Bish, bash, bosh, thank you for coming and goodbye. That was a nuclear finish to that game for FaZe Clan, and I think that's the kind of output we want to see from all their players. But I think Twist was the dependable pair of hands. You know, shout-outs to Carrigan as well, had some really important rounds. We saw an ace from him, we saw an ace from Olofmeister as well. But for me, Twist had like just the multi-frag, the dependability. He's like just the last transform, you know, to just defend the final defense for FaZe Clan. So I would pick Twist as the MVP.
I think that's a fair argument. I see your argument, and I accept. I accept this as the truth of the reality that we're in right here at the PGL Major. Great opening game here for Stream B. I felt like this was really competitive between both Spirit and FaZe in kind of a sense that we were expecting. We weren't expecting this to be dominant, at least I wasn't in terms of FaZe. I felt like Spirit could give this a good go, and they did so. I mean, they had good strategy, they had good mid-game, just like FaZe did, and I really feel like both teams approached this game pretty effectively. We saw that what FaZe had to do to try to kind of figure out how to basically stop Spirit from stealing momentum. They had to do that repeatedly. That one round from Carrigan with the Tech 9 where he found that timing up A really stood out to me, because I feel like if not for getting that round, I mean, FaZe are kind of dead in the water. So some really huge clutch moments there from FaZe, and Spirit, it doesn't matter what they had, they were dangerous even on their full eco. So that was really fun as well. Yeah,
we had a lot of back and forth with pistols, but I still wonder if it was the right decision for Spirit to allow FaZe Clan to play their statistically best map in this best-of-1 series. Considering FaZe Clan went straight counterpick, let's not forget, their two vetoes were Spirit's best maps, and Spirit allowed FaZe Clan's best map to come through. So that is something to think about for sure. I mean, at this point, they've got to focus on their next match when they find out what it is. So, yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't want to play FaZe Clan on their best map. I think I'd have to veto that. Yeah. Sure, I mean, surely within the 7-map pool, you can find a way to veto their best map in there, right?
I think it's a difficult one too, because I think in this stage of the tournament, you're probably thinking about what are we most comfortable on as well, based on how the veto might go. What options are we left where we get to feel comfortable? Because I don't imagine in these scenarios you're going to be able to, or thinking about like counter-stratting your opponent, studying your opponent very much. I feel like that's something we're going to see later on in the tournament. So for me, I'm thinking, okay, if Spirit just picks one of their most comfortable maps, and we're like, let's just play our game. And I mean, again, I really felt like they played a fantastic overpass. That could have gone either way, absolutely.
Yeah, but they came up short in the end. And props to FaZe Clan for starting on the right foot, because it can be a bit wobbly with FaZe Clan at majors, but one step at a time. Now, I do believe it's time for a break, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to go to a break, but stay tuned because there's plenty more Counter-Strike coming up today.
Coming up next, Pain Gaming versus Virtus.pro.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PGL Major. We're here in Bucharest. This is the secondary stream, and we just played I think, fantastic opening game here on Overpass, and hopefully we get the same treatment in this second matchup. We're going to be seeing Pain Gaming playing against what were the finalists of the last major. Avangard, now Virtus.pro. Of course, we've got, as we were talking about in earlier in the pregame, we talked about how Sanji's gone. We've got
Where's
Flip
Sanji, guys?
Instead,
Where's Sanji?
but they're
Where
the
is he?
favorites. They should be more clear cut.
Where's Sanji
I
down?
don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know why they did that to us.
I picked Pain Gaming for this because
Why did you do that?
flipping VP are on some bullshit getting rid of Sanji. I don't know what else to say.
It's just a spite. So you're willing, as a self-proclaimed king of pick'ems, to jeopardize your status and one of the hardest majors to call for pick'ems. You're willing to throw that one out there.
Are you surprised?
Just for the I mean,
Absolutely.
for the moral injustice.
No, but
It's your protest.
But okay, so Pain Gaming have got some good numbers on their maps. The question is, what level of opponent are those numbers against? And again, like a team of Jamon is going to definitely have their own style. I think a Sanji era Virtus.pro had one of the most unique styles in the game. So so there's a question of people say styles make fights, to use an MMA term. I don't know if Pain Gaming are going to be, with all the recent experience they've had versus local competition, if the style of VP will be enough to take VP over the line. Again, it's best of one territory. I think that there's a chance. It's a gamble pick. It's a gamble pick, okay? Because again, there are so many unknowns coming into this major because of the limitations from COVID and so on. We can see that we will be heading towards Inferno, which is 22% for Pain Gaming with 9 maps played and 50% for Virtus.pro. So again, very interesting. Let's see. Pain vetoed Mirage, Overpass, and Vertigo, which is interesting.
That's really interesting because, I was expecting this to go to Vertigo because that's like statistically the closest for both teams. So you would have expected that to be left open. So it's surprising that we get the Inferno, but the Inferno, obviously, is such a classic choice. Everybody can play Inferno. It has not really changed at all. Over the many years, it's pretty similar. Astralis were the team that did probably still the last major innovations on this map, and things haven't really changed all that much. It's a battle of the fundamentals, ultimately.
So 22% with 9 maps played for Pain Gaming and 50% with 6 maps played for Virtus.pro. I think the story there really is the Pain Gaming sample size. That's pretty bad, but again, they might get away with something stylistically. So let's see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Pain Gaming have in store to try and figure out a way to defeat what is definitely on paper a superior team, and a team that's got a lot more experience, especially at this level of competition. Again, this lineup, the core of this lineup, played at the last major and played in the finals. Of course, they were not able to win, but that was also like a major whereby they were kind of the team that had come up, and stylistically, there was a lot to them that they were doing differently to other teams. And people, I think, since then have really figured out their approach to the game. So I would not expect it to be like impossible for Pain Gaming, but it's certainly going to be quite difficult.
I think Inferno is a good battleground for an underdog team in a best of one. Like if you look at Jamon Dust 2, for example, right? I think it's going to be really tough if this matchup was on a Dust 2, with how he plays to try and deal with that. But for an Inferno, there's a lot of closer ranges with the AWP. So I think that maybe they can do something with this. Maybe there's a lot of maybes here, but we haven't even we got a play highlight for Kika here, but we haven't even talked about Flit, the new man on the team. We see a lot of roster changes with teams, like historically, where, like take FaZe for example. Roster changes with FaZe where a new guy comes in and he's like, take these roles, and everything's the same, and they have the same problems. No one's going to play a Sanji role. But that's the interesting thing. The change was so late in the game that, like, you can't expect Flit to play like Sanji. right? So you're going to have to play well, not a completely different style, but like everything that Sanji does is just not going to happen, I would expect, anymore. And again, so few days before the major, they make this change. Like, how much time do you have to even practice? They may have to just like play some kind of like loose default, which will be quite interesting to see if that works or not.
Yeah, it was interesting before because, as you say, Sanji, he had created a style that made sense for the way the team played the game, and the way that previously Avangard played the game was so stylized around setting up Jame and pumping resources into Jame. So the other end of the spectrum, the guy that gets all of the L's and has to deal with them is Sanji, and that's like, and so he made this style where he's this massive utility player. He's going to have maybe a smoke and an MP9 on a full buy round, and he's going to have to anchor an entire site by himself. And that was just like, he had to figure that out. And so it's really interesting to see that, because sure, there's probably other players that can do that with enough practice, but Sanji was the guy that kind of made that really look very good, and he's part of the reason why they were so strong, because yeah, you're pumping all the resources into Jame, but Sanji's getting way more value out of his desperate position than you could ever expect. So that dynamic is really fun to watch. I mean, that's why we became fans. It's like, how does he get this much out of this? It's like this much out of like this. It's crazy. But as you say, like this flit coming into the team, this could be a stylistic change that maybe that benefits them in this tournament.
Yeah, it has to be, and sometimes change is good, man. Like we've seen separation before, where we've had a good player leave a good team, and they just needed that. Like the player needed something different to succeed, and the team needed something different to succeed. Like you, especially with the sheer amount of CS which is being played in this saturated environment in terms of the annual calendar. Your plays are going to get old, so you know, begrudgingly, maybe. I mean, I'm sure it's the right move for everybody, even though it kind of sucks for Sanji. But let's see. Wish him all the luck in the future of his career. But we'll focus on the existing team now. So Virtus.pro will be starting on the T side, as we can see. 5 Glocks on road, and we've got some utility on Fliss and Jame, and a lot of Kevlar.
Yeah, and already Yekindar able to get that an opening pick. The trade comes through, but 4 versus 4, and options for Virtus.pro to slow down the round if they would like to at this point and see what the response is from the CTs. And yeah, that is effectively what is happening right here for Virtus.pro, just edging their way around, seeing is there any information plays coming through. Flashbang to suggest presence towards A to delay that A rotation to help B. And B is I mean, it's going to be tough to hold this site right now. Sorry, the A site.
Welcome back to the HUD. This is a super clean HUD. I quite like it. Hardzao is blind and needs to try and avoid that Molotov, but that forces him into the open, into the reticle of many a player. Well, the bomb's made it to the bomb site at the very least, and the CT's now looking to try and stop the plant from happening, but that has become more and more difficult. 3 of them now in that short position. 3 versus 3 retake. Bigazera has a defuse kit, but it's going to be pretty hard to avoid a crossfire here.
Yeah, very difficult indeed. Jame just trying to buy time, occupying as much attention as possible, and everybody's set up for success there. Great connections from Virtus.pro, and they'll get that very important opening pistol.
Our first Inferno of the major.
Yeah. Yeah, Inferno. I mean, yeah, on a major. It is a classic. So many important moments on this map throughout history.
Yeah.
I think the Boston Major, one of the biggest. And we get the rush down mid from Pain Gaming. Forced by, and it's going to work out. Opening kills, finding the bomb. Very scary stuff here. Hardzao able to hold things down here in the apartments as well. And very little working out in favor of Virtus.pro despite having the 4-buy. That is actually maybe the most successful CT force buy I think I've ever seen. That is just rushing down mid. No one died. They all got to upgrade their weapons. This is of course the best possible scenario economically, where you lose the pistol, you force buy and win that, but not only do you win that, you lose no players and you get to upgrade all of those crappy guns you just bought in the previous round. So man, Pain Gaming couldn't ask for a better start to this one.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid start for them after all. I'm still on the M4A4 because I'm better with it than I am with the Silence M4. Therefore, I will use it.
It's really just about the skins. That's where the major advantage comes into play.
All my Kato stickers are on my Hot Rod Silenced M4, so I would love to be better with that, but sadly, I have to use my plain Jane.
Yeah.
Instead.
You know, it's Valve have really done a number on everyone in CS because you know it's marketed not as a pay to win game, but really the truth is this is a pay to win game. It's all about the skins.
I think about the colors as well. You need red. Red is a good color for skins. I've got red loadout on CT side and green loadout on the T side, which is very pricey. Well, we've got 45 seconds on the clock, and where is Yakindar going? I think he's lost. Chica taking some nade damage. The bomb still in the hands of Virtus.pro, but this is looking a little rough, a little ropey. Like a petrol station microwave curry or something.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like going into... I remember we would walk around London late at night when we were doing the super late night FaZe games, and you'd find like a convenience store, and they'd have like these... the 5 AM sausage rolls there. I'm like looking at that, I'm like, who's eating that?
Yeah, I ain't hearing that.
Who's eating that? How desperate do you have to be? I guess how drunk do you have to be? I guess it's correlative. It looks better the more drunk you are, but...
So, question, right? Do you think... Yes, I'm still salty. Do you think Yakindar was trying to be Sanji in that round? Just running arse first through a smoke and then dying.
I want to believe that he wouldn't think that being Sanji is a realistic goal. There is only one Sanji. Make your own legacy. Make your own story.
Yeah, Yakindar. Eco Town for Virtus.pro. A false start, perhaps, on Inferno, but we are in the early stages. If you're going to mess something up, you want it to be at the beginning of the game, because then you've got the most time to fix your problems, to... PKL is having a look towards top mid, and he's not seeing much of anything, but that's not a guarantee of a B play, so they've really got to be careful.
Yeah, it's getting scary at this point. You know, a lot of time is being bled. We'll see what they can do to try to recover the scenario, though. PKL looking for that first movement. Maybe VP are leaving this a little bit too late. They are really running low on time. They are finally creeping toward the site. PKL in a really bad spot. It has to pick one side to fight. He chooses that porch side. Not going to work out in his favor. Hardzao on the site with the spray, doing what he has to try to win this round.
Oh!
But that's... Bomb is going to be going down here. Buster, just enough time thanks to James saving the day. But now it's all on James, and there is simply too much to handle. Very scary round, though, given what VP were holding on to.
Yeah, they did get a fair amount out of that, at least. Virtus.pro, so that is a plus for them. Just delaying the defuse while they collect every little piece of utility they can. Grenades, pistols, everything, all the upgrades they can do. So just that bomb timer. The yellow timer tells you how much time is left on the bomb before it explodes. And of course the blue timer is the CTs defusing the bomb. And how much time they have left dependent on whether they have a kit or not.
So the perfect start, really, from Pain Gaming. You couldn't ask for anything better. So your prediction might be on the money, and I feel confident saying you're probably the only talent that would have predicted Pain to win this matchup. And it's a spite pick as well, so that's really interesting how that might work out for you. But we're going to get the banana control coming through here, that initial exchange of utility. you know, you want to be the team that kind of sets the precedence there first and wins that control. But a very fast adjustment up into mid, working out. They detect there's 3 players on that banana position, and they exploit that perfect counterplay from VP. But can they close down side control?
Yeah, they've got long for the time being. I'm not sure if there's a smoke on library. Nekez is being waited for. Kika's got the angle. So now there are more options available, and James, oh my god, he just knows all the angles. AWP versus AWP, no mistakes being made there. Harzal needs a multi-frag, gets 2, but there's still a man advantage here for Virtus.pro, and they have position on long. PKL with the off angle, does Yakinda hold all the way? He does, and he is rewarded, leaving Bigger Zero in a 1 versus 3. This is the thing about Virtus.pro. And the experience, and a player like James, he knows all the angles, all the off angles where you might try and catch a player swinging in. He's ready for them, and he has a superior angle of his own.
Yeah, Yakinda as well, like the way that he abused the right eye and sort of that geometric distance advantage there. You know, that's just the stuff at the professional level that makes all of the difference. And actually, you know, when you start looking at the game in that sense, okay, understanding the right eye versus left eye, and also the geometric distance advantage, you start to really understand how you're supposed to move, like what's a good angle. And there are some spots where you just have to play, like, sometimes you just have to play a bad spot.
For any new viewers, Dan,
yes.
What is the right eye peak?
So the camera in the models of the players is slightly to the right. So if you're swinging out with your right eye first, and the other player has a left eye peek, then you're actually going to see more of them than they would see of you. So you get that extra tiny advantage. And in some cases, you might, if they're just sitting in a corner, you might actually see them and they can't see you at all.
Yeah.
So
if you're like equidistant from a corner, like that yellow corner, for example, then the person peeking from the right eye will have the advantage.
Yeah, it's a very big thing in CS, and same thing with that distance advantage. It's like the same thing as James is saying. If you're closer to the angle, you have more of a disadvantage than if you're further away. If you're further away, you'll see more of the opponent's player model. So you have to have that player model awareness based on angles, and that takes a lot of playing to kind of generate that. But getting back into this round, of course, it's a full buy. We've got that 3-2 scoreline for Pain, but Virtus.pro taking that initial banana control. I like this from Pain Gaming, James. They haven't invested too much early on here in control, which signals to me that they'll be ready for a mid-round info play or a retake on banana should they choose.
This is going to be a long rotation for Pain Gaming. Buster's going to go through that smoke, and that can give his team the confidence to go in behind him as well. 2 for Buster, and that's the round over. Safi immediately turns around, heads towards the A bomb site. So Pain Gaming will have to hold on to the rest, and maybe, well, I think that I wouldn't be surprised here if Virtus.pro became firmly in the driving seat after this round.
Molly from the same spot, and it allows you to kind of retake that top banana position for very cheap. But they opted to go passive, so maybe they'll change that in the following gun rounds here. But Virtus.pro, they equalize, as you say, James. They're in a spot to start dominating. We'll see if they can win this banana battle.
Safe or Safi, I wonder. I might go with Safi because that makes the most sense based on the spelling. It's a good start for Pain Gaming. Trying to hold the top of banana. Only 1 player towards the A bomb site. Now, have they read this? Because Hardzal, it's going to be hard for him to survive in this situation, trying to avoid the flashes. PKL's actually above him, excuse me. Could only see 1 on the radar, but it is, of course, a boost. So Not one, but two, and it goes from good to great for Pain Gaming. Exactly the kind of round they needed, and I can only imagine what the chat are going to start typing now, as James is the last man standing for Virtus.pro, and we have a minute on the clock.
Yeah, and it's really cool as well, because this is one of those rounds where, you know, Virtus.pro are really trying to test things. They really want to win that banana control, but as we could see, the setup there was strong. It's actually a committed 3-player setup from Pain Gaming. And so you'd expect, okay, well then the weakness is on A. We saw already that VP exploited that in a previous round. They noticed that there were so many nades on banana that they could get a timing up onto the A site by going up arch side. But in this instance, that's kind of the same situation, but Pain Gaming are just happy to have a 2-man setup on top of Porch. So really great that Pain Gaming were able to funnel Virtus.pro into thinking that that mid option would be good for them in that round. And that's going to break the, break the what could have been some momentum for Virtus.pro. So what's the play now, James? Like, Pain Gaming, do they keep playing half a banana? Like, I would expect that they play only 2 towards banana at this point and, you know, go back to 3 towards A, but they're sticking to their guns here with this 3 on banana approach. They really want to win that control early.
Oh, man. Exacting revenge is James Kika trying to make things better, but BigZero will hold down the banana position, and it's a fast rotate back towards A for Nekis, as Hardzauer this time is indeed... No, he's not actually. He's not in his... 1, 2, 3, 4... Okay. So the minimap is a little buggy at present, but that's all right. It's day 1. Yep. It's pretty much tradition at this point to have some tech issues on day 1 of a major, but we'll get there. They're being fixed very quickly, so props for that.
Absolutely, and I mean, if this is an interesting spot here in this round, because we get the noise just gets completely cut here by Virtus.pro, and all of the positioning. I mean, this is a standard thing, right? You got the AWP here. BigZero, I don't believe he has anything except that HE, so no flashbangs or smokes, but the AWP is enough to delay the attack, and that's going to send one player towards that B site on the rotation. Virtus.pro have the option to go back to A now. You know, you can expect that the A site would have had, you know, one player would be removed from that site now. So
what's interesting though is, what is Virtus.pro's read of the AWP being on the B bomb site with 4 players alive? Do they expect it to be a 3-1 setup? And Pain Gaming maybe have to think about what their opponent is reading as well. We saw Safi rotating towards the B bomb site earlier on, but now he's headed back, and BigZero is in a lot of trouble. Oh, he could get a lineup here, but he misses the flick entirely, and I think that's the round. Maybe they could try to rescue the AWP in the smoke if they were so daring to do so, but other than that, well, 3v4, they'll fish for something. Bomb has been planted, time was running low, and maybe that made them gravitate towards, but they haven't all done so. Hardzauer just making sure there's no flank, but also giving them some room to fall back and save these weapons. So this one will slip away from Pain Gaming as Virtus.pro tie the score.
Yeah, and you could say that there were 2 options there for Pain Gaming in that scenario. I think Virtus.pro have done a really good job of obscuring what they're doing. Again, that key pressure, sign of pressure towards the banana position, forcing the AWP back, and then suddenly Pain Gaming don't have the info. So they either have to play the 1-3 or play a 2-2. I mean, they could, you know, in theory, stack towards B as well. I guess that would have been an option, but the most common options there are going to be keep the AWP on B and expect that that's just a fake towards banana, and that really VP are going towards A. You know, you have to play those mind games, and Pain Gaming took the gamble. Instead of going 2 to a site when you're unsure, a lot of teams do that because you can play both sites quite well with 2 players. They gamble and it doesn't pay off, but they do get to save more guns because of it. So we'll see how that works out now.
Three-2 set up on this round for Pain Gaming. They take presence on short once again. And Virtus.pro very quickly up towards banana, but what do they make of this? Oh, well, there's the pop flash, but they've already fallen back through the smoke, and there will be a continued exchange of utility as Virtus.pro re-emerge again, making sure Pain Gaming don't try to take banana away from them again. Possession of banana so early is really, really strong, and they'll deploy some grenades to try and deplete the utility of Pain Gaming. As you can see, there is no push from Virtus.pro through these grenades, they'll exchange some utility to different players for later on, which is one advantage of the grenade dropping scenario now. But they've got a minute to play with as Pain Gaming try to figure out what to do.
Yeah, it's that uncomfortable position where you don't have the information. Virtus.pro, they take that initial control. You don't know where they're going. Normally, you'd want to try to find some info out, but at this point for Pain Gaming, it feels too risky. They don't really seem to have a setup. They've got the AWP on Safi, and they are willing to just hold in this kind of 2-1-2 kind of formation. We already saw how good Virtus.pro's execution is on these B-site set pieces. Looks like there might be a bit more readiness here, though, for Pain Gaming to receive this one as it begins to come through. And indeed, slowing things down, taking the fight to the choke point here. Nice lineup there. Nekis able to do massive damage with that AK-47. And this push has been totally stuffed by that defense from Pain Gaming.
Now, last time Jane wasn't able to save the AWP, but we can see how important it is. With the early entry, he was able to get on the round prior, but down he goes again. And this time, well, Yukindar's got the 5,000 bucks, so we'll see if they choose to do something a little risky. He'll pull out the AK-47, so it looks like they will go for it. Flitz will buy the AK as well. No Sanji, no AWP drop.
I would love
Brave New World.
I was just going to say, I would love to see Safi pushing apartments or something with the AWP. Like, something like that in the next buy round would be really cool. Because I think Virtus.pro are in a weird spot now, James, because they've been trying to focus on this banana control, and it's yielding inconsistent results for them. So I feel like going to a more asymmetric default at the beginning might be what we'll start to see, and then they play banana in the mid rounds.
Those Pain Gaming hollows look great on the hot rod. That's a pretty nice setup for them. And this might be a nice setup as well with the AWP in the apartments, but a double peak seems like it might be on the way. Flit being very, very patient. He's got Yukindar as well, and I think double peak is coming through now. Oh, Yukindar from the off angle!
Yes.
That was so fast. My God.
Yeah, and he peeks first. He actually has the right eye peek there as well. His teammate would have that left. And you're on a left eye peek from the AWPer's perspective. So it's actually quite a bad angle for the AWPer. It's quite situational, and that's a perfect way to abuse it. What a beautiful way to stagger the peaks. Great execution. Pain Gaming in a really bad spot now. They've got two players towards A. Big Zara is like in CT spawn, not knowing precisely where to go right now. Going towards that B site. They're actually leaving PKL by himself.
Yeah, he's dead, mate. He's a goner. He dead. Oh. He can't see. He is super dead. Zip him up. Throw him in the sea.
Unfortunate for Pain Gaming there. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, Virtus.pro. Just keep tying that score. They're not giving this one up that easily.
Yep. And maybe, you know, you could make the argument. I mean, it's always difficult. You know, again, you don't want to be Mr. Hindsight Analyst. But, you know, I wonder if Pain Gaming are feeling like they should be taking more initiative there. Because actually, in this matchup so far, when they've taken initiative, they generally tend to have good results so far. And when they play passively and give space for Virtus.pro, Virtus.pro kind of get time to set up what they want for various map control takes. And they're very comfortable at doing that when left to their own devices. 3 weapons are saved, but the AWP not saved for Pain Gaming. It's going to have to be purchased. It's an expensive one. And I wanted to see an aggressive apartments play with the AWP, so we'll see if I get that. Or if Safi goes aggressive somewhere else. I want to see him get in there early on. That would be really fun to see. Maybe easier said than done, though.
Yeah, I'm trying to see his number on the radar.
Yeah, it's obscured.
He's underneath one of them. There we go. In that short position now.
Maybe they're expecting a rush towards that A site. They're not wrong. And there goes the push. Oh, immediate kill onto PKL. What an entry.
Yeah, and this is good experience for Virtus.pro as well. Let's not forget with their new roster. figuring things out as they go along. Does he survive? He does somehow. Makes it out of there with 9 HP. Big Azira in the middle of mid now, pushing through from B, and there goes the bomb. There goes James. Yakindar finds himself alone now. Flanks on flanks, rotations on rotations, but I don't know what there is for him to do here with 13 hit points, health points, whichever you prefer. It's all the same, really.
The tendencies from Pain Gaming are really interesting. We'll talk about that in a moment. We'll see if Yakindar can do something from this position. He's looking for damage, take some money out of the hands, but not going to happen. But yeah, I was just going to make the point quickly, James, that it seems like when Virtus.pro try to go for hits onto A, the banana defenders for Pain Gaming, they're really quick to just push fully.
Yeah.
And that's actually teams. You could exploit that if you're Virtus.pro by just holding for that push. And they did that in a previous round, and it worked. It like gave them a kill, and they were able to win the round off of it. So it's quite risky what Pain are doing, but in that case, obviously, it just won them that last round. So it's hard to read.
Yeah, it's a gamble. But the number of rounds they need to gamble on is becoming shorter as we reach round number 12. Buster and Keycut on pistols, AK-47s for the rest. And they head towards the apartments once again. Rather than hold the angle, Hardzao will try to jiggle with a smoke up. Yakindar won't respect it. Plenty of spray, but a smoke is a smoke, and it will limit what they can do early. Looking at the utility, Buster's got 2 flashes, so I don't know if they were considering a balcony burst there, but as their presence has been spotted, they may opt for something else. Well, they've got a minute on the clock. Options are still open.
And I just love how Pain Gaming, again, just like changing up their pace. In some of these rounds, though, where they give VP all this space when they have a lower buy, it hasn't necessarily paid off for Pain Gaming, but we'll see if this is a different story. We'll get VP working on that top mid control. They've got it. The information is there for Pain Gaming at this point, but holding formation for now.
Deep molly into the pit. The smoke is here, though. Oh, PK. How did Yakindar miss that one? Buster's here to trade at least and take position. Now they know Hardzao is creeping behind the smoke, but how long can he stay alive for? He needs help, and help is on the way. AWP firing off now for Pain Gaming. James still on short with the bomb. Another molly is going to try and force Hardzao forward, but he will do that and take down Flitter at the very least. There goes the bomb looking for the transfer. 1 versus 2. Buster 13 HP, and it will be 7 rounds for Pain Gaming as AWP fires off again. Well, there we go. They start to pull away now, finally, because every time Virtus.pro lost around, they kind of traded back and tied the score again, but not this time.
Yeah, massive credit to Hardzao. He's been playing really well in some of these positions. Having to survive in that spot that he was in, smoked out in pit, I mean, he did it. He did exactly what he had to do. It's very hard to stay alive for so long, and that created too many problems for Virtus.pro. And indeed, Pain Gaming looking fantastic right now. Safi was looking to perhaps take a peek in mid, thinks better of it. Choke point will be smoked off. Banana the only available choke point. Nice shot from Yakindar. Can't find the gun yet, but it's a good start for Virtus.pro in this eco round of theirs.
Yeah, Deagle still being picked up. Headshots still being landed. It is all about the headshots now with that Desert Eagle, but these guys have all got the aim. Now, what is next for Virtus.pro? Just drying out their opponent now, waiting for that utility to be deployed. Pain Gaming will want to hold on to it for as long as they can. Got a Super Mario Brothers up banana from the T side, forcing Pain Gaming back. Yakindar creeping now with the Deagle. It gets nervous, doesn't it? The lack of information due to that smoke will have a second player making its way towards the B bomb site, so it'll be a different crossfire now. We'll see if PKL can deliver. He's been in this position before, so he may be expected. Flit jumping to make some space, and how about that? Buster with a penetration headshot, and this gives them position of 4 versus 2. Virtus.pro so good at really getting all the juice out of the lemon in rounds like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was a huge kill from Buster through the box, like you said. It just seems like it was just expected that why not spam this, because this is a common setup, and it just gets a free kill off of it. And Pain Gaming are going to be kicking themselves, because again, it's one of those rounds where they really should be able to find massive value from this, get that 8-5 on the board, and really take control of the game. But their economy is getting disrupted by losing this round, and it's going to make it even more difficult.
Once Virtus.pro get that man advantage, their implied odds, if you will, are really strong, even if they don't have a lot, because they just know how to exploit people in a situation like that. How to drag the crosshairs away to allow for trade frags, to take space and weaponry. And that keeps the score close versus Pain Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if Virtus.pro, keep mixing things up, or if we'll see something similar where they, focus on banana control and then kind of slowly go into the top mid take, the usual default stuff. Safi hasn't been too aggressive in these opening rounds just yet. We've seen him play the same position, I think, pretty much almost every time. Buster going down in the effort towards banana, and in fact, we're getting these sort of disjointed plays because of the defensive utility. That incendiary prevented a trade fragger from being able to trade the kill there. PGL has support from Safi, and it's going to work out. They'll be able to trade that one up as well. 4 against 2. Huge edge here for Pain in this round now.
Yeah, this one's going to be harder to convert. And as this is the second last round of the half, I would imagine that unless Virtus.pro gifted something, and that was close there, they will be holding on to things for the final round to come. Or will they? James heads towards Kika to join him towards the B bump site, and they have to figure it's a 2 versus 2. So I'm sure they'll fancy their chances. If they can get that bomb planted, then and that AWP stays up, then who knows what can happen. Now let's look at Kikat's angle clearing. You can see Bigazera dancing around the pillar. The rotation will surely begin. Now looking for the second one. Down goes Bigazera. Neck is trying to buy time for the rotation, but they're still on the A bomb site for some reason. They're only now rotating from top mid, and both Kika and Jame are up. This does not bode well for Pain Gaming.
Disastrous. Absolutely disastrous here for Pain indeed, and it's going to take nothing short of a miracle, I think, to win this battle. The question for Virtus.pro is where both players are coming from, but it's a great setup here to play off of one another, and I think all of the information is there. The smoke will cover some ground. Oh, great shot comes through from Hardsdale. Jame now against 2 with the AWP. A fantastic shot. That's 1 down, 1 more to go. 9 HP on him, but it doesn't matter. Jame takes him out, and Virtus.pro pick up an unlikely round to tie the score, 7-7.
I feel like a few of their rounds have been unlikely, but some quick maths from Virtus.pro. We push B, it's a 2 versus 2, and we are better. We know the angles. Again, the clearance from Kika, he was very aware of what to expect here. And again, like Neckers he hasn't seen the bomb, that's the problem. Kika is the only man peeking. I believe that Jame had the bomb, so that delays the rotation, allows them to post up with the AWP, and then really pull that round out of the hat. And hey, they may even lead at half-time. Look at the buy we've got here from Pain Gaming. Everything has been depleted from their coffers now. They've got a FAMAS on Safi, and the rest are on pistols unless something's on the floor. So, yeah, I think 7 or 8 rounds from Virtus.pro on the T side is looking pretty strong. And I think at that point, you'd probably have to favor them.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, for both sides. Virtus.pro have won a lot of unlikely rounds and squeezed out a lot of value. And if we think back, Pain Gaming lost the pistol, but then converted immediately and didn't lose a single player. So they got the best economic start you can have on the CT side. But with that said, we'll have the banana control coming into play for Virtus.pro for very cheap. Obviously, there's very little to contest this with for the Pain Gaming side. So it's really going to be hard for them. The decoy. Dangerous game for Kika, looking for openings here. Well, it's not alone anymore, but was on a couple of those peaks.
2 smokes remain. for this CT side.
It's really smart, I was going to say, James, because they can afford to throw those smokes, and that makes it look like they're going into B. And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to force any utility out from Pain that might possibly be there. So when finally Pain are trying to have to defend the final push, they've got nothing left.
Hardzal in the pit with the final smoke here, as we've got 5-man on road towards, sorry, 4 towards this A bomb site. Could potentially be a wrap towards B, although that's less likely now as Library and the Archer smoked. And Pain Gaming find themselves out of position. Double OP. Hardzal in trouble, trying to do what he can in this smoke, but almost caught by James. That's the bomb, but of course James delivers a shotgun. 5v2 now, and it's all about this bomb getting planted, and I think that's going to happen now. Indeed it is, and that should be the death knell for this round as far as Pain Gaming are concerned. There it is. 8 rounds for Virtus.pro at halftime. They kept it close and took the lead at the end after finally finishing off Pain Gaming's economy.
Yeah, really huge half from Virtus.pro. Again, if you recall the way that the opening rounds went, Pain Gaming, losing the pistol, then they force buy with MP9s, they run down mid, survive with 5 players, upgrade to 5 Galils basically, and I mean you can't get a better start than that. But they were not able to actually capitalize in a few key moments. But there's like maybe 3 rounds where VP came back from behind and managed to win, turning this one around. Has the best chance come and gone for Pain Gaming? We're about to find out as we head into the second half here between these two teams. It's day 1 of the major. It's crazy. It's crazy that we're at a major again.
Yeah, after 2 long years. It's still surreal, the kind of world we live in right now. Very, very strange. Not sure if normal will ever come back in the next 5 years. Who knows?
We just need to go to a new planet.
Yeah, I guess it's Mars, right?
I'm doing my astronaut training right now.
Nice. Well, you're holding your breath in the bath.
Yeah, just watching YouTube videos, that's all. How to survive in space.
It's a nice USP keycut, Scott. And it's a nice defense of this B bomb site. Is this some kind of hard read? Because 4 players are just chilling. And indeed, Pain Gaming are coming straight into their hands. Keycut with a fadeaway HG grenade and 2 HP. He's alive for now. There are those deep flashbangs which will really cause problems for Pain Gaming. They'll never see them coming. Got the boost here for James. It's a triangle of doom and they're all falling. Very strong round from Virtus.pro. They seem to know exactly what Pain Gaming were going to do and they punished them for it.
Yeah, it's looking like your spike pick sucks.
It may well just do, yeah. I think Virtus.pro are in control now.
They are the collective captains now. Can you have like multiple I don't think you can. There can only be one captain of the ship.
You could have like some kind of hive mind captain, you know?
I suppose, yeah.
So, I think it's possible.
Either way, Pain Gaming are in a desperate spot, obviously. Only Glocks to work from. And well, there's the P250. Can't forget that. But this is a round to have some fun here for Virtus.pro. Yukindar running down.
This is where Pain Gaming are in a deep water because, again, your local Counter-Strike is not going to give you a team like Virtus.pro, who, yes, they made a significant roster change in Sanji, but the structure of the team is still there. It's just a style that changes. The firepower, you could argue, improves. Can't really disagree with that. So, again, just the sheer experience, in terms of the angles they hold, the discipline, it's all going to be a huge problem for Pain Gaming to deal with now on the T side.
Yeah, for sure. It's a tough one. It really is. Inferno is so simple, at this point.
Deceptively simple.
Yeah, its complexity is in its simplicity because it comes down to knowing what the options are for your opponents and what map control and information they have, and sort of understanding, are they going to pick what is the optimal option, or are they going to try to trick us? It comes down to those simple elements that actually, at the pro level, are really complex, because it's the mind games, you know, and anything that's competitive, the mind games become like a very important factor, and I feel like there's a lot of that with Inferno. But Jamie's got that open hands, he's ready for that mid-peak. And it's a 3-player opening on Banana for Virtus.pro. They're taking full control here. They've invested a lot of util. And you can see that Pain Gaming don't actually have an enormous amount left. They've got 4 smokes, but they surely need to retake Banana in the mid-round.
I can't see it. I can't see them taking Banana here.
They kind of have to try.
Yeah, you need to take Banana. I just don't see them being successful versus the likes of Virtus.pro. Kinder up close with the MP9, still holding with 3 players, and there is the start of it, and the crossfire begins. And again, the deep water, I think they're starting to realize now, just trying to keep their heads above it, but I feel like they may be overpowered here by Virtus.pro, who start well in round number 18. Full control, my friend, as Pasha might say. Oh, there's an opening kill for the likes of Pain Gaming, 2 versus 4 now as they head towards the B bomb site. I say they, but Nekis is on long.
Yeah,
he needs to try and make it to CT spawn. I think that may be expected by Kika, who hops over there as well from Library. And there's a dance now, but Nekis, he has to be successful here, and he will be.
Yeah. There's some options coming through here. It does rest in the hands of Buster. And looks like a safe pair of hands indeed. Taking down Safi, Nek is forced to go beyond the incendiary, and it's going to be traded out by Flit. Good work there by Virtus.pro. I mean, good work by Pain Gaming too to make it look doable, but yeah, we were both looking at that scenario thinking, oh no, Pain Gaming kind of have to, with the positions they have, retake Banana. And so talking about the mind games, they cut noise, so there was enough time for them to have rotated into a timing where they could be taking mid. And for VP, they may have peeled off a B player in that time, thinking that that would be what Pain are doing. So instead, Pain would have run into 2 players as opposed to 3. So that's like the mind games we're talking about. Like, I feel like Pain did the right thing. They just got unlucky there. Ooh, oh my goodness. That's a lot of damage. But they lose Yakindar at the same time.
Yep. And have a look at that 2-man rotation towards the B bomb site for Virtus.pro, but where are Pain Gaming headed? Towards A, it seems, where Flit is alone. And he has spotted some information now towards that second mid position. And we have Kika making his way back towards the A bomb site. And as things are quiet on B, it seems that Jame will head there as well. So they'll make their rotation back in time, actually. As Pain Gaming is still creeping up close. And up close, oh boy, Flit and Kika are dropped. And now Jame has a decision to make around this AWP. How much risk does he want to take? Suddenly, things have escalated in favor of Pain Gaming. And again, we saw plenty of rounds where Virtus.pro turned things back into their favor, and it seems that Pain Gaming can also do the same.
Yeah, I really like Yakindar's play in the apartments. If Pain Gaming do find success in this round, they're going to break the economy of EP. And suddenly we're in like a 10-11 type of scoreline if everything goes according to plan. So this round could help Pain equalize this matchup. This is a huge round.
Trying to thwart the initial utility from Virtus.pro. But as we can see, VP have changed their setup on the Banana approach, as Pain Gaming sometimes did on their CT side as well. And now Pain Gaming need to identify what may be going on. But they've got early control in the apartments as well. They do, however, have to find out where James is, because he'll be looking to get a quick kill and fade away at all times.
Yeah, total change of approach. VP are actually just gambling that Pain Gaming are going to just split the A site. They're just gambling on that. They don't have the info to confirm it. That's just how they're set up. And you know what? They may have worked a really good read here. However, the bomb is down in such a way that it suggests to me that there's going to be pressure towards A, and then Pain Gaming will go back and finish on B. So we'll see if that will actually be the case here. Yeah, so they've set up. They have the ability to pressure both sides of the map at this point. They can go either way with the bomb.
They have to wonder though. What is it that Virtus.pro want them to do?
Oh, it's a setup to try to punish an info play with that AWP in mids. And yeah, they're faking into the B site, James.
Well, good luck punishing James. Yeah, he seems very aware of what could be going on here. Just putting the utility out, and that's a big answer to have somebody that deep in Naps throwing a Molotov at this timing. Tells quite the story, and we've got a flank from Kika now, who finds himself at bottom mid as the short push comes through. James, oh, that's a big whiff from him. He's still got 3 targets, though.
Realize they're in this like cool spot where they can effectively pressure either side of the map and get rotation advantage, and that's what happens. But they still struggle even after some good openings to actually hold the A site. So that's very unfortunate for Pain. And as mentioned, you know, that was a great moment for them to destroy the economy for VP. But VP in a good spot, nice run boost for Yekendar, get him a quicker timing there towards this banana position. And once again, we're getting more of an exchange here for control. And that kind of middle, behind the half wall smoke, I think Carrigan was the first player that started throwing that. And it's quite a good smoke to kind of remove the value of the deep nades from the CTs. Yekindar with the run boost again. Oh. Falls away, doesn't get any opportunities. So tentative around banana. I'm surprised no one's died yet.
Sound has been cut. Oh, nice timing there from Safi. And will they push through these grenades? It seems they will. That HG grenade could be meaty. Buster hiding at the back. He's got a teammate Kika rotating towards the coffins now, who seems he would have been the initial engager. He'll show presence at the very least and maybe try and run distraction. Buster has a shallow peek, spots Safi, but he can't quite make a fatal connection. Kika will finish off the job. Now they're in the pool area as we've got the CTs coming in from all directions, and they're going down one by one. Pain Gaming, HG's towards the pool as they try and find some cover, a place to chill in that banana position now. 3 versus 3 as Kika continues to press on forward. And how about that for a flashbang? Not quite hitting the mark there, but James creeping slowly. They know one's on banana. We've got a boost behind the smoke, and James will become even more important. Down goes Kika. James got to speed up, but it's too late. Everybody else has fallen, and Pain Gaming will make it to 9, and James will save the AWP.
Yeah, what a great setup there from Pain Gaming. Nice finish on the B sites. And they're not done just yet. Whenever I feel like a team might be beginning to lose grip, they find that grip again. They've been on those gorilla grippers, whatever they're called.
Don't look at me.
Yeah, I used to use those, but could never get the consistency behind that grip training. Like to hang from things instead. But there we go.
G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip. Method Man lyrics.
Good old Method Man.
UFC Fighting Championships. It works, even though it doesn't make sense. That's the next line of his lyrics.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, are we just saying out of context random
UFC
sentences
Fighting
just
Championships.
threading them
G.I.
together?
Joe with the Kung Fu grip. You got to know your Wu-Tang, Dan.
That's true. I'm not up to speed on the Wu-Tang just yet. I'll have to attend some workshops. Catch me up to speed.
Jame has the AWP. Let's look at Jame. This round is a Jame round. He needs to try and kill everybody, and that's why he's going deep. Quick look, doesn't outstay his welcome, doesn't want to be swung on from bottom mid. We'll take a brief risk, and he's around a boiler position, Jame. Looking towards the apartments. Some presence on Banana in the meantime, but the rest of VP have to stay alive. They've got smokes, and that's about it. Everything else is irrelevant, apart from Jame and AWP. So they'll try and contain Pain Gaming on the T side of the choke points, while Jame tries to get to work. And we can see that Big Zero and Neckers are getting closer and closer to the apartments, but for now, Jame will be, I won't say passive, but a bit further back on shorts. And that is such a tight shot from Safi, and not quite working as Virtus.pro had intended, but there is still a potential sandwich here. Hard Zal get popped by Yakindar, and now Safi's alone, and he's got to fall back because you don't want to like take a risk, get pinched, die with the AWP. He has to fall back, which means Yakindar collects an AK-47 on the B bomb site, and Jame is still here with the sniper on A.
Yeah, Pain Gaming can just reset the scenario here. It's like, you press the big reset button, you cut noise, and then the CTs who've acted upon the information and set themselves up, you can see 3 on A. At a certain point, they'll be forced to go back to a default kind of setup, like maybe a 2-2, or like they'll stay gambled, 3 on A. And we can see that's what's happening right now. We get the reinforcements coming towards the B site. Pain Gaming need to make this one work out. Yakindar with that AK-47 picked up at the back of the site, looking to put up a performance here. Oh, the smokes make things difficult, but Keycut's going to go down. The trades are looking quite favorable here for Virtus.pro right now. Safi and Big Sarah, all that's left, and looks like they're going to be able to finish off the frags. That's going to be the round.
My God. Did they win by a timeout?
I believe they did.
I think they did. There was so much chaos, I didn't even have time to look at the clock, ironically. But speaking of timing, it's pretty sick that Yakindar's able to stay alive there. They basically, I think they may have had one guy with a USP sacrifice through the smoke for the first distraction. Then they've got Jame hop up with a boost. Then they've got to be careful of the boost. Yakindar just swinging through that smoke, still at the back. And again, they just go deeper. They just go deeper. They have more depth, Virtus.pro, and they find themselves on 13 rounds.
Maybe this is the last stand here for Pain Gaming. They've got to buy. They can spend all their money, and it's going to look pretty good. One of the issues is that I feel like you definitely need to try to have full utility if you can, because Virtus.pro have been... they're going to get the advantage on the map control early on if they decide to go for the banana takes. But in fact, they've only got 2 towards the banana side, and they haven't decided to invest util in taking this. So Pain Gaming are actually going to be really far behind on util going into the mid round. So that's where VP are going to be able to take advantage by having util for info plays, util for retaking positions. That's where I would expect Virtus.pro to take a lead in this position. Look at the pop flash setup though for Yakindar. It's going to be falling back. Oh, great nade coming through. So there it is. Banana control effectively for Pain Gaming despite not leaving somebody there. They know that it's clear right now. And VP stack 4 towards A. Looking for the splits onto this A side. They didn't leave anybody towards banana right now. They kind of are committed into this A site. They're getting really slowed down here.
Oh, can you really Turn back now. I guess they have to. That is going to be a long wait. They were short on time in the previous round towards B bomb site. They'll be short on time here on A as well. Flick, he can block through the smoke, but he will get killed through that smoke actually. But James is still holding things down on the bomb site. 10 seconds to plant that bomb. Will there be a push through the smoke? Neck is keeping an eye on long now, as that is the main threat. But Virtus.pro will play the long game with their mana advantage. Yakinda moving up short now. Will give them some angles towards the graveyard at least. Spotting Nekiz around that pit position. How do they pick the right places to peak Pain Gaming? We've got some grenades to come through as well. There are still flashes for Virtus.pro as Nekiz does his best. All three in a short area now. Has this been identified? Angles held with the AWP. 16 seconds on that bomb. Buster looking to move forward. The grenades are here. He's got to look away. Sappy's lost his angle now. Lost Nekiz as well. 1 versus 2. Is anyone on the bomb just yet? Trying to find it now, but he's lost his angle. Is there time to defuse it? I think there is if he's got a defuse kit. No, he hasn't. They got to go.
Wow. Pain Gaming come away with that one. That is incredible. That is incredible. Okay, now we really, I mean, it really feels like they have a solid shot here. The issue, obviously, you know, losing all of the money, they're not going to have a buy here, a good buy with full utility. So Virtus.pro decide to take early map control. Pain Gaming are not going to have the ability to contest that with their own utility, and they're not going to really have a good option to retake it as well. So they're in a very difficult position. I'm really curious whether Virtus.pro will realize that they can get a lot of free map control here, or at least very cheaply they can get a lot of map control in this round. Oh man, this is going to be a tough round for Pain Gaming. But if they win it, James, they bust the economy for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, the score is close. We must observe this. We must recognize this. This is a very big round for Pain Gaming. Very big round. The same can be said for Virtus.pro as well. I would imagine they would start to feel nervous in a best of one should they lose this one by elimination as well.
I like how VP used their take on Banana as like a reactive take, so that they're not wasting utility. Oh, but look how quick this pushes through apartments, and they're ready to go. Flick goes down. Kiko stuck at the back of the site. They should surely be ready for this position.
Oh, why is he alone though?
It's down one. The trade's through, and the bomb is planted.
Yeah, I think that could have been done better for Pain Gaming, just pushing onto the site alone, but they do get a trade frag anyway. And I said, what if they won us by elimination? That likely won't be the case. Buster and Jame with the AWP. An AWP on the CT side of Inferno, even just the AWP, can do so much if your teammates are disciplined and have smokes like we saw previously. Buster has the M4 to go with that AWP. So this is still extremely dangerous. And Virtus.pro are certainly the stronger team overall, regardless of who wins this, I would say. So they can do a lot with this. Like, do not underestimate what can be done with these two weapons. But what they do with the rest of their money is a question that we'll soon have answered as well.
Yeah, and I love the decision to pop holes like they did, because you could see that VP were playing, again, the reactive kind of map control take for Banana. So they committed a lot of players towards Banana, expecting Pain to challenge that in that round with like a delayed challenge. And then Pain Gaming, they were just walking apps. They were going to pop apps the whole time. And because they didn't have much util, they kind of have to find the value in the numbers. They have to find the value in the pace. And they did that. And the holes option was great. And look at the position they're in. We talked about it. Economy's kind of busted for Virtus.pro. They've got the hero AWP that was saved, as well as that M4. But what do VP do? They don't have... They're not going to be able to invest in a lot of util for map control. So really, I mean, this is... I guess the focus is really on Pain Gaming, James. So they're going to optimally play this round with their util and shut down Virtus.pro's chances.
Another huge round. It's very easy to capitulate and lose a round such as this, when you have so much opportunity ahead of you. Got a vintage boost to look down towards the ramp. Oh, Safi spotted something. Man, I'm afraid for Pain Gaming while Jame has the AWP. for sure. But let's not forget, we saw a push towards B earlier on in an advantageous round where Yakinda was able to collect an AK-47. So who knows what could happen here. Got to be real careful now. Looking to seize the opportunity. James being smoked out, trying to deploy some grenades in the meantime. Flit hiding on the site, and he can play off of his teammate. But he's only got the USP, but that might just be enough. Maybe not.
Great calling coming through from Pain Gaming right now, able to finish off this round with that A-side control.
Oh, he's gone too far. Why?
Yeah, he's gone really deep there. He's given up an AK.
He's given up an AWP, I think.
I believe James had that already.
Yeah, but he died on long. So
maybe that was it. Maybe he's trying to make sure that they couldn't get control to take the AWP away. And he's given up the AK.
You can't afford to do that, man.
I like the approach from Pain Gaming there once again though, because again they go for this apartment space play, knowing that the AWP was last spotted on the A site, and they don't overcomplicate things. They've got the set piece to come through. The best that James could get would really be 1 kill, but James gets stuck behind the smoke on Moto, so he wasn't able to do anything there. And they have the site and the bomb planted, so they've basically done everything they need to secure the round at that point. So again, great protocols from Pain Gaming, like you said, James. It can be quite difficult in those spots sometimes. You can get in your own head. Oh, how do we play against the AWP? We're really worried. You get too worried about the AWP on the other team, and you just start making mistakes. They did a good job there, and VP, they got a lot of guns.
Yeah, they've got a good buy now. And that AWP will make a hell of a difference. 3 towards Banana. They go back to utility. Those are some big, chunky grenades. Great timing from Pain Gaming, and Virtus.pro now will wonder what is safe to do in the rounds to come. We'll see how many are left, but that's a good start for Pain Gaming. It is about how you finish, and I am focusing on the underdog here because they have managed to keep the score close. I expected Virtus.pro would start to pull away from it, but just as Virtus.pro did to Pain Gaming are doing a similar thing, but I think it's a lot harder for them to achieve these goals versus a team as strong as Virtus.pro.
Yeah, your spike pick is back in. Back in again. It's gone from absolute rubbish to on the up again. Like, you know.
If VP lose this game, so many pick'ems are going to be bodied. Astralis lost their game, of course, so that's going to be a problem. And Safi's been really good with these entry frags with the AWP. This angle in particular, he's got many of them, and now heads towards the coffins where Yakinda is. There is a flashbang, though, and Safi will be dealt with, and no one can answer for that.
Yeah, that's such a big stoppage right there. And you can see that it looks like they're going to try to commit behind this one, get the follow-up kill on Kika, but the response... 2 kills in response from Virtus.pro. That's done a lot of damage. And they're knocking at the door already.
Oh.
The leg shot through the smoke, adding insult to injury. At least the bomb is planted and ticking away. But, man, Virtus.pro are ready to coordinate this push forward. They know where these positions are as well, and they will finish off the job.
That was a massive bait from James. Holding an off angle, scoping in and out deliberately to try and bait PKL to peek him when he had his teammate boosted, and that makes things even easier for them. And again, the just awareness from Virtus.pro and the depth there to just make their life a little bit easier. Huge bait, and that brings them to 14 rounds. Now, there is money for Pain Gaming. We will see a full buy coming their way. Going into the clutch rounds now here in this best of one. Feels like the last map of a series.
Yeah. We're actually quite blessed on the B stream here so far, and so yeah, this has been great. The matches that we've had, very back and forth. You feel like it's going to go one way, and then it just keeps on surprising you. And I wonder what the next surprise is going to be here in this matchup, because of course we're very close to the end. You know, I feel like the surprise would be for Pain Gaming to like bring it back a couple rounds, but. Again, their economy is just, it's totally ravaged after this buy. They've got nothing left in the tank. If Pain Gaming lose this round, the odds are very strong that they will lose this map. So this is an important one again. We've had a lot of these kind of, I feel like pivotal moments. This is one of those.
There's 2 players on banana now. Yakindar with a cheeky peek, able to escape with it. Some early info. Just wanting to make sure there's no super fast round coming from Pain Gaming, but VP will send a 3rd player towards this B bomb site early. Maybe for the utility, maybe as a just in case. Now Pain Gaming find themselves their entirety on banana. That is a grenade. That's almost 150 damage.
That's crazy. And they're going to make their way forward. Pain Gaming executing the push into that B site. Can they make it happen? Looking for the distance. And so far they're getting slowed down. Still a fighting chance here. Buster sneaking behind the smoke. I don't know if they have any idea about Buster as they try to make their way forward for this bomb plant. It's just not working out. The trade through from Big Sarah. Hardzao goes down as well. And Safi is on the run.
Do you know what this is? Complexity versus Very Games.
Wow.
Like,
what a throwback.
What, 7 years ago?
Oh, wow.
Roughly 7 years ago, but there's more time on the clock here. But it's essentially the play.
Do they realize that it's going to be a plan on the other side? They should, but maybe it won't. Will they have connected the dots here? They're not connecting the dots just yet. Now they realize, but Bigazeri's in a great... James was ready for that.
He's always going to do that, isn't he?
Oh, but look at Safi go aggressive here. I love this.
Oh, library off angle. Library off angle. Oh, just a library angle, but now it's Safi versus Jamin. Things become very, very interesting indeed as Jay manages to... What? Did he hit him? Oh, no, he didn't hit him. Well, he's got to try and defuse this bomb. He found himself with another smoke grenade, looking for it now. And Safi, you've just got to push through. He hasn't got time. Surely, if you just push through and commit to it. What?
Unbelievable. Wait, he got the defuse?
He got it, yeah. It's just the HUD. Ignore that.
HUD got me.
Pain Gaming won the round. Pain Gaming won the round. He got the kill. He got
the
kill.
I thought he got the kill.
Yeah, he got the kill.
I'm getting mixed messages here, man. I'm getting all the information.
Our sound is a little low, so we can't hear
all the fake news.
Terrorist win. But
what's
hey,
real?
It'll improve as the day goes on. So don't worry about it.
I don't even know what to trust.
It's entertaining.
Who could I trust, James?
It's entertaining. What's happening?
Can't trust anything. There's no independent journalism anymore.
Yeah.
It's all lies.
What is the truth anyway?
All right, let's have that.
We'll find out on Donald Trump's new network, his social network.
Yeah. Let's talk about epistemology. I'm ready. The study of knowledge. Anyway, the study of who can shoot each other in the face more resumes. Pain Gaming on the up and up by those Pain Gaming stonks. We've got James looking for that aggressive pick down mid, finds nothing. Not a lot of ult mid play coming through early in the round from Pain Gaming so far in their defaults. Yakindar, we've seen this pop flash setup before. Now if he goes down, they may be committed into the site. Oh, he's going to get the pick. Massive pick from Yakindar, and that's a gun. That's an upgrade.
Yeah, just got to mix things up sometimes. And they did that in both directions. Again, James going down mid, having a look towards second mid. And then just having a different configuration on the B bomb site, and that can be successful. And this is where Virtus.pro really come into their own. These are the edges and the margins where they just go a little further than Pain Gaming. The Brazilians will have to do it the hard way now, as Virtus.pro are one round away from match point. And the money is very low for Pain Gaming. If they lose this round, maybe they lose the match as well.
So hang on, James, like, well, where's the top mid take? Pain Gaming, they could be rotating back to B right now. So that's what you can see, the CT rotation is respecting that. And that's what they're feeling. They're really feeling that as the read, but they're actually resetting into the horse pop, and the horse pops have been good. Is there going to be a flash to get James off this angle? Oh, it doesn't matter. I mean, I think there was maybe a flash, but James was not blinded. But they'll get the opening regardless. Bomb sent down for the plant, and it's a 2 versus 4. It's going to be tough, but there's a chance.
Got Yakindar coming in from the back, looking to make his way into the apartments. And again, it will have to be done the hard way. 2 versus 4. A must-win round for Pain Gaming, and PKL looks the wrong way. That leaves Hardzao now trying to make some space. He has to take the fight to them. Deep in the corner alone. I don't see how he survives this. Everybody else coming from short though. He's halfway there. Oh! Can he really get a last one as well? Buster 1 versus 1 on the box. Hardzao, I can't believe he's done this. That was a must-win for Pain Gaming. What an overperformance.
This Hearts Out guy is so sick. Oh. Oh my god, that looked unwinnable. Would you look at this again? Just savage. He's in a corner, he's got nowhere to go. He has to hit every single shot. I don't even know if he has any bullets left right here at the end, but he certainly finds a headshot anyway.
Holy potatoes. That is the only way Pain Gaming stay in this game. And look at what this situation has created. Virtus.pro have got nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I'm just an instant fan. I'm just pressing that subscribe button on Hardzal's content, wherever it is.
Virtus.pro currently in a knife fight holding spoons.
Oh, that's so... James, Hardzal has put Pain Gaming in a position to win this match with that insane clutch. I can't believe what we just saw.
That is like a 3% situation.
Yeah.
But sometimes that 3% comes through.
That was cold. That was like a vintage Cold Zero moment right there from Hardzal. Been performing all game long, and now we've got Virtus.pro on this save. Now the question is for Pain Gaming, are they going to be able to prevent very unhappy accidents from happening here? Moving into the stack, into this B site, keeping things simple, but again, this can be very scary. Oh no!
My days.
This is what you didn't want to see. Big Zera is the only one left, and I mean, they've got 3 players. They can cover everything. He's been spotted.
He's got to move quickly. He's got to move quickly. 20 seconds on the clock. We've got to keep an eye on that as well. Buster with the AK-47. Surely he can't do this. What a disaster. Oh, man. After what they did in the last round. Oh, their money. No.
I don't want to say that there has been a trend that these pistol rounds are quite successful. And I don't want to say that there's been so many twists, unexpected twists in this game, including that Hardzal clutch, that there's an argument to be made here. Because it's dire. Let's just call it what it is. It's absolutely dire here for Pain Gaming. The most brutal ending possible.
There's no way. There is no way they win this round.
Yeah, it would take... I mean, this is where you expect the experience to work out in Virtus.pro's favor. And we're looking like a clean banana take is going to be a very solid start. A very convincing answer. The best seems to have come and gone for Pain Gaming here.
Man, it's going to be a hard pill to swallow, this one.
You want to see the success of Pain Gaming off of that Hardzal clutch so badly, because of what a moment that a clutch like that is. For them not to... Everyone will forget about it if they don't win the match. And it's looking very grim here indeed. Down to only 3 players. So Galil, the most firepower they have to offer. Virtus.pro are offering them nothing. They don't have to do anything. They've got plenty of players to cover. I don't know how Safi's found that one.
They know that there is a player around about CT spawn offering those flashbangs, but there's 1, there's 2. So they should be okay to try and eliminate this player. Now Safi moving towards CT, spotted by Buster. Loses his angle though, but he can stop Kika from moving forward. No one's really checking this angle. And now it's down to Big Zera. 17 seconds on the clock, the P250, and it's not going to be enough. From the clutches of victory, Virtus.pro dish them defeat. So much potential there, but props to Virtus.pro for finding ways in so many rounds on both halves when they really were up against it, backs to the wall. They take the victory. So, and again, they just had more depth, man, and they showed it when they really needed it. They did that really well. We're going to go straight to a break, guys. We'll see you for more Counter-Strike back here shortly. We're back.
This is correct. We're back, and we've got more Counter-Strike here at the Major, and I'm really excited to see what happens in this next matchup. I mean, all the matchups so far have been really awesome.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, we've had some explosive games to start off this Major. Now we have Movistar Riders versus the likes of Renegades. Another game which is pretty difficult to really pick a team, because, like, again, Renegades, you know, like, their region is so far away from everything else. Like, how do you measure how they'll do versus some European Counter-Strike, you know?
Yeah, the argument is certainly that they're not going to have the quality of practice that they need to be prepared for a major like this, which is like global competition. They're kind of missing out on that real hard experience and practice with the current metas and multiple different teams too. Because that's the other thing, is that you're going to be accustomed to the teams that you're playing, and when the region's so small, so that can actually lead you into bad habits possibly too. So there's certainly a lot working against Renegades here, but at the same time, there's certainly the unknown factor that kind of, you know, works in their favor. Movistar Riders, though, you know, they've been pretty incredible, and I think they're a team that a lot of people are excited about, because I don't know whether I want to. I think I want to see how they perform first before saying that this is one of those teams that could do a lot better than maybe you expect. That's kind of how they're feeling, but we have to see what their form is like day one and kind of go from there. So yes, again, just like every other series, question marks all over the place. We're setting the barometer for all these teams.
Yeah, I didn't put Renegades in my pick'ems because I wasn't sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, it's so hard in this major. So, like, Renegades are, where are we, Nuke? They are 83% on Nuke, 76% for excuse me, for Movistar Riders. But you got to also think about, again, the quality of opponent, the kind of, especially when you're like in a remote region, the kind of Counter-Strike that is being played over there, and how to prepare them. Of course, these teams will have been playing some scrims and so on as well once they've made it to Europe, and so you have to kind of bear that in mind. But again, it just makes it hard to really have an idea as to which way it's going to go.
Yeah, yeah. It's the first time we've gotten a map which I think we both agree on statistically for both teams. That's the middle ground, the comfort ground. The other two matchups, we I think were a little bit surprised with where the matchup went. You know, Overpass Inferno didn't really seem to kind of make a lot of sense on paper with the stats that we have, but this certainly does. And Nuke it's obviously a very difficult map. I think it took a long time for people to really get to grips with the best ways to play it. But I'm curious how it's going to go here, because as you say, it's a map which is quite stylistic. You know, there's lots of changes that, you know, occurred over time in the meta, and we have two teams that are not going to be really used to how one another plays stylistically. It's going to be really weird, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Man like Malta, he has a big flag to carry, him and his team, representing the Oceanic region. See what they're able to do here versus the likes of Alex and Movistar Riders. I'm looking forward to this match. I mean, I've been looking forward to a lot of matches because of just how unpredictable and unexpected they are. Man, we saw some wild plays in that last map of Inferno, and maybe he'll continue here on Nuke as well. And a best of one, I'm sure, on paper, it's very important to start on the CT side, but sometimes you'll see like a strong T side to start off with, and almost a mirror of that in the second half as well. So nothing is guaranteed really, especially in these best of ones. So do you favor either of these teams at all?
I think Movistar Riders are on paper definitely the favorite for me. I think it's hard again with Renegades. They've sort of been siloed into the Oceanic region with limited practice in terms of just like, there's just a limited quality in the practice pool. That's just the nature of it. So I feel like that gives a huge edge to Movistar Riders, and they're looking like a team that's found a great pace and great form going into this major. So yeah, Movistar Riders for me. You said that you don't know how to predict things, but I feel like, you know, with what we do know, I feel like you have to pick Movistar Riders.
I can't even remember who I picked to win this match. I'll have to
well,
check.
hopefully it was Movistar Riders, because on paper that's really how it should be.
I'll have to check. The only thing I care about right now is the overall pick'ems.
You got to play it
I
safe
just
to begin
survive.
with, James. During this Swiss stage, I feel like you got to get all the safe picks. We can do the riskier picks later on.
So you think Movistar Riders is a safe pick here?
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of like asterisks and question marks because of the aforementioned reasons. But of course, you would default that to being favourable for Movistar Riders. But you know, again, I feel like, you know, these players from Renegades have got experience, but the question is, like, when they come to Europe and they play scrims and so on, like, how much practice is enough where you kind of try and get back to a reasonable level to compete and in the first stage of the major? These are the kind of questions that I have, and the only way to answer them is by playing the match out.
Yeah, and I mean, there is definitely the element that you have demos you can go to for, you know, Renegades. You know, of course, they're in their own region. They don't have access to practice partners that are kind of more wide-ranging and maybe a deeper talent pool, but you got demos. So you can see what's happening in the meta in Europe and in North America and elsewhere in the world. You can see that, and you can take stuff from that if you want to kind of make sure that you're playing up to date. But there is kind of the caveat with that, that it's not quite as simple, because you can integrate some of these things to modernize your play, make sure that you're keeping up with the meta and you know how things are going. But at the same time, you kind of need to be able to test that against the teams that you will be playing at in the competition. And they don't have the ability to do that, because there's going to be small nuances that you will maybe need the experience of just running that to really refine it. So there's a lot of stuff for Renegades that might be either unrefined, or they're just going to have to throw it against the wall and see what sticks.
Well, it looks like Renegades will be starting on the counter-terror side. Oh, that is quite the loadout from Mopoz. That's an expensive Karambit, I assure you. Well then, 2 headshots from Deaths, and he will be true to his name as far as Renegades are concerned on the receiving end of that, and the headshots continue. Movistar Riders looking sharp on a T-pistol. Yes.
I, by the way, love how small the mini-map is in Nuke, because the sites are stacked on each other, so it's like half the size of other maps, but nice initial pick coming in through ENCE there around this main position.
Block could be that pick indeed. Not managing his angles well, he could.
Oh.
Hello and goodbye.
Yeah. Don't know if this, you know, you guys could hear that on the stream, but we heard the lovely tones of Machine for a moment there. It's very relaxing, very calming. I feel calmed. Ooh, ENCE. Can he pick up another one here? Freebie perhaps? No. So, good start for Movistar Riders, able to make things work off the back of that opening upper rush and, you know, converting the round nicely. Again, as you mentioned before, like for the T side, that is pretty nice. It's certainly usually going to be the case that it's harder to convert those rounds on the T side. So the pistol makes a world of a difference.
Oh, I was going to check for what pick I made.
What pick did you make?
Well, we are HUDless as far as the team weaponry is concerned, but that's okay. Again, it's early on, and there was a late update from Valve, and as we certainly know, Dan, sometimes they can break a lot of stuff the day before a major.
Yep.
We are no strangers to that. So
esports.
Yeah, so be patient. You know, it is what it is. And yeah, let's put PGL on the back foot in a few different ways, which they are working on. So Alistair, or Alistair, I'm sure it's Alistair though, falling back. Oh, that's a lot of targets. Well, how does your brain decide where to even put your crosshair when you see 3 people in a situation like that where you have to choose a target immediately?
Yeah. It's kind of difficult, especially... Oh, lots of damage being done here. Nice couple of shots coming through from Alistair. And, I mean, it's just a graveyard here leading up to the control room. And Alex will make his way forward to see if he can do some amount of damage, but nice positioning from Alistair. And they're just going to pick up a very surprising round off the back of that defense around control room stairs. Really nice. Very, very nice indeed. I'm a little bit worried for Movistar Riders.
I can confirm 2 things. One, that the HUD needs a reset. You can see the score there is 1-1. And I can also confirm that I did pick Movistar Riders to win this game. Okay, I think one of the T's has disconnected. So, lots of fun today. It wouldn't be day 1 of a major without a bunch of bugs.
I mean, of course. I mean, fortunately, the major is quite long. So, you know, we have ample time to sort these things. And if we're lucky, you know, we'll get through day 1 and all of the issues have been spotted and sorted, and we can continue normally. And of course, you know, again, like it's so hard to prepare for stuff like a just random patch that just comes through last second and then breaks everything. That seems unfair, James. Actually, really unfair to, to PGL. By the way, we've got this patch. We're just going to deploy this right now. And
yeah.
Snipe before.
I think at the FaZe Major it was 2 o'clock in the morning local time that was deployed, and it broke a bunch of stuff. So
yep.
Yeah, let's find a better way of doing that in future if there is one. Indeed, it is 1-to-1. We've got some fast flashbangs into the A bomb site, and Malta is completely blind. He can't see a thing. Alistair with the AWP. Well, he may not have much to do because Hats is drilling these fools, and Movistar Riders, after a promising start on the T side, things have been shut down pretty quickly on the A bomb side.
I mean, this is great. What a fantastic start. It's kind of like we saw in the Pain Gaming situation whereby they lose that pistol. This looks a little bit grim. They pick up a surprising anti-eco. They got like a sick economic start. Now, in the case of Pain Gaming, they weren't able to really convert enough rounds off of the back of that. So he's hoping that that'll be a bit easier here for Renegades' sake. And you know, we talked about the obstacles that they have playing against them. So, of course, it would be really, really great for them to just find a comfortable footing early on. Alistair already picking up the AWP. Only having to worry about Glocks. I mean, this should be a foregone conclusion.
Indeed, it should be. I think Alistair's got the Crimson Web flip knife. Very undervalued, underrated knife. Love me some Crimson Webs. I did make the mistake of looking up looking into minimal wear Crimson Web M9 bayonets yesterday, which is a recipe for very expensive day out. So I did resist though. I did resist, but I feel like I need to, one day I need to get an M9 Crimson Web. I feel like it's a grail knife for me. But you know, I'm not doing too bad at the moment, so I did manage to resist. I think I'm a shopaholic, Dan, which is not good. Not good at all, and neither is this angle as far as the Movistar Riders will be concerned, because Hats is just looking to rack up a really nice KD early on here. 6 kills in these, I think in the last 2 rounds, to be honest, like 3 in each round if I'm not mistaken, which puts Renegades in at a 3-to-1 scoreline. So again, this is a pretty good start for their CT side. However, Movistar Riders will be coming back on to the buy for 5, AK-47s, and they've got a medium level of utility, as the HUD will tell you, towards the right-hand side. So let's see what they can do with it.
Indeed. So we get to see the D4 coming through here. Actually, a lot of emphasis on outside control. We get the smokes that cover that cross down secrets. And Alistair he's calling it. It's okay, what's going on? Let's find out the information out. Able to hold this with the AWP.
How's Alex alive? He went from 16 HP to 7 with a HE flying in his direction.
Gamer reactions. Beautiful. Alistair able to fall back off of that. It's a costly take of secrets here.
Ooh. Off angle from Alistair, maybe?
Oh, he's going forward. Oh, you love to see the confidence there from Alistair.
You got to get that kill, bro.
He's popping off right now. I mean, he was the one that hit those deagle shots that really made this difficult and allowed them to win that eco.
Alex was caught sleeping. But ramp is in the possession of the Movistar Riders. And you can see they're waiting for a reposition. There is no door in the squeaky position, and that will allow deaths to creep through. So with presence, with real estate on the ramp, they have created weakness on the B bomb site, and they will use that to try and seize a position on A. Malta's going to have to play a crossfire with Hats, which will be awkward. That crossfire has been eliminated already. Hats now doing what he can, looking for another multi-frag. 1 kill, and he falls away to allow ENCE to finish off the rest of them. Little bait and switch there. Very easy work, easy and effective work for Renegades. I mean, it is nuke, but I am starting to wonder, like, oh man, have I made a mistake? But again, it's so hard to pick ahead of time. There's we're going in blind to some degree here at this major, but that makes it exciting.
Yeah.
It's nervous. Honestly, I do wonder if the diamond pick'em will be harder to get this time than last time. For now, I would say yes.
Yeah, it's again, that's why day one is so interesting, because we get the temperature of all of these teams. So the initial grenades being sent out there, again, it's an anti-eco here for Renegades. Off to a just stellar start. Nuke is difficult, actually, like this. It can be difficult to break the momentum on the CTs. Ooh, fast push, Sicko, slows things down. Careful placement of the incendiary to block anyone chasing him down. And look at just the way this has been staggered. It's all controlled.
Yeah, early presence. And Nuke is a difficult map to play on the T side. It is often like this. 3-round lead for Renegades. They should be good for a fourth. That AWP is an overhyped skin. Just so you know, if you invested in that, then more fool you. Prince is where it's at. You heard it here first. I look forward to the tweets. 40 seconds remain. Still 5 Movistar Riders players up. No flashes, but 1 smoke, which has been deployed. And they start to creep towards the A bomb site now. Hats with a number of angles to hold. Got to be careful about it, though. But it is a tentative push from Movistar Riders, so he gets an opportunity, falls back to the boxes now, but we've got an AWP in heaven for the T side. Sicko trying to chase an event. Awkward for him now, but there are 16 seconds to plant the bomb. Gets a HE kill, and I think the CTs may take control of this. They may, maybe they won't. We have another kill now with that AWP, and INS finds himself alone. 1 versus 3. They know where he is now. The HE could be very profitable, but the AWP will land first.
Well, that's unfortunate. Doesn't even get the kill, but down to 6 HP for some players. All right, well, Movistar Riders finding back. The money built up reasonably well for Renegades, so not really hurting on a buy here. And we'll get Alistair back on that AWP. Been enjoying what he's brought to the table so far. Movistar Riders, you know, we get the cross smokes and the kind of typical stuff here on their default. I love the aggressive smoke from the CTs there to allow forward positions. Very aggressive. In fact, so much info by Alistair. He's so aggressive with the AWP by T-Red. He's got all the control, all the info.
Oh, those are big frags. 1 through the smoke as well. In's doing what he can. Needed to finish off that kill. Falling at an awkward time, but still delivers. A few bullets left, but no more health. Alistair now up top. That bomb, I think, is towards him on his side of the bomb site there. Down goes Alex. Escapes immediately. 1 versus 2. Had the crosshair in the right place, but couldn't pull the trigger in time. 1 HP for Mopoz as Movistar Riders make it to 3.
Yeah, these rounds have been very close, actually. But the back and forth is presumably will slowly favor Movistar Riders because they're on the T side. You know, the economy is more manageable, and you know, Renegades, you know, we're seeing Alistair going to the AWP repeatedly. So we can see already the economy's been broken. They only really had 1 big buy, and that was the last round, and that didn't end up working out for them. So Sicko has the Deagle, ENCE has the Sheriff, the PT-50.
The Sheriff, Dan.
It's bound to happen eventually,
The Sheriff.
James.
Get out, Dan.
I know, it's bound to happen eventually. I do apologize. I do humbly apologize.
5v3 now, as Movistar Riders have thinned out the coffers of Renegades. Hats and Malta remain. Desert Eagle would be nice to land a few headshots. Oh, okay, we got a whiteout connoisseur as well. You can't put a name tag on this gun. It looks so ugly with the name tag on. But I went for the Flow hollow stickers. I think there are different versions, but well, that's quite nice as well. Not as nice as mine, of course, but pretty nice.
There's still some work to be done by Hats here, you know. He can get a couple kills with this, you know, the element surprise might be able to catch 1 player off guard, pick up a gun. You know, that economic damage would be really nice to be able to find. Deagle not what it once was. Alex will take him down, and 4-4, just like that. And James, honestly, Renegades were in such a position of dominance where they could really be able to string together lots and lots of rounds. But Movistar Riders have effectively just made us forget how this map started. This map started with Movistar Riders having the worst possible economic opening. And now they're looking pretty comfortable on this T side. This would be an important moment, I think, for Renegades to put their foot down. I liked how Alistair went really aggressive on a previous round around T-Red. That was one of the rounds that didn't work out for Renegades in the end, but I do like how brazen that was from Alistair, and that's the kind of surprising play you want to see out of your star player or your AWPer to start you off on a good footing and make things unpredictable and force the opponents to have to adapt. And Alistair is not going to be able to do any aggressions around the outside. He's focused himself in on that ramp control. Left the outside to his teammates. We see these outside smokes once again from Movistar Riders. Malta able to pick up a kill there. Alistair having to fall back after the challenge.
Oh, lovely flick. That's the bomb as well. He'll definitely hold this angle and try and take control of that bomb. And they'll quickly take control of the entire round. 5-4 Renegades. They got 4-man on road at the end of that round, which is great for their economy. And there is money here for Movistar Riders to pull out a full buy, so they won't be too concerned with that. I almost kicked our entire console on the floor with my giant feet as I'm walking around having sneezing fits in the corner. But actually, 4 rounds from 9, I think it's a pretty good spot for Movistar Riders right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a good spot, and Renegades have to prove that they can build that momentum still. Again, I'm liking the flair we're seeing out of Renegades. That last round was really scrappy for Movistar Riders as well. They were kind of taking fights everywhere across the map at once. And let's see if they'll be a little bit more coordinated in this particular round. They've got that.
Oh! Wait for the smoke, bro, cousin, fam.
I thought the smoke was up.
I think he jumped just before it popped. I want to say.
Well, it's a 4v4. There's a minute to go.
It's a deep incendiary. Some will be ahead of it, however, and Sicko seems will have to fall back. So the ramp has been taken now by Movistar Riders, and previously we saw them take the ramp and then head towards the A site. And maybe they'll consider doing it again, but Renegades are being proactive. They are not going to wait around. 4 versus 4, but they will not rest on this. They want the information. ENCE pushing Secret as well. They're pushing Secret and Lobby, so surely they read it's a B play, but multiple spot one coming back to the lobby and get a kill. We've got T's in heaven now. 33 seconds on the clock. Down goes one more player for Movistar Riders, which makes it a 3 versus 2 now. Advantage Renegades. Steph's moving into the bomb site, though, and things will escalate very quickly indeed.
Very interesting. Oh, Sicko finds a moment. Can he find another one? He's got a teammate to play off of. ENCE is going to go for the swing, and he doesn't even need the support. Great.
I don't know why they dropped off heaven there, because they just took control of the site and could plant it for heaven.
Yeah. And
then dropped off heaven.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's such a strong position. Obviously, you've got angles all over the place. But the timing there was extremely brutal. Like, he was instantly flanked from heaven, so.
And there we have it. Renegades able to take, 2 rounds back-to-back. The bomb was planted, however, so actually enough money for a full buy here from Movistar Riders. It would just be Mopoz, who is a little bit worse for wear. But definitely feels like a spot where they should be buying. And I'm curious, what they will decide to go with strategically in this round. I wouldn't be too surprised to see the outside smokes and then actually them actually put more bodies behind that and maybe go for a secret take or something like that. Equally, you could make the argument that taking fast ramp control is something that they would want to do. But so far, Renegades have been putting a good stop on that position. And Alistair's been moving between outside and ramp as well. So it's kind of guesswork for Movistar Riders, but given that there's a Mach 10 on Mopos, he could certainly be the sacrifice, the sacrificial lamb going first.
All right, initial junk thrown outside from both squads. Alex will be creeping. 70 HP, we can see Mopos, it seems, will be keeping the CTs honest around the lobby area for now. So, Alex is at T-Red. Spanish flag is quite beautiful as far as flags go. It's a nice flag.
That's true.
Right then, the wall of smoke is outside. Alex will shift to walk over. That will pull the rotation from ENCE. Now, importantly, Renegades do not know how many, if any, players are crossing through that smoke, and it seems it will be 0 as Alex stays by T-Red. So now the question is ENCE going to push towards Secret and find out that no one's there, and will he do it in time? Smoke up for the time being. As that smoke goes, he'll fall back towards Decon, so there is a lack of info. Mopos showing some presence now on that ramp position. They've taken ramp more than once, Movistar Riders.
Definitely. I feel like Renegades has handled it well each time too. And here's the upper play. You know, you push that pressure towards ramp, and now you throw in a fast one here for this upper play. Great opening pick, Malta. That looked slow at first, but able to convert 2 out of it. Alistair on site, has to deliver. First shot is a whiff. No more mistakes are possible now for Alistair. He's got to connect each of these shots as Alice creeps ever closer. And it's actually Mopos to take down the kill, and just enough time for this frag. Sirko coming in from the upper position from heaven. Looks like Alex is wary of this one. And it's just not going to work out for Renegades. Nice finish by Movistar Riders. I really like what they did there.
Yeah, that was a scary one, though. Malta should never get 2 kills in that position with how much time the trade fragger had to shut him down, but they were able to overcome anyway. And they've broken the money for Renegades. I don't think they'll be poor for long. However, this is a chance for Movistar Riders to tie the score. 6-6 on the T side. I think you have to consider that a success in a map such as Nuke. But let's see if they can get there, because we've seen plenty of pistol rounds won already. This one, though, I think will be difficult. 4 USPs and a cameo appearance from a P250. They'll try and swarm with the numbers. I respect the play. Hats has picked up an AK-47 as well, but unable to get anything more done here. And Alistair will be alone with the USP. But if they continue outside, maybe he can collect a gun.
Yeah. No. Dead. 6-6. It's a close first half, but it really feels like it has Movistar Riders written all over it. You know, we've had some good looks from Renegades, but overall, you know, again, it's for as far as T sides go, this is very successful given how things started out. You actually get a little moment to breathe here. I'm curious where Alistair will go, because we saw that T-Red push one time, and there was nobody there. I really want to see what happens when he makes that push, and there is action outside. I mean, who's not a fan of aggressive AWP openings?
Love me some AWP. Renegades with medium utility in round 13. But perhaps the weaponry can make that crucial difference for them, as they need more rounds from this CT side, I would say.
Yeah.
Can't be tying with the T side. Well, plenty of harassment from Malta in case of any fast plays into the A-bomb side, but it will be a delayed one. Hats with another multi-frag on the A-bomb side, being so good in a few different rounds, delivering those multi-kills when they're needed. Mopos will make his way downstairs. We'll see if Movistar Riders can recover from this, looking less and less likely now as Sunpayas is dropped on the ramp. And suddenly we're on a 4 versus 2. Hold on a second. Things have escalated quickly. Now there's only one man between them. 3 versus 2 now as Movistar Riders catch up.
Yeah, and the positioning here is actually very nice for Movistar Riders. They are able to get a plant here, and was making his way towards events. Might find a timing. Oh, it gets teased, and indeed finds a very nice timing, able to evade one of the other CTs moving towards the stairs, and another conversion coming through there from Mouz. And it's just going from bad to worse here. Malta, not much to be done. Alex, great round from Alex and Mouz to finish things off.
That was a 2 versus 4?
Yes.
Well, that's going to be a frustrating round for Renegades. Definitely. You've got to keep your mind focused and keep your head straight after losing a round such as that.
No doubt.
They lost 2 players very, very quickly indeed. It was 2 versus 5. It was a 2 versus 5
2v5
on the T side of Nuke. I thought it might have been.
That's pretty epic.
Yeah,
actually.
That's a bad round to lose. But there's no time to think. Oh no, there is time to think about it. They're on pistols.
Yep.
Oh, this is so. That 2 versus 5 could have a huge impact on the end of this half, and it likely will. That HG was their best chance.
Yeah, certainly looking quite scary at this point. But again, I mean, it's kind of like you said at the beginning of this matchup. Sometimes, you know, you'll be surprised, and it'll just turn out to be like a T-sided matchup between the two teams that are playing.
Yeah.
As opposed to the conventional CT-sided bias that exists with the inherent advantages on the map. Very strong position for Davig if he's able to secure this position. Hats. Oh, timing.
Nice.
Yes, both push him at once. Oh, they can't make it work though. It is awkward, but it's a good effort.
Yeah. It's all they have to offer. Man. This is... That 2 versus 5 may lead Movistar Riders to a 9-6 scoreline on the T side.
Yeah.
That is so big.
Yes.
For them.
And again, they... Oh, it's a nice cheeky kill with the USP. Short-lived. But yeah, again, I can't emphasize it enough. Put that in context with the fact that Renegades lost the pistol but then won the force buy afterwards. I actually don't think it was even a force buy. It was, I think, just a couple, like a Deagle here, a PT-50 there. So they didn't fully even invest, but they won that round. And that normally has enormous implications. And to only get 6 rounds on the CT side after that is definitely not the best look in the world. But again, we'll see how this last one goes. Renegades have the AWP back on Alistair.
Yep, indeed they do. Last round of the first half. Hats blind now, changing his position. More risk here, and Alex has made his way into main very quickly indeed. And the T's will storm the A bomb site. Alistair, he'll try to have something to say about this. 2 versus 4 for Renegades now, and I imagine this one will be even harder.
Yeah, this is not this is not looking very, very straightforward at all. They know precisely where Alistair is. There's still incendiaries. Oh wow, that actually got extinguished. I don't know that it will really matter all that much. Just got to go for it. It's the last round of the first half. Alistair is going to just try to do what he can, but that's a wrap for the first half. 9-6 for Movistar Riders, and I was saying how I felt like they were the safe bet before we went into this one, and it's kind of feeling like that right now. A 9-6 on the T side, that's a great half.
Yeah. And maybe there were 1 or 2 more rounds in this for Renegades, but that 2v5 really changed things dramatically. And again, that just put so much more pressure on the pistol run. I'm not sure if it was, I think it was the first game we saw where it was a 9-6 scoreline. It ended up being 12-6 because the leading team managed to win that pistol. And I don't know if that's something you can recover from very often on a map such as Nuke, but let's see if we get there.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Renegades on that T side looking for at least a threaten. But they might be going towards that vent drop. Mouz above. It's going to be an upper split coming through the heart position. Sampayas on site, looking to do a lot of damage here. The USP is looking pretty good so far. Very controlled. And in fact, it's looking very easy here for Movistar Riders. Just one player left. Sicko with that Glock, not finding the connections he's looking for, and they don't pick up the key pistol. Renegades don't get the bomb plant either for that extra cash. They are, I mean, it's worst case. It's worst case scenario.
It is worst case scenario, yeah. I didn't keep track of how many people get the cheap helmet, if any, for Movistar Riders, but positions were played very well on the A bomb site. Just use the numbers wisely, and well, we can see that there has been a force buy from Renegades, and again, you can't really allow that 6-12 scoreline, but maybe it'll happen anyway. We shall see. We have 2 M4s for Movistar Riders. Silenced M4 dramatically rising in popularity, of course. Double MP9 as well, and then the FAMAS. The only weakness, really, MP9's a beast. Oh, the timing. Oh, give it to me. I need this. I need this. Inject it. Oh, that's not as much as I wanted, but it'll do.
Pretty good.
The timing is good, though, from Alex. The awareness and the drilling from Davy will certainly help. INS and Malta. INS, your highness. Well, it's just down to Malta now. And this is a failed force buy on multiple reasons. There's no bomb plant. Right now, there are no kills either. So they've got practically nothing from this. Now they know where Malta is. It goes from bad to worse. All right, well, there's a nice headshot from him. And he could do a little more here because 2 of these players are in one-shot territory. So he will be avoided. And there's an M4 on the floor. So this is actually surprisingly awkward for Movistar Riders in that they don't want more people to die. So they're going to have to abandon an M4 to save more money elsewhere. We'll see if they can rescue it in time. Nope. Well, that was a quite useful kill then from Malta.
Yes. Yes, it was. Renegades are going to have to be perfect. They're going to have to be perfect. Movistar Riders are going to get to 12, and they're going to have, assuming that this round's fairly clean, they're going to have a bank to work from too. And one of the issues here as well is that there's not a lot of buffer for Renegades, so they don't get a lot of time to work out how Movistar Riders are playing their CT side. And then you just have to like guess every round correctly and make all the right calls with no information. It's very hard. But that's what they're up against. And it's looking pretty good so far in this defense. And, oh.
Oh, you squeezed another kill out of that. Not too shabby. Now, Sicko has an M4 and Malta has got a Deagle. Just holding now. They wait for the CTs to reposition. Holding on the ramp. But Movistar Riders will just wait for them for the time being, it seems. 3 full health players. 300 HP for the Riders. Sure they'll have concerns towards heaven. I'm not sure if Alex has dropped off there. I heard a sound. 40 seconds. Sicko walking now with the bomb. No Kevlar for these players will be a problem. Hello. Easily dealt with. Alex will swing of the MP9. Sicko found in the hut. He's got 27 seconds. He knows that 2 of the remaining 3 players are on the A bomb site. Does he dare go for a quick vent drop? Bit of pre-fire onto Devs, and he's making some inroads there. But he's lost his angle now. Devs goes behind the vent once again, and Alex will clean up, and he'll get an upgrade to the M4, I'm sure.
And this is it. This is the point now where Renegades they get the full buy-in, and they can't really make a mistake. They need to, for their best chance, they need to crush the economy as quickly as possible, force out as many ecos as possible to just make their life, make this team doable. Sampayas is going to pick up that AWP though, so it's the big green. It's always going to be annoying, and it can always, it can often throw a wrench into the works. I'm curious where some players will actually go with it. We'll see.
Big rounds. Are we going to see a fast play into the A-bomb site from Renegades? I do wonder.
Yeah, it's a good question. It doesn't feel comfortable when you need, like, you feel like you need to win rounds. You want to find a reliable, repeatable solution off of defaults and so on.
There's a lot of smokes being thrown outside, and you can see the mollies being lined up. The second molly for the Huts, I do believe. So I think it is going to be a fast play into that A-bomb site after all. Maybe expected by Movistar Riders. Devs will get 2 with the FAMAS, and they've been unanswered. Alistair's been spotted with the bomb. Malta and Alistair. Mopos is behind them. He's in T-spawn already. So there is a no-respect game being played here by Movistar Riders, and he's got angles on the ladder as well. Leaving Malta to run into 3 players on the A-bomb site. Shut it down.
Ooh, that's unfortunate for Renegades. You know, I was mentioning, you know, one thing that you might think about in their position is, okay, how can we kind of string rounds together reliably? It's really hard if you don't feel really confident in your default and your mid-rounding. And from their style so far, in the limited rounds we've seen a lot of those faster rounds and less of the slower pace, kind of trying to edge out and find those edges in the mid-round. And they're in a really bad spot now. We'll see if there's anything doing. Nice. ENCE able to pick off 1. I would believe that was towards the outside. But we've got some fighting Movistar Riders. They're not giving up this outside position. They're happy to fight this one until there was only 1 left.
I like how they swing together on the aggression. They're not shy, Movistar Riders. Comfort has been found on Nuke. So again, we were looking for some early info as to how these teams would look against each other, and we certainly found out. Movistar Riders looking stronger by a reasonable margin, I feel like, and perhaps it should be that way. With you know, all considered, I think in a perfect world, Renegades would be coming to this one stronger, but times are as they are. But hey, it's just the first game, and it's not over just yet.
Yeah. Well, Alex goes down, opening found. I was going to make that point as well, you know, especially for a lot of these players, the first time in a major, just getting the first game jitters out of the way with is actually quite beneficial. Very winnable game, though, for Renegades in terms of the matchup, but of course at this point it is looking quite difficult. Pyjamas able to regain some ground here towards the outside. There's a smoke to block his vision.
Yeah, it is the first major for 3/5 of the roster for Renegades.
Oh, baited.
But it's the first major for this entire Movistar Riders team as well. Lots of debuts here.
And this was nice by Renegades. You know, the smokes outside suggests that they're working outside, so we get to push towards ramp. It was a trap. Renegades were going to ramp with the full lineup, so they're kind of faking that outside control. And that paid off. You know, that was the kill that really secured this one. They roll into that lower site without an issue. So, you know, well done by Renegades to pick up this one. You can see the save from Pyjamas, unable to find the value in mid or around the outside. So Renegades not done just yet. However, money's great for the Movistar Riders team. Ooh.
The coolants keep the rods at a stable temperature. That's what this is for.
Indeed.
Renegades move to half the score of Movistar Riders, which means they've got a long way to go.
It is a long way to go. But I like the way that they approached that last round. I mean, that was kind of more what I wanted to see, which is, you know, you throw some utility, you're trying to force reactions from your opponents, you're trying to then punish those reactions. They did that really well. in that previous round just there. Faster approach outside. Movistar Riders dumping a lot of util to prevent early rush timings. Now it's a case of waiting out some of these early smokes for Renegades. Now previously we had a similar pacing, I believe, where they had that delayed outer smoke take. They didn't end up using it, but this time, Sunpius doesn't want to get played for the fall again. He's actually pushing directly for the information. Huge push from Sunpius. Can he find something? He's been spotted. He was spotted. That's a huge spot to get. He's going to fall back. Renegades will take the outside.
A lot of players trying to make their way into main, but Alex doesn't quite make it there with the AUG, and that's going to cause some problems now. But Renegades don't full commit to this. Information has been given to the CTs, but they have 35 seconds. They'll use that. They have position around main. They'll start to creep towards heaven as well. CTs could be in some trouble here, but it's the Ts who still have to plant this bomb. Malta edging forward. Deaths on an island alone on the A bomb site, eliminated, and I would imagine they go in one by one now. David G has got a play to make. Sicko off the bomb plant, almost dying as well. Really needs to commit to this, and Sunpius may have nothing else to do in this round, in this 1 versus 3 situation. Big opportunity, huge flank, some frags, but doesn't quite completely eliminate the bomb carrier.
Yeah, Sunpius will save the AWP. Another great round from Renegades. Again, you know, these rounds where they're defaulting are actually working a lot better than the kind of just gambly pops that they were doing earlier on. Are we saying David G, James?
I can say David G.
His middle name is Granado, so presumably it's David Granado.
Let's go with David G.
We could just use his entire full name. David Granado Bermudo. I mean, that's a great name.
Not when you say it.
It sounds awesome. That's an awesome sounding name.
Yeah, it's not bad.
David Granado.
I don't have that Spanish Andalusia.
Yeah.
I've got English Andalusia.
That is true. Probably just sounds awful to any native speakers hearing us.
Andalusia. Where's my burger? Looking at the buy for Movistar Riders, they've got the MP9 at AWP and a bunch of pistols, but the AWP can of course be very, very instrumental in this round, and so can Alistair's. Looking for players seeking information towards main. We'll see if he served something later. How long does he hold this angle for? Ooh, we've got a pixely angle towards the ramp. You used to see those plays. Shocks, I feel like, made it popular to hold a smoke like that towards Secret from a CT point POV. Not often you see this one, though.
Yeah. Well, Renegades are doing a good job. We're getting these outside smokes again around the 1 minute mark, so again, a delayed outer take. This is quite confusing for Movistar Riders, who are playing somewhat passive.
We got a very awkward bounce in one of those smokes, so there is a gap. Although there's no one to see that gap, apart from maybe INS. Maybe it has no part to play in this round.
Oh. David G. With the Deagle. The big D looking to see what he can do. Similarly for Mopos, also looking quite scary with that Deagle. Again, not what it once was, but still very dangerous. Especially in spots like this. They're all grouped up, bunched up together, playing around the crate, trying to play the bait game. And Alex is the one to get the pop onto wins, but the trades are undeniable. Death's trying to do what he can, but there's only so much.
Yeah, I don't know why the Deagle player moved away, started moving away from that box there, because I think there was maybe some easier headshots from that angle, but maybe there was a play they were trying to make and didn't quite have the time. Either way, as long as Renegades could keep Movistar Riders poor, they have a chance, and they are doing that successfully so far. But I would imagine the buy will be around the corner. We can see David G has got 2,600 in the bank, so when a loss bonus comes through, then they'll be on the buy once again.
Yeah. Has that Kevlar too, so you don't want to waste that. Throw that away. You don't need the helmets against the T side. Man, it used to be really triggering when you see the pros like they'd buy a helmet against the T side instead of the flashbang that, you know, when they don't have enough money to buy everything. It's like now they're missing a flashbang, but they got a helmet, so congrats. Anyway, 9-14 Renegades, you know, slowly but surely climbing their way back in this one. It is quite tricky, but they have found a somewhat reliable way to open up these rounds. They're playing that so far delayed outer take. Oh, they're throwing the outer smokes straight away this time.
Yeah, they did that last time when they
or?
made a play into the A bomb site, which didn't quite work out for them, but it seems maybe this time it'll be a ramp.
I think there's a gap in those smokes as well.
Oh, did he hit a tagging? Oh, how does he get escape from this? He's got to go down to the Deagle, but he's got the information. Sunpayav's trying to rotate as best he can, standing in the molly, and that will allow him to eliminate Malta. Renegades can't afford to lose this round. If they lose this round, it's match point for Movistar Riders. They can't make any more mistakes.
This is really tough too because they were not able to really get position in ramp fully. And committing down to the lower site, well, there's been enough time for rotations, there's enough players to cover for this. There's no good option. That's just the reality here for Renegades. So they're going to have to try to make good of a bad situation. Looking to commit slowly but surely down into this lower site. Oh, Alex, opportunity there because that nade went too deep, but Alistair still looking for it. That's actually amazing. He still has his cross ready to go there. 3v3 now. 30 seconds for the plant. They're walking it back into the upper site.
Time on the clock. Not much of it. 20 seconds. ENCE moving forward. Spray is a mess from Defs, and looks like there's a chance now. Mopo switching out for the AK. 1 versus 3 all of a sudden. Renegades are doing it when they really need to, when the pressure is the highest.
Yes. Mopo's looking to see what can be done. Is there going to be something given? Looks unlikely at this point.
Well, there's some information for him. I don't know if there's a kit on the site. He doesn't have one. They start to move away now, and yeah, there's no kit, but there are 3 kills. Spots an elbow, and it'll be very costly for the Renegades. Does Sicko survive? Indeed, he does, but no one else does. Neither does the buy power of Movistar Riders. It's eco time once again. So at this point, Renegades just, you know, every round is basically worth 2 rounds unless they have a massive disaster. If they take all the weapons away, then there's not much, you know, Movistar Riders have got to wait for the round every other round, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been really difficult for Movistar Riders. And once again, Renegades were in a spot there where it was very tricky. It was a very tricky mid-round scenario, but ENCE getting these kills, those 2 kills are really huge. And we saw the POV of the player on the rafters in that first battle. There's a lot of whiffing going on against ENCE there, and those initial whiffs that was the problem. That allowed Renegades to have the opportunity they needed, and that's how it goes. Sometimes that's going to happen, and it happened for Movistar Riders at the worst possible timing. Interestingly, again, you know, Renegades do have somewhat of a consistent approach so far. Just waiting to see those outside smokes coming through a little bit later. We have the smoke from the T side on the squeaky door, the classic kind of possible lurk smoke. David Granado.
You're obsessed with his name.
Bermudo, ready to go with a deagle in hand. Playing contact with Mopos.
I like this setup.
Yes.
Again, we've got the grenades going outside, but Renegades are going inside. Will this pay off? Oh,
Bates.
I feel like he started moving. I don't know if he's moved on reaction or if that was just awkward timing. Either way, Mopos is taken care of. 1 down, 4 to go, 35 seconds on the clock. I don't know what the defense is like in the site, but most players are out of position. There is a CZ on deck, however. Sunpayer's trying to run distraction, but a flurry of kills will really neutralize the threat as far as the bomb plant's concerned. CZ is seen, and Alistair may go down. Ooh,
Oh.
just trying to get a better angle, man. You got to go for that shot through the wall.
That's unfortunate. I like that from Renegades. You know, the Movistar Riders couldn't quite know which way they were going to go. So you know, they could easily just have gone ramp as they did upper. So yeah, it's slowly but surely Renegades showing their resiliency. And as you mentioned, that pressure is a real thing here. And both of these sides aren't as experienced as some of the other teams and players we have in this major. And you better believe that even though it's just day one, they're going to be feeling pressure in these matches. And pressure can make mistakes, especially amongst more of the inexperienced players. Now the outside smokes, but there's vision from Alex, who is posted up around Secret. Or Garage, I'm not sure actually on the minimap. In Garage, okay, back Garage. Okay, so it has only the angle if they cross into main, but cannot see if they go to Secret. Oh, this is tense.
Oh, I think he wanted to hold his position somewhat with the cover he had, but that second flash will force him away. Sunpayers drops in the meantime. Sicko making his way towards Hell. An exchange of grenades as Renegades have 45 seconds to make their next play.
That kill on Sunpayers opens up the upper site and opens up the possibility to split. And you can see that Sicko's in a position to really make that hurt. Alex is isolated away from his teammates. He's not going to have any impact on the round unless he finds the back of Sicko in time, but he doesn't. And so now the upper play is enabled by that pick onto Sunpayers. That's changed everything. And here they go. Des is looking for it, but he's got to be perfect here. There go the flashbangs. Turns away, and he can't find the following kill, though. And that upper side is under control. Moppers could find a timing. Gets the first kill. Can he stop the plant in time? He goes for the swing, and he'll get the kill, but the plants come through. Ian's looking for the trades. He's going to find it, but he has to do this. He has to win this situation.
Oh, he's completely ignored the heart, but he's still got a kill looking for the transfer. But Alex will just get there in time. And finally, perhaps Movistar Riders have made it to match point as long as they defuse this bomb. Don't forget to do that. He has got a kit. Oh, a bit of spray as well. Slight BM there. But Renegades are not too far away, so I wouldn't get ahead of myself. They could still pull this one out and take it to an overtime.
Definitely, and I think given how well they've played in some of these rounds, we can't put that past them. They've got enough money to get the buys in with all of that success that they've been experiencing. And Movistar Riders, time to close things down. Time to close.
Always be closing the Dan special.
ABC. Always be. I haven't seen the movie that's actually referenced from, but I will reference it.
Oh, so it's fraudulent.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
Match point Movistar Riders. 4 of them. And they've got some money. Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say in the hole, but I'm not sure that everybody has bought just yet. You can see Mopos now splashing the cash, and Devs will have to go for the FAMAS. AWP for Alistair. No such luck for Movistar Riders. No AWP, no scope for them. No AUG, no AWP. Flashbang left in spawn. Alright then, we've got some early utility in towards the A-bomb site. We'll see if they go for those smoke grenades with no presence behind them later on the outside, as we have seen in multiple rounds now. Renegades need 4 from 4.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what they can get here as we go into The mid-round momentarily. We're going to see those outside smokes coming through once again. And once more, we have Alex playing Garage, the back of Garage, so he can cover the cross to main. However, with those smokes going down...
Is there a gap there again?
Yeah, I don't know. It looks kind of like there is.
Oh, it is a big gap.
It's not ideal. But as you say, we haven't really have you know, the challenges around it just yet. Oh, Movistar Riders are ready to fight for this.
Oh, well, numbers towards main, and, well, that's very unfortunate. This is going to collapse for them with the crossfire. They just cannot recover from this, surely. 2 versus 3. Brutal for them around main. Malta creeps through towards Squeaky now. Got to be real careful, Malta, here.
Oh, such a make or break. There's so much open space on the map right now. So many holes to be moving through, and they're going to find the openings towards that lower site, and actually, it's going to be a 2v3 after plant. Malta there with the... Oh, that's just in time. It's going to deny David. Looking for the challenge. It's going to be so careful, David. They've got a 3v2 advantage. Oh, my God! Alistair, that is so important. And it's a 2v2 now.
Flicks for the chicks, Alistair. How much has he got left, though? Because they might need a few more. And Movistar Riders going to be broke if they lose this round as well, so there's so much on the line here.
He's got to run distraction for Malta to come through on the back, and there it is! Playing with the doors, which way do you look? Oh, Alistair and Malta, what an epic round from them to keep Renegades in the action.
Too early with the sprays, Movistar Riders. Now you're getting disrespected.
Oh, those are some clutch shots coming through from the Renegades boys. And I can't imagine the adrenaline that's pumping through their veins right now. Backs against the wall, have to win these rounds. Fighting for overtime. And it's, as you say, like, once again, Movistar Riders back on the eco.
They've got 1 buy and a forced buy now, Movistar Riders. Round 13, full buy. Round 14, forced buy. That's it. I don't expect they'll be winning this one. Nope. Doesn't look very likely. Alex with the deagle. Where are the revolvers, man? Where are the revolvers at?
Revolvers, yeah. I would expect to see more of them, actually, given the nerfs to the deagle. It just doesn't feel... It feels quite sad, actually.
I mean, it's still a wind-up gun.
Playing with a deagle. It is. But the deagle's kind of rubbish now.
It's a wind-up gun and a wind-up gun to try and trigger your opponent.
Yeah. I like it.
I try to meme with it, and then I just go back every time.
I think it takes a lot of... There's lots of specific spot. I think it's hard to use it reactively. You kind of need to, I think, add setups to increase your chances of success.
Yeah, I think you've got to use it like a scout and kind of swing with it.
Yeah.
Basically, swing with a bit of wind-up. Well, Movistar Riders, this is their last full buy in regulation.
Yes. It may be 13-5, but effectively, there's only this one goodbye left for Movistar Riders. You got to hand it to Renegades. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. The lads from Oceania looking to get it done here against Movistar Riders. Smoke will cover. A narrow miss. Oh, Alex playing over the top of the smoke here. Scary stuff. Will he get a flashbang from a teammate or any support? Oh, they're pushing in close. Alex has to be so careful. Oh, the trade comes through. That could have been so much worse for Renegades.
I swear they were getting shot from somewhere else. How have they managed to survive with 4 players alive? Heading down towards B. David G is here. We see some rotations from Movistar Riders as well. Surely they've got to finish on the B bomb site here, Renegades. I think it would be crazy to try anything else. You can see David G posted up on the B bomb site now. I think he may be alone though. Malta looking to cut off the rotation. Well then, David G. 19 seconds. Malta being eliminated is a huge frag. They're going for the rotation, and that is a disaster for them. They've lost the bomb as well. Not like this, surely. Oh dear.
Yeah, that's a wrap. It seemed like, I mean, they made me believe a little bit. Just a little bit. It was a very dire situation, but it will indeed be Movistar Riders closing out Nuke, which is, again, I felt like they were a safe pick, but again, I think which proved my point that they were likely to win, but then also proving your point as in, like, nothing is a given here.
Yeah, respect to Renegades for winning that many rounds on the T side and being able to bring things back, but it just takes one wrong call. I wouldn't say bad call, but a wrong call. Tries to go A, wasn't the play on this occasion, and Movistar Riders take it in normal time. It's break time when we're back. It is match number 4. Don't go too far away. Maybe it wasn't break time.
Maybe not, yeah.
Is it not break time?
I don't know. I'm just here.
Coming up next, Mouz versus Sharks Esports.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Welcome back to the Major. This is the B stream, but really it's the best stream, B for best, because we're here. And so far we've probably had the best games. I feel like we've had really sick games so far.
We've had very good games.
And we're going into the Mouse versus the Sharks. And I feel like...
I love Sharks.
I mean, I feel like Sharks should win.
I have
Theoretically, Sharks are more vicious.
I have a shark. This is a shark tooth right here from Indonesia, long way away.
Did you collect the tooth yourself? Or?
No. There's this person out there who like molds something random that kind of holds them, so you can make them into a thing. Can you believe that English is my first language? It is. It's also my only language. But there we are. Anyway, Sharks.
Yeah. So they are. Let me check again. Yeah, number 58 in the world ranking. Versus number 16. This is the greatest difference of the teams we've had on the B stream here so far today. But I mean, look at that! It's so sexy, isn't it? I feel like they have the sex appeal, James. And Mouse Sports, the sex appeal's just gone like that because of the logo. But that's okay. Because
yeah, you haven't got Sunny anymore.
Yeah. Well, this team is a question mark as well. Certainly excellent players on this roster. I mean, incredible players.
Man like Rops.
With a lot of experience.
I've been waiting to say man like Rops at the Major during like a big moment for years, man. It's just not happening. But maybe they can do it this time. Although I feel like people are not really feeling confident on Mouse Sports right now.
Yeah. It feels like they've been struggling to find their identity. And so we'll see. I mean, we'll see at this Major who, of course, ends up finding their form, finding their flow. I would imagine that Mouse Sports, I feel like my heart tells me they're not going to do it in this event. But I do love this team in terms of the players. I think there's so much to be said for, I mean, just Rops alone is enough of a selling point for me, honestly. But Either way, we're going to see the map veto, and it looks like we'll be landing once again on Inferno.
Yeah. Recent results, 50% for Mouz Sports, but that's 4 maps played. 4. It's not really, you know, these sample sizes are not huge. Rops is a god on Inferno. He is very annoying.
Yeah.
As a lurker, and that's going to be a problem for sure. 75% with 4 maps played for Sharks. These, I don't really feel like you can put any stock into these. Like 4 maps is not a sample size where a percentage has much relevance, you know, unless it's like 0%.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't really pay too much attention to that. I think that you have to favor Mouz Sports going into this, but there must be some relative unfamiliarity here. We can see the odds actually 1.2 to 4.68. So Sharks are a heavy underdog, and I feel like they should be in a match such as this. But it is a best of one, and I feel like Inferno best of ones especially are prime ground for some chaos. And I know that TYLOO are going to be playing at the same time on the A stream as well, and I'm wondering where they're gonna end up, because I've put them to go 0-3, so I'm hoping it's not Inferno. Because, for selfish reasons, because as we saw with Pain Gaming, for example, you know, you can make things happen here, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where there's statistics, but everybody kind of knows the gist of Inferno, the basic decision making, and so on. It kind of, you know, the complexity is in its simplicity in that sense, paradoxically, because it's about, you know, everyone understanding what is somewhat optimal, and then you have to kind of make the reads. What are the options the other team has? What are the optimal reads out of that? And Inferno is like always a difficult one, because as a CT side, you're always weighing up risk reward in terms of, should I go and get information, or is it better to actually just stack a site? Which risk is better? Because both of them carry risk. So, I mean, we'll see which team is calling better, because I think that's a lot of what this comes down to. Also, the banana dynamics too. Which team is getting more effective, more efficient control of banana with the util. We saw previously on Inferno that, you know, we had like reactive banana takes. There's a lot of care in making sure that you don't overinvest utility, and that you create scenarios where maybe you condition the opponent to want to challenge and invest all of theirs, and then you have a utility advantage. So who's getting the utility advantage? That's like what I'm getting at here. That's the first thing I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think banana control is going to be crucial for CT side as well. I mean, what we saw in the previous Inferno on this stream today with Virtus.pro and Pain Gaming was pretty cool. We saw triple grenades on the T side from Pain Gaming, and, you know, of course on the CT side you've got to constantly mix up what you're doing, and that can give you 2 early kills depending on the plays you're making if you've got the pop flashes coming through on banana as well. So we'll definitely be looking out for that. Haven't seen a Dust 2 yet, and if you are joining us right now, or you weren't there at the beginning, this is Dust 2. This is the B bomb site, as you can see. This is the this is where Simple would throw his AWP over the wall and come through here like a beast, like a Don, if you will. And then the doors should be behind where Dan's standing. Okay, that's one way to do it. So there we go. This is the B bomb site, like a kind of cyberpunk style, I guess. Did you get into that cyberpunk hype?
Yeah. Well, I played every game that CG Projekt Red made. Like right from the beginning, which was the first Witcher game. And so like incrementally, I was like, oh, every time their games get really sick. They take really big risks as a company. I was a super big fan. And so I had to jump on Cyberpunk 2077. I actually didn't get any issues when on release. I actually had 0 issues. I was able to play through the whole thing with no crashes, no bugs. It was like everyone else is complaining of all of these insane issues, but I somehow escaped it all.
Some of those broken issues look pretty hilarious though. But briefly, what did you think of the actual game?
I thought it was good. I think it could have been a lot better.
I think it's worth buying like now.
Yeah. No,
really?
I think it's worth buying now, yeah. I don't know how much it costs right now, but I've also heard that, you know, because it's been like made much more efficient in terms of the graphics and how it's been coded with the engines, much more optimized. You can, if you're able to like turn the RTX on, if you have that, apparently it looks like incredible. Like, it's definitely a great way to experience the game. But because obviously most people were not able to really test those things when the game released, as there are a lot of issues, but apparently that's the go-to now, if you can get that.
Yeah, as soon as I see like loads of hype for a game, like that level of hype, if it's not GTA, I don't touch it.
Yeah, well, it was about their track record ultimately. Like, you know, game to game, every single thing was a massive improvement upon the previous one, and that was like it's a lofty idea. But I think it's awesome. I'm a sucker for dystopian sci-fi And if it's dystopian and sci-fi, I'm just there for it. Even if it sucks, I'll probably love it. So.
Have you seen the Dune film?
Not yet. I actually played the original Dune games in like 1992. Believe it or not. I wasn't playing them, but I was watching people play them, and I played them when I was a bit older because I would have been like 4 years old then. But yeah, I can't wait because it's such an awesome universe. A lot of people consider it to be one of the greatest sci-fi series of all time. So it's actually surprising it took us as long to actually see it made into a movie. Actually,
Have you read the books?
I haven't, but I've always meant to.
I'm gonna dodge the film and read the books.
That's a pretty
I
good
think
call. That's a good
because
call.
there's it's not like there's like a part 2 or whatever. So
It's a good call.
I feel like I'm not in a rush to watch the first part. Before we start this game, ladies and gents, there will be a short delay. We're going to go to a break. When we're back, Counter-Strike. See you soon.
Welcome back. It's time for the Sharks versus the Mouse. And I'm thinking the Mouse is going to win. I think it's... But at the same time, we've already established it's hard to predict anything this major. By the way, I do want to say, I love this music. It's very sci-fi, actually. Kind of chill sci-fi, like you're playing Deus Ex.
Would you call this cyberpunk style?
You just kind of chill.
Behind us?
I wouldn't say like cyberpunk exactly. I think more like just like kind of
futuristic or
future neon type of like Tron-ish type of vibes.
Tron?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, sci-fi, futuristic, neon.
Oh god.
But we're into the game.
Heroic and TYLOO were playing on Inferno as well. My caveat was TYLOO might win it, but it's Inferno and it's Inferno. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I really don't want my pick'ems getting wrecked by Heroic throwing, so let's see if that works out. Double grenades at top banana, but no one is there to receive them. Dexter's in the back, behind the smokes now, and the coffins in the ruins position. Mouse Sports starting on a CT side. Rob's the first man to fall. The talisman for Mouse Sports, especially in the post-Chris J era. Frozen. Very capable of some fun plays. This has become quite common as well, actually, these like allowing the plant and these HEs, but running forward of the grenade, it goes maybe further than one might have wanted it to. And it's getting a little more difficult for Mouse Sports now as Bemis and Acor remain.
Acor, very strong mechanically. Probably the best mechanical player on the server with Rops. I would wager. Nice little rap coming through from Zevi, playing off of the sound. Gotta be cautious because Acor's gonna pick off one. There's another tap coming through, and it is just not working out. They're gonna get fragged. It was a good attempt, but too much damage was done already. And Sharks will pick up the opening pistol.
Yeah, Sharks, another Brazilian squad, and it is the entire team's debut at the major. We've got so many squads. The same could be said for like Copenhagen Flames, their entire squad debuting at the major today. There's a lot of Brazilians though. Love to see it. We're seeing like a rise in CIS region players in many games, I feel like. They're growing in power, but in Counter-Strike, Brazil coming in with force at this major.
Yeah, especially given the lack of representation from North America of late in recent times. CIS and Brazil taking full advantage.
Yeah, they're in there.
And yeah, the ranks are swollen with CIS and Brazilian teams. We're going to see the creep here towards Banana. Oh, Dex is going to fall back just as those nades start to come through. Clearing all of the dangerous positions. You're expecting the CTs to be in positions like behind the sandbags and any of these kind of close range choke points, just trying to catch somebody off guard. But so far, of course, we can see Mouse Sports are playing quite passively. Reels in, dropping the nade. He's going to be going in first. Doesn't want to be burdened by the throwing of nades.
Counter grenades now from the Mouse Sports squad. Dexter with the Deagle. Patient shots. Got to be even more patient than before with how the Deagle is now. And let's see if they can slow things down. 27 seconds will feel like an eternity for Mouse Sports to try to defend this B bomb site. And it'll be unsuccessful. Bomb will be planted, as we can see. And that should be the worst of it for Young Sharks. Mouse Sports can look to hold on to these sets of Kevlar and pistols for the rounds to come. Frozen's got to try and get out of here with 2 HP. If he's allowed to. Maybe he has a chance now if he's careful. Off he goes.
What can Robs find? Be really nice to do some extra damage here. Not looking all that doable though. Sharks know precisely what is safe and what is not. And there's no need to chase down the remaining players. So the 2-0 and save round from Mouse Sports is coming through. You can see Acor has the most money. We'll be picking up the AWP as soon as possible.
Man like Rops, not on the scoreboard just yet. He has 0, as does Reelsin. But I think a lot of people will be looking for a performance from Rops here. He will need to deliver. Again, those grenades come through. We saw them in a pistol round. We see them here again. And these are early warnings for the buy rounds to come from Mouz Sports. And maybe that's what Young Shock's trying to do, trying to condition them to really think about their approach to Banana later on if they keep throwing these grenades.
Yeah, and I'm liking this from Sharks. Keep it nice and simple, rushing into the site. Uh-oh. That almost looks quite sketchy, the lineup there. 5-7 ready to go, but it's looking pretty good overall. Now that the dust is settled, we have Sharks on the site, 4 versus 2 after plants, and good to go. Looking to move into the 4th round with the 3-0 lead. And I would like to see, you know, JNT continue with the MAC-10 actually. There's a lot of value, especially on banana takes, just like going quick in banana or being the player to kind of lead the way through apartments. There's definitely a lot of utility behind that MAC-10 for the buy rounds. Acor's going to have an AWP though, so I'm really looking forward to also seeing how Mouz will start off. Do they want to play map control, go really heavy on the utility at the beginning of the round on banana? Are they looking to play more reactively? Is Acor going to be passive around top mid in apartments, or are we going to see him playing around that banana position? There's so many options here for Mouz Sports.
It's a nice spawn for Lukowski. Probably the best spawn you could get. It's a very expensive knife. I don't even know how much those are these days.
How many bitcoins is that knife? How many satoshis?
How many what? Satoshis?
Yeah, it's the...
Oh, I'm lost with this stuff. And again, the grenades come through. And at this point, I don't think it's about the damage just yet. It's just about telling Mouz Sports, I don't think you want to be posting up here with Acor at any point, because those grenades are here again and again.
Yeah, I mean, at least, you know, Mouz Sports threw a lot of util on banana. As far as Sharks are concerned, you know, Mouz Sports didn't actually take control there. So, with that said, Sharks don't really have any info around that position. Zevi's kind of checking, but at the same time, there could be a CT at the top banana, as far as they understand it. And so they're kind of in a tricky spot here. They're committed towards A unless they go get information on banana. They could all walk to banana together. That's the other option as well. And that might be what they end up doing here. There's also counter utility coming in. Oof, that's a big smoke to throw. There's still 2 smokes left. Rops and Acor holding onto those. There goes one from Acor. And that's going to lock out the top banana choke point. So that's a great timing too. They're going to have like 15 seconds left when that one goes away.
Dexter with the incendiary on B as well. Could be a problem, but we can see the rotation is heading towards that A bomb site. 19 seconds. This is really running the clock down, and there's going to be a big funnel of T players into this short position. Robs will make some space for himself, and again, oh my god, that is a complete wipeout there. Young Sharks running out of time, and that allows Mouz to capitalize. They get their first round on the board with no player lost, which is fantastic for them.
Yes, that I mean, I think looking back at that rounds, I think if you're Sharks, you're probably regretting not keeping a player in banana the entire time after you took that control. Because they got into this pot in the mid round, but they couldn't really get into A, and at the same time they didn't have info towards banana, so it's kind of a tricky position. But enough about that. We do have round 5 underway, and banana once again under control so far for Mouz Sports. Just tossing that deep banana smoke. Some counter utility, but Sharks aren't challenging this, and Mouz Sports know that.
A burst top mid. JNT is dropped, however. I think the bomb may be safe for now. Mouz happy to play a crossfire as far as sight and short are concerned, but Acor is trying to hold on to information around this arch position. He has Frozen here as well. He's picking every so often, but Lukowski is deleted by the HE of Acor.
Oh, this is a really committed position, James. And Dexter's in a one and done, really. I mean, he might be able to get another 1v1 out of this, but he doesn't have a way to slow this one down. He can't get to safety. He has finally Frozen joining from CT spawn on the rotation. Oh my goodness, Dexter actually gets out of there. That is criminal. And I don't know how Sharks allowed that to happen. And well, there's not really much left to work with anyway at this point.
Yeah, that's Mousesports for you. Taking more than they should. More cake than birthdays in this round. And Reelsin will have to fall back. Hold on to what they have. So a second round on the board for Mousesports.
Right now, the way that Mousesports have been playing, it kind of puts Sharks in a position where either they decide to do the crazy thing, which is to just directly challenge Banana, or what they do is they allow Mousesports to burn their Banana util, and then instead Sharks play retake with their utility. So their utility ends up gaining you more, but you have to play that Banana retake game. And I'm curious whether or not they'll do that, because so far they haven't. They just allow themselves to kind of be locked out of Banana, then they just go top mid. And so I'd like to see an adjustment there. Don't allow Mousesports to have control there for free. Ooh, direct challenge on Banana.
Frozen has to be careful here. JNC on the logs, but he is forced away into the waiting HE grenade to follow up the reposition. Nice start. But I would imagine that Sharks will take control now, although they've always got to be careful of a pop flash over the roof.
Yeah, and they're not defaulting at all. They have not set foot in apartments or second mid, so Sharks are looking to just roll into this site. They've got a weird situation as well. A couple pistols, a Mac 10, an AWP, and one AK-47. Very odd. Awkward for sure.
They've just got to avoid it hitting them directly, because that is a clue in itself. I think they managed to avoid that despite taking some damage there. It will be a quick burst now from Sharks. Lukowski, the only man who was ahead of the fire, falls. Nice pop flash to allow Acor to peek. Look at that flick, he's so ready. That man has warmed up.
Yeah, Acor's nuts. And there's just nothing to be done here for Sharks. It's interesting because there's, a few ways you can approach these rounds. Sharks, for example, they know that they're going to have to wait out Mousesports' utility at the beginning of the round, because Mousesports, that's how they've been doing it. Mousesports throw the util, they get the deep smoke, the incendiary, they flash over the half wall, and Sharks are waiting this out and then playing into Banana afterwards. There would actually have been time for them to default. They would have been able to put presence in apartments, and that would be very beneficial, because if they then finish the round the same, at least then maybe Mousesports don't have 3 players completely ready for the push.
I don't think this logo lasts 2 years.
The Mousesports logo?
Yeah.
It's interesting. It feels like it lacks the character. But it's really difficult. Like, Mousesports is one of the absolute oldest esports brands that exists. And so to change the logo after 21 years, or however long they've existed, I think they were around in 2000, I'm pretty sure, 2000, 2001. That's crazy. That's a big rebrand.
Yeah. It is a big rebrand.
And you're kind of starting over, and it's a weird feeling.
Yeah, I think for fans it's a bit disconnecting.
I agree, yeah. And it kind of just looks a bit flat too. Compared to what we're used to. But maybe it'll grow on us, and we can give it some time. It kind of looks like when you're baking. Maybe you don't know when you're baking cakes. It strike me as frequent.
You know I'm not baking no cake then.
But like, you know, there's like the cutouts that you use. When
Oh
you're
yeah.
I don't know what they're called because I don't bake cakes, and that's not even baking a cake at all. It's got nothing to do with making a cake. But
isn't that like making a cookie or something?
Exactly. Yeah. Like a cookie cutter. Cookie cutter. It's literally a cookie cutter. That's what it is.
Cooking with Dan.
It's a cookie.
Cancelled after one episode.
It's the cookie cutter.
4-3 for Mouz Sports. Both teams on the bye. 5 AKs for Sharks, and they are full with utility. Acor's been looking dangerous. I love how his face went white, like it would in a monitor there when he got flashed. That's a really nice touch.
Like that too. Nice HE behind the half wall. You can see that Sharks are waiting further back in anticipation of these nades coming through, and again they go for the challenge. But again, notice that Sharks don't have any holes presence. Look how deep Mouz Sports have control of like the holes and mid area. Mouz Sports have so much information here. Once again,
they only have 2 players towards B though.
That is also surprising because Sharks haven't shown that they walk back when they don't like. And to walk back, they got no map control. They have no vision. They have no idea what is outside Banana, because that's all they have right now.
I think I was realizing like the aggressive play is cool, but if you don't have anyone to shoot, then rotation becomes a question. Dexter playing behind the smoke, surely gets the second one. Indeed he does! Looking for a third, finds it, trying to escape into the smoke. Not going to happen, but I think he has likely done enough here. JNT versus 3. We've seen more done by Brazilians already today. He can take some position at least, but they know that he's on the right-hand side of the site from the CT perspective. And that is going to eliminate half of his options there. That'll make it harder for him to play. And there's a lot of utility left for Mouz Sports as well. Indeed, he cannot be on the other side of this fountain. I'm pretty sure they know that. Actually, no, they don't. They can see the Molly at the back, so they have less information than I thought. Eliminates Robs on Banana. Got to be careful now, JNT. That bomb is ticking, but Bemis gets a nice close headshot. And we're looking at a 5th round for Mouz Sports.
Yeah, well done. I mean, it was quite crazy how much value Dexter got with the M4 there. But again, as you pointed out, it was surprising that Mouz Sports didn't have 3 players ready to go earlier. But I think they're also just, they're not, like, they don't have all the information we have. We can see immediate patterns emerging from the way Sharks are playing their T side. They're not really defaulting. They're not leaving players on the other side of the map. So that allows you, if you're Mouz Sports, to just, where you see presence is probably where they're going. And where you see presence, well, hold that thought. The push in mid is stopped there by Sharks. Zephy's burning. There's a 44 here. Control on Banana for Mouz Sports again. Oh, Dexter sees nothing. Oh, he's doing it to them, isn't he, James? He's doing it.
Silencer, no less.
Ooh.
Man, I think if he waited to go a little bit more to the right, he sees the other 2 lining up and gets 2 of the 3 kills there at least. But it's kind of awkward for Sharks now. How do you play? You're not going to get to B before the rotation comes through. You could maybe wait and go to A anyway, expecting an over-rotation. But you can't hesitate too much here, I think. But that's easy for me to say.
Yep. Really, all Bemis has to do is get 1 to make it like a pretty doable round. 2 is very good. Gets nothing though. So that's gonna really give Sharks a heavy advantage now. And it may even be, I mean, there is a lot of money in the hands of Mouz Sports, but at the same time, you don't want to give any guns to Sharks who have a struggling economy, especially not the AWP. So, totally understandable.
Note to where that bomb plant is, people at home. That should be your default bomb plant. You can defend it from the pit. If a CT is defusing the bomb, they have to face the wall. That is arguably your strongest bomb plant. Not default where you get shot from short because no one's covering it.
Yeah.
Under the V of the Vino, exactly. That is the worst way for CTs to try and defuse the bomb.
Now, just make a quick point as well. Mouz Sports have been experiencing the best advantages or having the game looks the most under control when they're just playing passive. And the reason for that is just because Sharks aren't really defaulting. So, and one of the things about the defaults is it allows you to pressure everything, make things really confusing. You tease out CT utility and all these kinds of things. But Mousesports, again, they're not really seeing that from their opponents. So they can just hold on to their utility and play passively and have late round advantages. That's kind of how it's been working out so far. Off of the initial banana control. Oh, Nate's coming through. Dexter's in trouble. Oh, he's absolutely cooked.
He did.
Oh, man.
Stood his ground, expecting someone to push through the smoke. Because they cleared so much ground, it would make sense if they chose to do that, but they didn't, so he gets nothing for it. Unfortunate for him.
Once again, they're moving as a pack here. And there's a 3-player setup. Look how Mousesports, I don't think, have moved a muscle here on this short position. It's actually quite a good setup to deal with what's happening. Oh! Okay, A-Core ready to go. Ready, willing, and able.
They've got the angles as well. They've got the cover. JNT has more targets, but just good for the one. So Mousesports will stabilize in that round. They could hear the flashbangs being deployed for the Halls plop, but they were quite comfortable with where they were. Pyjamas with the first kill, A-Core with the second, and then mostly a cleanup from there.
Yep. Another point as well to mention, you know, I mentioned the passive approach and sort of the benefits of that and how that's helped Mousesports so far. There's another argument to be made as well as if you're very unfamiliar with the other team and you expect that you can really skill diff them on the fundamentals, that's another argument as to why you would probably do that. And then on top of that, if it's with teams that are super unknown in terms of their playstyle, you can kind of walk into bad timings pretty easily if you move around too much. So you can kind of take that out of the picture if you're just playing very stable and playing more passive, which again is what generally Mousesports have been doing. Outside of the initial banana control, that's what they've been doing. And it's a good way to play against an opponent if you feel like you're a lot better than them. But with that said, it's a pretty close scoreline right now. Sharks are doing a good job keeping things close. Mac 10 on Rilzen. Oh, and those nades again, and look at the immediate rotation from Dexter. They're just going to leave Frozen alone on the B side of the map. Oh, actually, no, they've called him back. He's been called back.
Shoutouts to Karambit, Black Laminate. Solid choice, sir.
Have they gone in apartments yet, James? Sharks?
Not for a while, I feel like. Oh wait, no, they had the Halls pop last round.
Oh yeah. That might be the only time. Oh. But definitely not in the early rounds.
Sub 1 minute mark, and they move away from Banana.
But look at the push from Rops. He's going to be over by the bridge.
Oh, I don't think he's going to hear any of this though.
He might completely get out-timed.
Yeah, some grenades are being heard though.
Oh god, this is awkward for Mousesports, James. Rops is completely...
He's got to be quiet because you have to expect there's got to be a lurker down here somewhere to keep their options open. But oh, he's seen one. And there's the bomb carrier as well. Looking for the player coming from Banana already. Rings the bell, but can't do more than that. 20 seconds, however. And this has slowed things down. But Pyjamas is alone on the site. A-Core trying to reposition to help him as best he can. Trying to cover that short position. Down goes Reels in. Didn't check the corner properly. And Devi doesn't have much HP. Easy cleanup for Pyjamas. Solid flank from Rops. Had just enough time to have some significant impact. And there goes the round.
Yeah, that was really tight, that timing, for sure. I thought for sure that Rops was going to just barely miss that timing, and then it would have been really dodgy because Pyjamas would have been alone on the site with no information that the entire team was about to hit him. But yeah, good defense from Pyjamas. That's going to force Sharks down to an eco, but yeah, I don't think that Sharks have taken Halls control early in the round yet on their buy rounds.
Great flick. Presence of mind, no panic, nothing too crazy. And that is a slow second push with the bomb. No one behind it either. So this is I mean, you could argue this is somewhat of a sloppy round. Yes, it's an eco, but very disjointed, that second push. It's like, because he kind of jumped around the corner, and often you're going to do that to, A, not get shot straight in the head, but B, to create some space so you've got a better chance of shooting somebody with a teammate. But then there was no teammate behind. That's not ideal. 8-4, Mouz Sports will be facing a bye from Sharks in this round. Round 13, of course. 5 AKs on deck and plenty of grenades, plenty of Molotov cocktails, wine bottles with rags, and a splodge of petrol.
3 players towards Banana this time from Mouz Sports. And actually less util, so it's almost encouraging for Sharks to want to take Banana. And indeed, Sharks take Banana, and again, we don't see any Sharks players towards halls. No one making noise towards A, so Mouz Sports can happily remain with 3 players on this site for the defense.
Push is here, and Frozen has got some headshots to land, and that bomb is surrounded. It's engulfed in flames as Frozen looks for more. Lucalzi will give his team a chance now, 3 versus 3, as they try to take control of the bomb site. But as we can see, Acor still lurking, trying to shoot through the smoke based on the sound cues. Has an idea that someone's in a dark spot, and he will hold ruins for now. All remaining 6 players around this B bomb site as we wait for the bomb to get planted.
Yeah, pretty good result here for Sharks so far. But can they hold against the retake? Acor, very dangerous force. Here coming through from Graveyard, seeing what he can get done from construction. There's the forward push there. Rob's covering towards backside as Acor looks for the next player. And looks too deep, so blind, but the support is there. Zevi with it all to do, and Bemis is good to go. Now Sports pick up another one. It's going to be a 9-4 scoreline.
Yeah, Mouz Sports getting a nice score out of this half so far. And they've got a lot of money in the bank as well. Like 5 of the players have got more than $10,000. And a lot of them about 12,000 plus. So they are certainly having some success now. The bomb plant will certainly help the Sharks, though. Really crucial to them being able to have a good buy in round number 14. The AKs are out again. They'll be short on grenades here and there, but it's looking pretty good, all things considered. Question is, can they convert around?
Yeah, 3 players top mid here for Mouz Sports. And there we go. We will get some pressure towards the apartments. The double HE towards the boiler position. Oh, ho, ho, Robs catches Zevi, and now Frozen's looking for some action here. Top Banana as well. Ah, oh, great peek comes through. Panic takes him down. And now Dex is alone on the B site. Robs will be joining. And re-smoking as well, so Sharks have done a good job here to pressure away a lot of the util. Just Bemis now with a smoke on the A sites. On the pit position. Sharks gearing up for the push into the B sites now. Got a nice little crossfire here ready to go.
Love that smoke at the front of the site. Takes the angles away from the coffins, and you can creep up on the barrels as well. And I think Dexter may be looking for that to some degree, but he spotted some legs below it. And the bomb, instant information. They need that rotation. They need it fast as well. The gap for Robs to work with. Still rotating somewhat slow. He really needs them to come along now. Rob's trying to swing there. Lucalzi will deny him, however. We could have a 5th round here for Young Sharks. 2 versus 2. They're both full health, but if you get shots in the head, that may not make a difference. No M4s here, just AKs and AWP for Bemis, but can he expect the tree? Doesn't look like it, JNT. Little transfer attempt, but not going to outstay his welcome. 1v1 now, as I say that. There is a kit in the hands of Acor. A nice pop flash, won't make a connection though, as Lucalzi surely is in a winning position. There he is, 5th round on the board for Sharks.
Yeah, well played by Lucalzi to pick up those key 1v1s. Multiple, actually. First most important one was against Robs, of course, but That'll be 5 rounds on the board at the very least here, going into the final round of the first half on this Inferno. Mousesport's been pretty comfortable overall in this half, with 6 rounds possible. If Sharks are able to get 6, it's definitely a good amount to work from. Acol taking the AWP towards Banana this time. Haven't seen too much of that. Over the top of the smoke. Seeing if there's anything to be found. Sharks slow around T-ramp at the moment. Ooh, that's a nice nade. Actually did a lot less damage than expected on Zevi towards second mid. This is quite brave. 5 versus 4 advantage for Mousesports here. Sharks have slowed this right down. And I mean, right now, Mousesports they've got info on everything. They've got Banana info, they've got top mid info, and there's a minute left. So Sharks have to pick something to take away. The problem is with this much time left, whatever they pick, it's going to feel like that's where they're going. So they're going to toss nades top mid, they're kind of faking control there, and they're going back to B. But they know Acor's here. He gets flashed off the angle. 30 seconds left.
Oh my god, Acol, what are you doing? Oh man, the shrapnel, up he goes. He just got launched into space, but Frozen will try to hold things down. 28 seconds will be a hell of a long time. Reels in, denied. The bomb's been dropped now, and JNT finds himself alone. He's got to plant that fast in the smoke behind the fountain. He can't even see if they're pushing, but he has planted the bomb. Last round of the first half. Acol looking utterly disgusting, disfiguring Sharks on Banana, but his teammates need to finish off the job here, looking for the transfer JNT, but Rops will deny him, and it'll be 10 rounds for Mousesports at half-time.
Solid scoreline for Mousesports, looking, again, quite comfortable throughout the half. And, I mean, it's going to be very different now going into the second half. You know, going onto the CT side, what are Sharks going to show us? We didn't see too much of the more conventional defaults that you come to expect on Inferno from Sharks on their T side. So, you know, what is their CT side going to look like? You know, are we going to see aggression against Mousesports? Are they going to play a more passive gamble-based style? You know, more reminiscent of the kind of old Swedish style of Inferno. Hold on to utility for as long as you can, play really passive. I remember in Fnatic, in the old kind of Swedish derbies, Fnatic and NIP, that used to be like a very intense matchup because both teams playing that similar style. But time will tell. Time will tell all.
Very good start for Mousesports. And that's what you want to see from them. Defensive smoke grenade, a little too shallow perhaps. So you can see the fadeaway HE there. Again, normally you see it thrown on a default plant spot right here, which is more like guaranteed damage, if you will, but well, their guns will deliver some guaranteed damage straight in the face of these Mousesports players. 5 versus 2 as Sharks look to storm this pistol round. Famous, there's so much to do. He's got 2 so far. He's found the third one as well, a 180. Woo! Mousesports looking dangerous, but it will be a pistol round for Sharks.
That bomb went down though, so I'm expecting Mousesports to force buy. I think that would be crushing. But there's 2 ways you can look at it. You can say, okay, we're going to force buy because if we win this force buy, we're going to win the game, and you're confident because you feel like you're better, or you feel, oh, you know, we're confident, we're better, we're going to win on the gun rounds. So you don't even bother with this round. You just get the max gun rounds in, and you win off of the back of that. So they've opted to go for the force buy option, which I like.
Force buys in modern era Counter-Strike. 3 rifles and 2 pistols in the second round.
Yes.
Semler would be very upset. Nobody tell him.
Yeah, but the sacrifice is no utility. The compromise. It's no utility, and that's quite difficult. You have to play explosively off of each other. You've got to trade for space. because you can't use utility to create space. You got to use your bodies instead.
That is a very key incendiary. There's a swing from Dexter. Pyjamas is here as well, so Zevi may look to go back, and it may be more urgent now as Dexter threatens to make his way towards Arch, and there is Pyjamas to punish as well. And that makes things very difficult for Sharks on this A bomb site. I don't know if anybody knows that much spray with a FAMAS. Lukowski doesn't get a kill. Smoke in the pit, to look over, but everyone's familiar with this. It will maybe hold some time though, but the Sharks are not really sure whether they should full commit to this or not, but it's getting more and more urgent as they lose everybody on the A bomb site, and it is time to save. Overwhelmed by Mousesports, alive with 4 players up in this force buy, and that is a false start for Sharks early in this second half.
Yeah, and with that, it's going to be an overwhelming advantage for sure. You can make the argument that Sharks kind of need to force buy back in this next round, but the problem with that is that on the CT side of Inferno, you don't have many great options. If Mousesports end up, like, there's a bunch of different scenarios where Mousesports can completely circumvent what you're doing off of a force buy, because your options are quite limited if you force buy as the CT side on this map. Unless you opt to go for like max utility and then play MP9s and so on. Which maybe, I mean, they could definitely find a way to get max util. So I'm super curious how they plan to play this round out. Are they going to full save behind the saved weapons? It's looking like that's the case.
That was one big meaty headshot in the corner of the site. Sometimes you get deeged, man. Sometimes you get deeged.
Oh, they force bought. After all.
See if Zevi can do anything with the scout. Oh, Lukowski's got places to be, and Zevi has been punctured like a football by an angry parent. Trying to bait the shot there. Wasn't expecting a trade fragger in Dexter, however. So a desperation play from Sharks. A very aggressive run, but A-Core's AWP is not something you want to contest today.
No. No, it's not. It did look like a pretty good run. It actually seemed like and I'm pretty sure they hadn't spotted him, so it's unfortunate that the flash didn't go a little bit deeper there for Lukowski to kind of take more advantage, but still some weapons alive. I was just about to say, I wonder if they're going to gamble stack, because they don't have info, and in this kind of a spot, gamble stacking is really one of the best answers, and they actually will get into the A site in time.
Nice. Yeah, at this point, you want to stack on the A bomb site. If they go B, you save. If they go A, you die. Rob's looking for a 360. He heard FaZe Clan were floating, wanted to add a clip. And a rotation of the bomb has been made towards the B bomb site. Now, that is an important kill for Pyjamas. If he goes down there, then who knows? Not much of Pank to do with a scout and a Desert Eagle. He can get an upgrade though to a more versatile weapon for Inferno. Whether he survives or not is another question. But Mousesports will move to that glorious 12-6 scoreline, and it looks like eco territory for the Sharks.
Yeah, it's so brutal when you like win the pistol and then you lose the second round. It's so hard because, you know, you don't get that initial loss bonus boost. That gets reset.
It's in a bin.
So you are economically in the worst possible position. For one of the maps, I mean, there's, you know, Overpass, Inferno, and Nuke. Other, I guess, Train as well. Okay, maybe you can make the argument all CS maps you want a lot of util on the CT side, but to like play an effective buy round, it's hard to do that and cut corners on util on this map.
I love the naked Karambit blade.
Looks nice.
With the little griff thing on the side. But actually, Pyjamas, I swear he unboxed like a ruby butterfly knife, and it triggered me so much I bought 1,000 cases. And
oh no.
At least I got 2 black laminates from it. So I sold one and kept the other, and I called it Black Avenger.
Nice. The AK black laminate?
No, the Karambit.
Nice. A bit better. All right, banana controllers with Mouse Sports yet again. Of course, it's not really much to play with here for Sharks.
Yeah, this is a... I mean, this round is basically Pank needing to save, essentially, or wanting to. So at least there's some more money for something. Maybe it's drop an AWP, who knows. But apart from that...
Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah.
That's it. That is the thing.
Wondering if I should have picked Sharks over TYLOO for a 0-3.
Probably yes.
Because that Inferno, man. TYLOO and Heroica 11-11 on Inferno right now.
I don't remember who I picked. I actually can't remember any of my picks. I like did them all and then forgot immediately afterwards.
Yeah. I know how that works.
My memory is not good.
Where's Dex off to? The grave is where he's off to. Not far away from it. Graveyard's right there. Really looking to hold on to this AK-47. Those are PGL stickers on Rops's gun, right? I think those are.
I'm not sure.
I can't tell. I think they're PGL stickers. Who's going to carry the bomb? FYI, some trivia. You run at the same speed with the bomb in your hands as you do with your knife out. So I'm sure somebody needed to know that. Oh. I thought we'd see Rops's molly into the window. Oh, I haven't done any GoTV picks. We're what, 4 games in? I haven't done any GoTV recommendations. It's been 2 years, man, since the last major.
That's true. I forgot about that.
For those of you on GoTV, it's a little late, but I'd suggest watching Rops. You'll learn some nice grenades. Look out for his Molotov at the beginning of the round. When he's under the north side of the bridge, he'll do a jump throw to reliably throw the Molotov into the window. So look out for that next round.
Mouseball's gearing up for a B hits right now with Rops lurking. So you'd also get the perspective of what Rops is doing when he's lurking, how he reacts to the information. Oh wow, yeah, this is going to be a difficult site to hold. They'll move forward to do what they can to try to take this one, but it will be difficult. Yeah, that's a rough look here for Sharks. Having to give this one up, more or less. Some construction control, but you have to call it early on Inferno. There's a temptation to like hold on to construction for your teammates to be able to retake, but then you get to the point where you can't escape if your team decides not to commit. Oh, okay. How many does Rops get? Do you think he gets all of them?
All of them? Man, that would be very painful indeed.
He's just looking to make sure his teammates are safe moving into CT, but...
Young Sharks caught in the fishing wire of Mouz.
How old is Rops now?
I don't keep an eye on how old he is, but I can look for you on the internet.
That's good. I would like that.
Right. How do I use the internet?
Because he was one of the first kind of like not. I don't think you can call him necessarily like a first gen CS:GO player, but he was very young because he played loads of 1.6, but he was very young. 21. That's
outrageous.
That's crazy that he's only 21.
It's rude.
That's crazy. He's been on Mouseballs his entire career as well, professional career. So that must be a good 4 or 5 years now that he's been on Mouseballs.
That's pretty cool.
Since he was 17, just turned 17.
I think post Chris J, you need a person that you identify Mousesports with, because you've always had that person.
That's very true, actually. Like, yeah, Chris J was a great captain for the team.
Yeah, for sure.
It does feel like that's missing.
But I feel like Rops has got to take those reins now.
Yeah.
You know, maybe Frozen will get there as well. Maybe Dexter will, but he won't get to the B bomb site in round 21 because JNT will immolate him, if you will.
And you can see the difference as well with how Mousesports are playing the T side. They left players in apartments on the other side of the map. They can push and pull the rotation on both sides. Gather information too about the setup that the CTs are running. That's also really key. The bomb is still down on T ramp, and there's 30 seconds left. So you can see that now BMS is walking back. They can take that bomb and move together, and they have options. They can go to either site here. They have enough control on both sides of the map to do that. But they'll leave Robs' luck towards A.
Zevi is making his way over. He has a HE grenade and a flashbang. He also has an M4, a little blind for the moment though. Dropping a flash for his teammate to peek from the back. Frozen not flashed at all. What happened to that flashbang? Zevi making a play through the smoke. You can see how desperate things are getting. We are looking at match point now for Mousesports. Young Sharks, they're making their way over towards the B bomb site, but I can't imagine why.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a really big problem there because they understood that Robs was lurking, and so they didn't feel it safe to rotate. Plus, I mean, the hits kind of came in at the same time as Robs made noise, throwing the Molotov to the Arch Cubby. So it's just a difficult spot. I mean, it's just a good demonstration of, you can look at what is Mousesports doing versus what Sharks were doing on their T side. And you can see Mousesports just have generally, like, they're gathering more information, they're pressuring more, they're getting more map control for less. These are some of the things Mousesports are achieving that were different to Sharks on the T side. So no surprise that we're at 15-6 right now, given how well Mousesports is playing in this one. Everybody's fragging out for them as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and there have certainly been questions in that regard with Mousesports. They're just a brand, like, you want to see them doing well, man. I think
yeah.
they've had for years just great characters on their team, so you want to see those characters succeed. And, Rops, you want to see him go deep at a major. I think everybody wants to see that.
Yes, yes. Yeah, it's a more mature version of Rops.
Great timing with that kill from Beamers to allow Rops to continue to creep. And again, this is what he can be so dangerous at. Such a thorn in the side of any team. Doesn't see the player make his way towards top mid. Has his footsteps been heard? I think they surely have now.
Yes.
He must realize the urgency of the situation.
Kalzi turned around. You can see he knows Rops is there somewhere.
So where Rops could be in the pit, he could be on the site, or he could be standing next to library.
Oh, he's walking back now, is he? Oh, he's actually walking back. The Kalzi thinks he's walked all the way around, which he was doing.
Oh,
Process of elimination. Rops has absolutely just owned it there. 16 rounds. I mean, it's a great performance there from Mousesports. Definitely looks like the better team.
Yeah, they were definitely the stronger team, and they should be the stronger team. They should win. I think this match should be won in a fashion like this, with a score like this. So I think everything's in its right place in that respect. Sharks were up against it from the beginning. That much is certain, and yeah, I think it's quite obviously the right result here.
Yeah, it's quite expected, and I think again, you could really see the difference in their play in terms of Mousesports are playing the map more optimally. We talked about how this is about fundamentals, and people know how to play Inferno at the top level. And I think they're just, you could see the difference it makes when you're doing all of the right things on Inferno, and Mousesports really benefited from that. And as you say, we got to see some of the individuals here on Mousesports, doing their thing, and it's great to see a little bit of A-Core, popping off, and I mean pretty much everybody on the Mousesports side. Beamers with some great holds, and
that flick was so good, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly to see, some of the AWPers in this tournament haven't had like the most consistent results. And I remember, I think it was last year, we were asking questions about A-Core. Can he have that like consistent output and be a top tier AWP? And he's certainly there now. And those flicks we saw, like for the first game of the major, that is quite some form we've seen from him there, especially that jumping The flick to the jumping headshot behind the half wall there, that was great to see. So I think everything seems to be in its right place. It's still early on for Mouz Sports, but they'll be hopefully having plenty of CS to show us more later on. For now, that's it from me and Dan. Thank you for tuning in. And of course, we will have, I believe, Anders and Semler on here afterwards. So it's break time, but don't go too far away. More Counter-Strike to come.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Coming up next, Astralis versus Entropiq.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready with another game. Finally, it is time for second map with Astralis. What do you think, Semler? You feeling all right?
Do we have to lean forward here and say hello, everybody?
Possibly,
How's it going?
yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I'm doing well, Anders. I'm doing well. We're vibing here over in Romania and Bucharest, but we are, of course, casting the Stockholm Major.
Yeah, it's about time. It's really been crazy. I'm glad we're finally underway. Iron out some of the kinks in the broadcast, and now we're gonna be heading into it. I mean, I really can't wait. Astralis, obviously, I think in terms of pick'ems, most people probably have them in there somewhere. I don't think most people have them 0 and 3.
Well, if you listen to our analyst Maniac, you would have believed that Astralis were just going to come in swinging and knock everybody down in their path.
He sold
and
it
he lied to us yet again. You know, so it didn't go that way at all. Copenhagen Flames. Going into the major, you were kind of saying, okay, that is pretty much the worst matchup for Astralis. They couldn't match up against Heroic right off the bat, but they could match up against Copenhagen Flames. And that Danish v Danish matchup, the underdogs always seem to make it competitive. It turns out that today Copenhagen Flames just swung for the fences and took Astralis out.
Telling you, Copenhagen Flames is the best team in Denmark right now.
Okay, then.
They're wild. Heroic are there too. I mean, I honestly, if Astralis are not going to wake up real early, these are best of one. Obviously, they have to play a best of 3 before they go out, but I don't think you can underestimate Entropiq either. So I mean, best of 1 games are really tough when you're the when you're sort of the favorite team in some sense. Because I think Entropiq have, it's not that they have nothing to lose. They obviously want to win. They don't want to go in 2 either. But all the pressure's on Astralis. There's no way around it.
With CIS teams, man, they're killer right now. That is, some may say, the most competitive region we have right now in Counter-Strike. It feels like they're cranking out all the top heavy hitters. And here's the map picks of the Veto, how it goes down. A little bit of a different format, you guys will notice. 2 bans followed by 3, and then Entropiq will get to decide. And Anders, this is sick. We get to see Dust 2. I was wondering if we were going to get to see Dust 2 today, and we're going to get it right off the bat, you and me.
Probably kind of good news for Entropiq, isn't it? It's one of those maps that, again, you could probably get away with tilting it more towards a bit of a crazy game. I think Astralis ended up playing Overpass in that first map.
They did.
Which kind of surprised me a little bit.
They got blown out on it.
Yeah.
But they didn't put Ancient in. That was a little bit of debate whether or not that would happen for Astralis. We saw that Astralis, that was their last veto there.
Yeah.
And then what's interesting is that Entropiq don't decide to go for the Overpass, considering how they saw, just how weak Astralis were on the map. If it was still in the pool, you could think, well, maybe we'll just pick that too and just smash them as well. But we're going to have a little bit of a mystery going into it because Dust 2, neither of these teams we have info going into the major run. No,
I think it's going to be very hard to predict what the outcome will be here. I mean, still probably favorite, but on the Astralis side, a little bit of a head-to-head here. I mean, dupreeh, this is making it seem like it could be sort of a little bit even, maybe. I think dupreeh is not just a world-class player, but especially at these big tournaments. He's someone, Maze, Glaive, there are some players here that you're expecting an enormous amount out of. So.
Sure, and it's a point that our analyst Thorn keeps mentioning as well, in that dupreeh needs to step up now, right? Without Device on the roster, nobody's really talking about Device much when it comes to Astralis. He's on NIP, they're already in the next stage. But, on this roster for Astralis, now you need to be looking to dupreeh. You need to be looking to Megas to carry the weight. And those guys, they are star-level material. They are the heavy hitters on the team, and they can do it. We didn't see that against Copenhagen Flames earlier today. But now dupreeh, I mean, the weight has got to be on your shoulders, and you've got to show that you can carry it.
Without a doubt. And on a map like Dust 2 as well. It's going to be interesting to see how that's going to play out. I think there should be a powerful combination to look for Astralis, and there is a world in which they turn up differently here, but best of ones are just notoriously difficult to play.
I think this is Entropiq just going, you know what? You guys don't have much time with your roster. Glaive has been sitting out. You guys have been swapping players around. We know RIP Bubsky. So, I mean, as far as Astralis is concerned, have they had much time to practice on Dust 2? This could be the sidewinder thrown in here by Entropiq saying, you know what? We don't think you guys have much time on this map because there was a crucial change made to this map now that you cannot see from T-spawn into CT through the mid doors anymore. that changed the dynamic of the map severely. And the question is whether or not Astralis have had time to get up to date on it, because there's been a lot of movement on that map. It's a totally different beast.
It's definitely changed some things. You could take a couple of more risks, you know, getting through the middle if you want to. You can try and do it. Obviously, the Ts can still jump down and try and be really quick about it. But also, we see that on the CT side, sometimes people try and push up now, maybe a little bit more than they used to, because they think they can get away with it. So even though the map is probably mostly still the same, I agree. If you make that assumption that it's just going to play out the same, it probably won't. And especially you think about the grenade meta as well. Team like Entropiq, if they've come in early, if they've done a little bit of research, if they figured out some good places to leave grenade stacks and go back and pick up, even who knows if Astralis is going to be ready for it. So I think it's going to be interesting.
That's another really cool element of the meta that we're all getting used to as well. Going into the major, Valve decided, you know, to really keep the pros on their feet and make it so that you can drop grenades as well. That's something that's hasn't been done before, and so now we're getting to see how these players are deciding to change that up. And one of the go-to strats that we've seen a lot of, and you guys can keep an eye out for this, is that on maps where CT side they tend to rotate through their own spawn, players will just drop grenades in the spawn so that you can go and play A long on Dust 2, but if you have to rotate back through mid towards B because it's a quick B hit or something, maybe you use some nades on long, it's fine. You pick up some more nades in CT spawn, they got dropped earlier, and then you're right back into the mix fully equipped. So there's a lot of that going on, and it's something to keep in mind going forward here, guys.
Well, here we go. We're into it. Astralis versus Entropiq. It's on Dust 2 here at the Major. I can't believe that we're finally ready and live with it. It looks like they're going to be walking around Upper Dark for a minute here. Obviously, Entropiq are on the T side with Astralis on the CT side. Magus already taken a bit of damage, it seems. So we'll see how that's going to be playing out for him. It's a pistol round, so not that much fun being down on 16 health. There's a good flashbang. Lucky, oh, he is in trouble. And he's never going to be able to make it out. You could tell he knew that was bad. dupreeh trying to bring it back. Good headshot. Magus, even low on health. He's going to be able to pick up the kill on one of them at least. But dupreeh will drop Forrester. And that leaves it, I don't know, Lackey and Nickelback on their own, trying to drag it back. They actually do incredible work bringing down Magus and dupreeh. And we're back into a 2-on-2.
Oh, and they're so slow, they're not able to get into challenge this in a 2v1 while the bomb gets planted. That was the best chance for Astralis. Now they have to do it the hard way.
So they do. That is just a decoy. Thought for a second it was going to be something more. Glaive sneaking closer. Sip trying to join in. Lackey going to be picking up the 1 kill on Glaive, but Sip is here trying to clutch it in the Major. Oh, he's out of bullets. Knife on the other side, but Nickelback, he's got it wrong. He's going to have to try and reload. Sip is back for revenge, and he's going to take him down. Runs for the defuse, and he should have enough time for it as well. Oh, no. Oh, no. I actually thought he could pick up a kit in there, but turns out not to be the case. So that is a devastating way to lose a pistol in the opening round. Wow.
And it looked so promising with dupreeh and Magus finding kills to make up for the fact that Lucky got jumped in mid. Xyp9x nearly pulls it off with 2 kills, but thanks to that new timer that we see there in the top left, we get to see just how much time it's going to take to defuse, as well as you know, before the bomb goes off, so you can match it up a little bit. And it was a split second, Anders. You weren't wrong. It was so close, but Xyp9x realized he didn't have enough time. He can't see that, but the pros know. They can tell if they've got time or not with a kit or not.
Got some hours in it. Yeah, they can probably guess.
Ooh, double tag? Get out of here. No, not quite. Lucky and dupreeh getting tagged in mid, though, not going to help things. And you can see the investment. You saw it. You pointed that out, Anders, where you can drop down into suicide on the T side and still be able to spot into mid. It just takes you a little bit longer, and you have to invest a bit more.
Definitely, I would say an evolving meta, and it makes it so that when you're looking on the CT side, there are just fewer angles to spot for. I mean, precisely one less huge angle up in T spawn. So that means maybe on the CT side, you're going to be a little bit more likely to actually take the fight. Maybe you feel like you can do it. Because that had kind of gone away in the past. It's very hard to take that fight on the CT side. You just kind of ignore it. But maybe now people will try it a little bit more, hoping that they can win that battle. Second round starting with Ilian, I'm assuming.
Ilian, yeah.
Ilian going down straight off the bat. Ooh. Lackey coming through. Glaive jumping for the shot here with the deagle, but that's hard to do with the deagle. You're not going to be guessing much through there. dupreeh is down and out, and that's pretty much going to be it for the B bomb site. So, I don't know, you could justify if you're Astralis not going for more damage here and just falling back with the weapons, because you're going to be using them in the next round anyway, so probably better to just back it on out. But Entropiq doing a fine job so far.
Yeah, without a doubt. Just moving on back, easy peasy. And this is where I'm starting to wonder if Entropiq on it. pressure. But then you Astralis. Where Lucky's going to be playing on this map, on this CT side, they can make his first half a living hell.
I mean, that's got to be part of the plan for sure from their point of view. Got, what, 3 AKs, 1 Galil, 1 Scout, and on the other side, the pistols that they saved from the previous round, the 1 Scout, they're unlucky. It's early days still on Dust 2, so I don't want to get too carried away. A kill down the middle on Ilian, so that's about as unfortunate of a start to the third round as you could get. Still, they should have a good chance of winning it here. Dupree will spot Forrester down in lower dark. Quickly backing on out.
Sick. Oh, Crad, you're not supposed to be missing a smoke like that. That's an unforced error. Maybe some jitters. I mean, it's not like Entropiq are long in the tooth either. It's not like they have too much experience at this level. One of the teams that is going to be looking to try and shake things up here and represent the CIS region. Oh, not quite. So, screwing up grenades that you should know the lineup for 100%. Oh, questionable.
That otherwise could have been a really dangerous 1-2 punch there if Lucky gets some damage and then Dupree gets put into play afterwards. But Forrester, that was a very, very good spray that came through. Glaive goes down next, leaving Sip. Well, just Magus now going down. So he's on his own out here. Nickelback will take him, and we've got a third round on the board for Entropiq. In spite of losing Ilian early in the spawn, they kind of make up for it. They don't get too rattled. Now is the big test for Astralis, though. If they can't win this round, it's going to be really awkward, isn't it? He saw the leg there. All right.
Well, the question is whether or not they're going to be regretting the decision to put Glaive in instead of Bubsky for Astralis, considering the performance.
Well, people will certainly have questions one day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you go 0-2 on the first day here as Astralis, and this was after a change where you went 5-0 in your group, looked terrific, did a little bit of damage in the playoffs, but that was fine. You were still ironing out the kinks. And then you decide to bench your strongest player, or at least the player that performed best in that tournament. You know, there are going to be some questions. There's definitely going to be some questions.
No doubt the social medias will be lighting up, but I mean, it's too soon to tell, right? Still in that fourth round. Lucky's got his AWP. They've got all the M4A1s, obviously another patch change to pretty much cement them as the go-to M4 nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
Not many people holding on to the other one.
Never changed, Anders, never changed.
True, you were on that team too. Disgusting.
Get out of here with the A4. See, you only had an A4 because you had the Howl skin, so that's why I'm convinced that's the only reason why you used one.
And I got rid of it, so maybe now I should just join the M4A1 team.
Yeah.
Maybe I should. Maybe it's time.
Oh, nice HE.
That's actually pretty good, yeah.
A meaty one.
Setting up those grenades, but they're going to go out middle instead, so this is just faking a catwalk push from the Entropiq side, trying to set it up for middle. Glaive, he couldn't see much at all there, but apparently enough to take down Lackey. Very interesting. I otherwise really like that. That smoke that they put up on the T side on the catwalk can mean anything. It could be for an A push, it could be to drop down to the CT spawn, or in this case, it could be just to look for information in the middle, which they lost a player to. Lucky with a kill on Nickelback. It's not bad. Crad will be taken down Dupree in return, and we're in a 2-on-4 with Crad and Ilian. Well, they're going to get completely found out here. So, I would say a bit more of a slower round. I actually wish they would have committed to that mid-push with the fake. Obviously, we could see that maybe would have worked out, although I still am pretty impressed that Glaive could see anything through that.
Yeah, that's like the barest margin, the smallest of gaps, and Glaive is able to take advantage of it. And that's just nightmare fuel for Entropiq because you don't know if he's boosted up. You don't know how much he sees. Are you going to lose more guys pushing through? And I guess that's where they got cold feet, as you said, and decided to try and go up catwalk. But you saw it right there. Without any flashes, without any smokes, without any mollies, but more importantly, flashes to force the op off of that angle that Lucky was holding.
Yeah.
It's so hard to move out in the open towards that A bomb site. You need the flashes to force Lucky backwards, or at least try and get a smoke down, something to work with. But dry peeking it, you're going to die. And so Entropiq, that was a bit of a rough round. Maybe working out some of those jitters. All right, we're seeing some unforced errors here. So we'll see if they're going to be able to tighten up their game.
Oh, well, this is good so far. He actually got so deep in. Lucky to take down Glaive as well. It's looking really good for Entropiq. Sip, he will just randomly spray through the smoke and get a kill on Lackey. So at least they got that Astralis. Otherwise, this might have been a lost round almost already. It was about to be 3-on-5. So The fact that they're 3-on-4 instead is a good look for them. But still, 1:25 seconds. When you get these kills this early on, there's so much you could do. Sip has to be real careful, and he's only just back around the corner. That flashbang was good. Setup was pretty good there for Entropiq. They're going to know the orb is up here. In fact, they know where 2 out of 3 players for Astralis are. So the math is pretty easy right now if you're on the T side.
This is going to be key. And Lucky doesn't miss the shot. Brilliant work, but we will get that smoke wall down. They realize now that they need to push up onto the bomb site itself, and that Molotov impeccably timed. It's drawing everything out here for Entropiq. They need to move, but these nades are buying so much time for the defense.
Forrester with a good kill on Sip. Nice nade. There we go. The utility damage coming back in for the Astralis side. Still 40 seconds, though, on the clock, so don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here. If you're on the Entropiq side, you need to take a deep breath and just use that time to your advantage and make sure you don't suddenly start planting and get, you know, boosted on or jumped on. Nice Molotov there. Is he going to be able to follow it up? Lucky, he's thinking about it, trying to bait out the shot, and the Molotov's not burning him. There's one kill. Megas with the return, but Forrester is there. That is a great trade in favor of Entropiq, and they're going to be up 4-1 against Astralis.
Ooh, and that's interesting. Forrester does not grab the AWP. So, a little bit of a mistake there. Not going. That's an expensive one. He has to tap his whole bank to drop an AWP over for Elion when he could have grabbed one, saving it on long. Thought we were going to get a collateral there for a second on that shot. It looked so close to getting a 2-for-1. That would have been so sick. But Entropiq still get the round locked down. And here we go. First tactical timeout getting called by Astralis. They are a team that will not waste time. They'll throw the tactical timeouts as soon as they feel like things are starting to slip away. And so this is good. They're not wasting any time. They're going to try and address this quickly here, Astralis. And as far as their money is concerned, enough to force, but it's not going to be pretty. Or are they just going to, they're going to play conservatively. Okay, then. So it is going to be just a little bit of a half buy. Mega's going for a scout. A couple of Deagles getting picked up. This is where I think you really, the experience and just, you know, the years combined on this team should add up to a sort of, well, 4-1. Sure, it doesn't sound that good, especially if you take into account how they lost to Copenhagen Flames. But at the end of it, it should be a perfectly recoverable scoreline for Astralis. They have to maintain that confidence in themselves to say, of course we can win this. So yeah, even if we give them 5-1, who cares? It's what? It's the first sort of third of the first half. We're going to be fine. We're going to be all right, even if that happens. So I think they have to maintain that. If they start panic buying now and forcing up with FAMASas or anything, I'd be really worried for Astralis. But I think this is a good choice. Just try and play it off like it's not that big of a deal and move on. Indeed. Okay, now we get the countdown. I was wondering there if we were having a little bit of a tech timeout as well on top of things. But countdown has begun, and it's looking like we're going to be able to get back in here. And you can already see some of the nades getting dropped around. Horsing around, not enough money to full buy for these guys, so it is a little awkward. You can see them trying to decide what they want to do with this. Gotta be a little careful with some of those nades, because even in the timeout, they keep rolling. I mean, we saw a hilarious video. Oh! Ooh, he just does a drive-by! He didn't even stop. He shot him through the door. My God. Whoa! Get about rolling nades. That headshot from the scout is way more of a concern. That was so sick! And, yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Vitality. That was the meme on Vertigo. Where they dropped it, and it's like watching the smoke roll off the side of the building. I mean, so obviously that's not going to happen on Dust 2, right? But it can still roll quite far away from spawn if you're unlucky, and maybe you don't want that. Like you said, coming back to it. Lucky here, close with the Deagle. Missed the timing just a bit, and he's on his own. There's no one there to return that kill. Glaive. Easy find. One click on Forrester. And that actually locks them into the map now. They have to go for this. They can't really backtrack across the map. So Astralis have a bit of at least an informational advantage in this play. They don't have the weapons quite, but Glaive is stolen that AK-47, and he's just running through T-spawn, trying to get here ASAP. Blackie with 2 great kills. That kills the flank for Glaive so much. He needed his teammates to be alive for that AK to have any say. He should stop running. There's no point in going for this. Save the AK and let him have this round. He wants to give Lackey the ace. Don't do it. He wants to give Lackey the ace? Lackey's got a chance? You might be right. Why is he doing this? I don't feel like this is even close to worth it. A shot from Glaive? But yeah, he's going to walk into Crad with that AWP. So, fair enough. He at least got the 1 kill. I know they can buy in this round, but I still think that AK, you could have given that over to Dupree. He would have had a lot more money to work with in the future. I think there's almost no way. He didn't have a kit either, I think, so to win that 1 versus 3,
highly unlikely.
Especially if you're going to count on dupreeh to be that B-side anchor. Give him all the firepower he can get right now. He's only got 2 kills, though, dupreeh. So, again, a lot of eyes on dupreeh and Magus to be the heavy hitters here for the team in these matches. They need to carry the weight. And so dupreeh, B-side, sometimes it really is hit or miss. Either it works or it doesn't. But now we're going to see another tactical timeout getting called here by Astralis going into this pivotal round. This is now time for them to start to get things rolling here on the CT side. We've seen since the change that it shifted ever so slightly more towards the CT side in terms of advantage in the half. So if Astralis are trailing already 5-1, they need to start getting in gear here, Anders. They need to start doing some damage.
Yeah, I think now is about the time where, like I said just a couple of rounds ago, I don't think they should be panicked because it's still pretty early on. But if you lose this round and it's 6-1 and it's another bye round, ooh, nice shot. Ilian taking down Lucky. He just saw that coming. But again, you could tell how much more Astralis are willing to try and fight. They're also pushing upper dark into lower. They've actually cleared this entire side of the map. Ilian, though, he knows that smoke is a dead giveaway, that they've lost this part of the map. And the question is, in a 4-on-5, do you just want to go long? Actually, a lot of teams do that because either you just go long like you started, you just commit to this play, or you have to backtrack and check every part of the map as you go back, and that's usually not a good idea either. So I don't really like this position for the T side, although a lot of teams find themselves in it. You just watch a lot of Dust 2. You see this happening pretty often, actually.
Oh. This is where I wonder if they got cold feet or not, Entropiq, if they tried to slow it down, not realizing that that push was happening. But now Glaive is going to get the freebie on Elion, and it's just going to shape up so nicely here for the defense. Astralis is going to be able to drop those nades on the bomb sites. Lackey looking to open it up. He's going to get one and a second.
Great handling of that AK. Just absolutely aware that one of them was flashed. He went for the second player up on the catwalk first. That works out so well. Now it's a 2-1-3. Magus setting up. Molotov, does it actually land in the corner? You can throw it there, but it's not always that easy. And it's not going to matter. He forced him out, sure, but Forrester was there to help out his mate, and he's going to get a double kill of his own. 6-1. Astralis, they had the AWP in the right place. They had all the information. They knew what was coming to the A-bomb site, and they still could not defend it against Entropiq.
Yeah, the fact that dupreeh is even able to get a kill over, they rotated the extra guys over once they cleared out lower and upper halls. Astralis, they just rotated those extra bodies over towards A. They knew where Entropiq were. That's why I was criticizing Entropiq, saying that they may be going too slow in this situation and that they should get smashed by Astralis, and yet comes down to it, Astralis cannot connect the shots. Glaive was cowering on the bomb site, not really looking to take a fight, and Lackey just ripped his head off.
And I think he was flashed for the first like 2 or 3 seconds even of that. It was really some good grenades coming in from Entropiq. I mean, that's worth pointing out too.
This could just be one of those picks here for Entropiq where, again, Astralis may not be as comfortable on it given the fact that Glaive has been sitting out waiting on, well, you know, congratulations, his first child, of course, but like not able to put as much work in perhaps. Whereas Entropiq, you know, full 5-man roster, they could just be ready on Dust 2, dialed in, knowing exactly what they want to do.
And I mean, you're right, and it makes a huge difference whether or not you're playing best of 1s or best of 3s, right? Because it's entirely possible that pushed into a best of 3 scenario, Entropiq don't have the map depth to try and actually fight on 3 maps like this, but best of 1s, it is just a different feel. Glaive has got a single kill in this round so far, and maybe that's a start. Nice grenade on Lackey. Ooh, and Forrester almost getting himself killed. This could make it a 1 versus 2, in fact, but reloading around the corner, you don't want to be doing that. Orbis on the other side. And that bomb is planted as well. So dupreeh's out looking, trying to see if he could find anything. Glaive is hanging around as well up on the catwalk. But Forrester, they're just going to leave him be. Glaive back around the corner. He can't really go for a defuse here for 10 seconds against the AWP down here. It's such a powerful position. And Ilian going to be doing a fine job. Forrester showed up as well. That could have been a very, very sketchy round for Entropiq, but they handled it just fine once they realized what was going on. And they're going to be getting a 7th round to the one of Astralis.
It's just sometimes you're going to get that lucky break, Anders. Sometimes you're going to survive with 3 health, and that's just going to save the round.
Yeah.
You know, if he dies there, that's it. You're going to get crunched if you're out, and you're going to get scissored on. You're not really going to be able to stay alive at long because you can get pinched from the bomb site and from Longhouse. But the fact that Forrester stays alive there, 3 health is what makes all of the difference. Him staying alive just throws everything out of whack for Astralis in that retake.
Lackey has been playing an absolutely incredible game so far. He's 13-5. He's had, I think, a double kill at least every time they show up to the A bomb site. That is, I mean, even that alone is probably a good reason to keep going A if you really want to. You can justify it because you've got this one guy that's just a battering ram knocking down Astralis every single time. So that is impressive. At this level, again, the pressure is... It looks like Entropiq are cruising through the first part of this half here. Trust me, this is some high-tension gaming coming out, because if they slip up, they could let Astralis back in the game. They know what's on the line here. It looks like they're having a bit of a free ride right now, but I don't think it feels that way at all if you're on the T side. Magisk in the corner, no one's checked it. It's not going to be a multi-spray down, but there is a team kill in the middle of that. Lackey taking down Forrester, and Glaive to follow it up. I guess that technically counts as a multi-kill. 2 versus 3 now. Lackey and Ilian left alive here and trying to see if they can recover it. But dupreeh, that is a critical kill to take down Lackey. They finally bring him down, and it's going to be a second round for Astralis, finally.
And talk about guys staying alive once again. Forrester in the last round. This time it was dupreeh dropping that smoke immediately as soon as that execute was coming through. He drops the smoke and creates the space to stay alive, and Entropiq have to deal with that. It just slows everything.
Well, still over a minute left. Taking a fair bit of damage. Getting grenaded down out here. Sip. Awkward. So 3 versus 5. And even at this scoreline, you have to really remember, Astralis are not out of this game yet. It is, you have to, especially if you're Entropiq, you have to really think deep about this, because if you let them back in, if they get up to 3, if you lose the economy, which they almost have, then they could be right back in the game in a couple of minutes. So don't give them the opportunity. Even this round, which looks like it's probably not going to go their way, another kill would make a huge difference, even if you don't win the round. "25 seconds, and they're just going to slowly run it down, try and see if they can maybe bait Astralis into anything, but they're not even really pretending right now, Astralis. They are just happy to finally get another round. Will be a 3rd on the board for them, so that is something to work with, something they can be a little bit more happy about. 3 to 7. Again, it is a great scoreline for Entropiq, but the half is not done yet. We've seen this before, where you have a pretty good start, and suddenly you still end up at like a 7, maybe 9-6, but otherwise 8-7 type scoreline, and it doesn't feel nearly as cool as when you were up 7-1, right? 7-1, 7-3 now, and leading into the 11th round. Yeah.
That's going to be a problem for Entropiq. I'm glad that they play it safe and they hold some guns. Now they can be a threat in this round, and hopefully Astralis trains to start the stage. Astralis, I mean, on the CT side, it does too. You get 6 or 7 rounds again, you're going to be cooking with gas.
Well,
probably that would help.
This is a critical point in the game, in my opinion. This is a point where, if at this point Entropiq lose this round, Astralis probably go from 3 to 5 rounds just based on the T-side economy here. So they really need to put this one together. The flashes are really good. Forrester's down to the... Oh, God. They're so deep in. They could win the round right now. 3 kills unreturned from Astralis. Glaive on his own, fighting for his life out here. And he's doing such a fantastic job. 3 kills with the M4. He had to manage every single bullet, or he was going to run out. But he comes back for more to try and throw that nade. And that got him killed. And now it is on Magisk to try and follow up on the legacy of Glaive out here, because he just basically got them back in the round. Can Magisk do it? They are backtracking. They have over a minute. They don't care. They're going to go back through T-spawn now.
Oh, this smoke has sold it, Anders. Magisk has got every reason to think that they're somewhere around here right now.
Yeah. Well, think about the context of the game. Every other time they've shown up on long, they've gone long. They've never come back from this position. So Magisk must also be thinking, well, they never actually turn it around. But now they do. They're going to have the bomb plant. He is going to be so far away. It could be done, but there is no surefire way to win this round. If you're Magisk, I almost feel like just pull out your knife, run there, and try and headshot the first guy you meet real quick. Because if you spend too much time thinking and waiting, it's probably not going to work out well. Ilian will take him down. It is an 8th round for Entropiq. They avoid that economic death, and they are so much on top of this game right now. Astralis can still buy. That is the only silver lining here.
What's crazy is that that is almost a round that Glaive brings back single-handedly, and he is the only one in double digits on the side of Astralis right now with 12 kills, 0 assists. The guy just feels like he has to pull his team across the line right now, and well, that's what leaders do. That's what the in-game leader needs to do sometimes. He needs to get the guys fired up and fighting. And so if Glaive is going to have to be the one, I mean, hopefully that's going to be enough to get dupreeh and Magisk in this game. We can start seeing them having an impact here. Because that's an 8th round on the board for Entropiq, and now Entropiq have a chance to break Astralis' economy as well, which would throw things completely out of whack for Astralis in this first half.
Yeah, they are skirting right on the edge here, Astralis. There's no doubt about it. That triple from Glaive is unbelievable because...
yeah, one after another, just...
And he's at the edge of the smoke. If they just tag him through or anything, he's probably going to be sprayed down and die. He's got the M4A1, which again, it's a powerful rifle, but it does have that bullet penalty. So if he can't just randomly and indiscriminately spray through the smoke, he actually has to be really conservative with using those bullets, and he did do a fantastic job, but I don't know, it was all for nothing at the end of it.
It's that classic Entropiq where it's just like, just keep throwing bodies at him. He's right there. Go get him. And then it's just one after another running through that smoke, giving the shot to Glaive, doing exactly what he needs them to do. And but here we get the smokes going down in mid. That could set up for the B split, but Entropiq they're looking for an A play.
And a run boost on top of it. What a wild play. Run boosted with an AK and a major and a headshot on Sip. Absolutely beautiful. Lackey is such a powerful player in this game. Another headshot to bring down Glaive. Another double kill. It is every single time they hit this A bomb site. He is ready to fight them. Absolutely stellar. He's going to get one more. A triple on Lackey. No one can stop him. And now it's on Krad to try and take a little bit of a fight to Sip here, but Magisk and Lucky are just going to have to back on out and surrender this round. That makes it 9 for Entropiq. This guy Lucky is absolutely out of control.
Magisk just scrapes him off the bottom of his shoe like some crud that he just found. I don't know.
Get out.
That is such a brutal take.
That run boost, by the way, that's something we typically see when people have pistols and they just want to get a bomb planted. Like, let's just throw someone with a Glock. It's going to be funny.
Yeah,
even
take
if
the
it
bait.
Doesn't work.
Go duck hunting.
Exactly. But they did it in an actual round.
Yeah.
Magisk going to hold on to the M4. Again, that is super important to Astralis.
And the AWP on Lucky as well. So Astralis actually have some firepower to play with here. Glaive has got enough to full buy. dupreeh as well. It's actually going to be a fairly decent buy coming up here for Astralis. So it's not quite the disaster. But Entropiq have got 9 rounds on the T side of Dust 2 right now. They are cooking with gas, Anders. They are looking so good. And Lackey, again, with these individual plays that are making so much of a difference. Because it's not like everybody's firing on all cylinders on Entropiq either. I mean, Nickelback kind of lagging behind right now, trying to set his teammates up, but not really getting the kills. It really feels like some individual plays that are making the difference for both of these teams in this first half. Lackey for Entropiq's really standing out, and Glaive on the side of Astralis. So we're just gonna see what these guys are capable of.
What they're proving a little bit too on the side of Entropiq is the fact that that A bomb side is just it's a sore leg, right? They've been kicking and kicking at that leg all the way through. It's starting to get really painful, and it doesn't matter if they go long or catwalk, they're still making it work. So that whole A side defense is probably not feeling that great right now. It's frustrating when you kind of know it's coming round after round and you can't stop it.
That is a very cool smoke that Astralis just threw through the mid doors to make it look like somebody was going to push lower dark. That forced some utility out of Entropiq that they probably would not have wanted to use.
True.
But they had to commit a flash down to lower dark to actually clear this, because this smoke that just cleared, that is a big warning signal for Entropiq. They have to worry that Astralis are playing aggressive this round.
And they've been slowed down coming out long as well. They haven't really gone for it. They tried once, Entropiq, remember, to go for B instead, where Magisk was hiding in the corner and they ended up losing.
Yep.
So I think that was one of the attempts from Entropiq to try and sort of change the otherwise very A-centric first half that we've been seeing here. they could do it again, right? If you catch them off guard, it's not. We can tell Astralis on the minimap are not actually leaning that heavily A right now. Pretty standard setup, but if you catch them in the right round, maybe you could.
I wonder if they go for the same setup now. Smoke CT, smoke B slope, and just power up Catwalk, or are they going to try and slow play it? They have so many grenades to use. It's kind of shocking to see them try and run it dry.
They're going to set up the initial smokes. They've actually smoked down on ramp as well. They've got a huge wall to run behind. And let's see, Lucky, last time they didn't flash him out quite enough. Maybe they could do it here, creeping through, and Lucky's going to be going down this time. No double kill for him.
The flash goes off a split second after that shot. That is crazy timing. But Entropiq have still managed to crab walk their way up onto the bomb site. They'll get a bomb plant here, and now the onus is on Astralis to retake.
Yes, it is. Not that many, actually, well, no nades really left on the side of Entropiq, so holding Catwalk could be pretty tricky, although Nickelback with a good kill. Krad coming in from long, not even waiting for the timing, and takes a kill out long, dropping Glaive as well. He's controlling it. Oh, and the spray at range to bring down Magisk. dupreeh all on his own, just like that, from a 4-on-4 into a 1 versus 3. It was looking so good otherwise for Astralis, but it'll be a 10th round on the board for Entropiq. Ilian taking the last kill. They're playing a phenomenal game right now.
Krad, okay.
I was just going to say, in spite of losing that early fight to Lucky.
Well, I was just going to say, Krad the Chad. He played that
truly
perfectly at long. The off timing as well, always making him think like, okay, now you have a chance to peek A site. Nope. Because he goes, re-peeks again as Magisk is thinking, okay, he's not going to peek, he's going to play passive at long. No. Krad pulling a fast one on him, catches him looking the wrong way. That is impeccable stuff. And here's the aggression from Astralis now into mid, but they were watching it in Entropiq. They are aware that this is coming.
Yep. It's a play that we see more now after the change to Dust 2. People try and do it. I don't think it has the same surprise factor that it used to, but saying that, they're kind of looking for it. But Krad is still running. He's not aware at all that they're... Oh, he's still alive. Oh, no, that is a disaster. Krad now going to be slowly walking back and actually spotting for Sip and taking him down. This has really backfired on Astralis. And now the question is, could they even help out dupreeh? Let's see. He's going to get at least that kill in return, but they're out long at the same time. They've given up on this part, and they're going to go fight Lucky instead.
And they realize now that they're, I mean, if with an extra player up top like that, and Lucky gives it away, going to lose that fight through the smoke with the FAMAS. Bold trying to make a play, but that's just not going to happen. And now Entropiq can get the bomb planted. There isn't much that Astralis can do to stop this.
A little bit of a jump, I was going to say, otherwise they could have tried to boost. The jump is doing a bit of damage. They don't need a bit, they need to win this round badly on the side of Astralis. 10-3. Glaive still hanging around with the UMP. 14th round, so I mean, you could justify saving maybe if you're on the Astralis side. You kind of know that you're going to need this money in the next round, although they are going for it now. They're going to find Ilian as well, leaving Lackey on his own, and the jump coming in. Glaive with a shot on Lackey at the end with the UMP, so still pretty impressive stuff here, and a pretty good retake coming through from the side of Astralis. I thought they were going to run out of time, and it was pretty close.
I thought so too. You were right to point out the lack of utility there to help with that retake either as well. That's so tough on Astralis, but they managed to fight their way through. Entropiq, when you get stuck on that defensive back foot and the momentum is shifting against you, it's Astralis who are just pushing aggressively. It can be really tough to hold, and I think that's what happened with Entropiq there, just trying to hold off the flood. Wasn't going to be happening. They have a pretty good long spawn now though, so they could once again just go crashing out long. What is the money like? Little. Indeed. Big changes as well made, and we saw Astralis finally take advantage of it. Throw some chaos into these rounds. Try and avoid being too predictable here. You know, it's better late than never. Every round matters in a game of Counter-Strike, and so if Astralis can manage to pick up the remaining 2 rounds in this half, that's going to be big. This is going to be the last round of this first half, and so they won the last one with some aggression up mid, trying to get that chaos going, trying to make it a little bit more difficult for Entropiq to predict what was coming. But we need to see something more here from Astralis on this final round. At least they get the full buy. They'll have everything they need going into this round. So no excuses on the firepower side.
It's kind of impressive because Lackey's been having a great game at 16 kills, but Glaive is actually at 15. He's one behind, and I mean that's kind of hard to match. I would say that kind of an output in one half.
I know Glaive, you know, he's been touted as a fragging in-game leader in the past, but it's not his job. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I put a lot of emphasis on the beginning at the beginning of this match. Thorin as well on the desk has put a lot of emphasis on this. You know that we need to look to dupreeh and Magisk,
but
to smash. And if Glaive is the one top fragging, that is a losing situation for Astralis. I think you really need to have dupreeh and Magisk at the front doing a lot of the heavy lifting here for the team. But of course, it is always tough, and it is worth considering that this is still CT side, and those are the two B anchors. So if they're always going into retakes on A, that's a hard life as the CT side. So I will cut them a little bit of slack there. If they're not getting hits on B, then they're not going to get too many chances to kill. So maybe T side, you know, they're going to lead and just smash everything in front of them. And really, that's what Astralis are hoping is going to happen, because so far, Entropiq have done a good job of dodging dupreeh and Magisk and not really letting them get in.
Yeah, that is actually, it's interesting, and it's a story we've seen before. We've been here where you're just not doing anything on that B bomb side. It happens on multiple maps. This still was very, very A heavy for Entropiq in the first half, so it's kind of impressive. But then again, like we pointed out, once it's working, once they found out, we can actually just go long. And even if they know we're coming, even if they have time to set up a defense, we're still winning. So maybe it's not such a bad idea. Just keep hitting that soft spot until... I mean, Astralis, to their credit, I don't think there weren't many rounds where they heavily over-rotated, and even some of the ones where they did, actually, where they were like 3 long, they still didn't win that fight. So it's... but otherwise, that's an easy mistake to make if you're on the CT side, is you suddenly say, all right, listen, we're just going to have to put 1B, 4A, and forget about the middle because we're just getting beat up. Well, again, you saw Entropiq throughout that one round where they did go B instead, and if that coincides where that's where you've leaned A, there's nothing worse as an in-game leader. If you're on the defense and you've asked all your troops to come help you out on that A bomb site and they don't even show up, that just feels like losing.
I mean, you know, you wouldn't even be in that round if it weren't for Glaive. True. Right? You know, if he doesn't pull a triple out of nowhere, like a rabbit out of a hat, I mean, Astralis are just, it would be a completely just horrible scoreline that we've got going on right now, because Entropiq's money would have been stronger, and then who knows what happens in the following rounds, right? But, I mean, it's still a pretty disastrous first half here for Astralis. If they end this on 4 rounds, it's going to be so difficult for them to fight back in the second half. Granted, they'll be on the T side, so they'll get to set the pace. They'll get to make it happen. But, you know, Entropiq will have a huge lead. So just a reminder, everybody, in case you're wondering, this is, in fact, LAN. Not quite to the standard of what we... well, let's say we're not in front of a crowd yet. We're not in the arena, but these guys are on location in Stockholm playing in the hotel. So they are on LAN together in that sense. But obviously they're fighting to play in front of the audience. And the arena is going to be sick in Stockholm.
Oh, it definitely will be. Yeah, we're getting there. We're building our way into it. 10-4 is the first half here.
Good.
Yeah,
I can't wait.
It really has, in a weird way, it's felt like life has just been on standby for a really long time. I sometimes catch myself thinking, like, why does it feel like everything is obviously this whole COVID situation has made everything feel different. But even when it's not that, I've noticed it in my life. It's not quite the same. I've really missed this. So you know, I'm glad that we could be back doing this once again at this kind of a level. They're all moving around, so I don't know if that means they're about good to go. Hopefully soon. Money in terms of that for Entropiq, certainly looking like they could put something together here. They're not going to be defenseless in this upcoming round, so that's good to see. Oh, we are lacking one of the players on Entropiq, so again, 4 on 5. So don't want to play like that.
One of them dropped, so that's what we're waiting on to get them back in. And, well, that's why it's like, okay, considering you're all on that, I mean, we do have admins on staff over there in Stockholm, so obviously they can stay on top of it and hope to be able to help to fix the problems quickly. But the fact that that is one of the things, actually, I wonder, because it's like a logistics thing, because if the teams are playing from rooms, individual rooms, it means the admin has to hustle over to whichever room the team is in, if it's a PC issue or something like that, you know. So maybe they have to, he's just sitting there waiting for the hotel, the elevator, you know.
So hopefully not. Hopefully they're all at the same floor or something. Poor guy. Or they have hired more than one. It's possible, right?
That's also possible.
Just a whole team of,
you know, just don't take the elevator. Go up the stairs. Get that exercise.
Yeah, use it as an opportunity. It's good. So
get the hustle.
Unless it's like a 10-floor difference in that case, maybe not. I've got to say, again, we sort of outlined it in the beginning, the pressure difference of being the heavy favorites in Astralis versus being just the young up-and-comers of Entropiq, even if some of them have some experience, obviously. It is still pretty impressive when you get to see it like this, right? They're just cruising through some of these rounds here, and Astralis really look like they're under a fair bit of pressure early on. So that's so interesting.
This is the dangerous situation that Astralis find themselves in, and it's the one that all Tier 2 teams find themselves in, which is you're in the online melee now, essentially. So you're in that Tier 2 melee where it's chaotic, anything goes. You have insane fraggers who can just take rounds out of nowhere and just take over maps the way Lackey has taken over this first half. I mean, this is something that's very possible, but that Astralis, you know, for a long period of time, they didn't really have to deal with.
Yeah.
Now these teams have been kind of playing in online, and so you have they've been rubbing shoulders with these online teams that they wouldn't have before when it was only LAN that they were competing on. But Astralis are a team that are used to being in the top 8 and being like, okay, we're gonna wait for the other 8 teams to join us who are more experienced and who play our kind of style of CS, and so we don't even need to worry about that other kind of CS that Entropiq might be playing, right? Astralis right now are running head first into Entropiq and into a style where perhaps they're still trying to make adjustments.
It's also a world in which at previous majors, right, like Astralis are already at the legend stage.
Yeah,
right?
they're just like, they're chilling. They're with the other 8 just waiting
And
in the wings.
When you get there, very likely you're going to be playing with against a bunch of people, that you know their style, right? You know what it's like playing against Simple and Cyber. And even though they might be really good players, at least it's a pattern that's kind of familiar to you. You have an idea about how they're reacting to certain situations. It might not be the case with Entropiq. Astralis obviously they've watched demos. Obviously they've tried to prepare. It's not like they're just going to walk in here blind today. But still, it's tricky, right? To try and remember. They couldn't know necessarily that they end up fighting Entropiq in this game, right? That's not something they can necessarily prepare for. So even if you watched a couple of their games, you have to now try and remember, how exactly does Lackey play that long position? How is he normally doing it? Is he going to be aggressive? Does he just go for it? Like, you don't know that in your bones the way that you would against some of the teams that Astralis maybe more regularly would have played a couple of years ago. It would have been different, right? So there's some stuff here that's really working against them.
Yeah, Astralis are just, I think that they really lost the first round draw, taking Copenhagen Flames first round. I think that was the worst case scenario for Astralis.
Could have very well been,
out of all the first round picks, they get Copenhagen Flames. I think that was the worst one for them. And now they're up against Entropiq, who, they come from the CIS region. That's no joke. Those guys grind and those guys hit hard. And second round, you've already taken one shot today. Maybe you're a little dazed. You haven't quite got your feet under you, and now you're just getting pummeled by Lackey and the rest of Entropiq. I mean, the beatdown right now that Astralis are taking.
Now, obviously, they wouldn't just go straight out, right? Like, they'd have a chance to play a best of 3 to try and keep going. Which I think is, format-wise, is a really good pick. That's a nice way to do it, because then you can't really complain, right? You have to, well, you got all the chances to try and get this done.
I think best of ones also are way more forgiving now than they were before. When everybody was really complaining about best of ones before, that was at a time when the economy was way less forgiving and the maps were way more one-sided. So you can have just blowout halves where it's just like you lose 2 rounds and your whole half is over essentially, and a best of one could be really cutthroat.
That's actually a good point.
Today, now with all the safety nets the devs have put in, the maps are way more even, way more equal. The economy's way more forgiving, and so I just want to hear less whining about best of one, because I don't think it's nearly as cutthroat as it was once upon a time. And then you get your safety net with the best of 3. Like you said, you still get your best of 3, but I think that having the 2 rounds of best of 1, I'm fine with. That works.
I still happily would tag on another like 4 or 5 days or whatever it would be to add like a double elimination type of thing, because that just would be cool. I think just for the story, I don't want every tournament necessarily to be double elim, but I think for the major, why not?
Yeah,
it's fun.
It would be nice. It would be nice. But we still get 12 days of Elite CS, and 4 of those days are going to be
right now.
That
Audience. Feels like so much. That's amazing.
It's going to be so good. But it looks like we've got all 5 back for Entropiq. So,
all right, are
we ready to go?
Shoot that starting pistol and let's get the show back on the road. It's the 15th round. A little bit of I mean, it's hard to know whether or not sometimes sort of an inadvertent technical timeout like this one could be more beneficial for one team or another. I feel like maybe for Astralis, if it wasn't this long, it maybe would have been, but now they're actually just getting to stew in it, right? And Entropiq, I mean, they weren't just rushing down anyway. They're playing pretty measured, I would say. They weren't just rushing long and rushing the A-bomb site. They took time to think, so I don't think they're going to be losing a lot of momentum in having a little bit of a break here. But Astralis are going to you know, have time to sort of think, man, we're really not winning this game right now, at least. And that can be a little bit tough to sort of sit in, right? If this is like 9-6 right now, or I guess 8-6 or something, it's kind of a little bit more even. But I feel like Astralis must be probably a little bit more stressed at the moment. Hopefully, again, this is where you want the experience coming through. This is where you want them to be not stressed at all. Although I think that's hard. That's easier said than done.
In 2 maps, they've only won 10 rounds. Their first match of the day against Copenhagen Flames on Overpass, they lost 16-6. So Copenhagen Flames already blew them up once. Now you have Entropiq, who are 10-4, could finish this 11-4 if Astralis can't come up with some magic in this last round. Imagine a world where Astralis are just getting utterly demolished in 2 maps. Just this is that would be a devastating start to the tournament. I mean, you can still look forward to the best of 3s. You can still have that scenario where Astralis, you know, it's not going to just be one more best of 1 that's separating them from the void, but it's still a world in which the defending champs could get knocked out.
That would be, I'm guessing someone has that in their pick'ems. Not me.
That would be a crazy pick. That would be pretty sick.
Someone's got to, right? There's got to be someone out there who's seen it coming. So shout out to those people, I suppose. Very hard. I feel like this is something that's happened every single major for me. When I look at the bracket and the opening games, I just think it's so obvious who's going to win. Like, I'm not even in doubt. I'm like, of course I know who's going to win these opening games. Like, no problem.
Okay.
And every single time I'm like, damn, I'm way off. There's always something crazy happening at the major. I don't know why it is, but it's just that I should just start counter-picking, or just every other game I just random it, because it feels like I'm always wrong on like half of these picks, for especially in the beginning. I feel like it's so rough. So
how are your predictions going? I can't remember. So far I'm good. I've got everyone except for the Astralis upset, and I'm kicking myself on that one.
I think I've got everyone except for the Astralis. I want to say that's true, but maybe I'm just making that up now. That we can't check it, but I feel like right. Maybe I submitted crazy picks. Who knows?
Check the desk later, guys. When we see the predictions, you'll see what Anders picked.
Yeah, just madness. I mean, this is.
But we're still waiting. We don't know, guys, what's going on. So in case you're wondering, we're wondering too. We're in the dark with you guys.
Microphone problems, apparently.
Okay. Seems like a mic problem. So
that is important, though.
How does that happen?
Someone, I don't know.
Also, I mean, if you have a coach
it's counting down.
It's counting down. Hey, we're good, Anders. Let's go.
We just had to complain a little bit more, and it sorted itself out.
Guys, worth mentioning as well, no breaks in halftime. We're rolling straight into the second halftime, so there's no ad break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to get right into the second half. You won't want to miss it.
Ilian takes a shot. He's back for more. He's got the angle. That easily could have been a kill there. Magus kind of AD-ADing a little bit there while spraying the gun, and it works out. He's going to get the kill on Forrester. Not bad. Crad not quite brave enough to move forward in that position. Lucky goes down to Lucky. And it's a 3-on-5. Great start for Astralis. This is what they needed like 5 rounds ago. They needed this kind of a beginning. And I don't know why they're hanging around in the middle still. They got the 3-on-5 they need. And Magus goes down.
Astralis deciding to play the meta in the last 2 rounds of the half, which is, you know, charge mid and put pressure mid, make it chaotic. You can get out quick now onto the CT side, and it can get out of hand. And so now, well, we do have Elian still hanging around in top mid. Bomb is still in control as well. Nickelback going to be holding on to that. And this, you can see just how much time this is burnt off the clock. Entropiq are only down to a minute, and they haven't really taken any control anywhere.
Going to be hard to get out here. Throwing that flashbang will alert Glaive on the other side. Not that he's got any backup, really. And actually, they're going to be falling back. Surely that's just being heard. I feel like this play is being telegraphed from all the way across the map, and Astralis surely know what is going to be coming, and especially they'll know dupreeh just has a Molotov in his hand. Going to be ready for it. That'll segment them off, and he gets the headshot on Crad as well. So this round is definitely done, and Astralis will be able to find a way to get 5 on the board here. Ilian on his own, and dupreeh's already pushed up. That's a pretty good little double kill for him, and it will be 10-5 overall at the end of the half in favor of Entropiq, which again is really impressive. And like you said, we're not going to be having much of a break here. We're just going to go straight into the second half, which I kind of like. Let's keep the pace up. and just keep going.
Exactly. And now I really want to keep an eye here on Astralis. Now that they decided to play aggressively in the last 2 rounds of the half, they started to play a bit more towards the meta of what we expect to see on Dust 2 for the CT side. A bit more of aggression in mid, pushing upper dark, really taking the fight to Entropiq. That's really cool. And now we get to see Astralis on the T side where they get to call the strats. Obviously, Dust 2 is still one of those maps where we kind of look at spawn and where you spawn on the T side. If you get a good long spawn or a good upper dark spawn, you know, it can determine what kind of strat you want to run. So keep an eye on where the players are spawning in that rectangle. But I mean, now we get to see if dupreeh and Magisk are just going to be here to rip heads off. This is going to be sick.
They need it badly. Astralis second half, it has to be really good from the start, or they're not going to get, well, they're going to be 2-0-2 in the group, and that's not what you want. Lian, Crad playing here behind the smoke. They're not checking it. They're not suspicious. Oh, he walks out. It could be beautiful, and it will be. Crad with a triple, taking down Lucky, Magisk, and Sip. They just were not suspicious. They did not suspect that anything bad was happening inside of that smoke, and oh boy, were they wrong. Glaive now, 1 versus 5 out here. And the setup, the fact that Nickelback got that 1 kill, that is suddenly all of their attention. Their mind is just somewhere else. And Glaive, well, he's being held. The dualies and a USP on one side. He's going to be straight dead out here. Execution 11-5 in favor of Entropiq.
Outrageous, Anders, outrageous. And I think you get that. You just hit the nail on the head. The man playing mid, just taking pot shots at Cat, is just making Astralis think, oh, everything is normal. Nobody's here. We're going to be able to aggro up Cat real quick and get onto that A-bomb site. Little did they know, Crad had pushed through the mid doors, and again, that's the thing that you can do on the CT side. You can push through those doors real quick now, and nobody was there to watch for Astralis. Now they'll have a player in Suicide Astralis, so they've made that adjustment to keep an eye on things. But in that pistol round, that was not the case, and Entropiq took perfect advantage of it. So now Astralis, well, just it's a disastrous start to the second half here. Losing the pistol is so painful, but they do go for the hard eco this round, so that's cool to see. It means that we'll get rifles in the next round.
I mean, it's absurd as it sounds. I think it's the 3rd or the 4th time that I brought up this point, but they have to keep believing that they just are the better team, and that once things get rolling, they're going to be able to win no matter what the difference is, really. So I understand why they're doing this, even if it seems like they're running out of runway for this plane to actually take off. They're going to have to keep trusting in it. 12-5, the scoreline, and like you said, straight into the AKs here.
Indeed, Anders, you're right. And yeah, that's the one thing where instead of going for the Deagle Kevlar, they go for the hard eco. So we will get that. They don't even get close to planting a bomb, but they will have enough for the AKs and some nades. And Scoot picked up on Lucky, so we will get that shot, and there it is.
All right.
Wallbang drops Forrester in mid.
That is a good start to the round. Crad is going to be slowing them down a little bit with that Molotov. They don't want to push behind it. And they're in a similar position. They're all out long. It looks like Entropiq, no. Oh, wow. That is a clean headshot if I've ever seen one. Magisk taking down Crad. I was going to say otherwise, kind of a reversal of roles here, where the CT side knows what is coming for sure. They definitely know, but they might still lose the round, even if they have all the intel, which normally is like half the battle in Counter-Strike. It's just figuring out where's the actual attack going to happen. Well, this round, there's no mystery, but it still could be very hard to hold the A-bomb site, just like we saw in the first half, really. Lucky, though, doing a good job. Nickelback is there. Oh, Astralis, they should not be losing control of this round, but somehow they are. Lucky, this is just a scout. That's not going to be a kill. And just like that, it's a 1 versus 2. I really cannot believe it. They had this round locked down. 3 versus 5. They had that A-bomb site. They were just there. And they somehow walk their way onto the site and get killed. Magisk walking into the scout. He's real low on health, and he's going to be down. He couldn't find the head of Ilian, and that's a 13th round for Entropiq. Unbelievable scenes here.
I cannot believe it, Anders. I cannot believe what we just saw. Astralis getting picked off one after another, slow walking up onto that bomb site. Entropiq, that's outrageous that they actually managed to pull that off. I cannot believe that they actually managed to do it. And so clean as well. You're thinking with 2 entries, that's it. Astralis, they're in the bin. And yet Entropiq, they wasted no time. They went for the gamble and rotated hard over. There's Xyp9x again giving them the man advantage, again taking out Forrester.
Yeah, but
Forrester can't catch a break in these rounds. He's just sat 2 rounds now because of this spot in mid.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's also, you're starting to feel like, yeah, but does it make a difference? If they can't win the rounds, because that kind of an opening normally will give you a little bit more to work with. And they just threw away a round where they had this exact same setup.
You're right, you're right.
So, Sip, that's pretty close. But Ilian will take him down with a much more powerful rifle. So back into a 4-on-4. And the rest of them, They have pistols. They could try and do something. They're getting outsniped by Ilian, who's had a, it's a pretty respectable game himself. A little bit of a missed opportunity there, perhaps. But he's got some backup in here. So even if they try and flash him down, yep, the M4 is in front. Always a good setup to try and do that. And it's a 2-on-4.
Has he not missed a shot yet? That's sick. What a good feel. He's just tagging everybody, and that's what it feels like when you get to just stand your ground in mid, just taking shot after shot. Astralis challenging one after the other as well. And Astralis right now are looking a little disjointed. Spacing not quite right, not quite taking advantage of utility either. And so I'm wondering right now what the comms are like on Astralis, if they're clean or if they're quieting down. Because this is just looking like another beating, Anders. 14-5 for Entropiq now, who are in full control. Entropiq get to go for the full buy, have everything that they need. And while after that round of eco, Astralis are going to get a full as well. Lucky's going to finally get his hands on an AWP. Yeah, that was the spot.
It's becoming increasingly difficult to spin this into something positive, isn't it, Samla? How do you sell this?
It's tough. I mean, it's still
the roller
possible.
coaster is more fun on the way down.
Yeah, I guess for Astralis, right? They just want the best of threes.
Whee!
They only want best of threes. You know, they're like, screw these best of ones. We'll get these best of ones done as fast as possible, and we'll just get into best of three territory, right?
They're gonna have to come up with something, because that's where they're headed right now. 14-5. They got some rifles back in the hands on Astralis here, but we're talking about, realistically, something like 11 rounds in a row to try and get back. If they mess up at any point during that, it's probably going to be done. So, certainly make for a very cool story, but the likelihood of that happening is almost zero. Set up on the catwalk. They've got one out long. That's Sip hanging out there. They've got Megaskin upper dark, holding an eye on that. It's a pretty standard setup, which can kind of spiral into anything really for Astralis, right? It's so early on. Could still be a fake on catwalk and go back to B-splitting if you want it to out middle. But we'll see. Sip is starting to fall a little bit further back. Gonna come join them, it seems like. I still wonder if this isn't going to be a B-split.
It feels like it, because you still have Magus lurking around in upper dark right now, looking for that info push from Entropiq. So if anybody were to push for info, but Entropiq, they've fully committed to this hold now. With 38 seconds, they're saying 2 on B, 3 on A. We are not moving. We're not going anywhere. We just wait and see where they hit, and we have to hit our shots when the time comes.
Speaking of time, 27 seconds. Lucky with the kill on Forest, a good flashbang, but Lucky, he could not pick up more than them. They were really blind, I think, in that middle, but they find a way to thread the needle here. Astralis even getting the shot for the smoke on Dupree there. That's not bad. Taking down Nickelback, and that'll give them the round for sure, even with 12 seconds. At the end, they had time to put the bomb down, and yeah, that was a bit of a classic setup, really. And I mean, we saw them throw the smokes in the middle. What you didn't see is the smokes that land on the catwalk to try and sell that A side of the fake, and I mean, they did a good job, there's no doubt.
Well, having the lurk smoke on catwalk is what's going to keep Entropiq just focused on A, or at least stuck there, because they can't rightfully rotate while that smoke is up, because that's the whole point of a lurk smoke. You don't know if somebody's sitting behind it who's there to wreck you. And so Entropiq are stuck, but Entropiq really did just commit to the idea that wherever Astralis show themselves, we're going to just hit our shots. And they set it up with that flash through the smoke in CT, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, everybody is there from Astralis because they are going for the death ball approach, where it's just no matter where you peek from, 3 rifles are going to be facing your way. So you're not going to kill all of us. We will eventually whittle you down and get onto a bomb site.
And we'll think about this. That setup that they just ran is so variable that Astralis can do this, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 more times with different outputs, right? They could do that strategy where they drop down in the CT spawn. They could do it where they legitimately execute on the A bomb site. They can do it where they go out in middle and then wait for the CTs to try and retake middle and see if they do it early around. There are so many variations of the same smokes and flashbangs that just have a different outcome. So if they get catwalk over again here from Entropiq, if they can win that fight, they can kind of keep messing with them for a long time to try and build something behind it. Lucky, though, he's pushed into lower dark with an AWP. That is a wild play.
I'm pretty sure Dupree was close enough to hear the footstep. That's why Dupree's playing it this way.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there was an audio cue that told him somebody pushed lower dark.
But he doesn't have anyone in middle. They can set up that smoke on the Xbox. That's okay, but is it actually going to make a difference? Nice Molotov to force back Ilian as well. And now Lucky's going to be feeling really, really lonesome. And Dupree, he's run out of patience, maybe a bit too soon. A missed opportunity. Lucky, but he's still not falling back. He is so brave. He's just not giving up on it. Flashed as well, but so is Dupree on the other side. They're going to try and go for him, and they'll finally win that fight. That looked like it could have gone either way.
Mad lad, Lucky. Mad lad. And now Dupree is just chilling out here at mid. He's going to cut this map in half and give Astralis all of the options with 50 seconds on the clock now. Astralis looking like they're going to hit that B site. Dupree is already in position to catch the rotate, and the rest of the team can gather up and just smash onto that B bomb site. So it is all going to be riding on Forrester and Nickelback now. Those guys, they have no option but to fight their way out of this situation.
And they have no grenade, so it is just going to be the raw fight. Only holding middle is Dupree. The rest of them will be coming in a little bit one at a time, a little bit slowed down, in fact. They don't have time for this at all. Ilian and Nickelback doing it. 19 seconds, a big triple coming out from Nickelback. Double so far, actually. One of them there, I think, stolen by Forrester. And Lucky, he can't do anything. This was such a weak attempt from Astralis in a lot of ways. They had the setup for it. They had the 4 versus 2 basically in the bomb site, and they just couldn't actually get through even the first player.
They had the grenades too, Anders.
Yeah, you're right.
They had everything. Oh, he survives. Saved by the bell.
That's very uncharacteristic. They had set this entire round, and remember, this couldn't turn into a fake. There was not enough time to do anything but this. They had one guy holding middle, the other 4. They need to hammer their way through to that B bomb site. It's fine to get some spacing, right? We talk about that a lot. It's fine to have one guy go in and then a little bit of a delay, but that's not what we were seeing here. This just seemed like it was a very, very weak attempt to get into the bomb site. That makes it 15-6. Entropiq 1 round away from putting Astralis down in the O2 bracket, and that is wild.
It's out there. I mean, right now, Astralis, it just felt like the spacing was completely off. Glaive was just ahead of everybody else, and that just allowed for Entropiq to get the feel for what Astralis were throwing at them. Now I'm seeing Glaive doing a lot of talking. Now we're going to see some buying from him, so that's good. Lucky, yep, we'll get that smoke grenade. He had enough money for it, and the nade count is pretty good here for Astralis, all things considered. But Entropiq, do they go? They were thinking about it, and sure enough, but there's the trade. Alien takes Glaive. That had to happen. You had to have the 1-for-1 in mid.
Yeah, still fighting. Think about this mid fight is something that we just did not see before the change almost ever. Krad goes down.
Wow.
I think probably attempting to use the confusion in middle to try and see if he could gain some more map control out there, but that definitely backfired. So 4-on-3 in favor of Astralis, which they've thrown away better opportunities than this so far in the game. So let's just see if they can negotiate this particular round.
Best chance they've had so far, though, to... Well, I mean, now they can actually get around more than 16-6. So that's already good. Of course, Astralis now are looking to play the perfect half to tie this up and force overtime. But they went their first match of the major. They lost to Copenhagen Flames 16-6.
True.
So now Entropiq down a man. Still a couple of nades to play with, though. And they have just full gambled. They're going all in on the A side Entropiq. They're hoping that Astralis is going to hit here.
Look at what Astralis are doing, though. They are so sure that Entropiq will make a mistake and come look for them. And that's fine to use some time on, but they used over 20 seconds to wait around like this. And that's starting to feel not so much like you're giving an opportunity for your opponent to make a mistake. It's starting to feel like you're just not really making any assertive calls right now. And Entropiq have not given them any mistakes so far. Nickelback is right at the edge. He hears the footsteps. He's going to spray down one. And on the other side, Dupree is on his own, trying to hold on to it. Magus finally shown up to help out, but this is not a good look. 15 seconds on the clock, and they're going to have to try and see if they can get through Ilian. But that's just not easy. He's already taken 1 kill. Magus out in the open, and he is gone. 16-6 will be another stopping block here for Astralis as they fall to Entropiq.
Wow, and this is Astralis that we're talking about. They've made the changes with the roster as well to get Glaive back in the mix, and it is not working for them in the first 2 matches for the major. They have been struck down.
That is crazy. I really did not see this coming. I think I had Astralis going 3-0 or something. I was pretty hopeful for them. Obviously, it's not gone that way. So, what a tough game for Astralis, no doubt about it. And you saw how they tried to remain calm. They didn't force crazy buys. But at the end of it, they just didn't look like they had a lot of punch left in them at all. Even in rounds where they were ahead 4 versus 3s, or I think even 4-on-2 at one point in that A-bomb site, it wasn't enough. They just can't break through. And on the other side of things, you see how crazily Krad in that pistol round, hiding at the smoke. Obviously, Lackey as well. I mean, many of these A-bomb site plays are just him multi-killing Astralis.
Exactly. I mean, he just controlled the first half. Without a doubt, he was the MVP for Entropiq in that first half. Opening up the bomb sites. Here's a big round from him where he was just able to control the situation, keep his cool, and he just kept running up long and eviscerating that A defense. So big props to Lackey for that first half performance. And then you got to give it to Entropiq as a team. They kept their cool. They didn't let Astralis get their foot in the door. They didn't let them get any kind of momentum going in the second half. They just kept their cool and really did not let Astralis shake free. They just kept control of the situation and got the win, which is exactly what they needed to do. And so Entropiq now, they'll be in the 1-1 score line here.
Yeah.
In the group.
Which is way better
than 0-2, yeah.
Exactly. That's
Back
a really
to the wall.
uncomfortable position to be in. And I've got to say, I mean, we talked about it in that final round for a brief second, right? That 4-on-3, that's a classic position if you're a new team, where you make all the mistakes, right? You know you have to make a play to try and get back in the round. You have 20, 25 seconds where there's nothing happening across the map. It's super stressful because you're just waiting and Astralis are not moving. It sounds like it's nothing, but it is really hard to play against if you're on the CT side. They didn't do anything. They just waited that out, and when that smoke came down, like I think he smoked himself off and just played around it. Nickel back on the catwalk there.
Yeah. It's just veteran plays from Entropiq, but they're showing just how competitive it is now. You know, coming out of the CIS region as an underdog, and they're here to play.
Yeah. They've got a lot to do still, of course, but 1-1 for Nickelback is really impressive. We'll see if Astralis can do better in the best of 3, of course, but not just yet. That'll be happening tomorrow, of course. But we're going to go to a break, and then we'll be up with the next match, so just stay tuned.
Coming up next, TYLOO versus Sharks Esports.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
We figured things out, hopefully, and we're back into another game, this time TYLOO versus Sharks, which is bound to be a crazy game, I have to assume.
Yes. Because I mean, nobody really knows what to expect. Bleh had me believing for a second. And you know what? Actually, Bleh is just going to sound like just the smartest guy now, because this morning he was like, Semler, TYLOO, they win at least one map. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. Interesting. But the caveat was that they have to play against Sharks. And sure enough, TYLOO versus Sharks. Here we go. Is this going to be the TYLOO map?
And we're going to end up on Mirage as well. Another open map, another one that's not so much of a... From my side of the view here, I mean, I would have assumed that Ancient and Vertigo would have been the two maps here that could have been a little bit, you know, questionable for either side, but they get banned out at the end. We're going to be on Mirage.
So Mirage is just the FPL map, the PUG map, the map that all the pros are playing right now, that pretty much everybody is playing. It's one of the most played maps in the pool. And so, yeah, okay, good map to settle this on, right? I think both teams have given themselves the best chance possible to get the win. And I think that both of these teams can win against the other. So this is going to be the real 50-50 match of the day, I think, Anders.
It very well could be, yeah. I've got some questions. I actually think I picked neither of these teams. I might have actually picked TYLOO to go 0-3, so we'll see if Blay is going to be potentially ruining, you know, my predictions here. Could be.
Well, Sharks were one of the teams that actually managed to get through, but it was on points in South America. And also, I mean, North America is basically South America now, so there's also that. So are they even the best South American team here at the tournament? I don't think so. I think they're the best that managed to get through the RMR. But let's get into the match, because it looks like we are live already, and TYLOO are starting on the T side.
Well, let's do it then. DanKing trying. Pank is here at the CT spawn with a lot more people. They've got so many people on that CT ramp. This is a very unusual setup. I don't think I've seen this very often for anyone. Sevi's going to be picking up a kill on Slowly. That is a good start for the young Sharks. And DanKing, he takes a bit of damage there, but they're going to get the bomb plant down. JNT will take down Summer. And now it is a 3-on-3 for a second. Rilsin coming in with a kill on somebody. DanKing having to reload in the back. Attacker will take a kill on one. DanKing with the other one. And it's just JNT left. He's going to be dropped. And TYLOO will win the opening round of this match.
And DanKing with the triple. That P250. It gives you that one-shot headshot, gives you that advantage on the T side, or at least it lets you fight straight up against the USPs. You can really try and take those fights and win those duels. And TYLOO, I mean, everything into that A site looked like a very clean, you know, execute with the nades. They had all the nades. They ran their execute. You're right, though. Sharks, that was weird. They had such a quick rotate onto CT ramp. It's amazing that they weren't able to get more out of that.
Yeah, I mean, that entire setup, if you feel that A play coming and you have that setup to start with, you're just happy. You just think, well, this is amazing. We're actually going to be ready to use this, the USP, shoot him down at range. They just weren't able to, but they kind of had the right idea.
That was a very quick run boost, or quick boost into ladder room at least. So that's different from Sharks. Just trying to keep an eye on what Sharks are going to try and throw in here, because this is a force buy from Sharks. Zevi has held on to $1,000. Oh, meaty nade onto somebody, though.
Yeah, that is a little bit painful. And TYLOO playing this one slowly to begin with. You can tell they're not really ready to go. They spent the first part of this round just kind of waiting around. Another grenade comes in. JNT able to take Summer quite a bit down. That's actually not bad. He's done a bit of damage right then and there. Scout not connecting on that one, but the headshot surely will. Hank able to pick it up, and now it's a 4-on-5. The bomb is planted, and TYLOO can now fall back and just play around the timer of that bomb. And a retake, definitely going to be tricky for Sharks. There's no doubt about that.
It's they're gonna have their work cut out for them, and this is where the rifles should be able to really make a difference. And you can see these long-range fights. Summer getting headshot down, and he is gonna get traded 1-for-1. DanKing, though, still alive, and I feel like he is gonna be the man to make a difference here for TYLOO.
Ooh, scout shot on somebody. Headshot onto DanKing, and Attacker is on his own. They're already trying to defuse inside of it, but it's a long defuse. Too long. Attacker will take down 3 at the end. And it will be TYLOO to pick up that second round. But that got sketchy. They did not have a defuse kit, so it would have had to have been 10 seconds inside of the smoke. It's a long time to be sitting in there. But still, that was scary.
Way too close considering the firepower that TYLOO had. But what a shot from Zevi onto DanKing. Definitely thought that DanKing was going to be in a position to do some serious damage. But Attacker, the hero, saves it for TYLOO. And the force bind does not pan out for Sharks at all. And so here we'll get the hard eco coming in here for Sharks, really trying to save up for the rifles and nades in the next round. And TYLOO, well, they should have a feel-good round. This should be a winning situation for him here against USPs.
Yeah. And, you know, they're taking it really slow approach right now, TYLOO. They're not trying to make any mistakes early on. They want to make sure that they're not giving anything easily back to that CT side. So I can respect that. They do have the 1 Mac 10 there on slowly. Not the perfect name for a Mac 10, but whatever. Sure, he'll get the job done eventually. He is walking.
There's nothing slow about a Mac 10.
No, you have to do the opposite, right? Jump and run and just go crazy.
And it shoots fast. I mean, yeah, bit of a weird pair, but maybe he's trying to say something. You know, it's in the opposite.
He's trying to
the inverse.
Yeah, he's trying to cheat them. The way that the Vikings named Iceland and Greenland.
Exactly, yeah.
Trying to fool the enemy.
Already thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
What is this random AK that just drops down onto A site?
Well, he did pick it up, but he couldn't do much with it afterwards. And that's the A bomb site has fallen. 35 seconds, again, very slow, while still somebody is on the other side of the map. He's in the B hallways, just hanging out, waiting for something to happen. Maybe a chance here against Rilson if he makes for a jump, but he's an odd round, this one. The fact that he's here, it could be fine in terms of finding exits, but you're up against USPs. Do you really need exit kills? Probably not, whereas if you go down and they get an AK-47, that's a big problem. Sevi, though, is on his own, and somebody will be able to take care of business. So it works out in the end. I'm not sure it's really necessary.
No, it's really risky. And, well, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you're going to be seeing from some of these teams where a European player or a CIS player may not take those kinds of risks, whereas, you know, South American or Chinese, we may see those kinds of plays coming through where they are willing to take some fights that otherwise would be considered risky. But again, I mean, they're kind of they're in a bit of a bubble over in Asia where they aren't really getting to compete against the European teams very often. They really just get to follow the scene, and so they get to play catch up the same way that the North American and the South American teams do when they travel to Europe. They only have a certain amount of time to get up to speed with the meta, and then, you know, they have to perform on the day.
Yeah, or end up, you know, picking a meta that's so far removed that no one can expect it. That's also obviously an opportunity. Pank trying to walk into the site. He's going to get one kill there, but slowly he's already taking down JNT, and this execute is looking really good right now. The bomb is out in the open. Org is just playing around. Sevi's got the AWP waiting for a jump, but he's not getting it. And this is really awkward again. They're kind of halfway executed into the A-bomb site. They've used pretty much all of their grenades, except for a Molotov and a couple of flashbangs there on the TYLOO side. And they've called for a freeze, expecting for a rotation. They just went back to check T-spawn to make sure that no one's walking up behind them. So they know what they need to know. Slowly do the good headshot taking down Rilson. And if Sharks are going to give them these peaks in the middle of this, then they're fine with it. If they're going to get one more here, Sevi's jumping up, but again, that exposes him. If he goes down, it's just the end of it. Nice run from Attacker, and he takes down Sevi. It's all on Lucasoy, and he's not going to get anything done, is he?
Holy smokes, these are brutal. These are just brutal frags coming in from TYLOO, though. That shot from Attacker, he just swings and insta-gives him.
Now, when you call for a freeze like that in the middle of an execute,
yeah,
the benefit is you can get the CTs just come looking for you and you shoot them in the face. And that's what happened. It has some huge drawbacks. There are obvious downsides. You lose all the utility that you'd put down. You don't have the smokes up anymore to cover if there's an AWP or anything like that. So it's not like it's just a free thing to do. It comes at a pretty big cost. It just worked out really well for TYLOO this time. Lukowski, he was at the CT ramp at the end of it with an AUG. Just, I think, 1 on 4, 1 on 3 there at the end. Not a lot that he could have done.
No, and now we gotta TYLOO gets to just kind of run their game here. Because again, we have this top of mid presence for TYLOO. Seems like this is going to be a frequent play from them. But also look at this. This is just a 5 points default setup from TYLOO, where they have the 2 in mid, but then, you know, 1 on ramp, 1 on Palace, 1 in B apartments. Everybody just waiting to see if Sharks are going to play aggressive, and to also try and figure out, did they force? Are they ecoing? Are they up to any kind of shenanigans here? I really like this from TYLOO. Patient stuff from them. And let's see if it pays off. It should.
Still the same very, very slow approach here from TYLOO. which it can be so suffocating to play against. We've seen it. I mean, that happens. You see VP play the game every once in a while. You'll get a lot of the time you'll get rounds like these, and it's hard to know when to come look. What are you going to be doing? And TYLOO even playing slow inside of an execute. Lukowski picking up slowly, and Attacker with a return pretty quickly afterwards. This is a very exposed position for the two CZs that are playing down in shadow. Not a lot of coverage in here. Although they found one of them, so are they going to forget about Sevi? That's a big question right now. He's got a 5-7 in there. They haven't checked it yet. He's inside the smoke, and Dan King is right in front of him, planting that bomb. He's going to be walking out. Should be a free kill, but there's no follow-up target. He wanted... Oh, there he is when you make the jump. You can't find Attacker, though. He is low on health as well. That easily could have been a triple.
Outrageous kill there coming in. That one on Zevi, it was crisp. And Luka, he has that AK from earlier. Real chance to clutch it now. It's all on somebody and faces the AK. Luka finds the kill, and they are going to be on the board here, Sharks. And that was off of a half-buy. Pistols and a few nades to work with on Sharks assigned. It was enough for them to get the win here. Both of them sporting Kevlar as well. So yeah, Sharks, it was just a half-buy, hoping to make something happen, and it turns out that it works. That extra man in shadow made all the difference. Zevi with the hero play.
That's interesting. I'm not sure why he peeked that soon coming in from connector. The teammate might have heard someone tapping the bomb, but that was a fake tap, so no one was actually defusing. But if you call that out, said I heard them tap and I died, you don't know if someone's still defusing, so maybe he had to go check. That definitely was a little bit rough. Dan King running towards the A ramp. I really love that play. Just sometimes you can get there fast enough. You can catch them jumping past. It's so frustrating if you're on the CT side.
Oh, that's a skin and a half. Got Titan stickers on there.
Ooh. Are they the hollow ones? Are they worth a lot?
Let's go.
I believe somewhere in the workshop those are costly.
Yes.
4-1 in favor of TYLOO, and again back to that very sort of slow and measured style. I'd be interested to see if Sharks are going to try and disrupt this at any point, because obviously if you just let them do these executes, that's how they want to play the game, right? They love this. This time it's a bit quicker though, above the minute mark. Sevi started to fall just a bit back behind the smoke and looking for an opening, but not getting one just yet. Another setter for at least flashbangs ringing into the A bomb site in the middle. This is the other side of it, right? From TYLOO, they're just waiting. Attacker picking up 2 big kills, but yeah, they probed a bit. They got a response, and they handled that just fine. Now they're 5-on-3. Well, 5-on-4, or 3-on-4. I said it a little bit too early.
An Attacker, he's done his job. He got the info, figured out where the op is. You have somebody who's in a position ready for the rotation as well. So he's going to have heard one go by. Oh, just barely misses out. And with the vent not shot through, oh, that's really going to make it difficult for him to get an effective flank. He just has to sit here and wait and hope that somebody's going to give him a shot. Or they decide to rotate A.
Yeah, instead of doing that, instead of walking into the AWP, they want to try and see if they could turn it around now. JNT is going to be put to the test out here. M4A4, rare sighting these days, but he catches the perfect timing, dropping the bomb. 7 seconds on the clock. If he gets this kill, it is over with. It might be anyway. They cannot plant the bomb any longer. They could try, but it's going to be too late. Nice shot there. Oh, no,
they won!
Why did he peek? Oh, no! That round is over and done with. And they peeked into it. Oh, that is heartbreaking.
2 seconds, 1 second, not even. Oh, and Sharks call a timeout. That hurt so bad that they had to call a timeout to take a breather, and they have to walk it off.
I can't really blame them. And here's the problem, right? That's the moment where communication is everything on a team, because we don't really know if Sevi was told by his teammates, they're planting the bomb, they're planting the, it could have just as well been that someone thought, oh no, they actually were planting, they have it. So then you probably should be peeking, because then you're peeking into, one guy covering, one guy planting. You can probably spray them both down if you're in a good position there. That was essentially a 1 round by Sharks, and now instead it's TYLOO on a 5-1 lead.
That one stings.
Oh, that is rough. I was in the middle of calling that round over and done with.
Yeah,
it was done.
Just TYLOO kind of getting ahead of themselves, trying to get clever based off the information that they picked up from their lurker, and that ended up costing them in a big way. And yet Sharks. Here we go. Oh, somebody spotted him close. He knows somebody is here. Gonna try and play it. Yep.
I mean, in terms of the defensive setup, that call from TYLOO is actually really good. They just didn't have that much time, but they were right about the 2-to-1 split there. So they had the right idea. By the way, Attacker is 12-2 right now, so he is playing out of his mind. If this keeps up, I don't know. This is too much. It surely can't. There's no way that he can keep playing at this high of a level. Basically averaging 2 kills per round in the first 6 rounds here. That's too much, and Sharks will have to find a way to slow that down.
With a name like Attacker, you would hope that you know, he's going to be able to live up to it at some point.
Yeah, it's working out right now.
Well, this is definitely a team where TYLOO should not be giving any respect to Sharks. Sharks are definitely an underdog in this tournament, and TYLOO, same thing. It's just they should be feeling pretty confident about this. Realsin going to get that smoke down in time, trying to create a little bit of room to work with here.
I actually love this. Very aggressive suddenly from TYLOO. Very quick to get in. Now they're going to slow it down again in the middle of it. This is so rare. Normally, if you've already played your hand here, if you're already showing that you're in the bomb site, you're just going to keep going. But they wait just long enough, and then they take a second round of fights and win every single one of them. 3 kills going the way of TYLOO. Again, it's just a little bit unusual having that break in the middle of that kind of a play. But it seems to be, it's offsetting Sharks or making them just nervous enough that it's somehow working for TYLOO. 6-1 in their favor.
What a cool strat as well. You could see that they thought that out. This is what I was wondering, right? You know, if you're not going to get to go against the scrims, you know, if you're not going to be able to just scrim against the best every day, you're going to start trying to think about how to pull a fast one on them. If you can have a full execute where you're just running something that you could have run 100 times in the scrim and you know exactly what you need to be doing at each given moment. I mean, that all looked so clean from TYLOO, including the flash that pops in window like that to blind the guys holding from kitchen. I mean, or from market, right? Like, that's just such a clean execute from TYLOO. And well, if they have all of their nades and they have the map control, I mean, I guess that's what we can expect from them. They'll have put in the work to have a few rounds like that they can rely on.
True. And, you know, map control is key because you could tell...
He had nowhere to go.
Yeah, and well, as soon as they checked the ladder room and they found no one, and they saw that the window was still smoked up, they went. They immediately knew, all right, we got 3 people on catwalk. Team, sort of slowly walking, looking for the opening fights. Kauzi. Ooh. He's going to be able to get a kill with the FAMAS there. Good peek.
Again, so he's had some success. That's the second time he's managed to find some kills from that particular spot. So good on him. And a man advantage now for Sharks. And Sharks are going back to a tried and true setup for themselves as well. Holding aggro palace and, yeah, close to ramp. So they want to shut TYLOO down early here. As soon as they spot him, this is going to be a big swing from slowly, but something gives it away. JNT decides to smoke off ramp instead.
Yeah, they have another smoke on Pank, who's right behind him, so they could just smoke it up again, and even a Molotov back here. Actually, they have 2 more smokes in the bomb site, so they can probably keep this smoked off for the rest of the round, or Molotov if they really want to keep going with it. TYLOO, they're going to be waiting a long time, and if they're already prone to waiting, this could be one of those rounds where the timer just works too heavily against them. Could see now there's another smoke being dropped down, and now they're realizing, yep, we have to go through. There's no other way around, and they just walk into a wall of M4s on the other side, getting absolutely shut down. So great use of utility here for Sharks. Having that many nades left, just they could have kept that grenaded for the rest of the round.
And it's such a hard fight to take when the guy, you know he's close, but he also knows that you know that he knows.
Yeah.
That you know that he's close.
Exactly.
And so he's playing anti-flash turned away the whole time. So how do you actually flash that guy so that you can actually take the fight and clear him out? Because he knows that you know that he knows.
Exactly.
So
there's a flowchart to try and figure this out for the, you know, multi-page one. But what if they know that we know that they
Oh, yeah, this is the round before that was so clean on the B site.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I just still think it's fascinating to see, but this is finally a round where it actually works out for Sharks, and man, did they need it.
Are you kidding me? So he eats that flash and still gets the shot. The shot. That's crazy.
That's good stuff, isn't it? 6-2. Sharks find a second round finally. It's about time.
Yeah.
And they really need to establish themselves a bit more. Still feels like TYLOO are getting away with having so much of the map control, although they lost it in the last round. Attacker kind of went down in the middle, and that set it up nicely.
Maybe that's what we can expect more of in the future. If you take Attacker out, you know, that raid boss, then the rest of the team will struggle to have the firepower necessary, although we will get the run boost here. Slowly, once again, not living up to his name, just gets yeeted across.
He's
not
playing
very
opposites.
slow. Yeah. plays the Mac 10, goes for run boosts. He is pretty quick, in fact, although we do get the aggression here from Sharks. Are they going to actually push ramp, or are they just going to try and play this passively? Yeah, so they've pushed ramp for info, see nobody here. And yet they are still keeping Zevi behind.
Giving them all the mid control once again, though, TYLOO. It's very often so far in this half that they've been able to have this part of the map. Zevi? Surely, yeah, he can't really see underneath that. Got to be careful about that window. We might see a boost come in. It looks like they will be throwing somebody into the window. 50 seconds on the clock now. And that A bomb site, I don't know, the 2B players are now on the catwalk. They're actually crunching them in the middle. This could be huge. Sharks, instead of just waiting around for TYLOO to do something, it looks like they're actually taking a lot of initiative in this round. That bomb, it's going to be hard running up the stairs. Ooh, missed opportunity for Zevi, but they still have to get the bomb in there, and that's the problem. Lucas is going to be shooting them in the back. Summer with an, I think, inadvertent jump there, and he goes down. So good, good little stuff there. Good. I love the fact that they pushed out of the B bomb site. It's a risk, but I think that almost won them the round no matter what. There.
We've all been there, Anders.
Oh, the jump.
Yeah, the guy. You know, it's just you're wired tight. You're just trying to hit that shot, and you hit your space or your scroll wheel or whatever, and freak out.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling. Space. Jumping on space.
Jumping on spacebar. Well, I'm just saying, you know, a lot of people jump on spacebar. I jump on right click. And although I have moved over to the scroll wheel now.
I've got scroll wheel and right click.
See, that's the way.
Doubling down on that jump.
That's the master. Yeah. That's the way.
Do a lot of people really jump on space?
I'm assuming, because it's default, right? So I'm assuming that's just the way it is.
Maybe.
Oh, okay. Quick turn of pace here.
Oh, that is a good kill on somebody. That is so important. He was trying to clean the way. I think he's been spotted. How is he not being seen from that AWP up there? I feel like he would have had the look. Yeah, there it is. Nearly takes him down, but it's probably a bit too late now. Good headshot from Attacker. He wants more, but Zevi will be there covering the line and not allowing him to swing on his teammate. That's important. Now it's Dan King on his own. 1 versus 4 up here. And Sharks looking to take a 4th round. I mean, it's kind of still impressive that TYLOO are up to 6, but at least Sharks are starting to wake up a little bit in this game.
Yeah, they're starting to actually get their feet under them here. They're starting to hit some shots, and they're, like you said, you pointed it out, they're playing a bit more aggressively. They're trying to take some more duels here. But that was, again, TYLOO just trying to go for this execute style onto the B site, only that Sharks were ready for it. They hit all the initial shots, and that's the issue. If TYLOO, you can't find that opening kill to start things off. I mean, there's only so much Attacker can do on his own. He got 1 kill, but again, it's not like he can 1v5 Sharks every round. So he's up to 14 kills total now. We will get the lineup. And it's looking like it's going to be a quick A execute. There are 2 players close, 3 for Sharks.
Yeah, but they're gonna get smoked out. So if they make a mistake here, especially if they try too much to get back in the bomb site, I'd say at this point, wait, maybe try for a boost. Let them get the bomb down if that's what they want. Just don't throw away everyone trying to get in there. Lekauzi will take down Attacker, and that's a fine enough start. That bomb, it's a quick bomb plant. Oh, they're gonna get run down! Dan King with the running gun deagle to take a double, and now 2 versus 3. Inside of the smoke, Summer is hiding with that C-set 75. He comes bursting out. He actually gets the headshot, and somebody will take him down, but Lekauzi will, in the end, find a way to get through. And with the kit, he's going to have enough time for the defuse as well. That is an incredibly scary round. Sharks only barely make it out alive.
That was so sick! That was so sick. Dan King just charging it with the help of his teammate as well.
How did he actually get the kills? That's incredible.
I just love it. Sharks just stacked up, but that didn't stop him, man. TYLOO, that was so cool. And that was an eco round, essentially. A little half-buy, you know, some pistols and some nades, and then you just get on in there, mows them down point blank with the dig.
Impaled them.
That's so good. All right, I love that kind of round. Well, TYLOO now they have more money because of it. They went for that force, or they went for the their eco, but they got the bomb plant. So bonus money.
The one way.
Yeah, nasty. Do they recognize this? Has slowly even seen this.
That's one of the questions, right? You talked about the metagame earlier, and in European Counter-Strike, it's something that we see fairly regularly. TYLOO, I'm sure they've seen the demos, right? But that's one thing. If there's a little bit of pressure on, you have to sort of see the smoke and recognize, wait a minute, there's something up with this, and you know, even if in a calm situation, maybe it's no problem. But this is the real deal. Attacker is down again early in a round.
Yeah. And that's again, the raid boss out of the picture, the heavy hitter. And so with a minute on the clock, TYLOO are just going to sit and wait, it looks like, and hope that somebody on Sharks is going to make the mistake of peeking into their crosshairs. Ah, okay. Mind games. Dropping the pistol to make it sound like the bomb drop.
Yeah. As much as you could do to try and mess with them. Tyler spending this time. This is one of those things again when you're playing this slow game and now you have to sort of change the whole thing around because you lost attacker early on. When you're under 40 seconds, you still have to make your way in here. It's uncomfortable to say the least. Smoke there towards the jungle and almost getting through, but that kill from Pack is huge. JNT though actually should have been able to stay alive, I think, a bit longer. That gives up a huge part of the map now for TYLOO, where they can get the bomb down. It is making its way in still on the A ramp. It's far away. Oh man, it's going to be down to the wire. He throws it on to someone to try and put down now. 10 seconds on the clock. If they mess this up, it's not going to be good. DanKing covering him, and they're not going to swing for it. The bomb gets planted, and it's a 3-on-3. Lukowski walking up through the middle connector, and the other two players at CT spawn. They're taking a deep breath right now, Sharks. I mean, I like the fact that they actually tried to take their time, but if they can't win this 3-on-3, it's a problem anyway. Summer gets one kill. Sevi point blank range with the AWP, and DanKing still at the ramp. Swings out for it, and that's an easy kill. With a headshot as well from somebody, it'll be the round to TYLOO. It looked like they for sure could have double swung and stopped that bomb.
Yes. You wonder what was happening there. Was it communication? Did they bump into each other and hesitate? Like, what happened that stopped them from swinging together as a group instead of just one at a time?
Well, that legitimately could have also been... That could have been a kind of an attempt to restrain them. Say, hey, we're not playing crazy, you know, pub-type Counter-Strike, right? This is serious. Like, let's not throw it away to just going all in. Because theoretically, what if the bomb is not actually even planted for them, right? It's somewhere they can't even see when they swing.
Sure.
So I think that was just an attempt to actually have some restraint. It's just that this was the one time, unbeknownst to them, where actually it would have made a lot of sense. So that's too bad.
Yeah, they're going to watch the demo back and just be like, kick themselves. That'll be a round where they know on the 12th round they could have won it.
But I think in the long term, you know, for Sharks, that's probably a good sign. You know, that is actually, I think, a reasonable sign of restraint. Because sometimes when you go for those swings, we saw the AWP was trained there. If there's an AK there on the other side too, maybe everyone does just die going for the swings. So I don't necessarily mind it. 7-5 though. TYLOO off to still a real good start. They could lock it down here, actually. The money's not looking that great on the Sharks side of things. If they win this one, TYLOO, it's going to get tough.
It's going to open it up, but this is still very much like a 50-50 kind of map. 8-7 halves are common on Mirage, and so unless TYLOO can get up to that 9th round and really just get that 9th round going on the T side, it's going to be hard to consider them having won the half. So really looking forward to what happens in the next couple of rounds, because like you said, money is tight for Sharks. They can't really afford to make any mistakes here, and Reelson peeking for info. Little does he know the bomb is there. They haven't had much luck, TYLOO, hitting this B bomb side, but let's see if they can change that now.
Yep, but again, the catwalk is wide open to them. They're just walking onto the bomb site. Spray, not doing enough, and slowly will take down Reelson. Kelsey is back here, and he's realizing they're going to get close. 15 seconds, and TYLOO are still playing it slow. How are they this slow with just 10 seconds on the clock? Somebody dies, and now they have 9 seconds to put the bomb down. They just have to plant. If someone walks in from the catwalk right now, the round could be over, but nobody is. Pank gets the kill on one, and DanKing is now on his own. 1 versus 3, and he cannot get the job done. A good double kill for Pank, and a 6th round for Sharks. I'm actually just in awe of the fact that TYLOO, they played slow with 15 seconds. They're on the bomb site. They're essentially 5 versus 1 on the bomb site, and they're still thinking, but we still have time. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
That's so hard to do.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. You're thinking it's just completely gone out of whack, and yet TYLOO's slow playing it. Got to give credit to Sharks, though, keeping their cool on that retake. Slowly, nice angle there, but Luka just making the huge difference here with the double kill. Staying alive and being a real thorn in TYLOO's side at that bench position just throws everything out of whack for TYLOO. And so we will get our second tactical timeout called here by TYLOO. So time for them to be the ones to kind of sit here and discuss what they need to do. They could, and they are going to go for the force. Okay, got my answer right off the bat. They had just enough to make it where 3 guys, are going to be a little limited. But
they had
Galil's just so they can afford the Kevlar nades.
And the Kevlar orb on DanKing. Maybe that's what tilted them towards doing it. They were like, you know what?
Yeah.
We could buy this AWP. Let's go.
Boy,
6-7.
I guess for them, it's also just if you can smash Sharks in this round. Again, their economy. These have been close rounds. Sharks don't have a lot of bank to fall back on, and so TYLOO are probably just thinking, man, we're so close.
Sharks don't have any banks. Some of them live underwater.
What? Fair enough.
No, it's a major. I'll get back on track. Don't worry. Lukowski, this is something that we've not seen before at all. They've been so passive on the Shark side. They've actually let TYLOO have pretty much the entire map, all the way up onto the bomb sites. So this is a huge difference. I'd be surprised if TYLOO went and looked for this. This could very easily be just a round-winning play. And they're going to boost into the window, though. Oh, man. Oh, he backs up. The attacker? I don't think he saw that. I don't think he knows yet. And Lukowski, he's kind of hearing the steps there towards T-spawn. He's not looking behind him either. Oh, this is so awkward. This is so weird. He's almost backing up into the line of sight again of attacker. Pank and Sevi get a kill each. Maybe the battle is not even going to be happening there. He's actually walking into T-spawn now because he heard that run into the B hallways. So he went to look for them. This is an incredibly weird round that I want to forget as quickly as I can.
Attacker found a kill in the meantime. That's going to throw things out of whack. Oh, unfortunately for him, he has no idea that JNT, this double hold here from Sharks is ruining TYLOO.
They're really far away. Now, I mean, they have time to get here, but that's the first 10 seconds of the clock just getting to this position. It's unlikely. It's a 1 in a million to try and win a 1 versus 4 like this, but they're quite far away, still making their way to the bomb site. They obviously have kits and everything else. They've got a lot of nades. They're going to be jumping right onto it. And he's planted the bomb in a really awkward position. He's going to be able to spray down one, but he can't continue it. Yeah, they just had so much utility, and they're going to be able to win the round 7-7. That's a really, really strange round in a number of ways. That whole setup in the middle, I was sure that was going to be where the round was decided, and it turned out to have not no impact, but minimal.
Yeah, I think TYLOO right now are really struggling with this whole Sharks holding very close with 2. Exactly, we're getting the replay here, but holding aggro at ramp and under Palace and Shadow. You can see here, JNT gets this kill for free because they're just not expecting a second player to be holding that aggressively. And so this has really cost TYLOO, and the fact that Sharks have managed to pull a fast one on him a couple times now.
Attempted flick, not really connecting, but it's a nice idea. And he'd put up the smoke behind him in case there was a Molotov thrown from the T side there. He could just get away without any trouble. I like it. It feels like Sharks are trying to play a bit more aggressively, trying to stop some of the map control here for TYLOO that they've otherwise been enjoying early on. TYLOO seem to want to return to that mid window. They've been boosting this window a lot in this half so far. Want to try and see if they could do it again. Oh, Molotov. It's going to be a bit late. Already, Dan King has made his way into it. No AWP in this round for him. 15th round, by the way. Last one of the half. Bit of a flashbang there, but they are set up to crunch this bomb site in a massive way. This forward setup, like you said, if they could just get shot in the back, all of them, at this particular point in time. Oh, the timing just as he throws it. That's a good kill on Pank, and he's going to follow it up with a kill on Slowly. JNT, he turns. He knows that someone is coming for the smoke, but he cannot stay alive. And this little play there from Dan King, that's going to slow them down. 2 versus 2.
Oh, that's so crazy. And yeah, Dan King is not going to be able to cut off that rotation completely. Reels is waiting for him, hoping for a peek. And that bomb is yet to get planted with 30 seconds left. There's still a way to ruin this for TYLOO.
Yeah. And again, they're slowing it down with not that much time. They just want to be absolutely sure. Lukowski setting up a bit of a nade. It's going to do some damage. A little bit of a spray not connecting, though. His teammate, Reelson, is still hanging around. They're so worried about potentially getting flanked, but they're going to lose the fight to Dan King. First kill of the round for him. Good little spray there, but he is down to 41. A little bit of a jump. Ooh, that's a nice nade. Attacker out in the open, but he still gets the headshot. A double for him, and an 8-7 scoreline at the end of the half in favor of TYLOO. Not bad at all. And
sure.
I think 8 rounds, I mean, right down the middle, it's still pretty much anybody's game.
It's par for the course for Mirage these days. You just see a lot of 8-7. So TYLOO, you can't say that either team definitively won. It's just going to come down to the second half and who can actually get the job done. It really feels like this was going to be one of the closer matches, and it's kind of living up to that billing as well, considering these are both underdog teams in the tournament. And right now, these are both teams that have lost their first match. And so we're going to see who's going to go 0-2 here in the group and who's going to kind of stay afloat 1-1. But really expected these teams to be kind of neck and neck, and well, first half plays out pretty much exactly as expected. So now we get to go into the second half, and we get to see, are TYLOO going to be able to get the lockdown going on CT side, or if Sharks are going to have something clever for them. I think that really TYLOO, you know, that aggressive hold on A side from Sharks, round after round, really threw them off. So I'm curious to see if TYLOO have got a specific style here that can catch Sharks off guard.
Glocks all the way through on the T side, which is interesting. Are they going to be able to do some real damage with them, though? Got one smoke and a couple of flashbangs, so it's not even going to be that much of an amazing setup, is it? Do they have more smoke somewhere? I feel like they're missing some armor or something. I don't know. Am I messing up the math here? It's entirely possible. 7-8 though. So like you said, very, very open game. And looks like we'll end up at the B-bomb site. Yeah, there we go. They picked up another set of nades. JNT just did that. So fair enough. They just put them on the ground. Would be ashamed if they forgot to buy in the middle of it. That would have been a mistake. So double smoke, a lot of flashbangs to set it up. It's a pretty good hit right here as well. There's only one person inside of the B-bomb site, so slowly has to get a kill and stay alive. And failing that, stay alive. That's the most important thing in this protocol here. Somebody tries to get back, but he's smoked out. That's one part of the plan here. Slowly, doing the best that he can, but actually that's a friendly smoke for him to hide inside of. Lukowski with a double kill from the Glock, though. And this is working out very well in favor of Sharks. Still 30 seconds on the clock, and a little bit careful there. The kit is right in front, but they just need to slow this one down. This way you want to see Sharks really try and take a deep breath, or just get the headshots. Alternatively, that kind of works too. Attacker on his own. They're hunting him down, which, if there's a way that he's going to win the round, it probably is this. They're knifing him at the major. Please don't be doing that. Sebi will get the last one.
Dare I say that's some Brazilian CS that we see coming out there? A little bit of the lack of respect where they just start charging him in the end. They're feeling it now, Anders. This is the thing. Sharks with a pistol round like that where they walked onto the bomb site scot-free, feeling like they just want to start making some plays here. Yeah, Zebi could have even gotten a knife if he wanted to. That's crazy. Tied up 8-8. Pistol round win for the Sharks on the T side. Now they're going to be the ones to get to set themselves up for success. Force by coming in here from TYLOO, though. So we will get that MP9, we will get the pistols, some Kevlar and some nades. But Sharks with an early presence in Palace. Not something we saw much of from TYLOO. So already Sharks showing us a different style here than what we saw from TYLOO on the T side of Mirage. And it's looking like we're going to get a quick, or at least an early A play here in a moment.
Yeah, they're being careful as well, Sharks. They're not trying to give anything back either. They've already felt how dangerous TYLOO could be. You know, the aim front, they are still looking very, very dangerous. Summer is here with the Deagle, misses the early opportunity, and he's not going to have a second one either. Dan King, that's one of them. But yeah, the Molotovs, the grenades, generally a good way to get out of a round like this if you're on the T side. Just don't give them an opportunity to get some free aims like that. It's actually going to be another kill for Dan King. He did take down Rilson, and now just slow it down. Remember, the bomb is your friend right now. Somebody's managed to get onto the bomb site, but the running gun of the MAC-10 will do the job, and Attacker is on his own. 1 versus 3, and it should be no problem here to just find a way out of the round. So well handled, I think, from Sharks. Looked like a moment there where they were a bit too aggressively fighting, and that's dangerous.
But they do manage to keep it together.
Lukowski's got 19 kills, by the way.
Yeah.
He is 1 kill ahead of Attacker right now.
Yeah, he is doing so much work right now for his team. So super solid from him. But also, I mean, Sharks right now, I think they really need to tap into that Brazilian style of CS. That could be what turns it around for TYLOO, because I think that's what worked on their defense with the aggression on A and playing aggro mid as well. So I think that caught TYLOO off guard. If they can play a very in-your-face kind of aggressive style on the T side as well, really embrace that kind of like Brazilian fiery style of CS, this could be tough for TYLOO to handle. TYLOO may not know how to react to a team that's just charging, looking for duels all the time. So TYLOO with a spot already. Somebody, once again, not going to make it happen.
The panic of trying to hold that with a P250 against a wild MAC-10 just comes jumping out of the window.
So hard to do.
Yeah, it's probably not a lot that you can do. So, bomb gets planted. They've lost no one yet on the T side here. They actually swap out the MAC-10 to a more healthy player, although even that doesn't really work out. Attacker, always good for a kill, it feels like. Try and pick up that MAC-10 and earn a bit more money. He's not going to be able to. So another round on the side of the Sharks, 10-8. But it's early days on the second half. It's not done yet. TYLOO will be able to pick up rifles here, and a lot of them.
Yeah, quick rounds as well coming in from Sharks. So picking up the pace. And now, I mean, we are going to get everything that we need here for TYLOO, it looks like. So they're going to be in a comfortable spot. Sharks should have everything as well. I'm curious to see if Sharks just go for a very fast A execute. And it's not going to happen. Looks like mid-presence early here for Sharks, wanting to take that fight early. Oh, wow.
That is so dangerous.
Get out of here, Danking.
I mean, that's what he's thinking to himself, probably saying that same thing, but they're all going to be going for it. They just crushed the middle. Somebody to take down Sevi. They were ready to sandwich that from 3 different directions, and impressively, Danking is actually still alive. Somebody, though, will go down, and they're losing the bomb site. I don't know if he could have had a flick then. JNT, why are you still challenging this AWP? That seems like such a risky play. And now starting to run back. Oh, no. Have they given up on this? The bomb is coming up behind him. JNT, you heard that. It's like, all right, sweet. In that case, I will take this position. They have another Molotov on pack, so they can get the bomb down, then re-aggress onto this position. And TYLOO, I don't know why they gave that up. They must have thought. I mean, obviously they thought someone was walking up behind them.
They're thinking they're getting in their heads. They're getting in their heads right now.
Feels like it. Now, the orb, can he not make the win? He's just giving up on it. He's out.
They're out.
Okay.
They're boogieing.
That's a very deliberate sort of call coming out from TYLOO. I thought maybe they would try and go for it even after the bomb went down, but no, they were ready to quit on that one. So 11-8 is going to be the scoreline. Very interesting. There's a number of things that I wasn't really sure about. I feel like JNT was challenging that AWP more than is reasonable. Could have easily got killed, and then his teammate would have been in a lot of trouble, but it all worked out in the end, so who am I to say?
Yeah, it did. I mean, that's the thing. That's, again, what I'm talking about. When you can get that really aggressive style of Counter-Strike where you just keep challenging. And so that can also work if you're hitting your shots and your opponent may be caught off guard by the aggression. And so they start missing, right? You force them to miss because you're just going constantly.
Especially in Brazilian Counter-Strike, right? Especially when you can imagine the hype in the practice room. They're
exactly
just so ready.
That's such a good point, Anders, because, I mean, these guys are sitting side by side right now in Stockholm. So the Sharks and TYLOO, they're all playing from the hotel right now. They're playing in their player rooms. And so it's like a LAN for them in that sense, where it's like a boot camp. They haven't quite made it to the stage yet. They haven't quite made it to the audience, but they are playing in a boot camp scenario right now. So, you know, Brazilians, they get hype. It's a big thing. They get hype. They have the passion. And so Sharks, you know, they're probably tapping into that right now, and it's going to be tough for TYLOO to counter that unless TYLOO can start hitting some headshots.
Yeah, 11-8. They managed to save the AK and the AWP. TYLOO obviously in that 2-on-2, so they still have some firepower here. Set up with a flashbang to run down, and for Summer, that is a nice hit. Again, got to be careful with getting more than you maybe deserve in that moment. So I'm glad that he kind of falls back a little bit here, because that hit is really worth it, right?
The flash over the top as well. That is really cool.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, I was just thinking Titan. Like Very Games Titan, that style where they used to go for those kinds of pushes, a really aggressive push with the flash over the top, but that's a long time ago. Still, we've been playing this map for a long time. So,
yeah,
you know,
longest time.
It's been around for a while, and that is definitely something that you can do. Flash over the top of Arch and just catch them setting up with nades. And that worked wonderfully for TYLOO.
I mean, that's not even a move that requires necessarily any kind of a high degree of coordination. All you have to do is count to 3, and
yeah,
if you can manage that, you and your friends can pull out that kind of move. But you see the effect of it? Devastating on Lukowski. And he's the top fragger right now for Sharks. So to take him out of the mix early on, it's got to feel great. Sevi's been playing really well himself, and I think the rest of the team is doing all right. Maybe Rielsen is a little bit further behind, but, you know, many of the kills will have gone to some of his teammates there. So maybe he can start to fight back now.
And time, Anders.
I know, and the 3-man setup. This is a huge triangular setup in the A-bomb side. It's going to be very hard to breach if you're on the Shark side, especially, like you said, with the clock already running low. 20 seconds, and Rielsen already making a bit of a jump out here. Summer is just listening and waiting. They do have the weapons, and that's a nice shot right through the box to take down Summer. 10 seconds on the clock, and he lines it up. Good spray, a triple for him, but probably would have won the round right here anyway. It's going to be Dan King to get the final kill, but either way, a bomb plant was never going to happen there for JNT. So TYLOO will win another round. First one of the second half for them.
Yeah, what a terrific round from TYLOO. going. It was an eco round for the other three, right? Attack or somebody.
Yeah.
Slowly, we're all ecoing. They just had pistols, and so they decided to go aggressive, make something happen with these rifles that they saved from the last round, and then play it passively and just get that clock going. Sharks, they gave way too much respect to TYLOO in that round. But I suppose for them, they just didn't know if it was a full buy or not. They just got pushed and they got killed. They didn't see the pistols, and so just operating on what little information they had.
Ooh, waiting to smoke it off, and they don't realize. They think that Molotov is already holding everyone back. Summer is going to get traded. That was such an expert move coming out from the T side. If he puts down that smoke immediately or puts down the Molotov, they know that someone is there. But he waited, and just when it burned him, you can see the two CTs. They were like, oh, well, we can run the distance inside of this bomb site. It's no problem at all. We're going to be fine. And then suddenly everyone is there. That was a very, very cool move. That takes some guts to try and do. Slowly and Dan King, 2 versus 4, and a round that they are already going to be giving up on here. So Sharks going to be on 12 rounds. Actually, J&T is maybe stepping a bit too much here. Yeah, oh, did he hear that?
Is he making him sound? Is he trying to make them think that this is going to be a B hit?
I think he's just looking for it, but I think they've heard each other. I don't know. Slowly, no, he's not even checking for it. That's a rifle they cannot afford to lose. And look at how careful they're being, Sharks. Like, the round is already won about 30 seconds ago, but it's fine.
Just take the bomb.
It's a major.
Why are you leaving it down to 40 seconds left?
Go
and plant the bomb, please. If you lose to the clock,
double, tripling. They're not going to lose to the clock, Sam.
Anders, anything is possible.
They're not. I'll let Moses throw a pie in my face if that. They're not. There's no way. 0%.
20 seconds.
Dan King is so far away. It is kind of risky, right? What if he is at catwalk and he just kind of gets a kill, and now you have to pick up the bomb in a 1 versus 3?
Yes.
It's not without risk.
Why are you just leaving so much time in a 1v4?
Because they're at the major, Samla. They're so nervous. These kids, they've never seen.
I'm the one getting stressed out watching it.
Yeah, me too. 12-9 though. So all in all, Sharks are still looking pretty on point for the second half here. Oh no, Dan King. This is the problem though. He's been hiding for like a minute, so he started to move around. He's like, I can't just stay in the same spot for the whole time, and he's going to be found. This is such a good round coming out from Sharks. That is a massive win.
That's a disaster for TYLOO, yeah. But again, because that round of eco win, they do manage to actually have quite a bit of money in the bank here to play with TYLOO, and so they will have enough to go for the buy in this round. It doesn't mean that Sharks just get to run away with it, but TYLOO now. This is where the pressure is going to start setting in. 12-9.
J&T, he almost came out of the television like in the ring.
Oh, scary. Although, if you watch that movie now, you just are slightly confused.
Yeah.
But
just a little bit. What's a videotape? What's going on? Where? I was going to say, where are the DVDs? But people don't even have those anymore.
That's true.
All right.
To stream everything.
Exactly. 12-9. Here we go. It is not that big of a lead. It's just that TYLOO were to such a hot start, and the fact that Sharks have just clawed their way back and then some, I guess emotionally makes it feel like Sharks are running away with this game right now. But 12-9 is absolutely doable for TYLOO to bring this one back. Let's see if they can. Slowly up there. Smoke is fading. They're not looking the right way. This is a free kill. And that's a good start. And again, it's Lukowski going down. Top fragger for the team. And he is out of the round once again. Over on this side of the map, though, on his own, is somebody with an AWP. And I love this position, the couch position. He's going to get the kill on J&T, who crept into it. But it is still dangerous to play that position, right? Because if you miss a shot, you might actually not get many chances to get more of them. He's still scoped up down here. He does see it. Slowly will help him out. And now it's a really good setup. Now he's got a teammate out on the catwalk, checking it. It's all fine. Even Dan King's coming to take down Rilson. This should be no problem. He's just ready and waiting for it. I'm not sure why Dan King is still pushing. This is one of those things where you think, just leave it alone. He can't really get the bomb down. He's probably going to be dead either way. But it's TYLOO to win the round.
Yeah, and Summer is able to save that AWP. So he's horsing around trying to get some extra kills on the board. And his teammate is the one who has to pay the price, you know, dropping an M4. They'll get a trade and it'll be fine. So double AWP still here for TYLOO. 12-10, and the money is not good for Sharks. So it's looking like we're going to get another chance here for TYLOO to tie things up in this second half and keep this match running close, Anders. That's exactly what was expected going into this one. think it was going to be one of the closest maps we'll get all group phase long, because I feel like these two teams are very even right now.
But in very different ways, right? Like the styles that are being brought out here are definitely not similar in that sense. DanKing and Attacker both on 20 kills, and Sevi and Lukowski both on 20 kills. Got some sort of weird symmetry going on at the moment. And only a 2-round difference with... Ooh, Sharks are actually going to be buying. I am a little bit surprised that they bought into this round. With a 2-round lead, you could have just said, you know what? I mean, maybe they're just thinking about putting the pressure on TYLOO and keeping their economy low as well. But you had the buffer to try and get a reasonable buy in the next round. But here we go. Maybe it'll pay off. If they win this round, surely that's going to be painful for TYLOO.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's just going to be element of surprise here for Sharks. They're not showing much. They're setting it up to make it look like it's going to be a couple. Oh, I like that. Yeah. It was only JNT over there chucking those nades out as well. So trying to make it look like this is going to be an A hit. Molly goes down a block off ramp. In the meantime, 2 players towards B. There are the nades. Nice leg shot on the Reels.
This is actually a triple fake. They're now faking the B bomb side after faking A. Reelson with the kill. Oh, and they come back for the catwalk with the bomb. I actually can't believe it. I thought they were going to go down connector instead. Slowly must be confused at this point in time. What is actually happening here? And he's going to be going down to Sevi. DanKing showing up with the bomb. What a nice flick to take down Sevi, but in the end, it's too much. Reelson takes him down, and he's covering a deep angle in towards the market. Very hard to see coming if you're on the CT side. Even a jump might not necessarily save you. Ooh. Did that hit the shelf? I would love to see that in slow motion. I have no idea. Looked like that should have been a clean kill. Now instead, 2-on-2. Smoke there on Attacker, maybe could throw it onto the bomb, but otherwise no grenades are going to be in play here for the after plant, and that smoke is slowly fading. Is he going to be able to walk out of it? Reelson, he is a bullet away from death. Pank, though, he's been playing a pretty good game himself. Ooh, gives it up. Attacker, Pank goes down. Orpus in the corner. They're going to find him no matter what here. Good retake coming in from TYLOO. They're going to be fine.
Oh, and they'll have just the time. Comfortable defuse coming in here for TYLOO, and the Gambit does not pay off for Sharks. Sharks now they have to go for the half buy here. They cannot be going for another round of force, and so it's looking like TYLOO should be in a winning situation, being able to tie things up. Reels, and that was sick, taken down slowly. But DanKing's the hero. Without DanKing, that is a B site lost to the Sharks, and the defense just ends up ripped to shreds. Instead, TYLOO fighting back, and it is so close still, Anders, between these two teams. 11-12, trailing by 1, TYLOO.
But double up on the CT side. That round win, though, with 2 people alive is never a great thing. It looks like we're going to be in for another pretty aggressive B play. And again, with only the AWP there, it's a bit nerve-wracking, isn't it? Good flashbang against him. They could run him down. He's got slowly there to turn it around to try and help him out, but they're going to be falling back just a bit into the middle. So Sharks, whatever it was, maybe the Molotov, just slowed them down enough that they didn't want to go for it. All right. I was getting a bit nervous. If they just rushed the B bomb side against that one AWP, he should still be able to fall back. He wasn't exactly right underneath the window or anything, but still. Here we go into the middle, looking for a kill. Anything, right? I mean, obviously, if they get a kill in the middle, that's the kind of thing that can draw people away from a B defense. And suddenly, they're actually still set up pretty nicely for it. I don't see that there's an easy target to actually hit right now if you're on the T side. All the CTs are dug in pretty far away.
Yeah, that's the thing. Playing very passively, relying on their superior firepower. Slowly, once again, up in ladder room. Able to get that spot into mid, but the bomb in the meantime has been lurking its way over towards B, and it's looking like we're going to get a rinse-repeat scenario here.
Oh, this is dangerous. Remember, Slowly is the only other B defender at the moment, but he's doing such a fine job. Summer helping out. So that's all good, but again, if he was traded 1-for-1, then somebody would have been the only other one defending B. Now it's probably fine. Maybe he dies, but it doesn't matter. They're not going to lose the round any longer. 8 seconds here on this. A nice headshot. 6 seconds. Find a way to die now before the time is up. Saving the AWP, I don't think it's going to be an option. And DanKing will take him down. So it's a little bit of an expensive round. It could have been so much worse. Good job on that catwalk player to pick up the double, nearly the triple, effectively so. Tied up now, 12-12.
Yeah, tied up 12-12, and now Sharks, this is where you need to you have your full buy with everything. This is where you need to turn back to your scrim. your scrims in your strat book and say, okay, what is it that we have here that is around that could work and that we've built on that we can use, that we've used in the past. And so you get this short smoke and window smoke into mid pressure coming in from Sharks.
Yeah, very classic, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing too crazy coming out here. So they're really trying to make this look like it's going to be standard bread and butter. And, well, I mean, from the looks of things, that's exactly what they're going to get on the side of TYLOO. Nothing crazy getting thrown in here by Sharks. Just very patient stuff, waiting for the push from TYLOO.
And TYLOO been running more or less the same setup over and over again on that CT side. They're actually not changing almost anything.
They have their game and they're sticking to it.
Yeah, as long as, or I say that now, and slowly it's actually rotated away from Catwalk and in towards middle. So it is a bit different after all. That means again that AWP on somebody is very, very lonely over at the B bomb site. But it seems like it's a great move. I don't know how TYLOO know this, but they're picking a really, really good strategy for this A defense. 4 people practically here. If they can slow it down, it will be 4 people. Look, Kelsey, he's been taken out early in some of these rounds, but now he's back with a vengeance, taking down Summer as the entry frag attacker, playing in the sandwich, and a great double. What a spin. Triple for him at the end. And that will be the round for TYLOO. They're back in the lead at 13-12.
They've done it, Anders. They've done it. And they denied the bomb plant again. So it's going to make it very difficult now for Sharks to go for the force buy.
Yeah.
Without that bonus 800, it's so painful. You've got 3 guys who are kind of like floating around the $3,000 mark. Had they had a bomb plant, maybe that could have done something with it. But now, this is going to give a real chance for TYLOO to get within striking distance of ending this map.
They have 3 armor, Mac 10s in play. The problem is this has been Molotov every single time. Not just Molotov, but Molotov and HE. So, yeah, there we go. There's the combo. And that just slows them down. And if they put it out, it kind of gives the game away. Somebody, oh, that's awkward, but he still gets the flick. Well done. He was kind of jumping up on the little barrel there as they were coming through. Still holding his own, somebody with a big double before he goes down. That's plenty acceptable. It just means he's not giving up the bomb site for a free plant and an AWP. And reels in back here. There's nothing that he could do. It's 14-12, and TYLOO are comfortably back in the lead. Attacker and Dan King still keeping up with each other at 25 kills each.
Yeah, what a terrific hold coming in here from TYLOO, and this is just looking better and better. Big buy round going to come up now for Sharks, but everybody right now who in their pick'ems had TYLOO as their 0-3.
Me included.
Ooh, you included. They're watching this one closely.
So I already freely admit, every time I look at these major pickups, I'm like, Lord help me. This is just, it's a
so
mess.
hard.
It's such a mess. So I'm at peace with that part of it. But
it's hard to do, but also, I mean, TYLOO did get very fortunate in that they got Sharks in this.
Sure, yeah, maybe.
If they don't get
I mean,
Sharks, I don't know.
They played pretty well TYLOO in their first game too, right? So I don't know. I think it's just very hard to try and figure out, because you're seeing, again, like those Chinese teams or those like CEA region teams. Sometimes you think like, yeah, but how is it actually going to be playing out once you get to it? You just never really know. That's part of actually what makes it so exciting. So I don't really mind. 14-12 is the scoreline. TYLOO are just 2 away from being 1-1 at the start of it here and putting Sharks in the 0-2 category, where nobody wants to be.
Not with your backs to the wall. Joining the likes of Astralis.
Yeah, maybe that's comforting to know. Here we go, the full A execute. But again, TYLOO every single time, they've had 3 people over here from the beginning. That's just a question of who clicks the mouse first there. Dan King would have had the shot too, but Sevi was about a second earlier, so it's all fine. 4 on 5 here. The smokes are going to be fading pretty soon, so if you want to get the bomb plant down before that happens, now is the time. Otherwise, you're going to have to recommit to it. They actually push through the smokes, and that's not a bad move. Summer to go down. 3 on 5, and this time there will be a bomb plant. And TYLOO, yeah, they've probably, I think, again, the way that TYLOO could lose this here is if they lose all the money. And you could see every single time they've had a bit of a tough round, they call the save immediately. That's their MO so far on the CT side.
Yeah. Hold on to the guns.
Yep.
Hold on, because they don't have a lot of money, like you said. So hold on to the guns so you can have a decent buy round coming up next. But that really makes me wonder, what was it that Zevi was seeing on his screen versus what Dan King was seeing? Because they're both in smokes, you know. So it's like, did the smoke move in such a way that Dan King was exposed and Zevi was able to see like the rifle barrel or something like that? Like, what happened there? Because what a shot coming in from Zevi to kick things off.
Yeah,
no impact from Dan King, and then Summer just gets run over because he's got nobody there to help him on his flank.
Yeah, and he was even pretty far back, but that smoke is fading, and he's probably not thinking,
Yeah.
oh, that means they're going to come running through towards me. He's thinking, no,
Very
they
weird.
should plant the bomb, right, surely, but no.
But this is it.
13-14.
Yeah, and last tactical timeout left here for TYLOO, so this is it. They have used all 4 timeouts. This is the end of the line. Unless Sharks call a timeout, TYLOO will have no other chance to discuss strategy here, apart from what they get in regulation.
Yeah, you could obviously do that in the middle of the round, but it's just not the same.
Yeah. Double EWP again, though. TYLOO just had enough money in the bank to make that happen. So this really is turning into their MO strategy here on the CT side. And as far as Sharks are concerned, yeah, full buy. This is it. Who is going to crack under the pressure here at the Major?
Yeah, it's on now, isn't it? No head armor on Sevi. It's not a big deal, but just pointing it out. Lukowski coming through, and DanKing gets run down. Summer down in shadow, and he has to hold his own. Oh, Attacker's there in the crossfire, and it's working. Molotov goes down, and Summer with a massive spray down. A huge, huge kill for him, and they're going to end up winning a triple overall. That is so well done. 15-13. That was the attempted knockout punch, and they hit them on the jaw, getting that kill on DanKing. They were weak in their knees at that moment. You could tell already spaghetti on their spaghetti, Semler, but
Yeah.
it works out in their favor anyway.
You heard those horror stories from guys in the ring where it's like, man, I hit him with my best shot. And he just shook his head and kept coming. And you're just like, oh, no. That's what it feels like here with TYLOO. Yeah, you're right. Sharks just got him good and clean. And yet still, TYLOO were in that fight. They were swinging, and they won that round. Now, oh, man. I mean, force buy coming in here. And Lucas is hoping that somebody was pushing aggro on short. Not going to be the case, though. And this has been a terrific map so far. It's still possible for Sharks to force overtime, but it is match point for TYLOO.
But even if they win this round and make it 14-15, TYLOO actually can still buy. They still have something in the bank, and that makes a big difference, even just knowing that it's not like we're straight back to the raw pistols. We can actually put in some effort in the following round even. Sharks around middle. They picked up the bomb again. And where are they going to be able to go with it here? Grouping up outside of the A bomb site. Seems like that's the play. That their sort of straight A execute has been not proven to be that great in the last couple of rounds. Or at least it's been shut down. So a variation on it. A split through middle. Attacker here with the M4, and look how he's just going straight down. Reelson with a good return. Paranoid about someone showing up. Summer, that is a huge kill. That confirms that this is going to be an A attack. They know for sure now, because otherwise there would not be someone there in the A apartments. J&T will take down Summer, but it's still a 2-on-3, and things are not looking good for Sharks right now. It looks like TYLOO are going to find their first victory here, the Major. DanKing has got this line covered, 20 seconds on the clock, and they're running onto the site. At least they're going to get a chance to get the bomb down. Molotov will force him away from it immediately. But this 2-on-3, how do you win this one? They have smokes for the bomb. Well, that's a good start. Sevi's taken down slowly. They need to get that smoke onto the bomb to try and get in there. And, yep, DanKing's thinking about it. He wants to find the perfect angle for it. Sevi's been smoked out all the way. He can't see anything from the middle. Is he going to dare make the jump? He will, successfully so. But that smoke is still up, and they're inside trying to get the defuse. 2 seconds left on it. DanKing. Oh, and he goes down. J&T with the spray. And they stay alive for another round, Sharks. Man, that is close.
No, you can't get much closer than that. Oh, man, I think he ran out of bullets at the end. I think that was probably one of the last bullets in
like
that mag. Oh, you cannot cut it any closer. 15-14, match point still for TYLOO, but now it's a force buy for TYLOO. They've been relying on the double AWPs to carry them through on this CT side, and now they don't have a single scoped rifle. FAMAS's, an M4 on slowly, and a Deagle is all TYLOO have got to work with. And so now it's a question of whether or not Sharks want to slow play this. It looks like it. All Sharks need to do is just develop their map control, and it's not like TYLOO have got mountains of utility to fall back on, and Sharks have to realize that as well.
It's so interesting how unfazed TYLOO appear to be. I mean, they're not throwing in any crazy rounds where they're pushing through, top middle at 3 people. It's been very conservative, even in some of these rounds where they really have their backs to the wall. This round, sure, they boost up in the B bomb site. They have that boost over a catwalk, and they've got 2 people behind them, so way more B heavy. But that's like the most aggressive thing that we've seen out of TYLOO yet. They're like, all right,
yeah,
we put 3 in B, that's fine.
There's props to Attacker and DanKing. These guys right now are just, they're hitting hard, and And Attacker's even taking the hit right now. It's kind of like I wish that he would just get a rifle drop to him, but he's going to be rocking the deagle.
It might be better, you know. There are players like that. Well, I actually understand why Sharks think, or why TYLOO think this could be a B hit, because that's been happening a lot. Slowly, that's an easy kill, and he just falls back down. Good little kill there. And it's on to Lukowski of all players. So again, he's been one of the main performers here for the Sharks side. 4 on 5 to try and hold on to it. We are down to 26 seconds. Oh god, they have almost no time at all. This could be a horrendous loss here for Sharks if they just run out of time. Summer out in the open. The spray is good. Slowly to follow it up. Attacker with a deagle. And that's all he needs. 16-14. And TYLOO to bring down Sharks. Just barely getting across the finishing lines here. But that is a huge victory for the Chinese team for sure.
What a map. What a map from TYLOO. They deserve that win. Even match between the two, but they definitely felt like it definitely looked like they had the superior firepower in Attacker and Dan King, and it felt like they just had the momentum there at the end. Just so close for Sharks.
It was, I mean, what a game that was. Just, I think 2 very different styles, but TYLOO looks so comfortable. They looked like they had a game plan to begin with. They didn't really stray from it. They had a couple of variations on some of these plays. They clearly were playing very passively on the T side for the most part, and then they had rounds that they threw in where they tried to be real aggressive and go for the B-bomb side really quickly. But that was not, I think, a sign of desperation. That's just part of the game plan, you could tell. CT side, even though they started to lose rounds, looked like Sharks were coming back.
Yeah.
It still looked like, no, you know what, we're going to be fine. We're just going to take a deep breath and trust in the system. Didn't really even change the defense that much, and eventually it worked.
Yeah, eventually, exactly. They just wore them down. To me, it feels like this is where, I don't know, they had their opponents back, and they just weren't, they were taking their time, they were controlling the situation through and through. They were saving their rifles, right? Instead of taking risky rounds, they were saving their rifles for the following round. Like, it just feels like TYLOO were just trying to maintain control until the end. It took 30 rounds, but they were in control throughout that second half. It felt like it always felt like Sharks were the ones who were trying to fight their way back into it once TYLOO had taken the lead. So very well done on TYLOO's side. I'm super impressed, and you know, shout out to Blay. He was right.
Yeah, good call. And again, they played really well in the last game as well, TYLOO. I think obviously, yeah, Sharks might be one of the weaker teams here at the major, so maybe it is a good thing. I think, you know, don't think they should be underestimated, TYLOO here. They clearly have a plan coming into these games. They're not just sort of showing up to try and see what happens. Like, they look so well-rounded.
Without a doubt, they had a couple of really nice clean B hits where they were hitting with some nicely timed flashes, nicely timed executions, you know, things that are just maybe going to catch their opponents off guard. And really, you have one good round like that can crack open a half, as we saw for TYLOO. It really made them competitive. Yeah. So super cool to see. Congratulations to TYLOO. That's them 1-1 in the group.
Yeah, impressive stuff. They avoid that 0-2 on Night Sharks, unfortunately. They're going to have a chance to play a best of 3, of course, so that'll be interesting. But we're not done yet. We've got more coming up after the break.
Coming up next, Big versus Copenhagen Flames.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Welcome back once again. We've got another game coming your way. This time it is Big and Copenhagen Flames here at the PGL Major. I think it's going to be exciting. This is actually, I think this is one of those matches that is going to be really wild.
Yes. This is an even match between these two teams, winner match as well. Copenhagen Flames already off to a strong start. I mean, dude, they just do damage. And in group phases, it seems like it too, because, you know, IM fall 5-0, top of their group, and here they're already off to a 1-0 start. But now they go up against Big. Big have firepower. Big know how to play.
Not to be underestimated, for sure. You don't want to be discounting this team, even though I think Big maybe, you know, slightly bigger name in some sense. I think that's fair to say, but Copenhagen Flames are definitely they're a powerful team. So I'm excited to see how this is going to be playing out.
Yeah, and you know, shout out to Copenhagen Flames, the organization, because they're the ones who kicked it all off, where they figured out the model in CS:GO to make money is to sell players. So they figured that out. They started just farming talent out to all the top Danish teams, and then they are also running production and everything else on the side as well. So Copenhagen Flames are everywhere. Super sick to see, but just amazing that they've managed to come up with yet another roster that's here competing on the world stage. It feels like these guys just can't be stopped.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, again, maybe you rewind time like 3 or 4 or 5 months or something. Maybe not the team coming from Denmark that most people would be, you know, looking at and thinking about. But right now, yeah, they are looking really good.
They are. They are. Okay, and then we will actually get the repeat for Big. We'll get Nuke again.
Nuke one more time. I don't mind. I love Nuke. I think it's amazing. So let's go for it. I don't have any. I think I picked both Big and Copenhagen Flames to make it through to the later stages.
Oh, you took Copenhagen Flames to make it through?
I think I did.
Okay, I was kind of like, I wasn't sure. I was wondering if they were going to be able to pull it off or not.
I don't know if it's it is a little bit of risky play, right? Because one thing is playing well the rest of the year, but the major is just different. So it is possible that they could end up falling short. Like it's still early days, right? Like it's possible that something could go bad. But I just think they've been looking pretty impressive. So why not? This Nuke of all places.
The thing is that this is going to be a real test for these guys, because now you're going up against Big and you're going up against Tabson. Yeah. This is his playground. This is where you get that tactical element as well as the firepower. Yeah. And yes, okay, you know, Danish teams and Nuke super solid, and so Copenhagen Flames are going to be up to date on the meta, but it feels like Big, this should still be a map that they can be a real threat for Copenhagen Flames on. So by no means is this going to be an easy match for Copenhagen Flames. They really have to fight for this one.
Searson is also super hard to deal with.
Earlier today, Searson, he had a few big rounds.
Yeah, but that AWP is when it's on point, it's so scary. Really hard to get around. So, yeah, it could be a bit of a challenge. I think historically, Danish teams have always had some kind of feel for Nuke. I mean, it has a long history in Danish Counter-Strike of people playing. So if you're an up-and-coming team in Denmark, you should have had to be playing Nuke, because if you're screaming against any, like, all the way back to, like, Copenhagen Wolves and stuff like that, you know, you'd have to be playing a lot of Nuke, basically. So it's just always been around. Maybe that's the reason why it's like, all Danish teams kind of know how to play it, I guess.
There's
something there.
And it feels like this new iteration here, which is more balanced, is not as CT-sided. It's much more of a 50-50 map. I mean, it feels like the teams have really started to get a feel for it, how this map is supposed to be played. And so it's going to be very cool to see here as we get into the pistol round. This time we make it into the pistol round at the very beginning. And so we're going to get an eye on what people are buying. 4 Kevlar and some nades for Copenhagen Flames. And 3 Kevlar and 2 players rocking full sets of nades on the side of Big. Okay.
Here we go. Copenhagen Flames, they are going to be on the CT side first with the T side. He's ready to knife them in the pistol round. That is heartless if they come down that vent. I mean, we've seen it work before, but instead it's going to be a 3-man jump into Mini and into that A-bomb site. Are they going to follow it through? Jabby goes down right off the bat. It's Tizian with the opening frag off the map. And Tizian is actually falling back. They're checking for it. Roy coming through, but that's a nice idea. They actually seem to know what's going on. The bomb is planted as well. It is a 4-on-5, and no one's hitting any shots. What is going on here? Siphon comes through and gets a kill there, but Tabson with a double turnaround. He's going to be on his own, though. 1 versus 2 out in the open, and Hooksy will bring him down. They do not have a kit, but they will have enough time for the defuse anyway. And that is going to be Copenhagen Flames picking up the pistol.
Yeah, and these ragdolls are just so sick. Some of these headshots just feel so brutal now. When a player gets clocked, you feel it. Tabson had some big plays himself in the last round, and the last map that was played by Big earlier today. So I definitely expect him to see him fighting. I feel like he's going to be that player who just tries to just drag his team across the finish line, a lot like Glaive earlier with Astralis. You know, it's just like, okay, I'm going to have to lead from the front, which is what you want to see. Only that we need to have Searson, we need to have Keto stepping up there to help him out. So kind of the same vibe that we had with Astralis earlier, where we're going to say, you know, there's a couple of key players that need to back up their in-game leader here.
Gade, the rogue Dane that has joined the Big side, going to get taken down here. And Roy doing a pretty fine job there with the M4. Fuxi also just finding kills. They're going to be fine. No one even taking any damage in this round for Copenhagen Flames. So that's a nice change of pace. But third round is coming up, and already Tabson, did they really have an AWP in this round already? That's crazy to me.
Yeah, he's just going to make it happen. So Searson is going to be able to thank his in-game leader for that one, and Tabson's still going to have the money to get everything rolling on his side of things. So very well equipped here on Big for this first buy round. And look at this greed from Copenhagen Flames, still holding on to 3 MP9s. And yeah, this makes me think aggro and yard, and Jabby's already trying to move on up here. But Tabson is wary of this.
Searson is actually the perfect target for the MP9, given the fact that he does not have head armor, but everyone else, the MP9s are probably not going to be nearly as powerful. So still finding that AWP is not going to be easy. It is way, way behind right now. And Big are going to get everyone. They're actually going to collapse on them from the high ground with Molotovs. This should be a shutdown play from the T side. Very, very hard to stay alive out here if you're on the CT side. Roy, though, will get a kill on Gade. It's not a bad start, but you can tell they don't have anywhere to stand. Nice shot from Jabby, and he comes forward for more. Nikodo's coming in with a little bit of a double on his own, and actually he's going to finish the round. I can't believe that worked so successfully. They even steal an AK and an AWP.
Over in the blink of an eye as well. It's just all the action front-loaded into one spot on the map, and Big just got smashed utterly. Outrageous that Nikodos is able to get as much out of that M4A1 as he was. Just that one extra player in that position for Copenhagen Flames making all of the difference.
I'm just realizing we've got to thank him for not giving us a fifth or a sixth Nico. But, you know,
yeah, changing it up, exactly. What's with Danes in that nickname, man?
I don't know, but shout out to Nikodos for not doing that. We appreciate it. Third round on the side of Copenhagen Flames. They're going to be able to get that kill on Keto. Nice pick up on that AWP. And Roy back here, not going to press his luck. Get a kill, get back, throw the Molotov, play it safe. It is the major... I mean, as fun as it could be to play flashy and go for a bit more and all the rest of it, this is the point in time where you want to be real sure that you're not giving in anything up for free. Nice nade. Roy actually coming up with a triple, and they deny the bomb plant. Syphon able to take him down, so 4-0 in their favor. No bomb plant.
That's terrific that they managed to deny that. Still going to be really good money coming out here from Big. Bomb plant would have obviously been great. That bonus 800, the thing is, even if you can afford to full buy, that bonus 800 can then carry over into the next round afterwards. So every dollar, it's if you're new to Counter-Strike, you know, a lot of focus goes on the headshots and, you know, kill counts and all that sort of thing. And obviously, yeah, getting kills is great, and that, you know, settles rounds. But what also settles rounds is the money in your bank account, and it's so important to keep an eye on that and to do everything you can to make sure that you have as much money to work with as possible. And so if you can get a bomb plant, you still lose the round on T side, you're getting a bonus $800 at the end of the round just because you planted the bomb. So that's why we put a lot of emphasis on the bomb plant. And
yeah,
you know, sometimes teams will just play around getting the bomb plant just so that they can get that bonus money to work with.
Yeah, and obviously there's some cumulative effect of doing that. Even if you know, at the end of the 15 rounds in the first half, right? If you've had 2 or 3 more bomb plants, even if they were rounds that you ended up losing, of course it makes a difference. So you want to be real careful about that. Roy tags Tizian just a bit. He wasn't close enough to hear it, but still some damage. But they're going to make their way back. They've got the bomb over in the lobby, so they could go for a lot of things here, right? Still got about a minute left on the clock, but if they can win this fight against Jabby down here, it's possible that they can start to sandwich the ramp and try and put some pressure on. Oh, he's back for more. That is a nice pick off. Tizian, though, will negotiate that obstacle just fine, and he's going to be giving his team a 4-on-4 now. But where's the bomb going? Fuxi is falling back a little bit, exposed to that door that's open behind him. They see the gun barrel. They definitely know. Gate's still going down. 30 seconds. That is a disaster, though, because the bomb is now dropped. They know what's coming, and a nice pre-fire. HooXi playing this one so well at the moment. 24 seconds, and Big, yep, he saw the shadow on the ground, and they're going to have to... They are in trouble right now. Searson is going to go for the bomb plant down below, but even with that, it's a 2-on-4. Big should never get close to winning this round. He's smoked off. They're shooting inside of it. Searson, that's a good pick-up, but he's lost his teammate. So now it's all on Searson. Going for the quad kill here to try and see if he can win his team around on Nuke finally. But he's going to get shut down. Nakoto's showing up for it, and it's going to be 5-0. Oh, dear.
Man, they're looking so good, Copenhagen Flames. And not only in the communication, because clearly they're on point there. They are not really making mistakes. They're not really giving up anything for free. But also in duels. I mean, HooXi should be a dead man at that point. When they know exactly where he is, seeing his gun barrel, as soon as he swings, that should be it. It should be done. And yet there he is winning a straight-up fight versus Gade. Gade is 0-0-5 right now in this match. So individually Big, they need to start hitting some headshots here. They need to start getting their duels to go their way, because if Copenhagen Flames not only look crisp on the teamwork, but then are also individually popping off, it's going to be very hard for Big to get anything rolling for themselves here on this T side. 9 kills already on the board for Roy, 6 for Nikodos. I mean, these guys are just popping off.
Yeah, they are doing a lot of work at the moment. In terms of the cash as well, look at them. 10,000 on Siphon, Nikodos on 13,000. So it's not just winning the rounds. It's the fact that it starts out with MP9s that get upgraded into an AK and an AWP, and then it just rolls from there and out. They had that flawless round where they took no damage at all 5 players staying alive. I mean, it's just getting better and better step by step here. So Big, I mean, a very cold start for them right now. Even in terms of kills, between them total, right now, they have about 7 kills. So that's not enough. They need to do a hell of a lot more. It means technically Roy on his own is out-fragging the entire Big side.
Right?
That can't... I mean, it's early, but that's got to change, right?
This was one of the concerns that's worth bringing up now. But, I mean, this was one of the concerns coming into this. You know, what would the firepower look like when Big were lacking Xantares? And, well, earlier in the first match of the day, Searson and Keto had some massive rounds, as well as Tabson. So, I mean, the firepower was there. Just curious to see here, now that the pressure is starting to ramp up a little bit, whether or not those guys are going to start waking up here for Big, or if they are going to struggle on LAN. Loads of questions, but we will get that smoke wall down. Deep smoke wall this time around coming up for Big, so showing a little bit of variety here in how they want to use their grenades.
Yeah, they're getting really close. Tizian, if you can look throughout here and just find a kill, that makes a huge difference. He's got the Galil and everyone else is on pistols. Bit of a flash to set it up. Siphon's going to be taking a long way back. That's dangerous. AWP is a bit close now. He's going to have some backup there, and that's very important. Chance for more, and HooXi handling everything just fine. Now, Tizian is coming in for the flank, but if HooXi doesn't get that triple, this is a round that they could easily lose. Now, they probably got it set up for a good win here. The spray is in, and Roy with a double. It's going to be 6-0, but I mean, there was a way there that could have been dangerous, and they will at least lose the WP. They have money to buy it, but still.
Wasn't able to save it. Yeah, I'm going to have to tap into that 12,000 or, you know, the 12,000 that they had in the bank. That was a nice shot from Tabson. But again, disaster. Dropping that bomb there, that is utter disaster for Big. If the bomb doesn't drop there, then they're fine. They rotate down ramp, and maybe we're looking at a bomb plant. But instead, now they have to take that fight, and it's just a terrible situation for Big. So 6-0, a little bit of a flash, trying to slow things down. Searson going to catch him out in the open. He has been spotted. There's no way that Roy should be able to get out of here alive.
Yeah, but the Molotovs won't catch him any longer, and if they hyper-focus on it as well, you see those flashes that are coming in from the right-hand side? If they're all shooting at Roy and suddenly there's a flash in their face, they got to be careful. So they would love to catch him there. They know that there's an opportunity, but I actually think smartly Big, they don't go all in on it. Because if they just tunnel vision on him, that's not good enough either. And yeah, he's going to be able to live, at least for now. Nade onto Searson. Not that it does that much damage, and he's got an interesting angle to hold here. Could definitely be a kill to open the round with, but we'll fall back instead. Still got a minute left. But no one is outside for Big anymore. They are all... I say that. Tabson actually did sneak out here. That's kind of interesting. Could he do anything to distract from this setup? Down in ramp. Siphon's just been playing that, just dropping the Molotov and running. He's not even interested in really fighting for it. tabseN snuck right underneath Nikodos. Does he realize? Ooh, now he definitely does. He's going to call that one out. Falls back into the site. 30 seconds. And they are going to try and crunch this A-bomb site, but they've already been spotted, so theoretically, Copenhagen Flames should know. You could see Jabby's looking for it. Hooksy looking on the other side. We're now down to 20 seconds, and Copenhagen Flames know everything. cyeSN go down. They're lining up for Hooksy. This should be a good multi-spray down. Roy coming out of the vent with a double of his own, and Jabby will end it. This was telegraphed from miles away on the side of Big.
This is clinical from Copenhagen Flames. Playing, again, I really have to put the emphasis on this. When I'm watching this team right now, it feels like their communication is on point.
Yeah.
Nobody's getting caught off guard. They are clearly communicating information to each other and then adapting to it. There was no way in for Big there in that round. They were picking up on the info and then immediately reacting to that info as a team and covering each other. There was nowhere for Big to exploit to get onto that A site. They just had to run into the blender. And that is exactly what you want to avoid on the T side. You need to find those weaknesses. And so this is going to be the first tactical timeout called by Big. Used up. And, well, no bomb plants. It means that it would be a bit of a messy buy if they were to go for it.
Roy is still technically outfragging the entire team. Gate is 007.
Yeah, secret agent.
Roy is 13-2. It's so ridiculous to look at. He's actually playing a crazy game right now. I don't know. I actually thought this would be a very, very even game. It's not what we're seeing right yet, and I am assuming that Big mentally we're not expecting this either. Molotov down on the ground, that is to stop any smoke from going up, but they'll have to commit another smoke to make sure they can cross to not get killed by Nikodos here. And they're going to be all down below. That Molotov, though, will definitely slow them. So whatever they gained from crossing here, it's been taken away.
How much do you reckon, do you think it's weighing on Gate at all that he's having to play against, you know, potential former teammates?
Yeah,
brethren.
It could definitely, yeah. I think that's those kind of things.
Patriots.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be on his mind, without a doubt. And he's usually really good. Roy showing up for another kill before he does go down, and Keto and cyeSN. It's a good little return. Bomb dropped inside of the smoke, though. They could run in and try and put it down. Probably be worth it to try here. Keto, nice shot. And now Copenhagen Flames. Oh, man.
That HE! That was so good.
Oh, that's devastating. That would have been a 2-on-2 with the bomb down.
Oh, man. I cannot believe they got that HE in there.
Wait, Keto, is he really mind gaming them here? If they go check it, he's got the right idea for the aim, but he's not able to get that crisp shot. If he had, would have been a great position. Now he's going to be back around the silo. And there's going to be someone in the vent behind him as well. So dropping down low, out in the open there. Keto actually does get the kill, but he's reloading, closing the door against Hooksy. That is the right play, but the pre-fire is not quite working. He's very low on health. Hooksy just has to land a couple of bullets and he'll be able to win it, but it doesn't matter. Headshot! What a great 1 versus 2 and a quad kill for Keto. That is spectacular.
Gotta give it to him. Round of applause on that one, Keto. What an ace. Well, yeah, I was about to say an ace, but it feels like an ace. A clutch coming through from him, quad killing that, and just making all the difference, even though it was going against them with that beautiful HE that I was giving praise to Copenhagen Flames for. He just hit all of these headshots. And that just looked like a round that, yeah, Big had no business winning, but sometimes that's just the way it is. If you've got a player that's just going to take matters into his own hands, the way that Keto just did, this is what needs to happen here for Big. They need to be able to rely on a player to just come up with a round like this and just take over. They have the firepower on the team. They know that they've got guys like that that are capable of it, cyeSN and Keto. So, I mean, now is their time to shine. And it's not done yet.
No, I mean, that is the kind of thing that should get a team fired up, right? That's the kind of thing where now you feel it. You know that was a very unlikely round to win, and one of your teammates just pulled out an incredible quad kill. So, yeah, you have to build. If you don't build anything behind this, I guarantee you the hype that round gets you is going to be just as deflating right afterwards. You feel like, no, why not? Why couldn't we just win this upcoming round? You know, that's what you need to do, because otherwise it's just not going to feel that great. 7-1. Gate is still completely missing from. I hate to call it out, but it is true.
This is something that we've talked about in the past, where you don't. I mean, there's that element of chance involved where you win a pistol round instead of winning a full buy round, right? And so you still don't have anything to build on for your full buys. Oh, there's a massive gap in that smoke as well. This is actually going to be very frustrating for Big. There's a huge gap here for Roy to take advantage of.
Oh, they know. Very dangerous. One of them has made the cross. Mora jumping. Oh, missed opportunity. That is normally at least going to lose you a player to try and get through. And who have they left? It's Keto that they've left behind out by the red container. And he's sort of a backstop in case anyone tries to walk up behind them. I think that's a really cool idea. And they're going to be boosting to look down. This is all fine. 45 seconds. And there is at least a player down below for the side of Copenhagen Flames. Keto hasn't seen anyone walk up behind them either. They've got a bit of a setup here coming down from the ramp as well. 30 seconds on the clock, Siphon. He needs some help. Roy is going to be pushing through the smoke to try and help out. Oh, it's a nice attempt, but he almost got shot at the back, and Searson will take him down. Good spray with the Orc for the double, and they're running out of time as well. 20 seconds, Gade with the first kill of the map for himself, and now it's a 3-on-3. Bomb is being picked up. Gade took a lot of nade damage right then, and Jabby's walking in to try and stop that bomb plant, and he will, and that is the round 1. They are just so far away from this bomb, they cannot get there in time. They can try and get more kills, but again, that is so deflating on the side of Big. They win it with the quad kill, and now it is 8-1 in favor of Copenhagen Flames.
And again, Big, nothing to build on when it comes to a full buy. Nothing to build on to say this is successful, this works. They got their round kind of screwed up there by a single Molotov that made that made it so that their smoke that they were going to try and build that smoke wall outside with to deny information gets blocked and leaves a gap. So maybe they didn't get kills, Copenhagen Flames. They should have gotten kills, to be fair. But they're getting info. They know that players are moving from Big. They're moving down secret, moving down to the lower halls, and they're able to set up. And again, that communication comes into play. So, Copenhagen Flames, man, when it just feels like right now they are the ones who are in full control of this half, and Big don't really have much to work with or to build on.
And I mean, the boost.
Scary, the timing!
Oh, he knows. Searson, he saw him jump. He knows he almost had him. And the flash will reveal his position as well. But that round that we just saw, because that was that gap, even if no one died in the gap, it still kind of gave away the whole game plan for Big. And we saw that earlier when they saw Tapson walking up to the A-bomb side from outside. Some of these plays for Big are so telegraphed that they just know, Roy, oh! You saw how he was spraying for someone jumping up above him? He is so tuned into this game right now. Big double for him. Jabby walking up, and this should be an easy kill. To drop the bomb on top of everything else. And Gade looking the wrong way. He actually is going to get the kill on Nikoda. I thought he was going to get shot at the back, but he's out in the open, and he's going to be lucky to stay alive for another couple of seconds here. Surely he's about to get shot in the back with the AUG. Not yet. That is interesting. I actually thought maybe there was going to be a chance there. Gade doing the best that he can. It's not a bad round for him. He got the double kill, but it's 35 seconds for Keto.
And just maintain the crossfire now. You figured it out. This is good. Because that's what I liked to see there, is that the remaining two players, Jabby and Hooksy, they identified where the bomb was, and they set up a crossfire to deal with that. So even had Hooksy gone down there, Jabby was just going to swing and take out that player. So
Keto
now
has to do it on his own, and probably he's going to negotiate that one, but right behind him, Hooksy is there, 15 seconds, and there's no way for him to know. He's got everywhere on the map to look for him. It is, well, Keto already did it once. This time, it's going to fail, and it will be 9-1 Copenhagen Flames.
I'm so impressed with Copenhagen Flames right now. They're just a step ahead each time.
Playing this like it's 2014 Nuke.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Like Danes right now, Danes in CS and Danes in Nuke, it's just something else. They're so scary on this map. And so, yeah, Copenhagen Flames continuing with the lockdown here. We're not even going to be able to get a full buy going in for Big. Again, Pistols, well, that's how they got their first round. Their first and only round. Ooh, in this half.
No one saw that. It's fine.
That's unfortunate. But first and only round in this half is from Pistols. So let's see, Big. You got a chance to be explosive here. Just run and gun. So chaos, and hope that you manage to get something to grow.
See how many Molotovs they have up on that roof. Is it just the one? There is that now classic Molotov that goes down behind the A-bomb site, behind the silo.
Yeah.
I still think that it's such a challenge if you're playing that position on the CT side, because you really don't have, you've got to be really quick. If you don't put out the Molotov and just swing for the fight, they probably know that you're swinging to that side. And if you instead put it out with a smoke, well then you're going to be in a lot of trouble as well, because now you're inside of the smoke and you can't really help your teammates out. So it's tough either way. Good on top of the hut there, but Hooksy's doing fine on his own. Good triple. And the way that he can kind of move and shoot is part of what gives the M4A1 such a lot of power in this current patch. Amazingly so. Some players have they've adapted that style instantly. They're so good at it.
Mm-hmm.
You like that? You like the move and shoot?
I've just got a dumb grin on my face right now. A1S, man, it's always been the god gun.
Listen, I mean, Simple's been using it all along, right?
That's right.
So it's hard to. That's always the problem, right? But I don't know.
Simple does kind of just make his own rules, though, so you can't really go too much off of what he does.
Ooh, all right.
Are we getting some shenanigans here? We are, indeed. All right, so Tapson will be setting up most of the smokes, it looks like.
It's like not trusting in anyone else. I've seen the gaps out there in the yard, boys. I'm throwing the smokes now.
That's it. I can't trust any of you. That would be, you know, that would be an IGL. Just imagine Existence back in the day if he could just throw all the smokes. You know, what he would be doing with this meta right now.
Give me all the nades.
Yes.
Not even HPs. I'm doing all of it.
Wait for me to tell you to go around the corner and then just click on whatever you find there.
That is devastating, though. I think they saw the smoke in the air. They set up the flashbang behind it. Siphon again. Not a position you want to fight in, but falling back is absolutely acceptable. Some players seem to forget that on the ramp. Just give it up. It's not a problem. Gade, good headshot entry. And the smoke there on the decon room. It's unfortunately just a little bit too late. Otherwise, he would have still been alive, I think. 3 versus 4 now in the afterplant.
But they do get the bomb planted now. That's something that Big can work with here. And nice shot from Searson. Quick work there. 3-on-3 now. Smoke is still standing in front of Decon and out in the open finds that pick.
Yeah, he's so quick. Again, this is what we sort of introed the match with. This is the Searson that they need, and they need him so badly right now. Not sure if it's worth going for the 1 versus 3 here for Jab. Oh, I say that, but he's actually already got 2 kills. How are they facing him? They know where Searson is as well. He's going to go for it, pre-firing it, but Searson will take him down. Nice triple. That is Big almost giving away a free win, at least at the end there. 3 versus 1. I think they were so sure they'd won that round. There's no way Jabby should have been able to find those fights, even at all. They should have been way more hidden. Stay back. Don't let him do that.
And this is still a disastrous situation for Big. They won the round, but having lost almost everybody, they have no money. So yeah, it's fine because they get a full buy again, Copenhagen Flames. They had plenty of money in the bank, so no worries on their side. All of those kills on Big at the end are going to make this round so difficult for Big to win decisively. Nades outside in yard already. Searson hoping to find a gap, and he's right in the open. Nikoto's just not missing a beat. Copenhagen Flames are just mauling Big.
They really are. There's 3 people out here ready and waiting. One of them with the AWP, the other 2 with the M4s. You could see Big are just trying to throw more people at it, which as a strategy generally doesn't work out that well. You run out pretty quick. There's only 5 people on the team, you know.
That's
amazing.
amazing.
Keep going.
That is amazing that they do not miss their shots right now. And I mean, it's Roy, it's Hooksy, it's Nikoto's. Like, it feels like just everybody's stepping up on the side of Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah.
Whereas for Big, well, Gade is on the board with 4 now at least.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to find their way back. But this, again, I don't know why. I feel like most of the audience probably do not remember the type of nuke that has these halves all the time.
Exactly, yeah. No.
But, so...
I know, I'm mentioning Existence, and it's like, yeah, Existence hasn't played in a while.
He's out. Yeah, but I mean, this is a devastating first half. There's no other way around it. 11-2 in favor of Copenhagen Flames. They're doing everything right at the moment. It's hard to deal with. And we've got pistols in the 14th round. Man. What a shocking turn of events. I was really not expecting this.
Not at all. Not at all. And it's looking like it's just going to get worse here unless Big can come up with some real explosive kind of stuff. Smoke walls going outside again. So once again, trying to deny the information. Roy, though, getting clever, going to push through, and he's not going to find... He's going to find the 1 player, and that is it. And now that sets it up for Xiphon. Is Xiphon not even going to find a kill?
No, how did he die that quickly? I mean, yeah, I guess they both hit him with the headshot. Man, that did so much damage. All right. Well, Roy's quickly here in the control room. He's going to be getting at least a kill. Very low there is Searson. He still actually wins the fight. A little bit unusual. But Searson is so low on health. I don't know. Keto, oh, he's on his own. I actually think they were like back to back. I think he could have turned around and just found him, but I don't think he even realized. That was a little bit interesting.
Chaotic. Very chaotic. But again, pistols, right? You just turn up the speed and you hope that it breaks your way. And unfortunately for Big, this time it did not. So that's just, you know, it's kind of counting on Lady Luck to help you out a little bit, right?
Oh, no.
And good night.
He heard that jump, and all he has to do is stand still. So Roy with another good round. He is 21-6. This is actually such a ridiculous scoreline to pull out. It's in the first half still.
Yeah.
This would be an insane scoreline to have at the end of a whole map. We're halfway through. I really can't believe it.
Yeah, this is getting crazy, Anders.
Obviously, I mean, Roy is, I think, for a long time been an interesting player since that original Mad Lions setup. They had Shush and Acor and all the rest of them. So it's not like we've never seen Roy play well before, but there's no guarantee that he would play well outside of that lineup. And here we go.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, is that you wouldn't be counting on Roy to be doing the heavy hitting like this. You know, I mean, back then it was Bubsky who was the star, and yet Bubsky's the only one from that lineup not here. Well, not actively competing just yet.
True.
Maybe they change their minds going into that best of 3 tomorrow. They are allowed to have one substitute in the tournament. So maybe Astralis throw the Hail Mary and say, okay, Glaive, we need you to sit. Bubsky, you're back in.
Siphon it, standing up to get the kill on Searson. Oh, they line up, and that's a team kill. That's not really Gade's fault. He just has no option at that point in time, but it is unfortunate. 2 versus 3. Tizian trying to see if he could walk in to get another kill. He's got the right idea for the headshot, and he'll take down Jabby, but fumbling around with the gun just a bit there, switching around that he's making the cross, will get him killed. Gade, what do you do here? 50 seconds, 1 versus 2. You need to try and isolate a fight maybe before you go for the bomb plant. It's tricky. He's going to go straight for it, but they have nades as well. Landing run right on top of him, putting him down to 27 health, and he's going to be found. It is 13-2 at the end of the half in favor of Copenhagen Flames. What an absolutely godlike performance from them.
Anders, I can't remember the last time we casted such a brutal half.
I know.
Of CS.
This is rare.
It's very rare to have a team just utterly dominate another one like this. 13-2. These days, with all the safety nets built in,
it feels fitting. This is the throwback major after all.
Yeah. So we're 13-2 half on 13-2 CT half on Nuke. Okay, then I'll take it. Rolling back the years. But now, I mean, let's see. Copenhagen Flames, it is, I mean, perfectly within their ability to just pull ahead here. If they win this pistol round, Big are going to be very hard pressed. So what do Copenhagen Flames have prepared for us here on Nuke T-side pistol? Single set of nades from Hooksy. It looks like it's not even a smoke. A molly and an HE.
Interesting. Going to be blowing up the door, I'm assuming. Yep, so just faking that it's going to be some sort of an A hit, but they're ready. Oh, they have a nade here towards the bend. It's such a choke point, and they're getting slaughtered. Gade with a big double, followed up there with a kill on Jabby. He is doing everything at the moment. Hooksy will go down. That was, I mean, they must have been studying Copenhagen Flames. That is such a read. You've got 3 people there, 1 with an HE in hand. That is the sign of homework, isn't it?
Yeah, that's just like, okay, if they come ramp, they're dead. If you spot them ramp, just say so, and the HE will shred them all.
And I mean, you have to hold that position while your teammate in A is saying, oh, they blow up the door and Molotov mini. So that's kind of a sign that, oh, they could actually definitely be coming. They could be blowing out of Squeak at that moment, right? But you're just like, nah, we've watched demos, we know what they're doing.
We believe we know. Well, 13-3.
Good call.
And that is a tactical timeout getting called by Big. So Tabson taking a moment here to try and get the teammates to calm down a little bit and say, hey, guys, keep it together. We're going to get it done.
Kind of an interesting time to take a tactical timeout, isn't it? Well, you're probably right. That it probably is like a deep breath.
Yeah,
you
just
know?
breathe, guys. I mean, it's a game of CS. The beauty is that this is a match of CS, and you're on CT side Nuke. You can absolutely get the lockdown going. It's possible. It's harder to do now than it was once upon a time.
Yeah.
But it is still possible. And you've got the firepower to do it. That's the thing. You have got the firepower to go toe-to-toe with Roy and Hooksy.
I mean, Searson out in the yard, you saw a little bit of it in the first half with the AWP. Not that he had it a lot, but yeah, Searson could be a real hard player to get rid of. And I mean, we'll see if that's going to be a factor in the second half. They're going to have to get to the AWP first. It's a scout that he's currently playing with. And no buy, really, for Copenhagen Flames either. Some nades on Hooksy. Wondering what that is about. Are they just going to try and see if they can get a bomb plant somewhere?
Questions abound. I mean, I would hope so. I mean, some kind of gimmick, some kind of anything that you can kind of get in here and hope that you can get a bomb planted. Yeah. Bonus 800 again. We're talking about it.
So he's going to set up, what, a single smoke. And Does that just block off? Oh, it actually does fall down. All right, that's creative.
Body blocked, but also pushed. Big know that nothing is behind this.
Yeah. Trying to get through in towards the ramp. Keto just duck and cover every single time he sees someone. And they get absolutely shut down. No kills and no bomb plants this round for Copenhagen Flames. So big with the 4th round. It is a long, long way back into this game. This is one of those weird games where you want to believe that Big could do it, but realistically, all it takes is one stumble and they're going to be in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've just given themselves so little room for error, but they are capable. I mean, German style of CS, you know, mechanical, known for its precision. It is possible round after round to walk this back.
Let's see.
Ooh, okay, again, aggression here from Taps and straight down, just trying to counter if there was going to be any kind of vent drop aggression coming in from Copenhagen Flames. Very cool.
Close.
But no cigar.
Well, this time Hooksy's going to make his way across. Galil in his hand. And he's got pretty deep in here. He's going to be up against the MP9 on the other side, so hard to say who that's going to be favoring. Everyone has head armor, so that should not be a factor, but yeah, he's got deep in here. If he can create some space, especially if he could find a kill, that will destabilize that defense a lot. Someone from the ramp maybe will have to fall back, and that leaves everything open. So yeah, I understand why they want to spend this time. Everyone else is waiting in the lobby, and Hooksy's just kind of reporting in. Oh, wait, is he going to join them? This could be really interesting. If you can fly up out of the vent there, that's going to create a lot of distraction for Tizian. He's already shot down Roy, and he's got the right move here, but he goes down to Siphon and Gade now. He needs some backup behind this A-bomb site. Good flashbang from a teammate. Gade doing everything. Good triple here. There was one grenade, I think, that set up that initial peak, and that was everything that he needed. Now they've been slowed down 30 seconds on the clock, and it's a 2-on-4, and they're walking into the crossfire here. What a round from Gade.
Yep, and again, I'm glad to see it here from Gade. We saw some strong rounds from him on the CT side earlier today. So if he's just feeling it on CT side Nuke more so than T side Nuke, maybe he just gets the short end of the stick on T side, and we need to watch the CT side here to see him really shine.
He was 0-0-8 before he got a kill, and now he's 11-15. So like fair play to him. He coming back to that. If that's very hard to do, right?
And also anchoring that A site like that, not an easy position to play with either. You're constantly on the move. You're constantly hoping to not be looking the wrong way at the wrong time. And Gade this time gets it done.
We talk a lot about the sort of psychological pressure of being at the major and everything else. If you're an individual and you have a performance like that at the beginning, some players will actually never come back from that. Not inside of the same map. Sometimes people will come back in a best of 3 on a second or a third map. But to turn it around between halves to sort of say, all right, you know what, that was really bad, but let's try and bring it back is actually very difficult. So a lot of respect for Gade to be able to turn it around. Oh. Low on health was Searson, so he gets boosted up in the ramp. That's a good little move. You can't use that all the time, but why not?
Yeah. Put him in a position to just smash them as they come through. And he's got the MP9 as well, so he can farm up and earn that AWP. You know, it doesn't need to get donated by a teammate. He can make the money. He can earn it.
Yeah. It feels better that way, doesn't it? You know?
He'll really appreciate that AWP.
More of an emotional attachment to that AWP if you get it like that.
Oh, dude. I mean, again, it's going to be ramp, and I mean, Searson's going to get a real chance to make some money here.
Yeah, at least should be the 1 or 2 kills as they come through. Keto playing a good angle, unless Keto just gets all of them. Kind of lining up for it a bit there. Oh, Tabson joining in. That one MP9, surely. Yeah, there we go. Some money in Searson's pockets. He's going to have plenty now. 10,000, almost 11,000 on him. 13-6. Slow steps back in the right direction here for Big.
Okay, here we go now. This is going to be the round, because we've just seen a lot of ramp play from Copenhagen Flames, and I think that's intentional because they just don't want to show anything until they need to. And so, you know, on these low percentage rounds, I think they're like, okay, go ramp, whatever. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we're not really giving any of our game away. But now we have the full buy, we have the full nades, and we can see a different strategy coming in here from Copenhagen Flames. And this, I'm sure, is going to be something that they've been keeping on the back burner. Because Big... I mean, the element of surprise is a real thing, and Major, I mean, you know, it's always the meme, like, oh, saving strats for the Major. It's like, yes, if there is a tournament that you're going to be saving something for, it is this tournament.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt about it. And I mean, it is a meme, but at the same time, So we know now.
We know that teams have done it in the past.
Yeah, and reality imitates memes. So you've got to. It's true. People.
Life imitates art.
Yeah, but the modern version is different. So I'm not pointing it. I'm saying it.
I approve, Anders. I approve. I for one do accept memes as art.
That is definitely just undeniable. Here we go, 20th round, and Copenhagen Flames have quieted down just a bit as Big are starting to wake up. Tabson getting the kill on Jabby right there, good evidence to that. Roy thinking about the jump down. He had the right idea, but Tabson is ready to eat all of them. What a great triple for him, and that's pretty much securing the round here. Even Keto out looking for the Kodos. It's going to be a flawless round coming out of Big, 13-7. And Copenhagen Flames, remember, they took a tactical timeout to get into that round, and it just they get nothing for it.
They get smashed, and that's why you don't give your CT enemies an AK. Because that one-shot headshot capability, all of a sudden you're dropping down from main. Maybe if he needs 2 bullets to kill you,
yeah,
you manage to trade Tabson. But he gets 2 headshots and drops you like a sack of potatoes.
This is, honestly, this is now totally winnable for Big.
Yes.
It's so scary, isn't it?
This is the mad thing. And yeah, you see the shadows on the wall. That's what's giving him it away. He knows what's coming. And I mean, that's why you play that position from main. You get that early warning system if the terrorists are trying to wrap around on you that way. But this is looking like a technical timeout, not a tactical. So I'm curious what's going on here with the players.
Feels like it. It's so scary. 6-round difference. It's still some road back, but it's just that we haven't really seen Copenhagen Flames do anything near as cool as they were doing in the first half. So the second half just feels like it's kind of running out of steam a little bit. Oh man, if Big make a comeback, that would be, I mean, be a very, very cool story, right? Because again, modern day nuke, that's not something we've really seen, I would say. I don't think I've casted a nuke game since the changes where you have this kind of one-sidedness and then a comeback. It just doesn't really happen, I feel like.
It's one for the history books if it happens. If that's what goes down, this is going to be insane. It's going to be one of the biggest, best of ones. But it's looking like the countdown has begun again, and so we'll be able to get into the thick of things. Should be a round of eco coming up here from Copenhagen Flames. I don't think they have quite enough money to go for the buy. They would be really limited on the nades if they did. And so yeah, we'll have, you know, some Kevlar, a couple of nades, a couple of rifles. A couple of force buys. This is a weird round. This is a really weird round. What is going on here?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the big economy is even under a lot of pressure, so I think it would be lying to say that they can put pressure on it with a round like this, but I guess the absolute lowest bar for success of this round, if you're Copenhagen Flames, is getting 3 kills. At least then you've put some pressure on the CT economy. Obviously, if you win the round, that's just amazing, but
you've spent so much money in the meantime.
Yeah.
Your economy is going to be really weird now. Okay, I mean, we'll see how this pans out for Copenhagen Flames. I really feel like they need to win this round now. If they don't win this round, it's going to be very weird in the next one. So let's see. Tishin has now traded places with Tabson. We'll have the smoke wall going out, and Tabson, yep, catches him easy, and that's the AK dead. Hooksy gets 0 value for that AK.
And remember, the rest of them wanted to go outside as well, so they've just lost their point control out here. That's really unfortunate. They're going to be slowed down behind that. Under 50 seconds. They're making their way across. No one spotted them yet, so at least they're getting this far on the map. But I don't really think Big care. Eventually, and I mean eventually as in really, really soon, Copenhagen Flames will have to speed it up, and this walking towards the bomb site stuff is not going to be working any longer. They're getting close now. Under 30 seconds. Tabson, nice headshot. Oh my god! What absolute precision coming out. That is stunning. Quad kill for Tabson. Living up to his name.
Tabson ain't nothing to mess with, man. That is sick. That was clean. I love it. I mean, Tabson is one of those in-game leaders. He once was a hard carry star for the German scene, and then the scene demanded an in-game leader. They needed one to step up and fill that role, and Tabson was the guy who said, fine, I will do it. But he still shows us glimmers every now and again of, you know, what he's capable of. Sure, he can take all the responsibility and make all the calls, set the strategy for the team, but he can still click heads. That is so sick.
Yeah, regional whack-a-mole champion.
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what it is. What a boss. That was sick. All right, now. I mean, that was a round that really, needed to come together for Copenhagen Flames, or at least they needed to inflict some serious damage, because again, now look, they're back into like a weird eco situation.
Oh, it's all weird from here on out. I mean, they had everything planned out for that first half, and they just forgot to study up for the rest of it, because there's a whole second half to be played right now. And Big seems so ready at the moment.
It's where you get complacent. You just get so complacent thinking, man, 13-2, we've smashed them. This is it. We got it in the bag, boys. And then you start getting complacent. You start letting your guard down. And then a team like Big is going to punish you.
And actually, I mean, even that is a throwback to a talking point that used to be way more popular. But we don't really see those one-sided matches so much anymore. So, back in the day, everyone had to make that mistake. All up-and-coming teams had to have one of these games where they were up, again, like you said, 13-2. And then they're like, yeah, it's done. Victory is here. And then that mindset is actually what kills it for you. I just feel like in the modern day, it's so much more rare that we don't get to see it to the same extent. So maybe Copenhagen Flames are going to be a victim of that. Oh, this is actually wild. 13-9. Another timeout being called here for Copenhagen Flames. What have they got? What is the plan? The problem is some of the stuff that you would want to play, you can't because of the money on Big, right? So some of those A rushes that can be really good, they're not that good if there are 5 Molotovs on the other side. It's just not going to be the same. I would like to see them try and maybe go really far outside and actually go for hell, but wrap around through CT spawn and just try and bring that fight to Sears. And I know he's a dangerous player right now, but just try and do it anyway and see if you could put enough pressure on him to get away from him. Actually, he's in mini right now. This could get real interesting.
Oh, he's made his way through the smoke as well. This is going to be brutal.
He's walking up. He's going to execute Jabby, isn't he? Oh, almost outside of the scope, but it doesn't matter. And he's straight down here. Actually, just running out. That's also dangerous. Searson just does not care, does he? He's not interested in anything.
He's trying to stay that step ahead. If he doesn't stop moving, he can be a step ahead and he can get into a different position. Because, look, he got that kill so early in the round. It means he can just reposition, and now he's anywhere on the map.
Yeah, but he actually rotated so far out that there's no way that he could know that. It's a cool idea to try and get to ramp, but he might have just taken it a step too far. Now the bomb is going to be planted, and yeah, this is a classic setup on Nuke. You've got everyone from the T side down except for one person who's playing the lobby still, and he could shoot people in the back if they're trying to come down. He could be the late lurker into the bomb site if they're trying to defuse. It's a really powerful setup here on the T side, even if they are a man down. A little bit of a flash nade to slow them down, maybe. Oh, and Siphon actually trying to peek behind it, but he's not going to be able to. Smoke on the one side. Hooksy now coming down the vent. Roy trying to go for the spray. It is a double kill. Tizian shooting him in the back, and they're going to be straight on the bomb. They smoke it off immediately. This could work out. Gade with a follow-up, and now it's Nikodos, and that bomb has already been defused. Big. They don't care about getting the kills. They're just going to get rid of that bomb. It is 13-10, and they're Big. I mean, they're not giving up. Then they want back in the game.
They are back in the game now, Anders. Yeah, this is crazy. It's so hard to argue with that as well. It's just the fact that they are able to just power their way through. So everything that felt like Copenhagen Flames had going for them in the first half, now it feels like Big are the ones who are in just full control.
Yeah.
These really snap decisions where this just has to be so quick. You are not allowed to have an instant's hesitation. Here's Searson. That is crazy that he gets that kill, considering the angle. His opponent should have seen him first. So Searson should be dead there. If he's scoped up, he should just be dead.
And he almost he was peeking away from it.
Yeah.
That's crazy. The money on Big, even losing a couple of players in that round, it's out of control. I think Kilo started this round with 16,000. I think so did Searson. So they have so much money to work through here. Copenhagen Flames, nothing is going to come easy in this map anymore. 13-10 the scoreline, and Big are walking it back one step at a time.
I think they're realizing it too. Copenhagen is starting to weigh on them.
Oh, the mental pressure right now, if you're on the T side, it is excruciating. That'll get you a little bit lighted up. Searson, though, he's pushed on his own, and he's going to go down. Where did the bullet go? It must have caught just the edge of the door, because Siphon did get hit, and he's taken up this position. He sees it coming. That is a brilliant move. And it's a 5-on-2 that this is their chance. If they throw away this round somehow, Copenhagen Flames, I think it is done.
Yes.
That it would be too devastating.
Oh, dude. That smoke being up makes no possibility there for Copenhagen Flames to get the refrag. Tizian.
He heard them running.
Yeah, he's got some info to play with here. His teammate is rotated down to the lower site, although Gade is going to rotate back upwards now. Oh, this is out of control, Anders. They're going to crunch onto the upper site, and this is where both players are for Big.
Yes, it is. And they just smoked off that position, pretending that Searson is on the other side of it, but he's actually in lobby. Gade, if this is doable, they can win this round. Oh, Big. 2 versus 4. Smoke to set it up, but they know what's coming. Gade knows what's happening behind him. He knows what that smoke means. Going to be getting the easy kill there. Jabby will take him down, and Tizian now. 35 seconds. Oh, and Nikodos just sees his leg right at the edge of the smoke. I appreciate that from Tizian. He wanted to position himself to walk right through, but they went around and checked it. 14-10, Copenhagen Flames finally doing something in the second half. It's been a long while.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a world where they get that, where Big are able to pull off that hold.
No doubt, yeah.
But that is so crazy. And Jabby Redemption takes Gabe out there. If he does not take Gade out there, that is such a terrible situation for Copenhagen Flames.
Well, then Tizian is getting through the smoke. No problem.
Yeah.
Because then they actually have to run to try and get Gade away. So 14-10. Man, Searson, door blown open, instantly
so
dropping Nikodos. That's a good kill.
He's so fast.
Yeah, he really is.
That's crazy. Just instant reaction, instant death for Nikodos. There's so little that Nikodos can do there. And so now, well, man advantage for Big on the holds. They're still in this Big. They've given up 1 round, but that's fine. I mean, as long as the Copenhagen Flames aren't on 16 rounds, Big are good to go.
I mean, if it goes back to the same pattern, then Big will get to 16 before Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah.
So if they can go on a similar run right now, it's all fine. Under a minute. Roy hoping to get someone here. They get to sneak in. This is so cool. Normally, this is a hard part of the map to occupy on the T side. You don't normally just get this for free, but one good flashbang, and Tizian has got nothing to do in this position. Creeping through his Roy, he's trying to check everything. Oh, turning around for it, and Tizian goes down. Back at the site gate, he's been playing so well, but Roy will take them both down. And that should set them up really nicely. Unlike the B-bomb site, retaking that A-bomb site can be tremendously difficult when you're on the CT side. How did they actually do this? Hooksy's all the way back here. They've been Molotov'd out. There is even another Molotov on Siphon, so they can sort of burn the heaven here. They could just do that again.
Yep. And with only 25 seconds left on that bomb, you do not have a whole lot of time to work with here.
I don't think they can't.
Down a man, yeah, post-plant. I think it's Big backing off and playing for overtime.
It's not even the money that's really the problem, right? They have plenty of cash, so in that sense they could try and go for it, but there's just no easy avenue. They needed a quick kill. They needed someone to make it a 3-on-3. Keto's going to be jumping down. He finds Jabby, goes straight for the defuse, but Roy is close by. I love that play from Keto. Again, creative, trying to push everything to the limit here at the Major, but it's going to be 15-10. Copenhagen Flames now just a round away.
Your only hope at that point, right? Your only hope is that you get the Ninja. That would have been it. Let's see this shot again, though. Just instant death from Searson. He's so fast.
This double entry from Roy, though, is massive.
Yeah, the moment's hesitation. Moment's hesitation on the CT side.
And you could tell that Tizian hears the flash coming, so he has to turn around. But because they're so deep in the bomb site, he doesn't realize that he's basically turning his back on Roy, which is, again, that position is so wild. 15-10. Big, they need 5 in a row. And from what we've seen so far, that is absolutely doable. What a nade. They're going to go quick this time. They're going to try and see if they can speed it up. Here's the flash to set it up. They're going to go right for him. Jabby, shot in the back. Tizian, what a spray down with Gade to help out. And that attempt at ending the map here has been completely folded. Big, we're ready.
Yeah, that crossfire held. That's how that crossfire is supposed to work. Both of those players on the A side just setting it up so that they watch each other's backs, and it does not spin out of control. But I think Big also is just sensing, I mean, you're going to have to wake up early in the morning to catch Tabson off guard. That guy's so long in the tooth. He has so much experience. Probably just reading that Copenhagen Flames would try and end it quickly rather than slow play it and work for the win. 53 seconds left. Nikodos is backing off. If he saves, he can drop an AK next round.
Yeah, it's not a bad
looking like that's going to be the play here, and Hooksy's kind of hanging around.
Yeah, there's no avenue back into this particular round, so probably just try and play the odds. And see if you could get some more firepower in the next round. It's so hard because you have to come up with something, right? You've got four rounds now to pull anything out that you have. And I mean, we've already seen fighting Searson has been painful for them. They're not enjoying that at all. What else is left? Where could they go if they don't want to go outside to, or even through Squeak? It's kind of both places, right? Where do they go at that point in time? Ramp rushes are really hard to put together too.
I mean, they are, but it's been a long time since you've done one.
Yeah.
That was at the beginning of the half when things were just not panning out for you. If you were to go back there now, I wonder if that would be successful. Searson has an AWP though, so you're not going to be able to get through quick. I mean, everybody else as well. They're really well geared.
Yeah, he's not been playing with the AWP so much in ramp, so maybe there is an avenue to break through there unless you're unlucky, and he's just there right off the bat. Vent drops, maybe if you said they had that smoke that they set up. You've seen Hooksy through it a couple of times, right? So they have that smoke that creates the gap right around the vent. It's possible that they could try and do something with that.
Old way of warming up your aim.
Yeah.
Just check, outlining things. We used to watch Shoxy do this a lot. Just tracing outlines.
Yeah. It's actually beautiful.
It is. It's actually kind of mesmerizing. It's hard to look away.
I need more people doing this. I might start. This is very sexy. Enjoy that. 15-11. 27th round. Copenhagen Flames holds it right at the finish line. They've basically got one foot on top of it, but they have to cross it all the way, or it's not going to count. If it goes into overtime, the mental collapse for Copenhagen Flames, it would be impressive if they didn't just have a meltdown at that point, because that is just so hard to deal with. It's so hard to deal with the fact that you know you basically won the map already, and now it's back dead even. Roy's made his way deep in there. That is, getting there so early, you could do so much with it. See if he can lurk in a kill. If he can, that'll open everything up. Again, they just need one trick. One little thing is enough. Searson is back at the ramp now, and he's going to be pushing up Scope. And he's hit every single shot, it feels like. He's going to do it again, taking down Siphon, so no issue there.
Individually, he has certainly stepped up here in the second half. He is really comfortable on that CT side with the AWP. He has been hitting shots, and now Searson, once again, just you're not going to catch him unawares. He's too fast.
Yeah, he's quick, and he's reading the game really well. They're going to try and get up to heaven with Roy. If he can walk in and shoot them in the back and get a double kill, of course that's a way to get back in the game. It's definitely not easy to do. And actually, oh wait, this actually might be doable. They're right down there. This is the opening that they need. He gets one over, Gade with the spin. That is everything. That should still make it a very winnable round here for Big. He just had the opportunity. The bomb is planted at the very least, but man, how do you hold on to this one? Nakota's on that AWP. Good flick to take down Keto, but he's dropped very low. And Jabby, I mean, he's not that much health himself. 2 versus 2 at the very least, but Smoke is up. He's walking out. He's right up there. Searson goes down. Oh, and that's it. 16-11. They find a way through in spite of a little bit of a mess up. It's going to be Copenhagen Flames to take it away and bring down Big. That is impressive.
They managed to do it, Anders. They got it done in the end.
I just can't even believe it. I actually did not think they were going to be able to do that. It just looked like that double kill was the only path through. But well done.
Yeah, congratulations to Copenhagen Flames, keeping the streak alive. So far, undefeated in group stages. Not the same in the playoffs. They didn't win IM Fall, but they looked good in the groups there, and they're looking good in the groups here. 2-0 now.
Really, really wild stuff. I mean, the fact that they had such an incredible first half, and then at the end of it, you know, took a long time to slow it down and bring it back, but
beating 2 of the top teams in the group as well. Yeah. I mean, that's Astralis out of the picture. Definitely a bit of a tough break there for Astralis, drawing Copenhagen Flames first in their group. But then to take down Big, I mean, Big are no joke. They're going to be one of the heavy hitters for this tournament. So for them to get a win over them right off the bat, I mean, that sets Copenhagen Flames up for success now.
It really does. You see it here at the beginning. It's going to be like 8-0 or something like that. They had such a crazy lead at one point. Or maybe 7-1 was the scoreline. I can't really remember. But yeah, this is the clutch from Keto, right? That set them up. But yeah, 8-1. And then you end up that close to not coming through with it. Unbelievable. Very rare these days on Nuke. But obviously, Roy playing out of his mind. Tabson and Searson were playing really well on the other side. Gade even, I mean, again, I've got to point it out. He was 008 at one point, and he brought it back, and he played so well for the rest of the map. So That is, as an individual, really hard to do. Got to respect that that performance from him.
Sure. You got to give it to him. Give some credit. Tabson as well was showing up. So I mean, like there were moments for Big. It just took them too long to get their heads in the game. They were just a little bit too slow. And but that was a sick round from Tabson where he just clicks them away. But it just took a little bit too long for Big to get their heads in this game. It was a little bit of a throwback to old Nuke though, where it was just CT side versus CT side. Only that Copenhagen Flames, they were able to get it done in the end. So congratulations to Copenhagen Flames once again, 2-0 in the groups here at the Major. I mean, they are on the edge of having that Cinderella story. I mean, just who expected them to top their group at IEM Fall, to make it through to here today, and now to be up 2-0 in the groups at the Major?
I bet you there are at least a couple of people that have them going out, you know, like through 3-0 in the group. Like they have some fans out there. I'm sure
they do. They do
see it coming. But still, I've got to say that is impressive. Job well done from their point of view. Nuke, certainly a nice little seeing of that map. I'm glad that we got to witness that. I'm
just wondering when are we going to get to see an Ancient? Everybody's just hiding strats on that map or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They don't want to. They're going to be saving it. Well, maybe it will be coming up next. We'll find out after the break.
Coming up next, Heroic versus Mouz.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got another great game coming your way. I think this one is also going to be fairly spicy, I have to assume.
Fairly spicy, yeah.
For this one. I think Mouse Sports are a fun team to watch these days.
Heroic, Mouse Sports, both of them fun teams to watch, yeah. Yeah. This is a good way to end the day, Anders. This is our last day of the match here in this group. It's two teams that are 1-1 right now, or that are 1-0 right now. Yeah. So one of them is going to wind up 1-1. One of them is going to be in that 2-0 bracket. But it is definitely going to be a popper because, I mean, it's still Heroic and it's still Mouse Sports. These are two threats here that we're having to deal with. Yeah,
without a doubt. Dangerous teams, both of them. Again, I've got expectations for a really cool matchup here. There aren't many matchups, I feel like, at the Major that where you feel like, well, you know, there are some that are more unknown of a quantity, generally speaking. But I reckon this one is going to be interesting and exciting. So, yeah, I can't wait for it, really. I think I picked both these teams to make it through the group here. So
a safe pick.
Yeah, pretty safe.
I mean, the thing is, like, Heroic are not a LAN team. They're much more of an online team, and you can see that net difference in terms of their individual performance when they're online versus when they're on LAN. But we aren't yet on LAN fully, right? So I still expect to see like a 90%, 85% powered Heroic, you know, before they go to LAN and we see where if there's going to be a real drop-off or not. Because they're going to have to make it to the playoffs to get there. So they can still make the distance at least into the next group stage, and then we can get a fight there to see if they actually have what it takes. Oh, back-to-back nukes. Okay, then.
We're back on nuke. Yeah, as you said, have we seen... I don't know what's been happening on the A stream, but I feel like Ancient's been kind of banned out a fair bit. So that's interesting. Maybe we'll see. I'm sure we'll see it more. But if a lot of teams want to try and sort of save it for later on, then you know that's just going to be interesting. I think this is going to be a spectacular game. The fact that we're on nuke as well, I welcome it. I love nuke, so I can't get enough of it. We're going to see another old sort of Mad Lions descendant, this time in the version of Acore on Mouse. That's going to be
but Acore has not been that. If there's anything if there's like a weakness on Mouse Sports, it has to be Acore, right? Has to, because I mean it's been Rops and it's been Frozen doing a lot of the heavy carrying. But I know. And he's got such wonderful movement. That's the thing. Acore, you know, he's like silk. He's just sliding on through. But in terms of performance, high impact opping, I don't feel like he's really stepped up to that level that Mouse Sports need from him. And if that's going to one of the major big difference makers for the team could be him hitting that next level here at the Major. That's what will put Mouse Sports through.
Acore's one of these players. If it was poker instead, he'd be like, I just need like an 8 of clubs, and I'm gonna have like the straight. Every time he's gonna go for it, even if you know, looking at the odds, like that's probably not gonna happen, you know. But he's like every time he's just ready to roll those dice. So that makes it exciting. It's one of the reasons why I love it. But you're right in terms of like long-term impact. I mean, not to make too many analogies, but Counter-Strike is a kind of a game like that. Like you have to think, well, maybe I could go for the peak this time with the AWP, or I could re-peak it for a third time and win the battle, but realistically, over the course of a whole Major, sometimes you're going to get wrecked doing that, and, you know, you don't have that much space to work with, so...
No, you have 3 matches. Yeah, you know, if it keeps going against you, if you keep missing that 8 of clubs and it keeps going against you, then...
you're out.
You're out. That's it. It's done. Although, you know, obviously, in both the winner match and the loser match, let's say the progressing match and the one where you go home, those are all best of 3s.
Sure. Yeah.
So all the matches in between there, best of 1s, but when it matters in terms of progressing or getting out, it's all best of 3s. So it's not as cutthroat. It's kind of a good happy medium here in terms of like meeting the schedule versus having as many matches as possible to determine the best here at this Major. First Major in 2 years. We got to do it right.
Exactly right. I mean, I just want to get into this as fast as we can. Stown is another one of these players who definitely could have a big impact on this team. I just think, generally speaking, the way that that Heroic are structured right now, you know, they're just a dangerous and exciting team. They feed off that energy as well. There's no doubt. You know, Cadian, for instance, is going to be super hype as a player. So you know, if they get off to a good start, that could be what they need, basically.
You know, that's one of the teams where you really hope that we can get to see them on camera at some point, just because they're always popping off if something's going right. And even if it's going wrong, you got these guys, they're still showing that energy. They show a lot. They wear their hearts on their sleeves. So, you know, Heroic are a really fun team to watch. Cadian, he's made his brand on that, essentially. You know, it's where he gets a lot of his fans. But, you know, Mouse Sports... that's not their style. They're much more reserved, much more calm as a team. Rops doesn't really show much emotion. And here's the head-to-head between Rops and Stalman already. And Rops is still a significant threat. Just in terms of individual performance, he is one of the best players in this tournament, hands down. And so you cannot sleep on Mouz.
No, yeah, Rops is just one of the dangerous players, right? They've got plenty enough on Mouse Sports. I don't think firepower is going to be the issue. So it's just going to be really, really fun to see. We just had a more of an unusual version of Nuke, I would say, in terms of how one-sided it was towards the CT side. It's not normally what we see. I expect this will be a little bit more of an even match between the two halves here. I just have to assume that's how it's going to be playing out. But it's going to be fun to see what kind of tricks they'll pull out. I feel like both teams kind of got stuck on the T side. Normally, there's a lot more success in finding openings on that T side. So, hopefully both these teams are ready for that.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to see an excellent match to end the day here. I just want to see the best out of Heroic and the best out of Mouse Sports. I think they're very evenly matched when they're playing at their best. And Mouse Sports, especially given the circumstances right now as it stands, because we are kind of in that half LAN, half not, right? Still playing in the hotel rooms. So,
getting there.
You know, we're getting there, but we aren't quite there. And so Heroic haven't fully degenerated in terms of skill. And Mouse Sports, I think, are going to be a little bit more reliable on that front. So this is a perfect match to end the day with, Anders.
Yes, it is. So let's get it on the way. Mouse are going to be starting on the T side, and it's going to be the CT side for Heroic. So here we go. Best of one. Shush with the dualies. And so far, they're down the ramp. They are really quick about it, not slowing down at all. Tessa's missing the shots down. Oh, they run right in front of him. What a big double kill. And KDM will take down Frozen. Talk about collateral damage. One of those kills is intentional. I'm not sure if the other one was. We're going to have to look at the replay for that one. Acor and Robs, 2 versus 4 to try and bring it back. And the bomb is committed to the bomb site. So they can't escape. They can't fall back and play for time. They have to go for this one. And that is really, really painful. They have a Molotov, but not even sure where to use it at the moment. KDM will take down Acor. So now it's a 1 versus 4 for Robs. And he's got a minute left. Kind of well known for playing these situations as slowly as he can, for checking as much as he can. Very thorough player in that sense. Molotov will not help him. And getting shot at the back by the dualies and Shush. It is Heroic to win the opening round here.
Yeah. Ooh, that is just a very fortunate turn of events, let's say, for Stavn with how that played out.
Yeah.
And, sometimes that's just the way it is. You see these sorts of turns of events, and that's just how it goes. Heroic, they get it to break their way in that pistol round. It looked so good up until it didn't for Mouse Sports. And so now Mouse Sports, they just have to kind of take that one on the chin, and they've elected to go for the force buy in this round. So we've seen both strategies today now where if you lose the pistol round without getting a bomb plant, you just hard eco and get rifles in the 3rd round. And while Mouse Sports are trying to say, you know what, we're not going to let it get that far. We're going to try and win out here and catch you off guard, Heroic, and not let you get your feet on the ground here on the CT side.
Robs is playing right on the other side. KDM with the dualies, trying to click that as fast as he can. But the Tech-9 is just going to come out on top. So KDM is down. Not a big loss necessarily, but not what he was expecting either. Stavn is going to be taking down Pyjamas and slowly picking them apart here. Obviously, a fun wrinkle in this game as well is the fact that Acor and Shush used to be on the same team on Mad Lions, you know. Former teammates now fighting to try and win.
Yes, indeed. And well, I think there's going to be a lot of attention given to the duel between Acor and KDM as those offers. It's going to be really cool to see. But again, I don't feel like we really get those dominant performances from Acor. I feel like he's still one of those players who needs to step up and find his groove here on Mouse Sports.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like a bit of a curse, I feel like, if you are someone like Acor, because in the games where Acor is somehow in the zone, it's actually probably almost impossible to stop him. But if that game is only 1 in 5, you still have to think about what's happening in the other 4 games. I mean, that's not a workable solution. Again, I say that as someone who's essentially president of the Acor fan club. I really like this guy and the way that he plays. I think it's so entertaining that I just can't not enjoy it. But if I had to, if you had to think about it from the point of view of what will work long term, though, so far it's not been proven to be a strategy that can work in that sense. It's just the downside of doing it is that you die, you throw away a rifle that costs $4,750, and you do that too much, it's gonna all fall apart basically. So you've got to, yeah, it's fun, but I kind of have to agree. Unfortunately, I have to agree that it's not sustainable. maybe they've already had that conversation. Maybe this could be one of the changes to Mouz. I mean, maybe an obvious place to look for a change is say, listen, Acorn, we're not going to try and make you not play the style that you like, but just sometimes you have to play the percentages. You have to just, I know you just got to kill and you want to repeak it, and you want to repeak it for a third or a fourth time, but just don't do it.
This might be, that might be, oh, what a shot. All right, that's an M4A1 that's now out in the wild. Do we have any support there to make sure that Mousesports can't pick it up?
Look at Cadian, though.
Yeah, Cadian's just a man on a mission. He knows that somebody's on silo, but he's looking for more.
Yeah, this should be the multi-spray down. Oh, one of them turns, so firing, and he only gets the one. Oh, no, the grenade probably will take care of him. No, he actually doesn't walk into it. Looked like he was about that one will, though. That one did it.
And they recover the A1 as well. So we do have both rifles in play. If Refresh can just make his way over here and find that FAMAS, then Heroic are good. But this is still a great eco round from Mousesports. Sure. A terrific eco round from Mousesports. I was about to say that Heroic are getting off to the best start possible on this CT side, in that they get this hard eco round to build an economy off of, and yet here we go where Mousesports get 2 kills off the back of it. So Cadian will have ample funds to buy his AWP, no problem there for him. But you know, Stamina and Refresh are gonna have to spend some money that perhaps they were hoping that they wouldn't have to. So,
well, I mean, we just had the conversation right around it in the previous matchup here on Nuke. How much it matters having that CT side economy, and both sides had really a lot of money to work with. So getting a couple of kills like that, even if you know you're going to lose the round, you can build on it. You can keep the pressure on, and that's what you need to right now if you're on the Mouse side of things. A little bit of a timeout here. I'm assuming technical rather than tactical. Yeah, but luckily at the start of the round, so we prefer those rather than in the middle of. And Mouse, I mean, again, it's so early. It's not really not much to talk about from their point of view. We'll have to see if they could do something cool here.
Worry too much about it just yet.
Yeah, just a little bit too early to really call it.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're not going to get too out of hand here.
Wonder though if they will try and test some of their defaults, right? I mean, many teams have different ways of doing smoke walls out in the yard and just getting down secret. That's such a common way of doing it, whether you're doing the traditional wall or the one that's closer to mini. Either way, there is I mean, if you can get that default to work and actually get people down to the lower side of the map, you've got so many options, right? So maybe you want to do that before you start to reach for the more exotic strategies that involve vent dropping and maybe going around CT spawn to heaven or hell. Sometimes you just want to see if the normal stuff kind of works for you, because if it does, then you've got something that can be replicated over and over and over again. Like if your strategy is getting down secret, but then planning the map from there or the round from there, well then you can keep doing that for 15 rounds in a row basically. There's enough variation. A-Course picked up an AWP as well. Makes me happy at least.
Now can he actually hit anything with it? I'm not just gonna jump on the Bash A-Core truck. I know that there's seats on it available.
I think the criticism is pretty legitimate though. Unfortunately, like I said, I wish it was just just about bashing him, but it is kind of true. Happy to be proven wrong though. Again, like I said, he does have some games that are just outrageous. So if it happens right now, well then that would be probably a much welcome situation for Mouse. Cadian shooting with the USP instead of the AWP through the smoke. All right.
Oh, nice HE onto Frozen. Oh, that did some damage.
Ouch. How did it... Was it more than just the HE?
I think he took a bullet too.
All right.
But that was pretty painful. And now, I mean, I'm curious to see if he's just going to wait here for the information gather. He's expecting somebody from Heroic to have rotated down from Secret and try to get some information, but Heroic instead are focused on the yard right now with the setup. And this is just a standoff. 50 seconds left on this clock.
Smoked down by Hell. As you said, Frozen's already low from earlier. 45 seconds. They are walking towards the ramp ever so slowly. Cadian is here as well. Oh, and he gets absolutely trucked. He's down low. Are they going to check this though? Down is all the way back here, and because they already caught one of them, they might not even look. But Masco's down, and they're falling back off, and he knows he's going to call it in. This is such a readable play coming out right now from Mouse. Because they found that one player, they know what's coming next, but Rops is still here, and still fighting. Refreshers down and out. Now it's a 3-on-3, and in spite of the fact that You could see that coming from a mile away. They're still able to do a lot. No scoping. Acor, though. Oh, that is actually exactly the kind of move that Acor himself would have gone for. But Cadian is going to be quicker this time. The bomb is planted, sure. But it is a 3 versus 2. And Dexter and Robs, each with an AK. No grenades left on them, though. Molotov not behind that box. Robs is hiding there and down. He knows. He can't really lurk him out. Oh, and the timing for Robs! It is so good! And he's going to find a second kill. Might even be a third here. Straight headshot to take down Stown. Robs officially here. The Major and Cadian is going to have to walk away. Nice round from Mouz Sports.
Triple kill for Robs, and that's why he is one of the most valuable players on the planet right now. That guy, he doesn't miss very much, Anders. He is so good. Just shuts it down completely, and that also on the refresh push through hot. Refresh got a little antsy there, trying to make a play, trying to get some info, trying to pull a fast one, but Rops on that angle, it favors him. And so this is Staven in his position where he gets to clear ramp and say nobody's around, but Frozen, his patience is rewarded. He catches out that rotator, and from there, it's all just Rops locking down the upper bomb site. So well done to Mouz Sports and well done to Rops, and that's so key that they get on the board early here. So they're in there with the round now, 1-3.
Oh, that is another killer grenade outside.
Nice bombardment.
I'm still so shocked that Heroic couldn't get into a better position or even just play retake on the A-bomb side if it really comes down to it, because it felt like they sacrificed way too much in spite of that they knew what was coming. They knew what the next play there was from the side of Mouz.
Might have been Refresh just trying to make the play there instead of waiting for the play to come to him. You know, trying to be proactive on that.
Yeah, it could have been. It definitely could have been.
That can that would hurt, but Refresh he hits shots, so it's not even like he, you know, it's not even like he misses shots that often.
No, he's pretty good.
He is very good. So it's a tough situation there. Cadian though, ooh, shot the shoes. What happened there?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Dexter probably lucky to be alive. Cadian.
That was bizarre.
He wants that opportunity back. That's if he gets that one, it's a 3-on-5, and they probably win the round right then and there. Climbing out. Ooh. Acor saw it, but wasn't able to get the kill on him. And Stown's going to be also probably lucky to be alive here. 35 seconds. They need to make a move. Robs getting into position. The hero of the previous round. Could he do it again? Refresh is right there in front of him. Dexter trying to go over the flank, but he's down and out. And yeah, once again, this is very readable for Mouz. Once they see what's coming on that Heaven play, they can kind of probably guess most of the rest of it. And Acor's going to be walking out with the AWP trying to save that one. So Heroic 4-on-1.
But what's the difference this time? Refresh wins the duel versus Rops, and Rops is not able to can opener that bomb site.
All right, that's a really odd angle.
But now Acor hoping to survive this round, and to be fair, Heroic, I mean, you can try and take this off of him, but surviving with your guns as well is actually a pretty good thing to just keep building that money on the Acor gets away with an AWP. It's not the end of the world, whereas you guys building up an economy, that's going to be important. So 3 survive, they'll be able to drop some guns around and make sure that they are fully kitted out going into this next one. Staven, 145 ADR. Ooh.
Yeah, he's off to a pretty decent start. But all of Heroic right now in general are just playing a really good game. 4-1 in their favor. No shots from the AWP early on there.
It really feels like Mouz Sports are going to have that duel between Refresh and Rops. Like, Rops has done his homework. He knows where Refresh wants to play. He knows how Refresh wants to play aggro as well. And so I feel like we're going to get that standoff a lot between Refresh and Rops. It's going to be the mind games. Who's going to push, and how is that angle going to get held?
Yeah, I would hate to be up against Robs in any kind of scenario like that. Again, he is such a lethal player. There's absolutely no doubt. Frozen playing up here with the Deagle. Again, they're not really short on firepower on the Mouz side. That's one of the things that makes them so scary. Everyone here can step it up in a massive way. Refresh is playing down the secret stairs. 55 seconds on the clock now. Bomb is being brought back towards the lobby, so I don't know. They're kind of using the Deagle and the AWP out here to look for any kind of opening that they can get, and they just haven't found them yet. Acor is, yeah, he's going to get tapped away. Refresh not even worried. He misses a couple of taps there, but he's like, ah, whatever. One of these days we'll hit this shot. It's going to be fine. Dexter, first kill of the map for him. Right there taking down Cadian. It's pretty good. Another kill would have really been helpful here. Frozen, though. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it done. He's been spotted now as well. And now, yeah, they could just go hunting. Eventually, they're going to get their flashbangs and all. Stown will get the kill, and it's another round for Heroic. And they only lose Cadian. That's fine.
Yeah, they'll take that trade any day of the week, especially because Shush was able to hold on to the AWP. So they will be just fine in terms of gear this round, Heroic. And that was a round of eco coming up for Mousesports, so it's not the end of the world. They weren't able to get too much out of it. They got the single kill on Cadian, and no bomb plant, but they'll have the money to buy this round, and that's what they're most concerned with, although they don't have a whole lot of nades to work with, so a little bit painful on that front. Cadian, oh, this is sick. Oh, what, did it just overshoot Dexter? It did. That's such a shame.
Yeah, it did. I think he probably went for the keybind jump there, and it just goes so much further than he was expecting. Probably the regular one would have done it. Jump up. Oh, what a catch from Cadian. Dropping Dexter, blowing him out of the sky like it was a flat cannon. Down, trying his best to get something through the smoke, but that was a beautiful spot. I actually am so impressed by that. 4 on 5 now, and they're being slowed down. Mouse, that was their big explosion. That was their moment to create some chaos. Even if they trade evenly out there, they can probably get some people down below and cause a little bit of chaos, but not working at all for them here.
No, indeed. And well, now, at least they're down in secret with 2. And so it's a question of whether or not they can catch Refresh napping, but now, yeah, Refresh is dialed in right now. He is ready for this. Yeah. It's going to come down to timing. We'll see. Yep, perfectly done. Both shots. Bomb dropped. There's all the info. Rops right now is just wondering what happened to the rest of his team. But at the same time, I mean, his teammates could be wondering what happened to Rops. He's still sitting only on the 4 kills. He had that one strong round on A site, but since then, he's been quiet.
I mean, I think in general right now, Mouse are just getting shut down really hard. There's no one is actually doing much of anything in terms of kills, at least. Is
he just showing off that he has a signature sticker? And, you know, it's like, no, you guys have stickers.
Who wouldn't? Now is the time to do it. He's going to be backing out with the AK in hand because they don't have a lot of money either. So, what a strange nuke that we're seeing here today. This is almost like a recall to the previous match where we were sort of wondering, like, why is it so CT-sided? Because, again, that doesn't normally happen that much these days.
No.
Cs usually have a lot to say on this map. So, gotta say, again, I'm really impressed. 6-1. That shot from Cadian, though, that was the real deal.
And so now Robs is going to have that hero AK to play with, and we can see what he can do here. But yeah, we'll get the replay of Cadian catching a mid-air, bam.
This is even a headshot.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have to see that coming, right? You actually have to set up that kill before it happens in your mind, and he did, and it worked.
Tactical timeout called here by Mousesports. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh, magic.
Yeah.
For a second, dude, I thought we were looking at the T's. And now we're looking at the CTs. How did that work?
That's brilliant, isn't it?
My mind.
8th round is coming up, and Refresh 8-1 on him. Shush is 6-2. Stown is 7-3. I mean, it's 6-3 on Cadian. They're all playing really well. This is very impressive at the moment, isn't it?
Just trying to put a finger on what it is that they could change up, because again, round of eco, just the hero AK from Rops again. So he'll be the one with the firepower this round. Very light on the grenades, Mousesports. So they're just rinsing and repeating. No need to necessarily try and change it up when you don't have the firepower or the grenades.
Stown. He is going to put down a little bit of a smoke there.
Sato is just going ham next door.
Yeah, I'm hearing it too.
You're hearing it through the wall, yeah.
The walls are thick, but
Sato did warn me that he would be at risk of blowing out his voice.
Good, good. I've got similar plans, but all of these teams right now are playing it so slowly.
They are, yeah. They're playing a very calm game.
55 seconds.
Measured.
They started to walk down slowly. AK there. Robs, he's kind of the third man in at the moment, so you know it's not a bad idea if you could use some of the pistols to sort of have some of the CTs give away their positions, then Robs could come in, shoot them in the head afterwards. It's a decent idea. Cadian, though, this is actually very, very dangerous. I don't know if he's realizing. Yeah, they're going to come for him. That seems like a massive misplay. They must not have realized. I actually cannot explain what just happened. This here to be a bomb plant and an AWP maybe. Can they get that? They're trying to get close at least. What a weird round this is. Now the bomb is planted and the pressure is on Heroic for no good reason.
Oh, he tried to use the HE to blow the AK, the op back to him.
They're giving up the round.
That was so clever.
Yeah, it's a great idea. I mean, that's why try and deny it if you can. They're still hanging around here, but that's one kill. That kill happened at 33-ish seconds, with Cadian just being on his own, not even aware. They seem like that they could come in from decon, and they absolutely could. Oh. That is wild.
Dexter's recovered the AWP as well, so they will survive the round. Bomb goes boom. Mousesports get a second round on the board, and that is off of just an eco round. A hero AK from Rops gets the kill on Cadian, and that's it. Unlocks the round.
I mean, they didn't even need the AK in that moment, right?
No.
They just needed Cadian to be out in the open with no backup. Heroic must have known they had walked down there. They just must have. Wow, that is...
Yeah, turns out, they knew Anders and came back to bite them in the butt.
Yeah, they didn't care. Didn't react.
No, they didn't. Now, however, it is going to be a full buy on both sides. Heroic had the money to rebuy, so it's not going to be the end of the world. Mousesports now, though, a little bit more spread out. Smoke wall is being established out here, and Frozen moving right behind it, trying to stay one step ahead. Very cool pace getting set here by him.
There's so much to look for. Is there a gap in the smoke? Are they, where are they walking around? Down is out here. Not seeing anyone yet, but obviously realizing, we don't really know what's happening in the yard any longer. Someone could be out here. Again, this is so early on to get someone into this position. You can build a lot around this, especially if you can lurk in a kill somewhere. Oh, but look at the lobby push that's coming out from the CT side. They're not going to realize, are they? Oh, big misstep. Shush. That needed to be his kill. Refresh goes for it, and he's going to be able to pick one up. But that is still probably should have been a little bit cleaner. Stam will take down Dexter, and now it's a 3 versus 4.
And still trying to find some value here. They have that bomb. They have not committed to the upper site. Frozen's going to be working his way into upper. And is there somebody ready for that kind of play? It doesn't look like it off the top. It's going to be Frozen working up here. And now Refresh has to be aware that this is an option because they're about to get crunched. And yeah, Stallman's going to be the one watching Heaven. Refresh is a little worried about it, though.
20 seconds on the clock. I'm worried about it. There's the lineup for Down. That's all he needed. Tesses will get the final kill. They left it very late. This is so... It's so interesting how they're playing it so slowly. And these are not teams that I would normally expect to try and do this kind of thing. It's 7-2 though, and they get that round for free, not this one, but the previous one, and they kind of give it right back to Heroic. Dexter is on 1 kill, Acor is on 1 kill, Bimas is on 2 kills. They just need a higher output in some of these rounds, and they're not getting it at the moment. Man, what a strange world that we've ended up in on Nuke here. I not expecting it. I don't know what's happening.
Bizarre is right.
Frozen gets double naded outside and he's down to 50 health. That's unfortunate. Can he try and track anyone down for the smoke? Nope. He's down with a straight headshot.
Ah, perfection.
I was going to say they did some damage to Cadian, but it's not enough.
That was beautiful. These new Ragdolls are so sick.
Yeah.
These headshots are just meaty now. Brutal. And well, now are we going to get Tesses? Wow, the greed.
Cadian going for it. Refresh going to pick up 1 kill there. The bomb is actually committed to the hut now, so the guessing game has gone away. Rops with an entry. Shush with the refrag. Acor with a nice little flick there. He saw that coming and able to pick him off. And Tess is now 1 versus 2. Walking in behind them. Dexter, he read that so well. And look at the timer as well. There was almost nothing left there.
Yeah, there was nothing left. They managed to win that, and I'm surprised that Tessis was a little bit slow there. Was he worried about the flank or not, or was he expecting his teammates to survive just a little bit longer? But that feels like a round that was in Heroic's control completely. They had a 2-man advantage, didn't they? Yeah, they had a 2-man advantage, or a man advantage, just Cadian gets picked. And yet they somehow managed to lose that round.
7-3.
It's just bizarre. Very, I mean, the staggered approach there from Mousesports and just running down the clock really puts the pressure on and just makes it so that at that point, Heroic, they have to play it perfectly because they're just playing turtled up on the bomb site. If they miss any shots, they're doomed, and that's what we saw here. not able to hit some shots, and that's going to cost them big as the tactical timeout has been used. All of that bank, however, is now getting tapped on the side of Heroic.
7-3. Still, yeah. That money on Heroic is the real difference maker right now. I mean, this is a pivotal round in the first half. If you had to sort of chart a graph, this is where either Heroic keep going up and up and up because they win this round and they keep the economy and they keep the dream alive. But if Mousesports win this one, it's probably going to be a pretty big dip coming in from the Heroic side, and Mouz could be right back in the game. Oh, there's a little bit of a Molotov to try and slow down, but I don't think it creates any kind of a gap. Maybe, is there one? It's down there is. Oh, wow. And that's almost impossible to read on the T side. If you're not aware, he's going to take down Frozen. He saw him walk past. This is, from the T side, that probably looks like it's almost a perfect smoke. Like, that covers everything, surely, right? You might not be able to see it. That's heartbreaking. 4 and 5, though.
They can't seem to find a break here, Mousesports. Every time they get one round on the board, the next round just seems like they get picked apart.
You say that as Robs almost gets taken down through the smoke. That could have been really painful. 50 seconds now. He's waiting for it. That smoke is going to block him off for a long time. Acor walking in with the AWP down below. This is... I don't think I've ever seen Counter-Strike this slow. Even when VP are playing it, it doesn't work out this way. I'm actually a little bit surprised. It's down with a good kill. Pyjamas with one return down to 30 seconds. Refresh thinking about it, but no scope by Acor. Rops goes down. They want to get up there and try and see if they can do something, but Pyjamas has got the bomb. It's not worth it. It's a 2-on-3. Can they find a way to get into the bomb site? Door opens and the bomb gets dropped. That's an important kill for Tetris and a missed opportunity for Acor. He had to run on there. He was out of time, so had to just basically go for it. 8-3. And this is some slow Counter-Strike.
You see that pistol fake from Tessus there? Just a little chuck. See if I can't draw the attention as I go for the wide swing.
Why not?
And they do it. They do it. This is sick. Very well played here on Heroic side. They're showing that they're perfectly capable of playing this slow, drawn-out style of Counter-Strike. As Mousesports are using every second on the clock, Heroic are showing that they don't care. They're perfectly fine. They're hitting the shots when the chances off for themselves. And so, Mouz, this is truly the nightmarish half. They win around and then are just unable to chain them together. And so that's just going to make life so difficult for your economy. You've got nothing to build on. It's another round of eco coming up for Mousesports. And Heroic just keep having the money to buy. Now they're going to get around to farm up some more cash. And it's just going to keep making it easier and easier for them to stay in this half. And once you get up to 9-3, I mean, we're assuming Heroic win this anti-eco, then you know, you're going to be starting to feel pretty good about your CT half. 9-6 is decent.
Yes, it is. I agree. The 9 is probably like it's
like the cutoff, you know. That's where it's like, okay, we at least won this half, and now everything else is gravy.
Yeah, success at that point in time for sure. They've let them down into the B bomb site. That doesn't have to be a bad thing. Even with the bomb plant here, that's kind of all right. It's better to do this than what they did last time, where Cadian got caught in the middle of it. Robs has picked up an AK though, and he's got a second kill of the round for himself. He's gonna get bested by that AWP at range, and Cadian just keeps going. Frozen walking up behind 1 versus 2. Oh, this could be done. Frozen, he's got one. Oh, and the follow-up double kill. That is beautiful. He just snuck in there. They were never expecting it. And that is Mouz stealing a round away from Heroic.
Totally, total thief. Like, you know, where it's like you're at the drive-thru and you're reaching out to grab your bag full of burgers and some guy just runs by and just snatches them. That's exactly what happened right there.
I've never had that happen, and I'm not saying anything without a lawyer present, but I might run someone over if that happened. They might not make it out. They might not. The burgers might not survive either, Sembler, but I'm just saying.
Just wrecked.
That's not going to happen.
They just got robbed.
Oh my god, it just looked like he was about to turn the corner. So please, please. Let's everyone calm down. 8-4.
Well, this is actually just throwing everything completely out of whack, because now Heroic are the ones who have to eco. That was a round where they should have just smashed Mouz and continue to build that economy. And now they lose everything. Mouz are fully equipped, and they're the ones who are left scrabbling.
It's absolutely a mystery how they're losing. Oh, is he going to get stabbed? Refresh, he's trying. No, Robs!
There you go.
He had his back turned and everything.
That's what you get trying to go after refresh.
We saw it on the X-ray outline. How did he not stab him? He's in a vent with his back turned. There is nowhere that he can stab without it being the back.
His name wasn't Dallas.
I guess not. I guess not.
He saw him on the motion tracker at the last possible second, turned around, and the element of surprise was lost.
Damn. That is very weird, isn't it? This whole first half has just been a mystery to me. I honestly. I'm kind of struggling. 2 of the rounds that Mousesports have won, one of them where Cadian goes down in the B-bomb side alone, and then this last one where they just, I mean, never mind that Frozen gets it, that was just great, but even how did it even get to that point? Why was it even a 1 versus 2? They knew everything that was coming. They had the full overview. Frozen's going to be going down, but the bomb safely planted, and they should be just fine here, Mouse. But giving up to AKs is kind of also a little bit of a...
What? They're trying to make up their mind? Like, what are they doing?
No, they're surely not going. There's no way.
I was just watching there you see Tessus. He's just got the line on Vents. Just in case.
Yeah, definitely. I still want to know how he didn't stab him.
You know, it's that 6th sense. The players just know they've got somebody at their back.
Yeah, but he tried. He tried and failed, and then refresh spun around. So it's like, it's just very confusing. 8-5.
He tried and died, Anders.
Yeah, he tried and died. That's how it goes, isn't it? It's very sad.
Yeah, that's why you can't fail.
14th round coming up. Acor is back with an AWP.
Ooh.
That's not even a bad shot.
Yeah, okay. This is it now. 5 rounds on the board for Mousesports. Are we going to get a half out of Mousesports here, or are Heroic going to regain control of the situation? This is the question now. That's why early on, the entire first half of this map is just, you kind of just have to see how it develops, but you're not reading too much into the score, because now here, as we get to the end of this half, this is where it really comes together. Either Mousesports are going to not tie it up, but get 7, or Heroic are going to smash them. What is going on here? Acor was just completely unaware of the option that Katie could be here.
They were gambling on no one being there. Frozen, though, he'll make up for it, and then some. Taking down Cadian and down both. Clean shots coming out there.
That's problematic.
Tessus, yeah, he's walking to greet him, though. Oh, he's going to be slowing it down, so Tessus might just be completely fooled by this. I like this freeze. He's almost got it. That is so close. But Tessus will be able to fall back as well. So still a little bit of a wait out here before anyone will have the next battle. There's an opportunity. They just see him. 50 seconds on the clock.
He heard him close as well, so there, he gets the information at least. And that's the must-win duel. 2 health on Robs. 2 health left.
Yeah, but you're right. If they'd won that one, 3 versus 4 at that, or sorry, 3 on 3 at that point in time, they could have done a lot with it, especially like you pointed out. He actually just found 2 people outside, so they would have had a lot of information to play off of. Shush starting to make his way down, and that ladder is always the scary part. Oh, the timing. Are they going to check behind him?
No way.
Right in there. There's the kill on 1. Is he realizing Master's there as well? He does. What a double for Shush. And now 14 seconds on the clock. The bomb is down there. How did they even get close enough to do anything with it? Drop. Oh, Frozen with the kill. But only 8 seconds. Tessus can't really escape. Robs is low on health. He's going to be going down. 3 seconds on the clock, and it's Frozen to drop last. Tessus will win the round, and Heroic, they've given away 2 rounds, but now they've taken 1 back.
What an insane round, Anders. I cannot believe. And it's almost a comedy. It's just, he just fumbles into it. Shush. He winds up in the 1 spot to save his team, and he wasn't even expecting them there.
Yeah, actually walked out with his back turned. And one of them was, what, in the corner setting up a...
Yes.
Oh, no.
It's just, it's fate. I'm convinced. That's it. Mousesports were, you know, it's just Heroic. Everything had to line up perfectly, and it was going against them. And then Fate was like, you know what, Shush? I think you're just going to go down there now. No reason. You just go ahead. Just check it out.
Play on instinct. I've got feeling like, all right, this is the move. Cadian out here. Wow. He looked like he was not even close to ready to take that fight. I mean, but he was.
He was. Another duel goes the way of Cadian. And again, Heroic just so consistent across the board with kills. Everybody's in the double digits. 3 of them have got 11 kills. Cadian's got 10. Stalin's got 13. It's just like, it's just so consistent across this whole team. That's been the calling card of Heroic for so long. It's just been the way that they play. There's no real gap to exploit. Whereas for Mouse Sports, it's still a struggle.
Look at this, pushing in, catching them. That you could tell Mouse were not expecting it, and there's actually a double push coming in from the ramp. So not only are they 5-on-3, but they've got such a read on what's happening again. Heroic should be winning this round. Just they know everything that they need to know at the moment. 40 seconds on the clock, and they can just slow this down. I mean, this whole first half has been almost excruciatingly slow. I'm so surprised that it's played out this way. Pyjamas will get the kill. Stown with a pretty good shot. Wall banging him down.
What?
And surprise! Through the smoke it goes. Frozen. 20 seconds here, and there's nothing really that he can do. If they don't challenge him, he's never going to be able to find all of them. So as long as they just stay behind, he just doesn't have the time for it. 13 seconds on the clock, and he's going to try and make his way in. Nice headshot. That's impressive, but Stown will still take him down 10-5 in the first half in favor of Heroic. That's a good start.
Yeah, it's bonkers. It's bonkers how that plays out. Those last couple of rounds in that half, that is going to tilt Mouse Sports off the face of the planet, I think. Because now you're getting into this second half where, I mean, Dexter's got 2 kills, Icar's got 5 kills. I mean, they just don't quite have the firepower to match up against Heroic right now, all things being equal. And Heroic is pulling away. So double digits in this first half for Heroic. We saw that earlier, though, Anders, not to read too much into that on Nuke. This is like old version of Nuke now. So it's very possible that Mouse Sports can start getting the lockdown. But for that to happen, in order for that to happen for Mouse Sports, they need their guys to start waking up a bit here. They need them to start actually having a bit of an impact because...
I just feel like Mouse have won all of the weirdest rounds.
Yes, exactly. It's just been weird situations. Like 2 of those rounds were pistol rounds at least.
Yeah.
You know, it's just weird rounds that you're not going to reproduce. So it's chaos. It's really just kind of having chaos break your way, and you can't rely on that. Now we get to see CT side, though.
Yeah, and Dexter's up in the hut here. He's got Pyjamas down below, and Frozen, I think, in mini. But they're all going to be put to the test. It's going to be really rapid as they come out. Pyjamas with a nice headshot. That'll slow it down. Follow up to take down Shush. It is so good for Pyjamas in here. He's bought all the time in the world, even a chance for a reload. He'll find a 3rd kill. Trying through the smoke. He was 1 bullet away from taking down Stown as well. But this is all fine. This should be no problem here.
Yeah, brilliant work from Mouse Sports. 3 players on upper bomb side. They were just ready for it. If the A hit came, they had the crossfires. They were just established and ready. And now Stown is just kind of hoping to get lucky. I mean, 2 of these guys are tagged, so the Glock, the headshot could happen.
And he's hoping for a mistake, right? He's thinking, you know what? Maybe they're nervous. Maybe they're feeling the pressure. Maybe they'll come looking for me. They're not, though. And that's a good sign, right? You want to see Mouse Sports not really scrub around like this. Although we've seen some funky rounds out of both teams. This one should be just kind of smooth sailing from here on out. I'm still so curious about the very, very slow style that we're seeing out of both these teams here so far.
I think nobody really wants to be the one to screw it up. I mean, they are on the brink. This is a winner's match right now in this group. So both of these teams have got 1 win so far. Heroic beat TYLOO earlier. I think it was like 16-12, so competitive, match where you got the jitters out of the way. Yep. And Mouse Sports just destroyed Sharks. So Mouse Sports a little bit easier a start to the day. Heroic had a little bit more work on their hands. But now in this winner match, I mean, it's if you can get up 2-0 in the group already and you got nothing but winning matches after that, that's enviable. That's an enviable position to find yourself in here early on in the major. So there's a bit of pressure. But now Mouse Sports have got the strong start here in the second half.
Tech9s to the ramp. That is a classic. They even had a Mac 10 in there. They're going to lose 1 player in the transition. That's absolutely fine. Just try and get down, get the bomb plant down as fast as you can. That is really the objective. They're going to plant it all the way in the corner. That grenade doesn't really do too much. Kind of a classic part now. Out of the edge of the zone. And yeah, that's so far so good. Heroic, they had a plan, they followed it through. They lost 1 person in transition, and that is not an issue. Now, they need to see if they can actually hold the bomb site. They're all out to that control room side of it. You could see what the smoke does. It kind of forces them to go down towards the door. Instead, they're going to be blasting around. They're going to be wrapping the bomb site while the retake is on. They're already trying to defuse, but it is a 10-second defuse. There's a kill on 1. Oh, what a headshot from Tess's. Big double with the Tech9, and now they're going to be running out of time. That bomb is ticking away, and it's going to be the round for Heroic. What an absolutely brilliant call. That is such a clear second shot for Tessus. Is dead on.
That Tessus is just such a hero for the team. That's actually crazy that he managed to pull that off, Anders. He had to hit that one shot, deny the defuse, and that's it. It wins the round. Doesn't matter at that point. And there was no time left.
The wrapping around the bomb site, it gives them everything. They were actually so screwed on the other side because they could have just trained all of their guns on that one door opening and they would have been sprayed down. They couldn't really get through the smoke up in the control room, so it would have been so obvious what was happening, and then somehow they just make that call, and it's the perfect call at the moment. And then Tess is on top. Wow, 11-6. Heroic. That, I mean, that's a round you're not expecting to win.
No, indeed. No, indeed. That is just a breath of fresh air as far as Heroic are concerned, because they were, I'm sure, just kind of preparing themselves mentally for the slog of dealing with the Mousesports that's got the strong start, that are going to be fully bought up. And yet there's the gamble paying off where, you know, this is why some teams elect to almost always go for the Force Buy. It's just, you get the Tech 9s, you get the Deagles, the Kevlar, you're so dangerous still. If you can be quick onto a site and then just keep that pace on your side of things, you're so dangerous. Oh, this is crazy.
Just Mac 10. Jumping out. Dexter with the headshots, though. Could he find another one? He's still down there. I don't know if he's even had a chance to reload yet. There's a flank from Rayfresh. Really well done.
Wow.
Cadian covering the high ground. 1 versus 2 for Frozen. It's doable. It's possible. Dexter, though. He's dangerous behind there. He's not had the best game so far, but in the pistol round, he did something at least, and a couple of kills here with the deal. Needs to be as that A anchor, right? That's what you want.
Well, they realize now that the bomb is going to get planted B. Still a winnable situation here for Frozen. It's not all done yet. We saw how lethal his deal can be.
Yeah.
And this would be a typical Mousesports kind of round to win. Yep, there he goes. Oh, I believed for a second there, Anders. I believed.
Oh, you could see how they lined up.
Yes.
That is such a bolo play coming out from Frozen, but yeah, it wasn't meant to be. 12-6 Heroic. They are 4 rounds away. They're looking really good right now. Everyone on the team right now has it high up. There's no one that's really slacking. On the other side, it is still Dexter and Acor that are at 4 and 6 kills, which is kind of a little bit unacceptable. Need to pump up those numbers.
Yeah, those are rookie numbers.
Yeah.
Gotta pump up those numbers. Maybe get a little bit of a hum going, a chant, you know?
Whatever it takes, man.
Yeah.
That's what you need, then do it. Refreshes walking down and checking. They just only have pistols on the mouse side, so stacking the ramp. But probably not going to be the outcome that they're expecting here. Yeah, they're going to be down below. They're going to be checking. They should find an empty bomb site. And even if that ramp is essentially be bomb site adjacent, it's not the same, right?
No, not quite. And Cadian is actually in a golden position here. With the MAC-10, loads of targets are going to go swinging on him. He's going to get 2 kills, $1,200 in his pocket. Oh, wow, and he even just gets out of dodge.
And he's realizing, he's like, you know what? There's a lot of people there. Why give it up so easily?
I don't need to worry about that. I'm just going to keep farming money to make my AWP.
Yeah. Just reload the MAC-10, Katie, and you've got all day now. Don't need the Deagle at all.
They do have to remember that they do need to plant the bomb at some point.
Yeah.
35 seconds, and the bomb has not been planted yet. So let's remember that, lads, that you do need to get the bomb planted. 30 seconds, and there we go.
This game has been so weird. I wouldn't even count it out. Frozen, Cadian, he gets spotted. So he's been waiting there for so long, and he doesn't get the reward anyway. That's unfortunate.
The Frozen does. I mean, Cadian had a deagle.
Yeah, but does he want it?
Doesn't look like it.
Tessus is down there, and it's just a question of timing, really. Gonna be trying to make his escape. Frozen, I think he just wants to make it expensive more than anything else.
Wait.
He doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't realize. No.
Ooh, tries to make the jump down. They probably heard that. Yeah, they're not going to be surprised. They see it coming. Frozen still doing a fine job. Tessus.
No way.
1 health. Oh, wow. They actually don't have that much money. Tessus, if he had died then, it actually would have made a sizable difference in this game. 13-6. Mouse are going to be back with some more rifles, including that AWP on Acor. That, again, I really like Acor's AWPing, but we need to see him come out in a massive way on the CT side.
He needs to begin locking it down right now, but it's so difficult to do that, to have a dominant off on Nuke. It's by no means easy. You can. I mean, we saw how fast Searson could be with Big, and the impact that he was getting in that second half earlier. But it's really difficult. And so now, a lot of pressure on Acor to come up with the goods. His team absolutely need him to step up. Nice little molly delayed there, and that's actually going to, yeah, exactly, cause Refresh to peel off instead of committing to Secret.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted to try and find his way around that position, maybe around the smoke or something, but kind of just hanging out in the yard for the minute. The rest of them expecting some kind of aggression coming out, but it's just Acor on top of the box. See how quick he's going to be if they decide to jump for it. And again, another slow round here. Everyone is just playing this style right now. Very interesting.
It's just waiting and holding angles. Playing chicken. I mean, it's old Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like it. I mean, it's been proven many times it can work, right?
Oh, yeah.
Most teams are usually not playing quite like this. Dexter taking down Stown. Frozen with the follow-up kill. It is looking really good for the defense right here, and catching KDM with a nade in hand. Dexter is everywhere. Solid defense being put up by him. That's a nice triple to add to his scoreline, and it's going to be 13-7. That was a much needed round out of Mouz, and it's gonna. I was gonna do some damage to Heroic. I expect they'll still pull off a buy here, because really only Stown is the one that's lacking some money, so you might as well go for it.
Without a doubt.
Step in the right direction, though.
I mean, it's if Mousesports can start getting some confidence going. I mean, we saw just what's possible on the CT side of Nuke. You can run it back, and if you start to cause Heroic to start doubting themselves, I mean, anything is possible here for Mousesports. They've got the firepower. So, and if Dexter's going to start waking up and locking down that upper site, that may, encourage Acor to start waking up and hitting some shots of his own. And then, before you know it, you're back in this game. So, Acor currently on the hunt outside. Not going to find any targets just yet. Although it is looking like it's going to develop that way. He is going to get a chance here as the smokes come through. Another one set up. Clever, nasty. That is a nasty smoke.
Yeah, if you try and make that run, you're going to be shut down. Frozen and Bimasa really the two top fraggers right now for Mousesports, though, which is, I don't guess that's not too curious that they are really good. Robs is not that far behind either. If that trio gets fully up and running, I mean, that is going to be lethal to Heroic.
Without a doubt.
Acor, he's still holding that angle, still ready and waiting for it. Frozen's out there with him, with counter Molotov, and Frozen just taking a peek. Spotting, I think, a couple of people at least, so they have some information. Flashed into the fight once again. We're at 40 seconds, less than 40 seconds, and Heroic are they're kind of weirdly stuck out in the yard. They're going to start to run, making a lot of noise, and that becomes predictable. Frozen able to do a lot of damage, nearly killing Refresh in the interim. It's now 24 seconds. They have to run the whole way. They have to signal that they're coming, because they can't really slow it down. 19 seconds now on the clock. They need to get down to this bomb site and put this bomb down before they just lose the round to time. Robs will be there to take care of Tessus, and he's actually going to get shot in the back. Cadian making his way out. 8 seconds on the clock. Nice shot from Acor, but the bomb is being planted inside of that smoke. He just couldn't know that. A kill from Dexter makes it a 2-on-3.
Leaving Cadian all by his lonesome, essentially, to do the majority of the lifting here. Dexter trying to tap, trying to get a response. Cadian not biting just yet. This is crazy. 20 seconds left, and there's Cadian. Spots it out, gets the info on the second player as well. Knows that Acor is coming in from ramp, and they know that there's a man on the bomb site. It's all on Cadian.
Oh, what a play from him. He's still baiting it out. He's back for more. He's reloading while actually still peeking him. Dexter! He just wants to find him, but it's too late. He can't do it any longer. Time has run out, and Cadian, what an absolutely godlike round from him. A quad kill, getting him up to 20 total. And that's a stolen round. They had no business winning this round.
They cut it down to the finest of margins, playing it so patiently outside in the yard. Mouz used that trick smoke twice. Heroic patiently waited that out, then set up their smoke wall with 30 seconds left in the round. That's not something you see every day. Run all the way down.
It's the running part that really confuses me, right? Because that is, you know, that's just signaling the whole way. That's just a giant parade. You're just running through the whole map. Everyone knows you're coming. They can hear it all the way through. And yet I mean, and you saw it was Robs that was down there. He got one kill on Tesla, I believe.
And then Cadian traded him.
But it seemed like, again, the signaling should have been there for Mouz to have better positions than they actually had. And then the bomb plant inside of the smoke even, because otherwise the AWP was covering it. Everything about this is just out of control. 14-7, mousesports, what a gut-wrenching round to lose, because that was definitely theirs to win right there. Now we're back, Mac 10 on refresh, kind of guessing the economy of Mouz. They could be getting to 15 without really having to do too much here.
Woo!
Okay.
What was that? Oh, Mac 10 at range. Yeah. Okay, then.
Sometimes it just be like that. Just nothing you do about it.
Jumping headshot Mac 10. Okay.
It's
refresh.
Delicious.
You do you.
It's an acquired taste, I'll have to admit it. Not everyone appreciates it, but...
The thing is, though, is that mousesports, I mean, they need to put up at least a little bit more of a fight than this, because this is a dumpster scoreline. Like, this is, you know, 7 is the agreed on number where it's like if you get 6 or 7 or less, you know, that's you just got dumpstered.
It's true. It's just that the rounds that they've been both winning and losing, none of them have been normal. It's all been this really weird stuff. I'm actually kind of struggling to understand what's happening. Where's the normal Counter-Strike gone?
It's crazy that this game has been so tense, considering the firepower that mousesports are bringing to the table, and the quality of rounds that they've been winning. It's so weird, and yet here we have Heroic, you know, 14-7. They're about to crunch onto this B site. Romps just overwhelmed instantly. Not a chance.
Not a lot they could have done there.
And Acor has just not brought anything to the table here. 7 kills on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely nowhere near enough. And on a map like Nuke, I mean, on Nuke as an AWP player, if you're playing that heaven, hell, ramp outside position, you have... It's the only map that I can think of where you can basically be everywhere with the AWP. It's so versatile. All you have to do is like climb up and down that ladder, and you're basically all over the map, right? So you have... It's kind of an AWPer's paradise in some weird sense. Maybe even more so than a lot of other AWPing maps that people think about, because you can just be that many places on the CT side. So yeah, you have a player like Acor, you want that output. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be another round, predictably so. 15-7. Heroic one step away here from taking it away against mousesports, which I think that'd be a big team to win against right now for Heroic.
Certainly. I mean, mousesports are one of the threats in the group. If you were to take a win against them, and a decisive win at that, we'll put it that way, a decisive win, I mean, that's really just going to bolster Heroic's confidence going into the remaining match that they will have for a chance in the next stage of this major. So for Heroic to be in this position right now, it's terrific. Whereas for mousesports, I mean, it's still going to put them 1-1. They're not going to be going home just yet, but it is a bit of a reality check where it's like, okay, this is the upper limit of what's going on in this group, and this is the gap that we have to close. So, you know, mousesports are getting their bells rung right now, and that's never a fun experience. So now, let's see.
It isn't. Yeah, they're going to have to wake up. They'll bring it back. Robs, that's a pretty good spray down. We'll count that kill that Cadian got on Shush as Robs's. Basically a triple for him before he fell, but still, 4-on-2 right here. Tessa's making wild jumps outside. That's not the standard stuff. Frozen, not impressed at all with his shenanigans. He's down on his own. 1 versus 4. So just a good defense from Robs there.
And yeah, okay, Heroic wanting to end it quick, and they actually go for a more aggressive round, and we kind of saw the exact same thing from Copenhagen Flames earlier. So, you know, fair enough. It's a thing. It can happen. But
you see that finishing line, you're like,
yeah, you're just like, oh, come on, Blaze, let's just get it across, and then
run for it. You got to be careful. We've all seen those videos on YouTube where people are celebrating early in the bike race and fall, and then...
Yeah, or
painful.
The main one is like the marathons, and then, you know, you got that person who's just sprinting and just makes it past them at the last possible second.
Yeah. While you're like waving to the camera, it's like, I did it.
I did it. And then it's like, no, you didn't.
19.
Get wrecked.
Well, Stan has managed to make his way down. He's actually still playing for this round, which in itself is kind of impressive. Molotov is up. Oh, he's already out. I don't think he realized that was like a magic trick from Stan's point of view. He's like, wait a minute, I just Molotov that. He has to come off it. Doesn't get another kill, but
ENCE.
That's impressive. I think many players at that moment would have been like, you know what? I'm never even getting close. I'm just going to try and hide with the AK, you know?
Yeah. For him, I guess it's just, at that point, it's going to be a buy round. Their money is good enough for a buy, so he's probably just thinking, if I can take another rifle off of these guys, that's good. And that is it, the reality. So, you know, it means that Frozen isn't, well, he's actually going to have enough for some nades, so it should be all right. A fully equipped Mousesports here against a pretty fully equipped Heroic. We get another round of timeout called by Heroic, and it's worth mentioning that they have a coach, Heroic, for this event, and a legendary player, at least in the shape of Exist, who has been brought down from the north to help Heroic here in the major to provide that coaching assistance. So I'm curious if he's having any input here in these timeouts.
I like that idea. Down from the start. Seems like they've gone out into the wilderness, like in a snowed-in cabin to find him. They had to get, like, you know,
you're up in Umeå, man. You know, it's proper northern Sweden.
To walk through the deep snow, like knock on his door. And
oh yeah,
sisters out there meditating on Counter-Strike the whole time. Frozen, bit of a long-range fight. He's gonna catch Shush as he tries to walk off the silo outside. But there's a return kill. Frozen also goes down. Tessus and Cadian both are fairly low on health here.
What was that? How do they get Dexter? Where did Dexter die? Was he pushing Hut? Looks like
I think he was, yeah.
Oh, man. Well, that's an unfortunate turn of events for Mousesports now.
Yeah, not what they were looking for, though, again, with the health, it could still work out for them. Heroic have decided to play, well, they're playing this one slowly again, which seems to be pretty much par for the course here. A-Core, walking up scope. This is one of those plays where you cannot really unscope once you're this deep in, because that'll give away the position, so you just have to play it cool. Stown is probably going to be found here. Ooh, Cadian goes down. They will get the kill that they needed, and on Stown as well, but the bomb side is still open for business here. So it's still a 2-on-2. Bomb is going to be planted. They're too far away to stop it. That smoke otherwise doesn't provide that much coverage. Nade right on refresh. So now Tessus, no nades left on him. What can he do? He's in the vent hoping to catch someone, at least make it a one-on-one. They have a smoke and a Molotov both. So if they find his position, they can use those nades to just get rid of him. They're going to guess one of them behind the silo down below on B. But that wasn't his position at all. Second smoke actually going to be for the door instead of the bomb. That's a bit interesting. He can still spray right through this. They tap it. He doesn't actually bite. He doesn't think they're still redoing it. There's the spray through. He gets one more of them. And a spin around there. It should be enough time for A-Core to get the defuse. That is really close, though. It will be Mouz to win a 9th round, but man, he was low on health.
6 health, Anders. 6 health left on A-Core in that clutch. Hard to cut it any closer than that.
One bullet to make the difference, right?
That's it.
That would have been it.
So crazy. Such a close run thing from Heroic, and they are just such a threat to Mousesports. Mousesports just cannot catch a break. It's not like they're getting any easy rounds here. Heroic are just smashing them and just so close to actually winning this map. So there's... Okay, we will get some smokes out in the yard here from Mousesports. That's a different take on things. That'll slow down any kind of shenanigans out there from Heroic. So you can see Refresh kind of waiting around, seeing if anybody... That's the beauty of these smokes, because Refresh is just sitting here thinking, okay... are they pushing? Is there anybody out here? And so that is burning very valuable time off the clock.
Yeah, he does not want to try and test that.
Yeah, only now do his teammates show up to start backing him up. And you do have the drop down on, so slowly you can see how they're slowly getting some control here, Heroic out in the yard.
I like this play, though. Frozen, they're well aware that he could be out here. And he's a little bit on his own. A-Core is over by Hell at the moment. But can he actually be put into play? He's smoked off right there. They're going to try and fan out outside. And A-Core will find Tess. This is a good start. Frozen is going to be going down. So it's an even trade. And do you really want to challenge A-Core at this moment? Even though he's not had the most impressive game yet. Still all but range like this. Stown and Refresh are both very low on health. And he's just slowly backing up. I'd say, yeah, just leave it. It doesn't really matter. Let them have it if they want it. There's another kill for A-Core. He's got the M4 behind him. And they're going to be cleaning this one up so easily. Great stuff from Robs and A-Core. That's a good combination. A-Core with a triple. It's 15-10.
There we go. And yeah, it's a personal point of pride for Rops. He's not going to go down without a fight. 19 kills on the board for him, around 100 ADR. I mean, he's in there. He's in the thick of it, trying to make the difference for Mouz Sports. And that's a nice 1-2 combo. I really love to see that combo when it gets set up and working, where you have the bait and switch.
Yeah.
You think it's an op, but it's actually an M4. And so you're just peeking in a completely different way. But again, we're going to see that same smoke getting thrown down here by Rops. And so you see how that sets it up again. They are really trying to make use of this smoke out here and keep Heroic guessing on this T side. And you saw how somebody had also dropped another smoke there so that Rops could throw it again.
Yeah, they practiced that a lot. It's really impressive. There goes another one. Just
Same thing.
Just a challenge all the time, right? Saying if you want to try and be fast out here, you're going to have to run with your legs sticking out from under that smoke. And as long as we have an AWP, even without one, it's still really, really effective, right?
It's very cool. That's the kind of clever stuff that we've seen for a long time. I mean, the first smoke that comes to mind was the car, top banana car smoke that Pronax was using. Actually, wasn't it Mouz Sports that actually used it in a worthless online game, and Pronax was raging because they used it before the major? Now that I remember it, you remember that one way? Top of banana on the car?
What a throwback.
Yeah. All right, so Mouz Sports up to their same shenanigans. At least this time they waited to the major.
Yeah, that's where you want to use it. Pyjamas spray down is in effect. Frozen is there with the MP9, and it's going to be a triple for him. And a clean and fast round here. 15-11. 4 more rounds for Mouz Sports to get it into overtime. I feel like that would be a good way to end it there, you know? Just get in that overtime. Terry hasn't had that yet, I think. So let's try and see if we can get there. Double orb now on the CT side. AK in the hands of Frozen. It's all lined up. All of the stars are aligning for Mouz Sports right now. They're in such a good position to actually get this overtime. Here's the Renegade, man.
Yeah.
What a geek.
What a geek,
in the
Frozen.
best possible way. It's a compliment.
All right, let's see. This is it now. And once again, Refresh out in the yard, chilling. But his teammates are geared up to go right through here towards ramp, and there is no presence for Mouz Sports on ramp at all. They do have players close enough to hear these footsteps, though.
Yeah. And again, getting ramp is... It's not even getting half the way there. There's still a lot of work to be done. But they're going to be dropping down. Are they just going to go for it? They could just explode onto this. If they smoke off control and just kind of put the pressure on, Robs is going to have a harder time putting this AWP to use. Yep, there's the smoke for the control room. He's opening up the doors, but again, that position could also just get smoked, and they probably have enough to do it. No, the Molotov's left. Oh! Oh no! He just trucks him! What a disgusting play. Wallbang not doing much of anything here. The bomb is going to be planted. Heroic. That one lightning headshot coming out from Tessus could have just been what won them the map. Pyjamas, he's ready, but he needs some backup here. Setting up a little bit of pressure from the ramp as well. Pyjamas is down. Shush with the headshot. Oh, it's unraveling. It's not looking good for Mouz Sports. They're running out of units here. It's just going to be Dexter going down, and Acor falls as well to Katie, and Frozen the last one in, and it's down to bring him down at 16-11. Heroic find a way through. It took everything, but man, that shot from Tessus, that was devastating.
That has got to be one of the filthiest shots of the day. Instant death.
Yeah. I mean, again, he's holding that line with an AWP. I actually thought they were just going to smoke it off and be like, yeah, whatever, just smoke it, let it go. And he's like, no. Just shuts down. What a play.
Just crouches right into it, and I'm guessing he sees that door open, so he's thinking somebody's got to be there, but still, to hit that so clean, just instant death. There wasn't anything that they could do, and that kind of just tells you the story of this this map. I mean, it feels like Heroic were in the driver's seat the entire time.
They were, and I think in terms of player performance, not that that was the only thing that made a difference, but everyone from Heroic showed up. Mouz Sports really had 3 out of 5. Dexter and Acor for a long time were not really present to the level that they needed. So that's kind of what's happening there. Both teams played it really slowly on that T side, which, I mean, again, that's just something we've seen today on Nuke. At least we only have a sample size of 2, but it's still interesting to see that kind of a play. I think Heroic did something very smart at the end here when they just needed 1 or 2 more rounds. They were really excited to go find picks and yard. They're like, this is where we can We're not suffering any kind of crazy spray downs coming through the squeak door or the hut or anything. Let's just go yard and look for fights and see if we can negotiate a 3-on-3 afterwards if we get there.
Yeah.
I think that's a reasonable way to play it.
I mean, it really feels like we just got textbook heroic in this match, because not only that, but also just to bring it back to the kills, this is what makes this team so powerful, is that there is nobody that's lagging behind.
Yeah.
Every step of the way, it's just so even in terms of kills. You can count on everybody for clutches, you can count on everybody to open it up, you can count on multi-frags from everybody. It's just insane the level that these guys bring to the server, and that's what makes them such a dangerous team and why they were sitting around the top of the pack for so long. It's just that you can't sleep on them, and there's nobody that you can really just, you know, in the way that for Astralis, like, where does Lucky play on the map and how do we punish him? It feels like that's very hard to do with Heroic, because there isn't really that weak guy you're going to be like, you know what, let's go and bully that guy, because which one? Who are you going to go for?
They are all playing really well. Remember Tessus was the guy that got the Tech9 kill on the bomb defuse right then as well, so, and he got that last shot on Rock.
Tessus is sick.
Yeah,
he's such a monster for this team.
Really cool stuff. You have to appreciate that. What a victory for Heroic. They're looking good in the group so far. Mouse Sports a little bit missing on this particular map, but you know, they still have a chance. They can still obviously make it back, so so don't fear. That's going to be actually the end of it. End of today at least, but the majors finally started, so we'll see you guys. We have the desk ready, I believe, as well, so just don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.